Twist it if you want to kill me. The sword embedded in the man's heart was twitching. At the end of his short life, the man haughtily asked for his death. The woman who held the sword twisted it without saying a word. His chest was cut open and blood gushed out, but he didn't even let out a single groan. You're still so beautiful, and yet I can't have you. The man's hand slowly reached up to touch the woman. The blood on his fingers dirtied her cheek. The woman held no expression, cold and firm, just how she was when he fell for her. It was a beautiful sight worthy of the end of his life. The man wore a hazy smile. Before long, his last words poured out like blood. Damn bitch. Damn bitch, he said. Phew, it's not lagging anymore. I sighed while looking at the screen. I once again looked over this character's settings. Dekulin von Grahan Eucline, disposition evil, initial job senior professor, initial MP 3357, aptitude rank 6, aptitude type magic, control type elemental, earth, fire, trait 6, personality 13. Dekulin, one of the game's mid-bosses, a named villain. There had been a lot of bugs since there were a lot of important villains with a wide variety of branching storylines, but fortunately, he had done a lot of sneaky and cunning things throughout the whole game so that he'd die without fail within the first 11 hours of gameplay. This time his cause of death was his fiancée's sword. Woojin SSI. I was going to play the game again, but I heard a familiar voice call out my name. I turned to look back. Yeah, Ra SSI. Even without any makeup, her eyes looked big and her long hair was shiny even without special care. This woman who was endowed with such beauty was Ra. She's the one I'm dating, or rather dated. Is the testing going well? I shrugged at the question. Yes, I'm still on it. Ra nodded silently. As I looked at her, I noticed a new accessory hanging around her neck. My lips pulled up into a pout unconsciously. Looks like it's going well with your boyfriend, huh? Oh, I'm not sure. Ra shrugged her shoulders as well. Some of our gestures had become somewhat similar as we dated. I think it's going well. I pointlessly drummed my finger on my mouse. I had heard about it from the rumors, but I still felt very upset hearing this directly from her. Why do you ask? Just because our breakup was already 6 months ago. In the end, there was no one right or wrong. We just couldn't understand each other anymore. I was at my roots a loafer while she was a natural-born workaholic. Her drive to improve led me to become a man who could make ends meet, but in the end she couldn't accept my introverted nature. No, it was because I didn't want to change. I wish you all the best in your marriage. Ha, ego, was that a bit pathetic? My eyebrows twitched provocatively along with my sarcastic remark. However, it didn't get to you, Ra. Just get ready for work. There's been changes in the settings, so you have to get the modeling done. Again, no, why does the author keep changing it? I sighed and looked at the clock. 9 p.m. It was already nighttime, but I still had a lot of work to do. Were you watching one of Dekulin's scenes? Ra, who was looking at my monitor, smirked. Yes, he died after 11 hours. But if you use certain tricks, you can kill him right at the start of the game. Isn't he supposed to be a mid-boss? That's one of our game's charms. The more you leave Dekulin to his devices, the more evil he'll become, so the earlier you kill him off, the easier the game will be. The difficulty depends on the player's choices. I see. The game was tested hundreds of times by all employees of this company, including me. I had already played it 4 times. It must have been played 1,000 times in total, but the mid-boss called Dekulin always got killed except for one time. But did you know, the model for this character was actually you, Woojin SSI. For Dekulin, yep, so I just kill him off right at the start. What? I frowned. There was still the line damn bitch displayed on the monitor. Fufu, didn't you notice while modeling him? You look similar. That can't be. I only met the author twice, you know. I guess he saw you while dropping by the company. Anyway, look, you even have similar personalities. Similar personalities. Me and that guy whose last words were damn bitch, you're similar. Phew, so that's why I got dumped by you. As Ra's expression hardened, I raised my hands pretending to be scared. Ego, I'm sorry. Did that sound kind of pathetic too? I couldn't help it. After hearing me call myself pathetic again, she lost her temper, so I couldn't help but poke at her more. Eventually, Ra also got involved. I'm the one who's pathetic here. It's just that you think you're pathetic. Do you have paranoia? It's me who's pathetic. Shut up, just check the game. How do you feel about this time's test run? I decided to change the subject. I put my eyes back on the monitor. The game itself is fun. The backdrop of this game was a fantasy world mixed with culture from the 14th-20th century. The whole framework was that of a massive RPG, but its main focus was its storytelling. Only problem is that, if this flops, the whole company will go bankrupt. REW appeared in Korea, the barren land of console games, like a bolt out of the blue. As soon as it had been founded, it produced one successful game after the other. Now, REW, which the whole world was paying attention to, was creating a AAA-class game that was already beating the profits and investments of the past before it had even been released. If it failed, we'd be screwed. Literally screwed. Don't worry. It won't fail. Didn't you see the reactions to the gameplay sneak peek? There was a huge uproar. The story of the game and its difficulty depends on how the player acts. Although it's a single-player game, you don't play alone, but with several named characters equipped with advanced AI. As long as we keep raising our IP reputation with a single console, we can rake in a lot of money online. We'll make it no matter what. As it had been said before, there were a lot of attractive characters and jobs in this game. Knight, wizard, demon, demon hunter, administrator, adventurer, mercenary, king, aristocrat, etc. The player could become anything. Okay, that would be great for me. I get a bonus after all. With a big smile, I turned my head towards the window. Oh, there he is. My seat was by the window, so I could see the street outside the company. Near the entrance, a shiny car was waiting for you, Ara. By the way, isn't he more pathetic than I am? I whispered and pointed out the window. I said these words casually. She smiled slightly. He's a good person in a different sense from you. I was also a good person, huh? That was enough for me. Even if she didn't mean it like that, I'd just take it that way. Oh yeah, that's a relief then. Of course, I was still upset, but not as much as I was before. As she said, the man in that car was a good person. I'd be angry if he were some type of gangster. Yeah, by the way, you know, that. Yuara seemed like she wanted to say something, but her mouth kept on snapping shut. She was going to mumble and struggle like that for a bit and then turn around saying it's nothing. I knew her habits just too well, so I already knew what she wanted to say as well. Ara SSI. We first met 3 years ago, right? So what are you trying to say? Office romances were to be kept a secret. We started dating before we joined the company, but as it evolved into an office romance, we had to keep it a secret. Well, what was I going to say again? Ara smiled helplessly. Tick, tick, tick. The short silence that floated between us and the sound of the clock was so loud that it bothered me. The first person to break the silence in this awkward moment was Ara. Well, Woojin SSI, I'll get going now. Okay, get some rest. Yes, good luck with work. Clack, clack. She moved further away, accompanied by the sound of her high heels. She was more perfect than anyone I've ever met, but she was actually more beautiful on the inside than she was on the outside. That was how wonderful she was. She was my greatest treasure. She was also the first person who convinced me that people could change. Goodbye. I spoke words that couldn't reach her anymore. I just mumbled them to myself. I felt pathetic, so I just sighed and put my attention back on the monitor. No, but the author's pretty mean as well. When I looked at this character called Dekulin, who had already died, I got goosebumps. This is supposed to be me. That's ridiculous. Although there was a certain resemblance, certainly my appearance was used as his base. I did think that he looked like someone I knew while I was modeling him. I didn't know that someone was me. I need to upgrade his appearance. Externally, the gold hall had ended, but the company's and authors' greed remained. So they gave me the highest authority and asked me to do the final touches on the models. Let's see. Nobody would complain if a character was made a bit more handsome. No matter how villainous he was, I was the model, so I should at least give him a decent face. I've never been called ugly after all. Fixed. While I was checking over my correction, I suddenly saw the character's characteristics in my field of view. There were 2 characteristics in this game that determine the character's personality, traits that directly affected the base specifications and personality that indirectly affected them. The more important a character is, the more likely it is for them to have one of these traits and personalities. Traits: intimidating grace, prodigy, mediocre magical talent, broken aesthetic sense, fate of a villain. Dekuling's qualities are these 6 above. Oh my god, this combination prodigy and mediocre magical talent. It's the worst of the worst, the most evil. Personality: elitist, misophobe, habitual, competitive, noble etiquette, sensitive, authoritative, pretentious, resilient mind, OCD, atheist. There are a lot more personality traits, such terrible characteristics. No matter how much he was based on me, I was neither an elitist, nor was I a misophobe, nor was I pretentious. I didn't even have any authority, so how could I be authoritative? I glared at the monitor with dissatisfaction, glancing at the tapered codes next to the traits and personality columns. There was no one in the office. I looked over the other traits and personality codes. I wasn't going to do anything bad. I was just scrolling through them for fun. Found one: understanding. With that, you won't be so pathetic at least. Looks like it's similar to sympathy, but for some reason it's classified as a trait and not as a personality. I put understanding among Dekuling's traits. After that, billionaire one has to have a lot of money. Click, click, click. In addition to that, I added a lot of other characteristics as a joke. Man of great wealth, Midas touch, vision, Iron Man, and so on. Just what am I doing? I put in this and that, about 5 traits that wouldn't be that obvious, only then was I satisfied. I let go of the mouse and leaned back on my chair. Laughter unexpectedly flowed out of my mouth. It's been 7 years. 7 years. For you and me, 7 years was such a long time. It was too long to just end in an instant. No, maybe it was just me who thought of it as an instant. You just gradually grew tired of this. You must have slowly prepared for this breakup as well. I was just not aware of your change. Drigging. A loud notification. I almost fell off my chair. REW 5107. Lane Woojin, are you still working? It was from an in-house messenger. The sender was Lane SSI, author of this game and general manager of the AI department. As the name suggests, he's a foreigner. Oh yeah, if you want me to change the models, please let me know. I'll change them right away. I moved my mouse to remove the traits I just added. Lane, no, that's not it. I'm just waiting and watching. I suddenly stopped. What are you watching? Are you watching me? I looked around, but no one was there. What are you watching, me? I blinked and stared at the monitor. Soon, I got a reply with a smiling emoticon attached. Lane Puhahano, look out the window. I turned my head towards the window without much thought. Transparent glass in the sky stretching beyond it. It gave birth to light. A flash fell while illuminating the heavens and earth. Light craved itself into the air like human veins. Lightning. With my eyes wide open, fierce rays of light flooded in. A huge shock shook the world. The bunch of rays that flooded the office blinded my vision, and the delayed thunder rattled my ears. Ruyumble, I didn't remember anything after that. Next. It's quiet, so it's comfortable, but doesn't this make you feel anxious? Recently, the atmosphere around the Eucline mansion had quieted down. Silence was rather unusual in this magnificent mansion that's considered the best in this world. Hey, don't say that. Don't worry about it. Just stay still, stay still. The unusual calmness was awkward for the maids and servants of the mansion, but after a week they were able to adjust to it. Oh, do you perhaps think that it's because things are going well with Miss Freyden? At the young maid's question, the other maid shook her head. Do you really think so? I think it's the opposite. Really, I'm confused because I've only been here in this house for a week and they don't even check the cleaning. Enjoy it, since we don't know how long it'll last. The servants were chatting about the strange changes in the mansion's owner. Has this ever happened before? Well, it's been 10 years since Lord de Cullen has been in office. Their owner was so famous and sensitive, so there were many anecdotes that came to their minds that the flow of the conversation completely changed. It was at that moment. Kriak. The front door was opened wide, and the sound of shoes echoed through the hall. Clack, clack. A cool and sinister echo. The maids rushed to line up quickly in front of the unexpected visitor. Where is that man? The VIP who posed this sharp question was a beauty with short-cut black hair. Yes, right now the master is. Uriel, their master's sister, was equally well known for being as sensitive as him. Her presence made the maids bow. Guide me. The servants guided her without daring to make eye contact. Together, they climbed the central stairs of the mansion and ended up standing in front of the gates of the highest floor, which was completely used as a single room. Knock, knock. Uriel lightly knocked on the door that everyone in this house feared. Knock, knock. There was no response. Knock, 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 knock. Uriel tried it a few more times but couldn't take it anymore and burst open the door. Hey, in the neat room a handsome man with a disheveled face lay there. His hair shone subtly like a dark crystal, and his fine, white skin and straight, intelligent features were darkened today. This was enough to shake any woman's heart, but Uriel just fired away without caring about anything else. What the hell are you doing? Uriel's insolent way of speaking shook the servants. However, the owner of this grand mansion only murmured in a low voice. I thought I'd wake up if I just went back to sleep a bunch of times. Guess I'm still dreaming. At the end of his words, the maids gave him a strange look. Just how badly did things with Miss Freyden go? And Uriel frowned as if she understood his words in a similar way. Right now, everyone but de Cullen had the name, Julie von Dea Freyden, floating in their minds. The second daughter of the Northern Freyden family, the current fiancée of de Cullen von Grahen Eucline. Externally, the two were promised to each other, but their feelings towards each other were insanely different. De Cullen seemed to love Julie with all his heart, but her feelings for him bordered on disgust. This wasn't just simple speculation, this fact was actually pretty well known. Can't you stop thinking about her? What are you doing, even canceling all your lectures? Lectures. Yes, Uriel took some documents out of a luxurious clutch bag. Then she threw the bunch of papers on the bed. You said you'd do it yourself, and if you just stay here like an idiot, you'll bring shame to our family. Are you fine with this? There's an event at the university, so make sure to attend. At least if you don't want to lose your professorship you're so proud of. You're very bold, de Cullen smirked. At that moment, Uriel became angry. Blood vessels were throbbing at her white temple. I'm not being bold, you're just being stupid. Idiot, very harsh swear words. The maids trembled, but the master didn't react even a little. If it was his usual self, he would have punished me. How could he have become so lethargic? I wish he'd returned back to normal. All right, go out, humph. Uriel snorted and went out the door. She didn't want to see that idiot who turned out like this just because he was dumped by some woman either. Yee, Uriel Nim. Would you like to have a meal? I'm going. But you've come such a long way. Hold on. I'm going. Many of the servants followed her in a hurry. The master seemed to be in a bad mood today, so it was best to stay out of his sight. Lectures, huh? I looked at the documents given to me by de Cullen's sister, Uriel. The title of the lecture was Imperial Senior Professor Deculing, A Fundamental Understanding of Magic and Attitude Toward Mana. Furthermore, the table of contents was as follows. What kind of magic system is so diverse? Where did science go in a world where magic is so diverse? I remember it was said that science, when developed sufficiently, wasn't much different from magic, though. I lay on my bed thinking nonsense. A week had passed. Before I knew it, a whole week had passed in the blink of an eye. I couldn't find out why I'm stuck here even after all that time. I thought it was a regular dream, but it wasn't. Then I thought it was a lucid dream, but it wasn't. After that, I thought it was a VR game, but it wasn't. The most convincing reason was that I got struck by lightning, that what I'm experiencing is the afterlife. Anyway, I've become that fricking game's character I was modeled after Deculing von Grahen-Uklein. For reference, Deculing was a link that connected the whole game, an arch-rival to many named characters, or otherwise known as the mid-boss to players, a named villain, the enemy of his parents, the enemy of his lover, the enemy of his hometown, the enemy of his peers, and so on. In addition to this, I'm sure that there were many more people who bore a grudge against him, a villain only woven to die and experience hardship. Of course, Lane said that there was a little twist to this character, but did he mean the fact that I'd possess this guy? He's going to die on almost every route. This villain would die almost inevitably, like a villain should. Whether the player killed him themselves, he got killed by a named character who bore a grudge, randomly got into a fight and died, got assassinated or died some other way. Like that purple-haired guy from that famous hero movie. TN, I have no idea who that is. Rather than that, I sorted the papers that Uriel threw. I took them in one hand and glanced at them. The lecture was scheduled today. I have to go. It was my first time giving a lecture, but I couldn't just sit idle. I couldn't be lazy anymore. I had to somehow gather information. I had to find some things out regardless of whether I could go back or not. Top survival goal, be a necessary part of the game. Side quest, university lecture. These strange sentences flickered in my field of vision. I was resuming my activities part because of Uriel and part because of this. Not only was Uriel among my death flags, but that store currency was quite important as well. Fortunately, the knowledge, attitude, and experience to give the lecture didn't pose a problem. Understanding unique, the ability to comprehend things. It's activated by consuming mana. Before being trapped in this world, I added understanding, mistaking it for something similar to sympathy. I believed in this skill's performance. No, that's not it. It's just because it was a unique ranked skill. It was the unique rank that only appeared in the latter half of the game, and the character I was playing before didn't even get it. Let's wash up. I got out of bed and went into the bathroom. I took off my clothes and turned on the shower. A clean environment, hot water, and a shower with good water pressure. These were all things I liked. After taking a shower, I opened the door to the dressing room. This room that was bigger than my apartment was filled with all kinds of valuables and suits. I chose clothes by trusting my instinct. A white shirt and an aristocratic navy suit, a blue tie and intelligent-looking glasses. Then I put a coat over it, sprayed my whole body with perfume, and put up my hair neatly, not leaving a single strand unattended. After that, I looked in the mirror. Honestly, this style looked nauseating, but it seemed rather elegant. That overflowing ego felt quite arrogant, but a graceful dignity certainly seemed to mingle with it. It's probably the work of intimidating grace, aesthetic sense, and noble etiquette. In fact, I can't say or do anything against etiquette. No matter how hungry, one shouldn't just eat one's food at will, one shouldn't blabber, and one has to act elegant and cultured at all times. As such, it also became natural for me to do that. As if my personality completely changed, it felt as comfortable to use these inefficient manners as breathing. Even just witnessing crude and unsophisticated behavior, I'd feel scorn and contempt rising up. I won't let myself get swallowed by this guy. This character had a lot of characteristics, especially under the personality category. What was written in the system log at the moment were noble etiquette, elitist, misophobe, authoritative, OCD, and so on. Those personality traits were most certainly transmitted to me. That's why even this obligation to hold that lecture felt so natural to me. I'm an outstanding and noble aristocrat, what bullshit. Woojin. I looked back at the handsome man in the mirror, Kim Woojin. I won't lose myself. I won't get swallowed up by this stupid character. That's your name. Woo from House and Jin from True TN, spelling out name, Jip Yu and Chamjin. A healthy South Korean man, tall and handsome, objectively speaking, but using someone else's words, a loser, a pathetic and lazy jerk. That's me, slap. I slapped my face and then went out of the door. Talk, talk, the clear and regular sound of footsteps, long, smoothly moving legs, indeed an elegant and orderly gait. I stood in front of a car parked in the yard admiring its vintage style. Good day, master. A vehicle with an antique design that could have been found in the modern Ford era. This was a symbol of wealth in this world. I'm going out. Understood. As I climbed onto the backseat of the car after the attendant opened the door for me, I saw some small fellow sitting on the seat next to mine. Under the pulled-up robe hood, I could see a cute but rigid face. Professor, good day, here you go. He spoke in a very tense voice and handed something to me. It was a bunch of documents. Are you a magician? Pardon? Yes. Yes, sir, I've been working under the professor for 3 years now, though. I was merely joking. I laughed elegantly and looked over the documents. I thought it was about the lecture, but it was actually a script. It was a script containing every subject from the start to finish of the lecture. Actually, how did Dekuling prepare himself for lectures? In fact, he only appeared talented on the outside. The trait I had right now wasn't genius or prodigious, but mediocre magic talent, so I really wanted this script. Good job, pardon. However, when I mentioned that he did a good job, the magician became embarrassed. To be honest, this compliment also made my stomach twist into knots. It was an obvious personality contagion, but I had to overcome this. I closed my eyes and added a few more words. You did a great job. Rest until we get there. Yes, understood, sir. The magician with his head down went as silent as a corpse. The mouth that was exposed from under his hood seemed to have pulled into a small smile, though, seemingly pleased with the compliment. I read the script in my hands, but the paper got on my nerves. I thought it was dirty. Next time I'll put on my gloves. No, not that. Now let us proceed. About 30 minutes have passed since I started preparing for the lecture. An interesting scenery appeared outside the car window. I naturally looked over to it. Following that, even I unknowingly smiled. The outside was filled with the shimmering waves of light emitted by the sun at noon. A road surrounded by vibrant flowers and trees led to the entrance where the statue of the first emperor stood tall. There were many buildings filling the vast land, and soft beams of light gently fell upon them from the sky. As a whole, it was called the Imperial University. This body's Dekuling's workplace, everything that got reflected in my eyes, which was now more real than 3 doigts the result of my design. Dekuling, too. His height alone was rather overbearing, at around 190 centimeters. He wore formal attire, appearing close to perfection, an eye-catching appearance that had a strong impact on others. The perfect golden ratio was shown by his appearance and clothing. Dekuling von Grahen Uklein. There were no flaws or gaps in him, to the point that he seemed to be noble dignity incarnate. His elegance flowed into his gait, his speech, his facial expressions, into everything he did. That jerk. But even these perfect looks seemed like nothing more than a detestable shell to some, or rather quite a few. Sigh, Ifrin Luna. As soon as Dekuling appeared, she vented her anger. Not only were her words bloody, her actions were as well. She clenched her fists so tightly that she drew blood and bit her lower lip. He had stolen her legacy, her father's achievements, and had ruined him, which had led to his death in the end. The public praised Dekuling as a genius in interpreting magic circles, but his reputation was solely reliant on her father's work. Attention, at that time a magic crystal amplified Dekuling's voice. I shall start the lecture now. The spacious auditorium was filled with hundreds of people. Dekuling finally scanned the sea of people below his stage. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. She wanted to immediately pull out a knife and stab both of those eyes. That trash. However, it was not the right time yet. Dekuling was the enemy she wanted to kill. That was the only reason she applied for the university tower, but revenge without a proper backdrop would just make her feel regret. She lived just for this sweet moment, so there was no problem waiting for it a bit longer. Nice to meet you. But maybe she'll just cause a bit of trouble for him. Suddenly having gotten an idea, Ifrin smiled innocently while pulling down the hood of her robe. I saw hundreds of people in this vast auditorium. Their eyes glistened burdensomely, and a vintage-styled camera flashed dizzyingly. I faced all of this alone. Well, it was weird. I didn't feel even a bit of tension. I just took all these things for granted. In my life, this kind of treatment was just natural. This attention wasn't pressuring, but a privilege. This noble sense of being one of the chosen ones stuck to my body like skin. Nice to meet you. I'm Dekuling of the Uklein family. So I just leisurely started my lecture. The beginning of this lecture was the first line of the script and the introduction of this character named Dekuling. I'm a senior professor at the Imperial University Tower and a magician of the monarch rank who governs over the elements. No matter if it's the water, wind, fire, or earth attribute, there is no difference. It was a sentence filled with an intoxicating feeling. I was just saying what was written on the script. Even though that's all I did, I focused my breath and attention. It was part of the trait intimidating grace. Therefore, a magician can only earn achievements in magic if they work on their attributes in the right type. When I finished speaking, I flicked my finger. Tack. With a refreshing sound, the lights in the auditorium went out and magic circles filled the air. The perfection and release of mana. The realization of that is what we call magic. Therefore, one has to first gain an understanding of the magic circle for the realization of magic to succeed. Now, let's take a look at the magic circles above. I paused for a moment so the visitors could properly look at the magic circle. At first glance, it seemed like a geometric figure consisting of multiple lines and curves, similar to fractals. The first item on the table of contents was Foundation of Magic. The lecture went on for about 15 minutes, and I didn't lose my composure even for a moment. The script flowed so naturally out of my mouth as if it was stuck in there. Curiously enough, I completely understood the composition of this script I saw for the first time today. This is how magic is based on magic circles. However, does mana always lead to magic? And if one wants to use magic, is it really necessary to study magic circles? From this point on, it was about how to use mana. Now the auditorium was holding general students, knights or aspiring students who weren't magicians, so it was a topic out of their scope. No, it depends on which part of the body you put your mana into. At the end of my words, the magic circle disappeared and a picture of the human anatomy took its place. Its heart, head, and abdomen each held a mass of blue mana. First, the head, in other words, the brain. It's easy to imagine a technique in your brain, so of course more complex lines and circles can be implemented. Therefore, magicians usually keep their mana in their head. Maybe this guy also had his mana in his head. In numerical terms 3375, it's not that much. I remember seeing some named characters having an initial mana amount of 30,000. Next, the heart. The heart is the place where blood gets pumped out, so mana that gets stored in the heart spreads more easily. However, it's difficult to keep it in one place. Therefore, the heart is a better place for knights than magicians to keep mana in. I spoke slowly and easily so that everybody could comprehend the content of the script. I probably grasped how to give a lecture well through understanding. Finally, the abdomen, in other words, the lower abdomen. In this area, the outside and inside are most often mixed, so its use is universal whether you are a knight, a magician, or a normal person. After talking like that, I suddenly checked my watch. 40 minutes had passed. What I want to say is simple. Effort is of course important. However, if you're not talented enough, you have to consider efficiency. Talent isn't given to everyone, so most of you need to choose and focus. I almost laughed while reading this line. If you're not talented enough, you have to consider efficiency. What you need is to choose and focus. That advice was incredibly fitting for the current deculain. End. I finally reached the end of the script, but that paragraph was a bit obtuse. I was wondering whether I should say it or not. Would the original deculain have read that? I didn't know. I read it in there, so he must have written it. Lastly, is there anyone who has a question? There was only silence. That's good. If not, then. When I was about to turn around, relieved that no one had a question, someone raised their hand. Then she got up from her seat. Professor deculain. A mysterious magic technique was found in the magician's dormitory last night. It's also believed to be the devil's work, so if Professor deculain, who is said to be a genius in interpreting magic circles, could. Are you a member of the university tower? Well, isn't it basic courtesy to say one's name and affiliation first? I spoke right away. On the inside, I was in a rush, but what I showed on the outside was pure elegance. I instinctively spoke in an aristocratic way. What? Oh, my name is. Too late, I won't take questions from rude children. The lower part of the robe wearing magician's face turned red. I'm sorry, but I can't help it. The mana consumption of understanding is pretty overwhelming. Mana, 2005 3375. It's as much as 1,300 points at a time. It would take a lot more mana to interpret that new circle. I don't want to overdo it. I think I'm getting dizzy. This is the end of the lecture. Puff-fu-hu-hu-hu-hu. In the midst of the ridicule and cynicism the magician received, I adjusted my disheveled sleeves. I removed the wrinkles from my suit. I put on my overcoat and buttoned it up. Finally, I finished reading the script and came down from the podium. This sequence of gestures were as natural to me as breathing. But still, when I turned around, a loud sound rang in my ears. I stopped in my tracks and turned my head to look back. The unknown female magician, who was still standing, floated into the air and drew a magic circle with mana. Even the tower refused to interpret it, dismissing it as just some rumor. If Professor deculain is such a genius, then I think you'll be able to recognize these lines immediately. I looked at that persistent magician. How dare you be so hard on deculain? I wonder if there was a character like that in the game, but that magic circle definitely looked a little weird. Normal magic circle cannot be defined as just a straight or curved line with different arcs, but as dozens of living parasites that randomly intertwine. The moment I looked at the magic circle, regardless of my intentions, it got activated. As if my eyes were covered in paint, my vision turned blue, my speed of thinking and calculating had been amplified, and time seemed to have slowed down. The smell of something burning lingered in my nose as the brain couldn't handle the load. It was only a moment. Mana 360 30 375. In less than 1 second, nearly all my mana got wasted. With that, I was only able to barely grasp the magic's identity. Illusion type, barrier magic. Comprehending more than this, in other words, to know how to implement the technique would require double the mana, which I didn't have, but fortunately she didn't want to know that either. She just wanted to know the identity of that magic circle. The rest of the freshmen in the dormitory are working hard to analyze this, but since it's vacation right now, there aren't enough seniors or professors to ask for help. Professor, if you could give us a hint, that would. I won't have to give you a hint. It's barrier magic of the illusion type. It seems someone was trying to lock you up. Excuse me? That's it. A confident answer. The bold magician seemed embarrassed, but I just left the auditorium without looking back. Prev next. Side quest completed. University lecture. Store currency plus 0.5. Bathroom, bathroom, bathroom. Do you know where the bathroom is? I really need to go to the bathroom. This is proof that I wasn't Deculin. Even if part of Deculin's personality got transmitted to me, it's only a part and most of it was still me, Kim Woojin, so my stomach hurt as a result of that extreme mental stress I accumulated without noticing. Gruel. Right now I was the only one that knew I suffered from this very painful physiological phenomenon. Nevertheless, on the outside I seemed like the perfect model, walking. I walked. She stood still, so the gap between us naturally shrunk. When I was in her reach, I stopped. Long time no see. She bowed her head to greet me first. She was a beautiful woman. White, fine hair and clear, icy eyes. They reminded me of that bloody scene I once saw on the monitor that one day. 8 out of 16 of Deculin's deaths I identified involved her. Long time no see. Her name is Julie, this body's fiancée, and the named character who will rise to the top of the knights in the future. How have you been? Asked Julie. It was a question I had no answer to. I looked at Julie without any expression. If she were a servant, she would have looked down without being able to take this look, but Julie just silently waited. In the end, I only answered with this. Fine. This was the best I could do. However, Julie creased her unperturbed forehead. She took a deep breath and said, "Do you remember the promise you made me last week?" I stood still and looked into her eyes. Deep inside these beautiful eyes, flames of hostility were raging. You broke that promise. It was unknown what promise she was talking about. I nodded and tried to pass by. I really had to shit. Julie stepped one step to the side and blocked my way, again like this. That woman didn't let me run away. She was staring at me with a face as cold as an awl. In this situation, the only thing I could do was something rather terrible. We made some kind of promise. I really didn't know, but I still got goosebumps on the back of my neck. Julie's anger caused a reaction on my skin. It tickled. My back felt hot. I really wanted to scratch myself, but this noble body didn't allow such low-class behavior. Instead, I continued saying slightly awkward things. I'm seriously asking. I had a fever for a few days, so I forgot some things. Ha, the woman's face was filled with despair. It was more lament than anger. God damn it, you've lost it now. She used a cool and cold voice towards her fiancé, a mixture of sorrow and discouragement. Go ahead. She stepped out of the way and I brushed past her. Even with her so far away, the back of my head was still tickling. After leaving the hallway, I entered the guest bathroom. I looked around to see if someone was coming in, and only after confirming that no one was around, I did what I had to do. I almost died from that itching. I scratched my back and my neck while relieving myself. What a tiring personality, to only be able to scratch myself while minding the place and occasion. That's why I won't be able to live a long life. Julie spent a long time standing there, even after letting Deculin go. The anger and hurt that swelled inside her burnt red hot. She was trying to force it, but Deculin turned out to be a more difficult opponent than she thought. He was a board member of the university. Gosh, a young magician of the ether rank wearing a cone hat came along. She was the chairman of the board, counted as a promising archmage candidate, just below the eternal rank, at which one would become immortal. However, among Julie's personal connections, her personality meshed the worst with her. As soon as she found Julie, she covered her mouth with both her hands. Oh my, if it isn't Professor Deculin's wife. They weren't married yet. She already knew that that guy didn't use these words to describe them. So Julie just nodded her head. That lecture was great as expected from a senior professor. He explains really well. That's what I thought while listening. It would be nice if I could acquire his teaching methods as well. I know, I was watching. She tried to cut her off like that, but the chairman grabbed onto every single detail. Oh really? Were you supporting your husband? Are you finally getting along? She never had such a romantic purpose as supporting him as his wife. Today, Julie came to see with her own eyes if Deculin would keep his promise. Julie made it clear to him. If you, Deculin, keep your faith, that is, confess your continued deceit to everyone and ask for forgiveness, I will be with you even if the world collapses. This was not a matter of what shame a broken engagement would bring, or of maintaining a formal relationship to save the family's face. It's just the release of her beliefs she wants to keep as a knight transcending all worldliness. That's all there is to it. She was sure he'd agree. What's wrong? Today's lecture was great. Julie nodded while grinding her teeth despite her natural virtue. Deculin broke his promise in the end. Achievements reached by stealing and extorting them from other people, not by his own ability. He didn't even repent on the wickedness and corruption behind it. He wasn't even brave enough to do that. Now she really had to give up. he would forever live pitifully among his manipulated subordinates and his own deceit. What a little lamb, you're not much fun today. Well, good luck, I'll get going. The chairman left with her lips pouting. Julie was still standing on the marble floor as if she'd taken root. Deep inside her were a slew of distorted emotions that seemed to devour her. His Euclid, her own Frighten. Someday, something which someone told her repeated in her ear. Deculin, who stands out as a magician, and Julie, who has the qualities of a gifted knight. If the blood of our two noble families are in harmony, it would be beneficial both in pedigree and politically. However, at some point, both noble families came to know that Deculin's magical talent was nothing but average. Deculin lied to the world and became a professor, calling himself genius of magic circle interpretation. After some incident, the source of his theories got cut off. If the two families weren't connected to the central politics, or if they were less distant, either side would have gone wild. They were easy on each other because both were prestigious. If neither of them stepped forward and rejected the other side, the engagement would not be broken, and even if it were broken, Deculin's sins would not get revealed. So Julie thought she would have Deculin right his wrongs himself. Nevertheless, he broke and rejected his evils by acting more firmly than ever today. If so, now she'll have to bring it about herself. The end of this contemptible engagement. No matter what, the end of this relationship shall come. Are you okay? The lieutenant, standing behind her back like a shadow, spoke in a low voice. His name was Veron, a man with jet black hair that covered his face. Julie shook her head without looking back at him. It's all right, it's time for the lecture. Let's go. She started walking. A lot of subjects followed behind that thin back. The immediate descendant of the prestigious Frighten family, also known as Master of Knights and the Holy Land, Julie, who is also called an example for all young knights of this world, was caught up in her lecture. Unlike Deculin, who used nothing but words, she held something that could be called a real lecture in which she demonstrated herself and swung her sword. One of the knights following her stopped. His red eyes flashed through his thick black hair. His gaze slowly turned back, glaring at the departing Deculin. A cold, desperate life stretched out towards his neck. Julie's knight, Veron thought. Today he sought answers to the endless suffering and anguish. To keep his lord from danger, this was his chance. It was only something he could do. Let's kill him. That nasty, dirty man. I shall cut his throat, then dice him into little pieces. Let's make my lord happy. The school cafeteria. Ifrin sighed as she rummaged through the pitiful omelet rice. Erg. She tried to screw Deculin over back in the lecture hall. Deculin's magic circle interpretation method he was so proud of was obviously just hot air, and he couldn't make use of her father's ability, so it would put him in a pickle if he were asked to interpret a new technique in a situation he couldn't cheat in. Of course, there was a risk of her getting shot down by Deculin, but for him to reverse the situation like that. She didn't think he'd turn a person into an impolite idiot just because they didn't say their name. He's a tough opponent. I thought I'd die out of embarrassment. Pew-hoo-hoof, the laughter still rang in her ear, but it worked out. PFT. Sounds like an illusion type. Ifrin was all smiles. As expected, he must have been embarrassed because he didn't have any real experience, right? What illusion magic? If he were desperate, why'd he choose illusion magic? Illusion magic is a very difficult type of magic, because in order to overcome and deceive the perception and consciousness of others, it takes a tremendous amount of mana to the point where the cost-performance rate is utterly miserable. That's why a medium is essential when using most illusion-type magic techniques. But illusion-type magic without a medium, you're not only an idiot, you're a real idiot. That time she felt really satisfied. Ifrin, Ifrin, a loud voice calling Ifrin along with footsteps approached. She looked over. They caught her eye last week at the newcomer orientation for magicians. Huh, what, for what? Ifrin only blinked. That same sorcerer put his hands on her shoulders and shouted. The magic circle by the entrance of the dorm. Last night, an unidentified magic circle drawn with red liquid appeared on the sorcerer's dormitory's front door. It was a magic circle that has never appeared before in the academic world, so people were raging saying things like it's the devil's work, but now newbies were all motivated saying things like I'll analyze it and build my foundation on that. There was fierce competition for it in each division. What, but I didn't do anything. Come on, you did nothing, you asked Professor Deculin. Huh, Ifrin felt embarrassed. I didn't ask him, I just screwed with him, you know. What are you talking about? Oh, that's so awesome. We were so scared we couldn't even ask. You've got some balls. Huh, no, wait a minute, that magic is really barrier magic. Ifrin was bewildered. So you're saying Deculin was actually right? Yes, really. If we assume it's barrier magic and reconstruct from there, it fits perfectly. While Professor Deculin sure is great, isn't he? There was no medium, so how did he figure out that it's illusion-type magic? Ifrin's mouth that slowly opened almost hit the table. From that wide-open mouth, only the sound of sharp breathing could be heard. No, you don't have to do that, but yeah, hand it in. Okay, they hurriedly rushed away. Ifrin stared blankly at their back. However, the situation itself wasn't good. Deculin's reputation had gone up for no reason. He just got lucky. Did he guess? After some time, Ifrin, who was in denial, took out a piece of paper from her backpack. It was a plan with lectures, written by the professors at the tower, which were about to begin. Understanding Elemental Magic. Grade Debutante Restricted, Advanced 5 credits. Lecturer Dekulin von Grahen Eucline, Dekulin's lecture. Although she didn't have an elemental attribute, that wasn't a reason not to sit in on it. In the first place, elements were the basis of all magic. Since ancient times, it has been said, know thy enemy and yourself, then you'll never lose, just you wait. Ifrin growled while staring at the syllabus. Rodeo Hall, that was the name of the university building I just gave a lecture in. It's the third largest building on the university grounds, built 10 years ago with the donations of the Euclines. Now I was walking out of the Rodeo Hall and onto the campus. Right now the students had vacation, so there were few of them around, so I thought about taking a walk around the campus. It's wide. The university was much larger than I expected. Also, the entire area was flat, and the gardens, playgrounds, various buildings, facilities, and the environment, including the streets, indeed looked similar to the American campus our team took as reference. First, I headed towards Dekulin's office. For your information, the top university in the game was the Imperial University, and the tower is one of the most important faculties. In Korea, the magic department would be the Department of Medicine at Seoul National University, and the tower would correspond to the Seoul National University Hospital. While I was walking around like that, I felt someone walking behind me. Was it an assassin? I was startled, but fortunately it was just the magician who was with me in the car, though I didn't exactly know who they were as they had their robes' hood pulled down. Was your name Zoro? What? Pardon. No, I'm Alan. I got confused. Ah, but Alan and Zoro aren't T. Yeah, I walked without saying a word. Then Alan suddenly said something. Professor, you look so picturesque walking like that. I should have brought a camera. You don't have to say things like that anymore. Rest assured. Oh, okay. I bet Dekulin ordered you to do that in the past. The tower, like any ordinary tower, was built high enough that it could be seen from anywhere on the campus, so I could see where it was while walking. I reached it quickly. Senior Professor, Dekulin von Grahen Eucline confirmed. Authentication completed. The magic tech door of the tower recognized my body and my iris and then opened by itself. As soon as I entered the tower lobby, there were many people who bowed to me. I greeted them and said something to Alan. Let's go to the office. Understood. Alan leapt forward and pressed the button on the lobby elevator. The floor number was 77. The monostone elevator arrived in 3 seconds. Senior Professor, Dekulin von Grahen Eucline. My office occupied almost half of this floor. It was such a wide and luxurious office. The interior was sparkling clean, the shelves were full of books, and the desk was filled with crystal beads, fountain pens, a diamond name plaque, an imperial professor's seal, golden wands, etc. I looked around this blinding place without any expression. What is this? As soon as I sat down in the office chair, I noticed a book on the desk. Its form and specifications were similar to a guest book. Oh, this is the sponsorship list for the new magicians this year. I opened the cover and scanned its contents. New magician debutante, Jalen 19. I got the gist of it as soon as I looked over it. The tower was seen as a research institute in this world. It was similar to Caltech or MIT back in my world, and research funds were indispensable. No, a magician needed even more money than some modern-day scientist or engineer. Astronomical amounts of resources are spent not only on developing practical, destructive, or useful magic, but also on basic food expenses, material expenses, etc. for the development of the magician themselves. As I was looking at that person, I titled my head. Some magicians' names were shining gold. I almost instinctively realized that they were names of beneficial people. Perhaps this was the result of the combination of man of great wealth and vision. Man of great wealth. Writing rares. Description: a born man of great wealth. If it comes to money making, you hold unrivaled intuition. The more information is given, the more accurate it is. Vision. Writing rares. Description: the power to intuitively see characteristics and such with your eyes. It is used in combination with other traits rather than on its own. The combination of a trait responding strongly to money-making opportunities and a trait that makes this visible to my eyes. In other words, just by looking at these magicians' names and scouting reports that analyzed their strengths and weaknesses, I could tell if they were worth money. This name seems familiar. New magician debutante, Ifrin Luna 17. Luna the woman had light gray hair and stared at the camera with jade eyes that seemed to want to defy the world. She was like a beautiful yet unfinished blade or a newborn beast, maybe like a young cheetah. I didn't model her, but I once heard in the company that Dekulin had a bad relationship with this named character. He's her father's enemy or something. Anyway, Luna's sponsorship amount remained 0. All the other new magicians got at least 10,000 elni. Why didn't this person get any sponsorship money? I asked Alan. Pardon, her name is Ifrin Luna. Then Alan shuddered. That person? What's wrong? Yes, it's okay, go ahead. All the other professors and investors from the tower saw the report. It's because of Deculling. Nodding my head, I looked over Luna's scouting report and found something rather surprising. Sponsorship, 10 million. Alan, do you know how much this school's food costs these days? Oh, the royal pork cutlet is about 3 elni. It's very delicious. I might try it later on, my apologies. It seemed like 1 elni was about 1,001. If so, then this child doesn't know much about the world. She requested a maximum of 10 million elni. 10 million elni, so about 1 billion won. Did she want to eat so much until her stomach burst? Even if it's called sponsorship, she would have to pay it back with interest. Sponsorship. I stroked my chin and pondered. This magician, Ifrin Luna, is Deculling's enemy. No, Deculling is that magician's enemy. However, no matter if they hold a grudge against this character called Deculling or not, if left like this, I or anyone else in my situation would end the same as him in the game. A villain's fate. Rating, description, the fate of a villain. The whole world wants you dead, but what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. A villain's fate, the so-called inevitable death. Deculling would die in various ways in the game. Whether his heart got pierced, got crushed, got shot by an arrow, got poisoned, he died in an explosion or something else, the fact didn't change that he died. Therefore, I had to make different choices. The original Deculling would never have made such a choice. But Alan, almost half of these people would hate receiving money from me, wouldn't they? I asked as such and looked at Alan's reaction. Alan shuddered and shook his head. Although he quickly denied it, he actually meant to say yes. I'll give it to them even if they don't like it. They wouldn't dare refuse my sponsorship. As I said that, I immediately became sad and checked many names. However, I put down anonymous under the sponsor column. If I wrote down my real name for no reason and they found out, it would definitely backfire. Alan, now go do your job. You understood. Alan answered quickly and left. He shouted louder than ever. Now that I was alone, I turned my chair back and looked out of the window. The view from the top floor was spectacular. Rays of sunlight filled the air and migratory birds swarmed around the clouds. These numerous wings that flitted between those particles of light seemed more free than anything else. In order to survive, I'll need a lot of money first. I mumbled quietly. The more money, the better. I have to save it up to save my life. Some of these bad relationships can be solved with money after all. Fortunately, that's not too hard because of the traits I have. I'm sure I'll get 10 times as much profit just by investing in the right magician. Even so, how should I act as time passes? Where should my existence head? After I've made money, what's next? There will be no end to the named characters who hate me, and they'll be the death of me without even really trying. For me to survive against them, I must have my own strength, my strength. That strength is, of course, related to wealth, but what I need is more intrinsic strength. What I need right now is fighting power. Fortunately, I knew this body's talents. Although his talent is mediocre, he certainly has the elemental attribute and the control type aptitude. He wasn't able to control all elements like Deculling boasted, but just 2, fire and earth. Also, this body had many traits I added. Among them was Mita's touch. Mita's touch. Writing unique. Description consumes the user's mana to unlock target's potential, increases the target's performance by the magic power consumed. If the target does not have any potential, it grants a special effect appropriate to the target's class. However, mana can only be given in units of thousands and can't be used repeatedly. It was higher rated than Man of Great Wealth. I picked up a fountain pen from the desk to experiment on it. Mana, 13, 15, 30, 375. My mana had also sufficiently recovered, so activating this trait became a desire in my heart. The power in my neck and temples got exhausted. That was it. There was no change to the outward appearance of this fountain pen, but there was certainly a change. It was a change that could only be confirmed through the system. Euclid fountain pen. Rating high rank. Class other writing tool, equipment weapon. Description: a fountain pen carved out of pure gold with a family crest on it. Midas touch increased its durability. Special effects: when used, writing skills seemed to improve. I spread out a white paper and tried to write something. It turned into calligraphy. In that case, after I put down the fountain pen, I thought about how to combine my traits and talents. Vision, Midas touch, understanding, control type, elemental, fire and earth. While I was actively comparing my traits and talents, understanding just triggered without my intentions. BZZZ. The electric current from my brain warmed my whole body. Instantly my hair stood on end and an idea flashed through my mind like lightning. Earth and fire. Through the combination of these two elements, metal is created. Also, Midas touch had the characteristic to strengthen said metal. As a magician, I could handle such metal with control-type magic. I won myself a sword. It's a grandiose sword, after all it's psychokinesis, although it's theoretically pretty awkward to use as my main force. The lack of talent, which is Deculling's weakness, can be reinforced with the quality of the metal. there aren't just steel alloys in this world. There were also fraudulent metals comparable to the mithril of legend, so if I make full use of my money, I should be fine. After I finished thinking, I looked up with satisfaction. Clearing this game is truly the answer. This one has to survive until the very end. Oh, what's with this tone? I tapped my lips. I also belatedly checked my sitting posture. My waist leaned straight against the back of the chair, the neck neatly rested on the neck rest, and the two arms raised on the armrest maintained a distinctive angle. Even such enormously formal actions were nothing but unconscious gestures to me. This naturalness was terrifying. Alan, are you there? I called Alan through the crystal ball. Yes, I'm coming. Stomp, stomp, stomp. I heard stomping footsteps and then Alan appeared. Yes, I'm here. I pitied Alan seeing him like that. Was this what graduate students were like on Earth? Maybe not. I shall call it a day. Borrow the books I have written down and return as well. Yes, understood. For some reason, I really seemed to dislike the idea of leaving work already, but I still wrote down the names of some books on a piece of paper. The first was on magic metals and the second was on control magic. Alan was confused because both books were of basic level, but soon after he bowed 90 degrees towards me and left. Prev next. We greet the master. Upon returning home, servants were already waiting for me on the court of the mansion. Shall we prepare dinner? After I got out of the car, I stood silently for a moment looking up at the sky. Sunset, the moon orbiting high up, clouds dyed in orange as if painted. It was indeed a fantastical scene. Master, it was the butler who held out his hand to take my coat. Okay. Yes, so would you like to eat? I'll skip it. As soon as I entered the mansion, I climbed the stairs and headed to my room. I didn't feel tired or stressed at all. Iron Man. Writing unique. Description: innate high physical constitution and temper. The physical potential deserves to be called supreme. However, as I was mentally fatigued, I still took a shower. As I had mysophobia, washing itself brought me happiness and rejuvenated me. After showering, I sat down on the reading chair located in the study. Then I took out one of the books on magic that I had Alan borrow for me, Foundation of Control Magic. Today I plan to multiply my mastery of control-type magic, psychokinesis, which was the closest related to my newly discovered weapon. Of course, as I wasn't born as Deculin, I didn't have any magical knowledge this guy may have built up. Thus, my base as a sorcerer was comparable to a wasteland. Nevertheless, the basis for my seemingly overwhelming confidence stems from my trait understanding. I opened the book in a steady manner. Introduction: the value and significance of control magic. There were only 4 topics mentioned in this thick book's table of contents: basic wind direction control, basic umbrella control, basic camouflage, and basic psychokinesis. Naturally, I immediately skipped to basic psychokinesis. For basic psychokinesis, understanding psychokinesis belongs to the non-mainstream magics. Of course, the control type is treated as minor among the 8, but nonetheless, it is well worth learning as a stepping stone to increase the sorcerer's capabilities. Now take a look at the following magic circle. I was dumbfounded by the content for a moment. They seemed like alien records to me. It's not exactly that, but on each page they disassembled and analyzed the magic circle for psychokinesis stroke by stroke. To paraphrase it, it seemed like complex Chinese characters were packed on the pages. Even the explanation and calculation of the amount of mana needed for one stroke and the flow of mana leading to the next stroke took up more than 10 lines per stroke, and the total amount was a little over 60 pages. Sure enough, will my understanding also apply to magic? Can I understand the operation of something as complex as that? I closed my eyes, faced with this uncertain situation. After turning a switch in my mind, I opened my eyes again. My vision turned blue. The lights in the room flickered and blinked like stars. In the midst of this world, spreading out in front of me like an impressionist painting, my focus was solely on the magic book. Both my eyes only looked at the described magic circle. At that moment, understanding activated. My mind was seething hot. This forced boost pushed through my whole body. So even beyond just boosting my hearing and seeing, my consciousness rose to higher levels. Psychokinesis. The magic circle rose from the book into the air. Curves and straight lines entangled with each other, forming something that looked like a talisman. My own magic power flowed along these subtle lines, appearing blue and brilliant. A ray of magical power that started from one point formed a line, filled the surface, and manifested magic. This was the magical manifestation of my understanding, a visualization of an image. A magic circle called psychokinesis formed, illuminating the mansion, and soon seeped into my head. By injecting magical power into an object, condensing it like a nucleus, it enables the magician's will to control said object. In other words, the magician controls the magic nucleus inside of the object and not the object itself. Thus, the key to this magic is to compress the size of the nucleus as much as possible and make the magic circuit that holds the object harden. I understood the principle behind psychokinesis and was able to memorize it in my brain. Ha! As soon as I stopped using understanding, I let out the breath I was holding back. My temples hurt and my eyes were swollen. I took out a fountain pen from my inner pocket and infused mana into it. Magical power permeated the fountain pen's interior, and like that I made this long, thin pen float with just my will. It worked. At this moment, the basic psychokinesis, which I couldn't understand a minute ago, I realized without having to think about old-fashioned magic circles or how to control my mana. That was proof that the complete magic was memorized in my brain. Once a fully understood magic is memorized in the brain, the memorized magic can be used at any time without having to formulate a magic circle. No, the brain unconsciously formulates them. This is called memorizing. This was the moment I got to experience firsthand what I only read in the settings once before. That's good and all, but I was still just moving a fountain pen with my will. If basic psychokinesis was just something of this level, even if I master advanced psychokinesis, I'd never reach the level of the Kai sword I'm imagining. Isn't it just non-mainstream magic? Isn't there any way to enhance its performance? Of course, with my limited talent, it was hard to do anything about this. While I was struggling to think of something, stroking my chin, I suddenly remembered a certain trick. If I engrave a magic circle all over my body, there were several major premises of this world's magic. Among them, the most prominent one is the larger the magic circle, the more powerful it is. If that's the case, if I'm able to comprehend my whole body using the characteristic understanding, I should be able to engrave a magic circle not only on just my brain, heart, or lower abdomen, but on my whole body. It's worth a try. Of course, it'll obviously put a greater burden on my body. There'll certainly be some unexpected side effects as well. So let's think this over one more time. This body, isn't it that of an Iron Man? That madness called memorizing magic using my whole body is only possible because of Iron Man in the first place. Ha phew. I was excited to try it out, but I calmed myself down with a deep breath. My remaining mana was 800. I was just going to taking a quick look anyway, so that should be enough. I activated understanding and let magic flow through my body. I felt an excruciating, intense pain. It felt as if my bones and muscles all over my body were getting crushed by a hammer, as if all of my muscles were getting twisted and torn apart. It was incomparable. Creak, crack. All these sounds were coming from my body. My joints were twisting and my heart was breaking down. At least that's how I felt. But even while getting baptized by this intense pain, this body didn't even let out a groan. It didn't even bite its lip. Even though it couldn't control the flow of its sweat, it never bent its waist even a bit. A highly consistent posture. A tenacious, unbending spirit. Grace. Acting with this false bravado bordering on madness and aristocratic ego, that's the most basic understanding of this character. I thoroughly controlled the mana within my body to run through my blood vessels. I attached my will to every part of my body through the flow of mana, my heart, muscles, bones, and intestines. This was to engrave the psychokinesis magic circle into my skin. Snap, as I heard the sound of something breaking, a sense of weakness settled in me. It was a failure. I exhausted my mana, so understanding got deactivated. I quickly opened my eyes. My whole body was burning with rashes, redness, and itching. Of course, I didn't scratch at it. That would go against my dignity. I'll do the rest later. Mana, 1375. It failed due to my lack of mana. It just ended up getting engraved a little around my shoulder. Fortunately, I didn't have to start from the beginning again just because I failed. In other words, this process worked through gradual understanding. To compare it to a game, even if you failed stage 2 after winning stage 1, you just start over from the start of stage 2 again instead of going back to stage 1 2 weeks. Neck, shoulders, arms, hands, belly, thighs, calves, feet. I roughly estimated how long it would take for 8 parts of my body, approximately 2 weeks for basic psychokinesis, for something of a higher level, like advanced psychokinesis, even longer. I got up from my chair, putting my thoughts together. I took a shower first because my whole body was soaked in sweat. I wiped my body with a natural body wash and lay on the bed with a robe on, pajamas. I felt like I was going to faint. My body wanted me to wear my pajamas. Sleeping in a robe was absolutely unacceptable. Fuck off. I didn't force myself to wear it. Since I'm Kim Woojin, not Dekulin, I won't be manipulated by some personality determined by code. I spent 2 weeks immersed in trying to understand magic in my own body. As a result, I memorized the magic basic psychokinesis on my whole body. It was like an invisible tattoo of a huge psychokinesis magic circle engraved on my skin. Float. There were 3 fountain pens floating like paper airplanes in the spacious living room. My psychokinesis limit was 10 fountain pens, 300 kg of pure metal. Considering that the specifications of psychokinesis described in the magic book was, the limit of basic psychokinesis is 30 kg if it matches well with the magician's own attributes, or if it's just a simple. This was a tremendous improvement. This isn't enough, considering it took 2 weeks, but it's satisfactory. Of course, only its performance has been amplified, but I was still far from mastering it. Rather, it was more difficult to master because its performance was superior. Although I was training as efficiently as possible with the help of understanding, I still had trouble writing with a fountain pen. I'd only be satisfied if I were able to draw a picture of Choi Min Hwan. https n Wikipedia, org wiki Choi Min Hwan. I'm done with the basics. I picked up Beginner Control Magic, Volume 1 from the desk. Here, the difference between basic psychokinesis and beginner psychokinesis lay in the number of lines, which were 18 more strokes. Basic psychokinesis was a magic consisting of 20 line strokes and 2 circles, but beginner psychokinesis had 38 line strokes and 3 circles. Of course, I only have to memorize 18 more strokes and not 38, as the basic form is the base for the beginner form and the strokes are extending out from it. However, this time the thickness of the line was creating problems. I'll do it later. The body needed time to recover, and if I immediately went to the beginner level without mastering basic psychokinesis, I obviously wouldn't be able to control it. Therefore, my next objectives were as follows. Basic Metal Magic Vol. 1. Basic Fire Magic Vol. 1. Basic Earth Magic Vol. 1. Magic books of these 3 properties. Among them, I could only learn magic compatible with the control type. This was an unexpected side effect, since the control-type magic psychokinesis had been engraved into my entire body. Learning magic that would contrast the control type would put a burden on my body. Well, it didn't really matter anyway. That guy was only talented in control-type magic. I guess this was also a type of choosing and focusing. Knock, knock. Just when I was about to open a book, someone knocked on the door. I retrieved the floating fountain pens and answered, "What's the matter? This is Roy." Magician Alan said he came to bring over some lecture materials. It meant that Alan came over. That's right. The first class of the semester would start 10 days later, next Thursday. I shall come out in a minute. I changed my clothes with psychokinesis. Well, I tried to change them, but my pants always kept floating towards my upper body, so I put it on myself. Going down to the first floor, I saw Alan and my servants putting down large boxes on the floor. Is this for my lecture? Yes, this is the summary for the first semester. I did it like every year. The eyes of Alan, who answered like that, were surrounded by dark circles. Though the reason why I felt sorry for him weren't these dark circles, but rather that bright face he had after completing his work. Good work. The other professors of the tower had as many as 20 or at least 5 people under them, while I only had Alan. This was entirely Deculin's fault. Okay, then I shall go back now. I grabbed Alan's robe while he was about to return. Eek, it's late. Have dinner before you go. Pardon, no, I. Eat before you go. I beckoned to my servant. Following that, the servant quickly led Alan to the dining hall. I'm really fine. It's fine, sit down. Even just the appearance of this dining hall seemed to have intimidated Alan into not being able to move from where he stood. Sit down. Okay, go ahead and eat. The meal was prepared quickly. This was a feast even to me. Alan was stunned for a moment, but then skillfully picked up the knife and fork. It's already very late, so stay here for the night. Pardon, no, I shall not have you refuse. Okay. 1 in the morning. In the silent study where one could only hear the second hand of the clock ticking, I was preparing for a lecture. Lecture summary, Deculin understanding elemental attribute magic. However, it took me a staggering amount of 3,500 mana to just understand half of the first lecture, and that was just the start. That meant that I had to spend about 1,000 mana per week for one lecture to proceed smoothly, though fortunately, what I grasp using understanding isn't easily forgotten. It would be a lot better if I just took out the useless parts. I performed censorship for the first time in my life. Alan only wrote down the essentials, and Boldy excluded those deemed too basic or useless in his summary. In fact, these unnecessarily fine details were added partly due to Deculin's uselessly serious nature. After writing up the plan for about an hour, I checked the schedule. It's in 9 days now, huh? It was past midnight, so there were only 9 days left until the start of the semester. Until then, as Professor Deculin, I had to cultivate some magical knowledge. I also had the trait Arrogant Grace. This trait would make listeners more focused on what I was saying and make it easier for them to understand. Of course, there was also the way of just quitting my professorship. That would be the most comfortable. However, Deculin was always a professor in the game. In other words, being a professor might be the prerequisite for the side quests and main quests. I shouldn't prematurely quit my job when I didn't even have a clue of what's going to happen. This should be enough. I folded my handwritten syllabus and put it in an envelope. For reference, Deculin's lecture was at full capacity with 150 students. It was popular because the lecture was given by a few senior professors of the imperial universities. Tower, a one-dimensional understanding of such topics tended to be inaccurate after all. A deeper understanding of such phenomena is needed. In that respect, the magic credits given by Deculin's lecture were just a meager 5 points. Since it was a combination of 3 lectures, it couldn't be unpopular even if the professor is a freaking jerk. Knock, knock. At 3 a.m., this week's Wizard's Journal was delivered. I shall leave it here. The butler knocked on the door and pushed a journal under the door. I brought it in using psychokinesis and read it. Wizard Journal New Year's Special. It was the most prestigious journal in the world of magic, the Wizard Journal. Looking at the cover, it seemed like the voice of a certain person was ringing in my ear. As players build their reputation, they'll be listed in this journal. Little things like this are what makes this game fun. Woojin, if you start out as a magician, wouldn't you feel proud of your achievements if you read about them in something like this? It was a memory that made me feel nostalgic for some reason. Because of that, I could still remember that I was Kim Woojin. Let's see if that's really possible. I grinned and opened the journal. Rookie Magician of the Year. First, the Rookie of the Year section stood out to me. This setting was explicitly put in by the company as they were aiming for Game of the Year. Award, Sylvia von Jousepin Iliade Attribute, Origin Main Type, Specialized. Sylvia, who took over the Iliade family at the age of 17, has 3 colors of origin in her heart, red, blue, and green. These 3 primary colors are also called realization of miracles. By mixing these origin colors together, anything can be achieved. Therefore, Sylvia can create everything as long as her mana is enough. Her reputation of being of natural noble character is by no means a lie. I was aware of that name. A blonde beauty with the trait woman of great beauty and successor of the Iliade family, which is equal to the Euclid family. The status of the Euclids is still subtly higher, but that difference will gradually widen due to this character named Sylvia. I turned the pages and looked for something on Deculin. Deculin. As I was looking around for my name like this, I found a fairly large section. He stood out in the field of elemental magic from an early age, and after graduating from the academy, became the youngest senior professor in the history of the Imperial University Tower. However, presently, now that he has reached his mid-30s, he has yet to show any further achievements. He's still immersed in the magic study he declared 3 years ago. Now should be his time to show his worth and new achievements. If I were the original Deculin, I would have immediately contacted the journal's editorial office. What kind of bullshit are these journalists writing? They're right. However, the Wizard's Journal wasn't something money or family prestige could affect. Furthermore, even if some of Deculin's personality traits got transmitted to me, I was still Kim Woojin. I was ignorant and rather carefree about magic. I didn't really feel pressured to perform well. I also had no pride in what I do. People tend to become irritated if they covet more than their own means. I just want to survive long enough to get an understanding of this game. It's already 4 o'clock. When I looked at the clock, I noticed that it was 4 in the morning, so I headed for bed. Like that, I was laying in bed before I opened my eyes again. It was 6 a.m. The performance of Iron Man was really astonishing, but that wasn't always a good thing. I want to sleep for at least 6 hours. It was always so early when I woke up. Only the shy first rays of the sun were touching the ground, the glow slowly flowing into the room. This languid scenery was peaceful and sleep-inducing, but I couldn't fall asleep even if I wanted to. My mind was fully awake after all. Sleepiness and tiredness simply melted away after just a few hours of sleep. For me, who was trapped in this game, 22 hours to spend in a day was way too much time. The lecture would start this Thursday, but I already went to the tower on Monday. I intended to use the tower's magic training room for employees. Senior Professor Deculin, permission granted. Training was quite simple. You only had to solve a given stage, like a mini-game, using magic, that's all. Players gain bonus traits when they clear the last stage. Maybe that system will also apply to me as well. Also, the magic used here is treated similarly to the real world, so you might be able to grasp one's magic's aura. It's me, Deculin, confirmed. Please select the type of magic you want to train in. I chose the control type psychokinesis magic. Several dots appeared mid-air. The dots intertwined and moved intricately. Level 1, manipulate objects with psychokinesis to pierce the dots. That was easy enough. I lifted the dagger from my inner pocket using my psychokinetic powers. The dagger beautifully swam through the air, piercing the dots. I finished level 1 in about 2 minutes. Level 2 doubled the amount of dots, so it took me 5 minutes. Level 3 didn't conjure dots, but illusory butterflies, 15 minutes. Level 4 conjured a swarm of illusory bees that swarmed around everywhere, 40 minutes. For the next hour, I struggled against a swarm of ants at level 5 before I quit. It's hard, although it does feel satisfying. I used up 2,500 mana. Now that I had done this, I should have grasped the aura to some level. Checking magic aura, Deculin von Euclid. Every magician's magic had an aura, or simply put, a personality. For example, violent, provocative, explosive, calm, undulating, manipulative, cunning, subdued, composed, tranquil, etc. This aura usually resembles the magician's character, which seems to be a minor setting, but it was surprisingly important. Why was it similar to aptitude? In that sense, my magic aura would be. Let's see. Graceful aura. Oh, simply put, this means that the use of magic itself is imbued with grace and dignity. It fits really well. I laughed out in exasperation. In many ways, this was an aura that suited Dekulin very well. Professor 2. Thursday, March 20th, year 958 of the Imperial Calendar. Level 9 clear. Congratulations. No higher levels available. I focused on training until the day of the lecture. I just cleared the stage while only using basic psychokinesis, and as a reward, I got a bonus trait. Psychokinesis Master Common, the result of intense training. Increases performance of psychokinesis by 11 and reduces mana consumption by 11. I sat on my office chair and looked at the clock. It was 10 a.m., the lecture started at 3 p.m. I had plenty of time and I didn't have to get to the class early today either. I had to wait until 330 and just show up when Alan gives me the signal, that's all. What we ambitiously prepared was the so-called the first lesson is self-study tactic. The third floor of the university's magic tower, Ifrin sighed in front of the Class A classroom. Who? Dekulin was in there. Moreover, she had to be in the same space as Dekulin and listen to his lecture. That was painful in itself, but would Dekulin remember what happened in that lecture a month ago? No, didn't he forget my last name in the first place? Luna, the last name of the magician he killed. If the target of her revenge didn't even remember that name, then she'd probably be even angrier. She'd probably go mad. So what was she supposed to do? Did she have to go to the trouble of reminding him of his evil deeds? That kind of tension was strangling her. Ifrin, what are you doing standing here? Hearing someone's words, Ifrin woke up from her thoughts. A female classmate wearing a robe was looking at her with a smirk. Oh, I'm a little nervous. Go on ahead. Indeed, me as well. I searched for information on Dekulin on the Ouija board and it said that he was very strict. Still, he's pretty handsome. Ifrin, who was standing next to her classmate walking and muttering, saw another woman approaching from the hallway, and for a moment she was speechless. Oh. With every step she took, her well-maintained blonde hair fluttered about seeming like a golden stream. The scent of roses seemed to waft from her elegant gestures, which flowed softly, sophisticated, and naturally without revealing her thrones. She was part of the class of people whose bloodline itself was recognized as dignity itself. Even in the pyramid of hierarchy among the nobles, she was on a particularly high layer. A woman from the Iliad family, considered one of the most noble bloodlines in the empire. Sylvia von Yosipin Iliad. She already knew that that lofty young miss was a role model for many, but Ifrin took an openly combative stance. She glared at her and licked her lips with her tongue. Ifrin looked down on Sylvia. It wasn't just simply feelings of inferiority. Theirs was a long-lasting and tough relationship. The Luna family has been the lord of Juhal, part of the territory of the Iliad since ancient times. It was like saying they were relatives a long time ago. However, 10 years ago, before she was even 8 years old, Gilthian, the head of the Iliads, looked at her. She could vividly remember that look in his eyes. She remembered their act of besieging their mansion with the territorial troops to deal with them like difficult to dispose of garbage. She remembered that voice that sounded like they were speaking to some lowly thing, all because they feared her and her father's talents. However, this wasn't their territory. This was the magic tower and she wasn't young anymore. When it comes to talent, she wasn't in any way inferior to those bastards pretending to be the world's greatest nobles. Above all, the magicians of the tower didn't have castles or families. They were only recognized by their given name and their talents. Therefore, Sylvia only glanced at Ifrin and went straight inside. There wasn't even a hint of an expression on her face. There were no emotions in her eyes, completely blank. It was as if she didn't even know a person called Ifrin at all. Scratch. Ifrin, who was the only one standing there with a heavy expression, awkwardly scratched the back of her neck before going in. And then she was perplexed. It wasn't a classroom, but a spacious gym. The ceiling was incredibly high, and there were wells, trees, dirt, sand, gravel, and piles of iron on the ground. Wow, Professor Dekulin's class was supposed to be like this. That's interesting. I know, right? There was nothing about this on the YZ boards. Maybe it's because it's our first class. Unlike Ifrin, who was only perplexed, the other magicians were half surprised and half curious. Oh guys, look at this. One of them pointed somewhere. There was a sign stuck in the middle of this space. The professor wants to measure your skills as the first class. This place is full of elements. You can do anything you want by yourself. After approaching it and checking its content, Ifrin frowned. What is this? What were they supposed to do here? Whatever that is, how were they supposed to do it on their own? However, the other magicians seemed to be familiar with this strange situation. There must have been a lot of classes like this at the academy, I didn't know about that because I taught myself. Oh, maybe. Suddenly, the person next to her muttered as if they had realized something. She glanced over and it was someone named Jeharan, the son of a famous magician. Ifrin sneaked up to him. What is it? What do you think it is? Huh, ooh, I think it's something like this. Jeharan touched the pavement. Then water and soil congealed around his hand, rose into a long and slender shape. It was a mud tower. It told us to try anything. And this class is called Understanding Elemental Attribute Magic. So wouldn't that mean to make something out of the elements available? It's about handling pure elements. Oh, that could be it. The majority of the magicians, including Ifrin, agreed with Jeharan's words. In the first place, this lecture's name was Understanding Elemental Attribute Magic. That'll be easy then. Ifrin crossed her arms and grinned. Should I make a statue, or should I make a tower? They could do anything. Ifrin habitually fiddled with her bracelet hanging on her wrist. It was an artifact her father gave her as a gift one day. Now it has become the attribute of the magician named Ifrin, the so-called vessel, the most restrictive and most colorful attribute. As long as he had this bracelet close to her, she could freely manipulate all elements. I've decided. Ifrin, contemplating which element to choose, sat down near a pile of metal. As she squatted down to prepare her magic, someone patted on her back as they passed by her. Ack, what the hell? After almost tumbling onto the metal, she looked back. It was Sylvia. She left Ifrin behind like she would a piece of trash on the side of a road. How ridiculous. Why did you hit me? Do you have no eyes or are your feet too freaking big? Ifrin pouted and grumbled to herself. Then whimpering, she picked up the pieces of metal and gathered them in one place. Phew, it's heavy. She shook her hands and put them on it. She took a breath to prepare her body. Then with her eyes closed, she released her mana. BRZZZZT. It flew around like sparks. Before her hands, her bracelet glowed blue. Bua. A small, ugly tower rose from the ground. It had been only 3 years since she started magic again, so she was lacking in every way. Still, as a demonstration, that was enough. Now that I have the base, let's make it as big as possible. It was at that moment. Suddenly, the size of the tower she had begun to build began to shrink and got sucked somewhere. Where is it going? She tried to block it with her hands, but it didn't work. Ifrin simply stumbled after the fleeing remains of her tower. Sylvia. She was absorbing her tower as materials to create a statue. At that moment, a fake laugh leaked out of her mouth. I wanted to dismantle it anyway, so why is she like that? Excuse me, what are you doing? I made that just now, didn't I? Ifrin strode over to her and spoke as such. Sylvia just looked at her and blinked a few times. Then she replied in a languid voice, I made a mistake. It was so small I thought it was scrap metal. Pardon? Ifrin's forehead wrinkled. Did she eat something wrong? No matter how much my tower looked like scrap metal, it doesn't look like that. Wait a minute. A thought flashed through her mind, then she smiled triumphantly as if she understood something. Oh, Sylvia. You know me, right? Sylvia didn't answer and just looked up at the tower she made. From an objective point of view, it was far superior to Ifrin's. Knock, knock, someone home, you know me. Why are you pretending that you don't? Only then did Sylvia's gaze shift to Ifrin. There were no emotions hiding behind these eyes. No, she just pretended there were none. Ifrin grinned, covering her mouth with one hand. Her curved eyes resembled those of a fox. Aha, I see now. Are you afraid of me catching up to you? I had to leave 7 years ago and only started learning 3 years ago. In the meantime, you must have received elite education from high-ranking magicians, and now you're scared. Sylvia looked at Ifrin without a word. Her gaze was even heavier than before. Although she didn't reveal her emotions, her eyes seemed to gleam a little darker while resting on Ifrin. Sylvia's moist lips twisted as an emotionless voice flowed out. I don't know you. What do you mean you don't know me? Why would you lie? You've been talking informally to me. Why would you talk down to me if you don't know me? I don't know you, but your father. What? For a moment, Ifrin thought she misheard. Your father. Did she just say your father? That arrogant one. That useless nobleman. He's dead, he's dead. She didn't have any fluctuation in her intonation while saying this. A voice that sagged low like a corpse, as if dealing with an inanimate creature, something that wasn't alive in the first place. It held more than disdain or contempt. Disregard. Something snapped in Ifrin's head. Sylvia turned around, but Ifrin's bracelet was already filled with mana. When Ifrin, enraged, reached out to Sylvia, the mana turned into the shape of a ring. Oh, behind. Sylvia turned her head at someone's shout. The torrent of magic was intensifying. Sylvia, however, simply blocked it by releasing her mana. Two magic powers collided and canceled each other out. Toi, hey you bitch, what did you say just now? Say that again, would you? Ifrin spat out some sand and saliva that gathered in her mouth and swore. This was judged as the worst attitude one could assume in this world. Seeing that familiar figure of rolling up her robe sleeves, Sylvia looked at her as if saying, that is so like you. What insolence? Insolence. Don't you know that the tower doesn't care about someone's identity? No, do you want me to show you something even more insolent? Even Sylvia might not have expected what happened next. Ifrin ran up to Sylvia in an instant and grabbed her by the hair. Punch. Looking at her, head held in her hands, Sylvia said indifferently, let go before I cut your hands off. Do it then. Hey bitch. Their conversation was very bloody, but strangely the people around them weren't interested in them at all. Hey, that one. Rather, they were causing even more uproar and commotion. Kayak, Uak, people screaming and sprinting away resounded loudly. Only then did Sylvia and Ifrin look back. A void occurred at the place where the two magic powers collided, a hole where both magic powers intertwined. It functioned like a vanishing point, sucking in the soil, wood, wells, stones, and metals scattered everywhere. What is that? Inside the cramped hole, things were smashed into pieces. The wood, stone, and soil sublimated through the frictional heat. The metal, however, remained in its form and turned red hot. Explode. It's going to explode. Run away. The mana that compressed and contracted into a single point would explode at some point, tearing up even the metal. If that void burst, the metal would shoot out like bullets flying through the entire space. The magicians, who foresaw this disaster, quickly made barriers. Kriak, an ominous sound that was similar to something getting torn out, echoed, the cry of metal getting crushed. Then a huge explosion raged through the area. Ifrin closed her eyes tightly. The barrier that she ejected from her bracelet wrapped around her whole body. She prayed and trembled like a newborn chick. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Whoosh. A strong wind blew, and then it just stopped. That was all. No matter how long she waited, the shock that she was preparing for didn't happen. Ifrin, who was trembling, slowly opened her closed eyes as she found this situation quite strange. Her whole body was stiff from the shock. A sharp piece of metal was floating right in front of her retina, but it was truly bizarre. It just stood in mid-air without any movement. What is this? It wasn't just at one place either. It was like this everywhere. The torn metal floated as if gravity had disappeared, like stones floating in space. They were just floating around. A belated calm spread through that agonizing chaos, and magicians, whose hearts nearly stopped, simply looked around the area. No one was saying anything. Complete silence with a total absence of sound. It was a world where metal fragments, which were shot around as the result of a mana explosion, were floating around like clouds. This miracle, which couldn't be explained by simple words, was indeed magical. Did you do this? Ifrin asked Sylvia. However, Sylvia showed some expressions on her face for the first time ever since she saw her today. Question, wonder, and surprise. Psychokinesis? That can't be. Who'd be able to stop so many objects with just psychokinesis? Right, I was just saying. As it was such a mysterious sight, the magicians were all interested in this phenomenon. They were so completely immersed in the analysis of this magic that they quickly forgot about the dire situation they were in before. When they tried to look into that metal, tap it, and instill it with mana. Do not move from your spot. No one. A certain frosty voice echoed through the area. The veiled, sharp tones sliced through all the magicians. Step, step. It was followed by the daunting sound of footsteps. Gulp. The magicians swallow their saliva at the sudden appearance of this oppressive presence. There was cold sweat on their backs. It was as if tree roots bound their entire lower body. Attention. A single word controlled 150 magicians all at once. There was one place everyone turned to. It was towards the professor in charge of this lecture, who suppressed this situation in a flash. It was Deculin. You have done something rather foolish. He looked at the magicians like a bird of prey, wearing his tailored suit like always. These sharp blue eyes seemed to grab the hearts of the newbies. It was then, flutter. Countless metal pieces lined up after each other, floating beautifully as if they were alive, dancing about, before they all fell down behind the professor. Even to the last moment, Deculin didn't lift a single finger. Wow, Yua! Instinctive exclamations burst from various places. Even Ifrin, who hated Deculin, couldn't help but admit it. His magic was graceful. It was more than graceful, it was artistic. Ordinary people may think of it as some kind of pretty magic, thinking he might have put in some effort or something. The magicians, though, who studied and were taught, could feel it. It was terrifyingly serious, chillingly beautiful control magic. It was enough to make their heart ache and wonder, will I ever reach that level? I shall stop the lecture now. Only those who have caused this commotion shall remain. The rest of you may leave. The exhilaration quickly subsided. Everyone bowed in front of Deculin's wrath-mixed dignity. What's going on? I could feel a lot of magic energy. It was the board chairman. The board chairman ran around and looked inside the classroom. That was the moment Ifrin realized that she had been fucked. The basement of the tower, the disciplinary committee's meeting place, felt so cold as if it were gnawing at one's flesh. In this place where the discipline of the University Magic Tower was exercised, a total of 7 members in charge of said disciplinary actions of the magicians gathered, and the subject of disciplinary actions would sit on the other side of the invisible glass waiting for their punishment. Why did these two fight? I don't know yet. The first seat, that is, the highest seat, belonged to the board chairman, and I could see 2 people through the glass from the second seat next to it. Why don't you know? I don't know because I didn't ask. Oh, right. Ifrin, who was brought to the disciplinary committee, just bowed her head and wiggled her fingers. Sylvia, on the other hand, seemed rather confident and calm. This situation was entirely caused by the fight between these two. However, Sylvia was the heir to the Iliad family, and Ifrin was just a fallen noble with nothing to her name, so it wasn't hard to see what the disciplinary committee would do. Ah, Chairman, Senior Professor de Kuling, you're already here. The door opened and the other disciplinary committee members arrived one after the other. I can't believe this happened in the first class. I'm very sorry, Professor de Kuling. The skinny man with his head down is Professor Letran of the Spirit Department, and the silent one in the robe was probably Professor Fesley in charge of the dormitory, and the rest. A total of 7 were gathered here. Really now. Some strange girl dared to touch the rookie magician of the year. As soon as Leline sat down on the chair, he stared at Ifrin. Letran had a similar look in his eyes. Quite right. Apparently she didn't even go through the academy. Fortunately, these words didn't reach Ifrin. Although we could see Ifrin, she couldn't see us. Still, I heard that Senior Professor de Kuling did a good job handling this situation. Leline looked at me with furtive eyes. I didn't have the energy to respond to that flattering remark. It's not that I don't want to answer, I was just exhausted. Even now, I was barely holding on with my willpower. I used up all my mana, even squeezing more out than that, to stop that situation. The professor in charge would be in trouble if someone got hurt because of his negligence. That's right, it seems like I underestimated our Professor de Kuling a bit. Still, Professor de Kuling is a magician of the monarch rank. A debutante wouldn't be able to beat someone like him even if there were 100 of them. You are absolutely right. The board chairman and Leline chatted as such. I stared at Ifrin without saying a word. Naturally, my brows were furrowed. Even so, Professor de Kuling. Don't be too angry. I shall figure something out. Leline seemed to have misunderstood my expression as anger, but that's not what it meant. A strange air was rising from the cowering Ifrin. A thin, ominous gas that spreaded like water vapor. I frowned to get a closer look at this strange phenomenon. If my guess is right, then that was the visual manifestation of another trait fate of a villain that was only visible to me due to the trait vision. The whole world wants me dead. The predestination of her murder, that is, the death flag that Ifrin would one day kill me, was now clearly revealed to me by vision. So now that we're all here, let's start the disciplinary committee meeting regarding debutante magician Ifrin and Sylvia. No, how dare you fight inside the classroom, with magic no less. If it weren't for Senior Professor de Kuling, people would have gotten hurt, you ignorant fools. The disciplinary committee was fierce from the start. One could only see silhouettes through the glass, but Ifrin knew that shape and voice. Professor Leline. In yesterday's class, he seemed like a very kind professor, but right now, as he was angry, he seemed very scary. So what was the reason for your fight? Leline asked. Ifrin glanced at Sylvia next to her. That bitch swore my father out. No, didn't I swear at her more? It wasn't such a rude insult. But whatever it was, she couldn't say anything because de Kuling was right next to Leline. In fact, even if he weren't there, I wouldn't say anything. The thing about her father, she didn't want to talk with anyone about that, even more so as an excuse to avoid disciplinary actions. I can't tell you. What? Are you joking with me right now? Professor Leline's face was distorted. No, it's just. Then tell me, why did you fight? Was it because you felt inferior? Ifrin kept her mouth shut and bowed her head. Leline, who was wheezing, now looked at Sylvia next to her. Sylvia, then you give us an answer. During class, I accidentally destroyed this girl's results. That led to an argument. What? You created this situation for that reason. Isn't it fully that ignorant fool's fault then? Hey, do you have anger control issues? I don't even remember your name. Ifrin clenched her fists. She had the taste of blood spreading in her mouth. It might have come from her lips, which she bit too hard. Is that so? Well, I think it has almost been decided. Professor de Kuling, don't you have anything to say about this? It was your class. The chairman called the name of the person she hated the most, de Kuling. She could feel de Kuling's gaze penetrating through the glass. Ifrin's heart pounded heavily. Whether he knew her or not, she had no other choice but to resign herself now. Eyed de Kuling as a senior professor and the tower's disciplinary committee member. She felt like her whole body was falling into a deep, dark well, the agony of drowning alive. She'll ask Sylvia a question, however it was strange. For some reason, the subject of the interrogation seemed to be Sylvia, not her. What was your fault in this situation? Ifrin, who was sinking to the bottom, quickly raised her head and blinked. Flustered, Sylvia licked her lips. I shall ask again. In that situation, did you really do nothing wrong? It was an unexpected development. A number of questions filled Ifrin's head. I was sure de Kuling was going to attack me, though. Why is he questioning Sylvia all of a sudden? Oh, no way. He's doing it as a Eucline, not as de Kuling, to keep the Iliad family's heir in check. But why? Anyone can see that this is my fault, right? Sylvia, I'm sure you were capable of preventing this situation. De Kuling's unique, cool, straight voice sounded. However, you did not. Did you wait for someone to get hurt because of the magic explosion? A small crack appeared on Sylvia's blank expression. That mask she wore from the start of the meeting, which seemed like a thick sheet of ice, was slowly breaking. Or was that the extent of your abilities everyone was looking forward to? Cracks, once formed, quickly led to destruction. She lowered her head to hide her slightly biting her lips. I'm sorry. I could have prevented it, but didn't. It was my malice-wishing magician Ifrin's fault to grow bigger. Then she just obediently accepted her mistake. Huh, a stupid sound dropped out of Ifrin's mouth. Situation I was barely able to understand has become chaotic again. What's with her? I could have prevented it, but didn't. However, Senior Professor DeCuling. It wouldn't be her fault for defending against that attack, now would it? Whoever attacked first is at fault. Professor Leline urgently stepped in. Then DeCuling tilted his head and glanced at him. If you want to use a narrative like that, then wouldn't this situation be my fault as I organized the lecture in the first place? Professor Leline, do you want to blame me? What? And no, I don't think so, be clear. The firm, eloquent voice reverberated throughout the interrogation room. Ifrin and Sylvia swallowed their saliva without realizing. Tack, tack. Leline, frightened, clacked his teeth a few times, then fumbled before he shook his head. No, no way. It was just that unsavory. I set up the environment for the purpose of the lecture. I have not given any direction as to what to do in it as well. So even if there was a quarrel, one could see it as part of the class content. It was just sophistry. However, the faculty, crushed by DeCuling's prestige, did not dare to refute. The chairman, the only one who would have been able to fight back, was just sitting back and seemed like she was enjoying the show. Therefore, the word unsavory might as well be an insult to my class, but I have to admit that it has led to a dangerous situation. At that point, no matter how hard she thought, no matter how much she wanted to deny it, no matter how hard she tried to understand it, Ifrin couldn't help but admit it. DeCuling was. No, that DeCuling was defending her. However, if we take out the risk from magic, what would remain of it? Besides, they are just debutantes of the tower. Whether DeCuling knows my father or not, I was sure that I'd get expelled. The DeCuling I know would certainly have pushed for that. Ifrin looked at him, feeling that she couldn't understand him. Rather than trying to cover up meaningless errors and wrongdoings, and killing their spirit by threatening them, I believe 'tis the duty of a great magician to teach the depth of experience so that they can experience these kinds of situations inside the tower, so that they can maintain their dignity outside. What do you think, Professor Leline? AI, ego. Of course, you're absolutely right. As expected of Senior Professor DeCuling, with but only a few simple words I have been completely persuaded. You are right, the professors agreed. If DeCuling was that proactive, everyone couldn't help but agree with him. Even if DeCuling wasn't a professor, he'd still be the esteemed Count Eucline, but they were nothing but professors. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause that didn't fit the situation at all filled the interrogation room. Anyone who'd seen this would think they held a concert here. Hume, that sounds good. I, too, still remember the old days. Almost got suspended by a professor back then as well. The board chairman also smiled and nodded. So what are you guys doing? Aren't you going to go back? Yes, the bewildered Ifrin asked without knowing who the other party was. What do you mean, yes? You heard everything, right? There will be no disciplinary actions taken. Kids like you grow by fighting after all, but there won't be a next time. Hearing that, Sylvia jumped out of her seat. She left without looking back. However, Ifrin didn't do that. She just blankly stared through the window. Now, let us go as well. I thought it would be a waste of time, but I was glad to know that Professor DeCuling cared so much for the new magicians. Before the frozen Ifrin, the professors of the disciplinary committee stood up. They left one by one. Ifrin, who had just been sitting there watching, soon came to her senses and shouted loudly. The other professors just glanced at her, but there was only one silhouette. Only the person presumed to be DeCuling looked at her. Then Ifrin told him, "There's something I want to tell you." A faint laugh that seemed almost inaudible. It was extremely attractive, although it shouldn't be perceived as attractive. At that time, it was you in that lecture hall. Ifrin shuddered at these words. She immediately got cold feet. It felt like her lips were going to dry up. However, she followed through without much hesitation. "There's something I want to ask." The thing Ifrin wanted to ask. "Do you remember the last name Luna? Do you know my father? Do you know the man who took his own life 3 years ago? But if she were to ask that, he'd probably ignore her as well. As Ifrin was hesitating again like this, DeCuling just cut the conversation off. "You don't need to ask." At that moment, Ifrin came back to her senses. It was as if icicles fell down on top of her head. "You're talented, so don't waste your talents as you please." He left these words behind. She couldn't catch him this time. She was left in just an empty interrogation room. In this space, left alone, Ifrin, who was brooding over DeCuling's words, was convinced. He knows me, my father. Therefore, this was just simple pity, just a tiny bit of compassion. He felt some guilt over my father's death, so he helped me. Ifrin felt her heart twist in anger over that matter, and while she was sad and confused about the situation, she wasn't even able to refuse said pity in the end. She was relieved, though. That's enough. If you haven't forgotten, that's enough for now. After wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes and vigorously wiping the tip of her red nose, Ifrin left the interrogation room meanwhile. Turning around, DeCuling swallowed a sigh of relief. Destiny of a villain, overcoming death flags. Store currency +2. I successfully broke a death flag and obtained store currency. As expected, it was the right choice to side with Ifrin. Of course, there was an unintentional twist to this. Sylvia might hold a grudge against her over this incident after all. I was going to come out with that textbook saying, "You're wrong and she's also wrong," but in broad terms, it's nobody's fault, but I didn't think Sylvia would so readily admit to her faults. But what should I've done? I had to put out that fire to my feet then and there. There could have been a better way. Nevertheless, it was still regrettable. It was also because of Deculin's uselessly stubborn personality, and his understanding didn't apply to human relationships at all. However, Deculin soon shook off Kim Woojin's mindset and left the interrogation room. Slavia was sitting on a bench on the school campus, thinking. Quietly closing her eyes, she rewinded the event 3 hours earlier in her mind. At that time, she clearly extinguished Ifrin's magic power that had attacked her, but in its place, she planted her own trap magic. She cleverly manipulated her magic to create a vortex as if Ifrin's and her own magic had collided. In fact, it was designed to respond to only Ifrin's magic power. Of course, it wasn't at a level that it would cause casualties, and if it did, she was going to help with the Iliad's financial resources. Therefore, there only should have been one victim. That would have been just Ifrin Luna. He knew, Deculin obviously knew. He was already aware of her trick. So instead of saying that it was Sylvia's handiwork, he twisted it and said, Sylvia didn't stop even though she could. In that instant, Deculin had asked her to comply. It was an unmistakable threat. How? Sylvia's only question was how. She could say with confidence that there were no magical observatory recordings of the classroom. They've already been carefully manipulated after she viewed the whole thing. In that case, the absurdity that Deculin had inferred the whole story with just his own insight and intelligence. Beep beep, the horn broke her line of thoughts. Sylvia looked towards the sound's origin. A car was parked on the side of the road. The window went down and a familiar face appeared. Darling, that's where you were. He had blonde hair and golden eyes that resembled Sylvia's. The head of a noble magician who had inherited the bloodline of the Iliad family more clearly than anyone else, a high-ranking magician of the Esprit rank and the proud father of Sylvia, Glython von Ludwig Iliad. I heard the whole story. Get in, yes, Sylvia plopped inside her father's car, Prev next. So that's what happened. Evening, dusk had already descended upon the earth. Sylvia was driving back to her mansion with Gilthian. The steering wheel was in her father's hands, who enjoyed driving while she looked out of the window from the passenger's seat. Darling, did you do it on purpose then? Sylvia nodded silently at her father's question. Do you hate that girl? She has nothing, so what should I hate about her? Good. She's a talented kid, but it's already too late for her. After giving her that advice, Gilthian suddenly remembered some events from a long time ago. 10 years ago, on the day of the Academy's entrance exam. The day 2 people with the making of an archmage were found in the Iliad Estate's aptitude test. Normally one would have broken out in cheers, but the problem was that one of them was Sylvia and the other was a Luna. They had been a long-standing affiliate of the Iliads, but now too much time had passed and the families were estranged. Also, a certain problem would inevitably occur when there was more than one person with overflowing talent, competition. She's already behind in the race, so you don't have to worry about her. Just ignore her. The magic world of this continent had a long-standing tradition. No matter what the type or attribute, there were only 3 people who could be recognized as archmages in one generation. As the standards were so great, 2 positions had been vacant for nearly 30 years, but one position would definitely be occupied by the chairman, so if Sylvie rose to the remaining position, Luna wouldn't be able to fill it, and if the opposite happened, Sylvia would be eliminated. Of course, on the surface, conflicts between families were rampant and there were many incidents, but that was the most decisive reason why Gilthian rejected Luna's magical talent. Gilthian said quietly, however, darling, be careful of Deculin. He isn't a very docile character. When he was young, he was called a prodigy. He's stagnating now, but he could take off at any time. I'm just reducing the size of my talent by being sold to some woman. I know, I've already been caught by that professor. He got something on me. Haha, it said that a tiger doesn't father a dog as well. Gilthian laughed, but Sylvia grabbed the hem of her robe around her knee. She still had doubts. How the hell did he know? If possible, she would have liked to ask him personally. Seeing his daughter's complexion, Gilthian pulled over. We've already arrived. I've finally been able to take a drive with my daughter after much hard work, but I'm dissatisfied with this short duration. Darling, how about your father takes you out shopping like in the old? I'll go now, what? Sylvia opened the car door and got off. Gilthian, who pretended to cry, spoke again as soon as she set foot on the ground. Darling. He had his mouth pulled into a smile, but his eyes were serious. The whole Iliad family is behind your back. Sylvia looked up to Gilthian. In her father, who stared at her with his golden eyes similar to hers, Sylvia saw herself. Don't lose your confidence just because of this. If he turns against you, I shall personally behead him no matter who he is. Hurry up and go back to the estate. Mother is waiting. Kahum, that's rather cruel, I got it. Gilthian swiped away his hair in bewilderment while Sylvia entered the mansion. Master, master, are you all right? I've heard the rumors. The housekeeper who came running had a worried face. I'm fine. It all got settled. I'll eat dinner a little later. Oh, that's a relief. Then I'll send your meal to your room later. Yes. Sylvia trudged to her room, changed into her pajamas, and laid down on her bed. Flop. Her soft blonde hair spread out on her bed sheet like a fan. Deculin, disturbed, Sylvia muttered softly. Today, Professor Deculin really saw through me. His magic insight and observational skills were never to be taken lightly. I had bad luck as well. He wouldn't have been a senior professor if he weren't talented. This was clearly due to my negligence. 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 Yes, negligence. Nevertheless, today's events were filled with questions for Sylvia. Sylvia never showed emotions to anyone. She neither gave away her heart to anyone nor did she accept anyone else's, so she couldn't explain today's situation even though it was her. Why me? Do you hate that girl, Ifrin Luna, and her father? Why do you dislike me? She's a pure-blooded noble who doesn't lack anything, never fails to get what she wants, and even her talent was considered to be the highest in all of the 500-year-long history of the Iliad family. She was the most perfect masterpiece that sprung from the supreme noble family called Iliad. It was then that she whispered a question in her mind. That's why you can't let your guard down. Her eyes were filled with mana. Her pure golden iris burned like the sun. Eternal immortality, the rank eternal that only the ones on the apex of the magic world could rise to. The name of the person who reached said level will be engraved in the continent's history and bestowed with the title Archmage. In addition, from the top of the floating island that not even the emperor could touch, one was able to aloofly overlook everything. Not her father, not her own family, she wants to be the only one to hold that place. No, that seat of power was already half in her hands. She was sure that she'd definitely make it. Not as Sylvia of the Iliad family, but just as the individual Sylvia. Without fail, Sylvia jumped out of her bed and sat down on a chair. Books, books, books. If one wants to know something, then one should read a book. If I want to get revenge for today's humiliation, if I want to repay them with skill, then I have to read more and learn more. Let's think about this again. Deculin was by no means just a simple professor. On the contrary, he was an opponent overflowing with power, a match for the Iliad family, and Ifrin. She was of no concern, even though she'd probably hate to admit that. Like my father said, she's already out of the race. Since I became Deculin, I've woken up at dawn every day. For me, mornings were always refreshing and I would always wake up fully recovered, but today I had muscle pain. The cause for that was me using my magic clothes to exhaustion yesterday. However, the routine I set up using Deculin's personality, his stubbornness to be precise, made me move my body naturally. As soon as I woke up, I started my magic training. H-wing, H-wing, H-wing. Every piece of metal in the room moved at my will. The spell clearly worked better than 2 days ago. Last night, I used up 3,375 mana in an instant, even while only practicing, so this led to a sharp rise in proficiency. For reference, I could even visualize something as abstract as proficiency with my trait vision. It was at exactly 85. After reaching 100, I plan to embrace beginner psychokinesis. That will hurt a lot again. H-wing, H-wing, H-wing. I controlled a number of metals, making them avoid rubbing against each other, and I stopped when I noticed I had about half of my mana left. The next routine was to acquire magic. Today's magic was called basic heat control, which wasn't all that important, so it should be fine, just keep it in mind, I guess. Wait a minute. It was an ignorant thought that was on the same level as memorizing psychokinetic powers over one's whole body. If I don't really need to learn heat control, how about I just add its core functions to psychokinesis? What if I remove only a certain stroke of that magic, that is, the stroke that is the core of heat control, and transplant it into psychokinesis? This process was also called weaving magic, or magic upgrade. In the first place, psychokinesis and heat control were of the same control type, and their structures were somewhat similar as well. Psychokinesis focused more on objects and heat control only focused on heat and fire, so there were quite a few overlapping strokes. 8 out of 22 strokes of heat control were similar to psychokinesis. Then, wouldn't it be possible to cross-edit magic as if I were writing a thesis or manipulating a gene? I flipped the understanding switch. After completely memorizing the form of heat control, I closed my eyes. Afterwards, I removed the core of heat control, which I memorized, and transplanted it to the psychokinesis located on my body. Instantly, I felt an overpowering pain. It was a pain that could only be called overpowering. Blood dripped from my mouth. I knelt down on one knee and clasped at my heart. I just felt it for sure. If I were an ordinary magician, I would have died once. It did succeed, though. Fortunately, the two magic spells were certainly combined. I could feel it in my body. The formula of heat control got added to the magic circle on my shoulder, different from the original psychokinesis circle. I'll need to add another routine to the existing ones from now on. Artificial upgrade of psychokinesis. This was a novel and sure way to strengthen it. However, it was incredibly dangerous, and the more you do this, the greater the load on one's body seems to get, so I needed to train my trait Iron Man. In other words, I had to exercise. It was then. Knock, knock. This is Roy. Are you ready to attend the social gathering? Is what the butler said after knocking. I looked at the clock. Before I noticed, it was 1 p.m. I'll be ready in a minute. Understood. I shall wait outside the door. As I put my coat on, I told the butler as such. Roy, don't schedule any social gatherings from now on, unless it is very important. I wanted to cancel these social gatherings if possible, but today was an important event called Flower of the New Year. I shall keep that in mind. The reason why I dared to attend a social event today was, of course, to solidify my identity as a named character, but above all else. Side quest, attend the social event, Flower of the New Year, store currency +5. This was crucial, store currency. One had to collect at least 5 to access the store, but I still only had 2.51 and I needed even more to buy the thing I wanted. I opened the door. The butler was waiting with his head bowed. I'm ready. Understood. Here is the list of blacksmith master asked about last time. Good. Last week, I asked the butler to arrange for a skilled blacksmith, shining golden iron. Among the 45 blacksmiths on the list that the butler gave me, there was one name that stood out to me the most. I chose the place that was caught on the radar of man of great wealth. What a unique name. Take this blueprint and take it to shining golden iron. I handed the blueprints over to the butler. This was something that was going to be my favorite. Usually magicians use a wand or staff, and if their favored one is extremely developed, they are also called pieces, but my favored weapon will be very different compared to those sticks. It was a weapon specifically made for psychokinesis, so I was looking forward to it. Understood, master. The butler carefully put the blueprint away without opening it or asking about it. That was indeed the right attitude of a humble butler. Let us go now. The car is ready. Good. Well done. I went out of the mansion together with the butler. The weather is nice. Yes, that is right. The weather in early spring wasn't so good. The butler seemed to get bewildered by every word I said, but I just got into the car filled with a refreshing smell. Go, understood. The car drove really smoothly. As I was sitting on the back set in a very haughty pose, I suddenly remembered Midas touch. Let's try it on the car. I had 1,300 mana remaining, so I could use 1,000 of it. I used the trait out of curiosity when... Vroom, the car suddenly accelerated. The driver was startled, banged his head on the steering wheel and profusely apologized. I'm sorry, it's fine. Go. Yes, I'm sorry. The driver, who hit his head and apologized nonstop, quickly became proficient and the back seat became more comfortable. The vibrations and noise, which already rarely appeared, almost completely disappeared. Seems like it enhanced the comfort of the drive, huh? Not bad. We quickly arrived at our destination. That place was an old castle in the city Harwich, which is said to be the most gorgeous. It seemed like that whole castle in the middle of the city was a place for nobles to hold social gatherings. We have arrived. First, the driver got out of the car and opened the door for me. At the same time, attention seemed to focus here. The reason was because having this car was a huge luxury in this world. It's an honor to make your acquaintance, Professor de Culling. A well-trained attendant greeted me first. I walked down the red carpet under their guidance. Reporters lined up in the coverage line outside the castle, their cameras giving off dizzying flashes. I went into the castle without even looking at them. A venerable magician, the head of the Ukulny family, the youngest senior professor of the Imperial University Magic Tower, de Cullen von Grahen Uklein. I almost got startled by the sudden sound that came out of the loudspeaker as soon as I entered through the front door. It was an introduction announcing that I had entered. I hope you'll have a good time. I nodded and entered the hall. There were a lot of lights that sparkled like stars in the spacious and colorful hall. Looking into others' faces, I was glad I came. There were so many familiar names around. Utzerin, Page, Sirio, Lapel, and so on. However, even in this splendid crowd, there was one person that stood out. I recognized her at a glance. Julie. Even Julie, who hated high society, seemed to have no choice but to attend this event. I didn't know why, but she was on her own dressed in armor. When Julie made eye contact with me, she immediately turned her gaze away without saying a word. I didn't bother to approach her either. Valenta's ball is especially gorgeous today. Princess Luca, how are you doing today? The results of Urest Year's adventure test were very interesting. In this game, the types of people that got special treatment were nobles, magicians, knights, and adventurers. For reference, an adventurer was a very professional and systematic profession, so it was only possible to acquire the qualification by passing a test. Ganesha, go. I read your work in this time's Continental Journal. Anyway, among those adventurers, the most important name that could be said to be responsible for an important turning point in the game's story, I found her. As someone whose hobby is to travel, you said that you explored the archipelago. A woman with long red hair tied into 2 ponytails that seemed rather nervous and sharp. In fact, she had a frown on her face, seeming that communicating was a bother in and of itself, however many people gathered around her. She was an adventurer with her initial combat power set in the top 5 overall, Ganesha. I too plucked up my courage to approach her. Prev next. Just when I was about to gather the courage to approach Ganesha, it can't be. My, isn't that Professor Dekulin? Someone with a greasy tone of voice and clouded in a thick mass of perfume blocked my way. Nice to meet you. Long time no see. He was a handsome man with blonde hair. Although he was shorter than me, his magic was strong. I knew that guy's face. It was me who modeled him myself after all. Ihelm von Girion rewind. Saying that he held a grudge against Dekulin would probably be too much. He was probably just jealous of losing the senior professor position to him. Yes, Professor Dekulin, how's your university life these days? I heard there was an incident in your first class. It was settled, haha, indeed. Rather than that, there are some rookies these days who seem to doubt the professor's reputation. Ihelm made a fuss. Wasn't there a saying like, lies have short legs? As Ihelm said, Dekulin's lies and deception were slowly unraveling. Of course, I'm eagerly awaiting the results of Professor Dekulin's great magic research. You're working hard to achieve great results, aren't you? You held it back for so long, even though it's already been almost 3 years. I looked at Ihelm. His expression and the vivid movement of his wrinkles seemed cheesy. It was as if cheese came alive. Human cheese. If that grand research of yours is too complicated for you to finish, feel free to ask me for help. I'll immediately come running. It was a sarcastic provocation. If it were the original Dekulin, he would have shot him a glare. I didn't reply. I didn't even blink an eye. To be honest, I didn't care. Actually, I do emphasize with you. The title of senior professor would be quite burdensome. Anyway, it's an honor to be deemed worthy by the University Magic Tower's magicians. Are you listening? After monologuing for a while, Ihelm, who finally seemed to have grown tired of it, wrinkled his nose bridge and placed his hand on the middle of his forehead. I'm not. Tusk, you seem busy, so I'll add just one last word. I looked over his shoulder at Ganesha. She was gone. Right, left, by the door, by the window. She was nowhere to be seen. That important person just disappeared. No one in this world will look upon you favorably if you continue pretending to be so noble, you know. Falling in rank isn't so uncommon among nobility, so stop your nonsensical research on the creation of pure elements. In that instant, I felt the heat rising up my neck. I lost Ganesha because of this guy, but that mayonnaise bastard doesn't stop and keeps on whining. Yes, Professor Dekulin, hell's awaiting you, so please do smile as much as you can now. Also. One word had already stretched into dozens. If I just stood still, he'd continue until I'd die of old age, so I approached him one step closer. Let me say something. I'd advise you to. As I looked down on that yellow and white face, I put his mouth to his ear. Then I slightly whispered, "Stop being so nosy and get lost, you rotten cheese bitch." This could be a death flag, but it sure felt refreshing. A natural smile appeared on my lips. Ihelm would have hated the original Dekulin anyway. Thigh this what, row rotten cheese, you just. I shall leave now. I bear away, leaving that overbearing bastard behind. I barely escaped from Ihelm, but there were still many people that wanted to talk to Dekulin. Many nobles rushed towards him as if they had been waiting. I heard about the incident. Iliade's Sylvia quarreled with some obscure nobleman's child, right? But then Professor Dekulin appeared like a hero. My son told me everything. Heh. Just hearing him talk about it made me feel so excited. I wonder how the students must have felt at that time. Oh, my son's name is Senior Professor Dekulin. Do you have time tonight? They told me many things. There were those fishing for information, those that were just concerned, and some that said things that came close to temptations. My head hurt after a while. The sweet smell of desserts and those awful perfumes seemed to weigh on my senses. Because of that useless heightening of my senses, including my sense of smell, caused by the trait Iron Man, I just got tired of it, so I looked for an empty spot with no people. I climbed up to the 3rd floor, which held few people. I leaned against the window frame in the hallway to catch my breath. Professor Dekulin, someone called out my name. Looking back, I was greatly surprised. It was Ganesha, the person I had been looking for. "What are you doing here?" She approached me, looking at me with round eyes. Did Dekulin and Ganesha originally know each other? I had no idea. I replied without showing any expression. I got lost. Oh my, you know how to joke now. Weren't you waiting for me? Well, Dekulin had enough ties with Ganesha, all right. I glanced at her as she walked up next to me. Apparently mistaking my glances, Ganesha smiled as she put her hands together. Still, I do feel sorry about that mission back then. However, I've already returned the advance payment and even the penalty fee, so can you cut me some slag? As I just stood still, Ganesha pursed her lips and puffed out her cheeks while she swayed her pigtails from side to side. All right, while I was sailing around the archipelago, I saw a child with huge talent, just what the professor was looking for. I can't say it's magical talent, though it was a girl. I looked up at the sky outside the window, not saying a word. Before I knew it, it had already turned to night and the blue moonlight shone on the window sill. Ganesha followed my gaze and continued. "I'm sorry I couldn't bring her to you. No, I'm sorry that I didn't. I've grown attached to her. I just couldn't give her to the professor. I could understand the whole story, even without using my understanding. Being aware of his own magical deficiencies, Deucalion intended to enslave an easy-to-control and gifted child who he'd used to build up some research results instead of him. He entrusted that task with Ganesha. By the way, Professor, how long do you plan to live like this? I was still looking out of the window, my eyes fixed on the moon. When I didn't give her an answer, she took a cigarette out of her pocket and posed a question. Hey, could you light this up for me? I don't want to. It's not that I don't want to, I can't do it. I haven't learned ignition yet. While Ganesha pretended to sulk, I opened my mouth. I intend to live differently now. Huh, really? Ganesha moved the cigarette from her mouth into her hand. I nodded without looking at her. That's unexpected. I thought you were going to kill me. Actually, I was here to see you as well. This sure is amazing. What's so amazing about this? I ran away without a word and you didn't even send someone after me to kill me. Ganesha's pigtails fluttered. Flap, flap. That's probably how she expresses her surprise, but that sure was annoying. You worry too much. Ganesha was one of the best named characters in terms of combat power. As one could witness by how she was able to move her hair freely like this, she trained her body to the highest degree. She possessed the traits 1,000 rivers flow into one, and of course the famous adamantium body. She was a named character that could literally kill someone with a single hair. Who would send someone after this kind of monster? Someone crazy, that's who. Are you all right, Professor Deucalion? Ganesha asked. Her right pigtail was slapping my shoulder. If you just came here to see me, go back. I raised my feet and walked towards the stairs. I came to build a connection to her, but I already had one. That meant I didn't have a reason to stay in this hall any longer. Ganesha spoke behind me. Oh, can I trust you? Will you really not do something to get rid of us? Of course, the great Euclid family was strong enough to put pressure on the Adventurers Guild. Ganesha violated the Adventurers Guild's faith and refused to finish the mission without a reason, so it was justifiable, or the advent of a downfall. Of course, she was very much a crazy one as well, so I just continued to walk. I could still feel Ganesha's gaze behind me. Did he eat something wrong? Is he maybe sick, or is it because he's freshly engaged? Just what's wrong with him? Even though she was quite far away from me, I still could hear her murmuring. Then the thick and acrid scent of tar flowed in. It was as if someone lit some fireworks for Sylvester. It was then. A villain's fate, death flag avoided. Reward acquired, store currency +1. What is this? A villain's fate had been triggered. However, the other day it said overcome, and now it's avoided. That meant that the conversation I had with Ganesha just now was also a death flag. Oh, the chocolate is flowing out like water out of a fountain. Julie opened her eyes wide, seeing the current hot item of the socialite world, the chocolate fountain. Riley, look at this, it's amazing. Then a relative, Riley, who stood by her side, grabbed her by the arm and dragged her away. Ah, for Pete's sake, stop this and come here. Why do you do that whenever I say something? It's not like I want to do that, but your words are just too crude. Night, Julie, please save your face. You don't have to pretend to be surprised, just look at it calmly. Calmly. I didn't even want to come to this place originally. Julie glanced at Riley curtly before focusing on the chocolate fountain again. Bubble, bubble, bubble. It was interesting seeing the chocolate gushing out like that, but she'd rather eat the chocolate itself. Dark chocolate, a type of sweet that makes one's taste buds dance with joy. What's wrong with Ihelm? However, beside the chocolate fountain, in a corner of Julie's view, she spotted a livid Ihelm by himself. Who knows? He was just talking about something with Professor Deucalion. Why is he acting like that all of a sudden? Deucalion, Ihelm, Sirio, Repel, George, etc., also known as the continent's golden generation, were all of the same age and Julie's seniors at the Imperial University. Deucalion was pretty much no different from those times. Ihelm, however, was like a parasite, always sticking to Deucalion's side. However, due to some incident, they completely fell out with each other. By the way, how are things these days? Riley asked sensibly. What do you mean, with Professor Deucalion? There's been a lot of talk going around these days. Rumors spread quickly among high society. What one said in the morning would be known even by the lowest nobleman's dog by evening. Riley asked openly, knowing how much she hated him. After all, she also hated Deucalion as much as Julie. It's never good, she answered in a quiet but clear voice. Perhaps everyone in high society perked up their ears just to hear these words. However, is this also a trick of fate played by the social scene? Deucalion, who had been away for a while, appeared from the stairs to the second floor. His exquisite appearance had fantastic timing. That guy, he still looks the same. I heard he's 33 now. Why isn't he getting older? Deucalion was an aristocrat possessing looks and style that were welcomed in any social circle unconditionally. Even those who hated Deucalion had no choice but to admit that. That's why Deucalion always remained until the very end of social events, showing off his dignity, however. He was behaving strangely today. He was walking towards the exit. He even had his jacket on already. The nobles were blankly watching Deucalion deviating from his usual behavior. Tock, tock. The loud sound of footsteps echoed through the splendid venue. The crowd of nobles cleared the way for Deucalion. Many questions arose and everyone's mind left behind in this quiet place. What is Dekilling doing? Is he trying to go back? Already. He's leaving already. But it hasn't been long since the sun has set, though. Why? Oh, was it because of Julie? Everyone was just blinking at such an unexpected situation. Dekilling went out the door, leaving behind total silence only interrupted by the bubbling sound of the chocolate fountain. No matter how long they waited in that hall, he didn't return. Dekilling's sudden departure seemed to coincide with Julie's remark. With this, the party began to heat up with this gossip as its firewood. Side quest completed. Attend the social event Flower of the New Year. Store currents plus 0.5. Current store currency balance 4.51. The servants looked at me in surprise when they saw me returning before sunset. Looks like I got home much earlier than they expected. I asked the servants if there was a spacious, unfurnished space, such as a warehouse, somewhere around to which a middle-aged maid guided me hesitantly. On the expansive site of this mansion, there was not only the main house where I stayed, but also the mountains behind it, an ornamental forest, a garden and the servants' quarters, as well as an abandoned building that had been used as a warehouse previously. How dirty. The warehouse was about half the size of a soccer field, but it looked like it hadn't been used for a long time and was full of cobwebs and dust. I didn't bother covering my mouth and acted as if the dust didn't bother me. Just the act of covering my mouth with my hands or coughing after inhaling the dust was against grace after all. Is there anyone outside? I straightened up and sent my voice out. The servants quickly ran in. Clean this up. Also, bring the metal ingots to this place. Yes, I watched them cleaning with my hands behind my back. Dekilling's servants were excellent at cleaning. They were able to clean this huge space to perfection in just 15 minutes. The steel ingots are here. If you want any furniture delivered. They also brought the ingots with them quickly. It was stamped with a seal, proving that it got airlifted from the smithy. It's fine, go rest now. However, if I haven't called for you or given you permission, do not enter this place. Yes, we understand. The servants stepped back without showing their backs to me. After confirming that they had completely left, I took off my clothes and hung them in the air one by one. This was called the psychokinetic hanger. I dropped a steel ingot on the floor. Then I used basic metal bending that I learned the other day. The steel my mana touched soon elongated and soon took on a familiar form, a metal bar. The moment I grabbed the bar and was about to start exercising. Just in case, I used Midas touch on the metal bar. I poured in 3,000 mana points, the most I could. Metal bar. Description. Metal bar made using bending magic. Class. Equipment fitness. Special effect. If one were to exercise with this device, one can expect better efficiency. Midas touch level 3. It increased the efficiency of training. It had indeed a special effect fitting of the category fitness, a very versatile trait. Satisfied, I reached out with both of my hands and grabbed the bar. Keeping my pose, I straightened out my arms and started lifting myself up. 1, 2, 3. My arms trembled and my hands slipped off. I did 3 chin-ups. It was frustrating. I used to be able to do it 5 times, but I couldn't know I could. Maybe it's because I haven't worked out in a while. Well, even with the trait Iron Man, I was only focusing on magic. How could I have been so stupid? Fortunately, my muscles recovered quickly, so I grabbed the bar again. Now for the second try. 1, 2, 3, going beyond 3, 4, 5, 6, a total of 6 times. The numbers increased dramatically. With just one set, my physical abilities had significantly improved. This was the effect of Iron Man. In just 2 sets, Dekilling surpassed Kim Woojin in athletic ability. That's rather embarrassing. I didn't know whether I should laugh or cry. I smiled and reached out for the bar again. Prev next. The next day, I went to the University Mage Tower early in the morning. Blackened fire. I alternated between Alan's syllabus and the various magical books scattered on my desk as I sat on my office chair. I was still clueless about how I should go about teaching the elemental properties of magic, so I was trying to establish the direction that I should proceed in. This can explain the pure elements. One of the most difficult areas of magic for the wizards in the Mage's Tower was this, pure elements. If I would compare it to modern science, then this would be similar to explaining pure mathematics. And among the various topics in mathematics, only calculus had the advanced process that could pierce through the limits of the subject. And for pure elemental magic, the blackened fire boasted a difficulty that was bordering on heinousness. At least it was not at a level where debutantes could understand. It was unexpected, but it seemed like I could understand. Blackened fire easily. It was not an application, but just something pure. In other words, understanding could work optimally in a straightforward process like delving deeper in just one field. Of course, comprehending the topic did not mean that I would be able to acquire it, but after I picked on. Blackened Fires every corner, I would use it as a textbook example so that they could understand pure elements easily. I think that's enough preparation for the class. After I finished writing the script, I covered my lecture organizer and called for Alan with the crystal ball. Alan, come over here. 5 seconds later, Alan opened the door as he stood in front of me. Yes, Professor. Alan came quickly, but he looked extremely exhausted. The dark circles under his eyes strangely resemble that of a panda's. Do you remember what I asked you the last time? Yes, it's here. Alan rummaged through the pockets in his robes and pulled out a brochure. It was an auction catalog. The Snowflake Obsidian is listed in Routen Auction House's list that will go on auction this Wednesday. I asked Alan to look for auctions where they auction off rare ores. Skimming through the catalog, I saw the mineral called Snowflake Obsidian at the bottom of the list. It was one of the top 10 minerals in this world, a setting that even someone like me knew. Above this, dragon bones, dragon horns were items that were above legendary and mythical. These were items that could not be bought even if one had money. So theoretically, Snowflake Obsidian was the best and strongest that you can get. Good job. Tell them that I will participate in the auction. Yes, I understand. Alan bowed in understanding before going back. For your information, I have already checked the amount in my personal account. The account and card system was already invented in this world. 205,238,039. The balance on my account was at least 200 million elnas. This was more than enough. It was a personal account, so it wouldn't matter if I used everything inside. In the first place, the Eucline family had lived in such fraudulent land, so their money was definitely very high. After all, they were people who would make a lot of money in sports, even if their grades were very bad since they have good connections. Come to think of it, Alan is just a graduate student. I felt a bit sorry for him once more. Alan was just a graduate student in an ordinary university, but the things that I had ordered him to do was something that was extremely personal. To make matters worse, the reason why Alan's dark circles were getting darker by the day was because all of the mages that shared the work with him quit last year. And because Deculine's personality was revealed, most of the wizards in the mage's tower never volunteered to work under him. If I compared it to modern times, then Alan was not only doing the work of all the graduate students, he was also doing the work for the professor's private affairs all by himself. If I compare it like that, then it's already serious. If things kept on going on like this, then I would either be stabbed to death or Alan would be overworked. I believed that I should be nicer to Alan in the future. Let's pick some people. That professor. Just as I was thinking about that, Alan came back inside as he handed an envelope to me. An official letter came from the mage's tower just now. Right, then you should get off work now and relax. Yes. I ripped off the envelope, which looked unnecessarily antique, and looked at the official letter that was kept inside. A hearing will be held 6 months later to check and audit the progress of the research, the creation of pure elements, and the 4 affiliated magic based on it, that is conducted by Senior Professor Deculine. Please prepare the relevant data by then. This was the quarter where I could be wrenched out of my professor position if I made a mistake. This was quite an important event, but has Deculine ever worked on magic before? If that was the case, then where was the research conducted, and where were his findings? Research Institute. Deculine's private laboratory was quite dirty. Of course it might be because I wasn't able to come here not long after I became Deculine, but I don't think there's anything here. I searched the laboratory for anything at all. I even used my telekinesis from the ceiling down to the very corners of the room. I have already dug up most of the places in this room. All sorts of things, including a cloud of dust, flew everywhere, but no matter how hard I looked, nothing came out. I did not know if they burned it or if they had never done any research in the first place. I stopped using my telekinesis as I stood up and looked at the inside of the room. A uselessly large space, spiderwebs on the ceiling, a reagent bottle with some sort of liquid decaying and rotting inside, a pencil that's rolling around, and a mana extractor. If I could explain it in one word, mess. Everything was a mess. There were even golden bubbles puffed up from certain tiles on the laboratory's floor. That's it. I flipped the tile without even using my finger. The tile flipped upside down, and there was a lump of feces covering the area like a lid. This was the perfect defense mechanism to prevent Deculine from finding this. Of course, I also felt dizzy for a moment since his personality affected me too, but I easily got rid of the dirt with my telekinesis. At the bottom of the compartment, a briefcase filled with what I assume were old worn-out papers. The briefcase was buried under a mixture of fecal matter and dust. This was definitely not Deculine's work. Perhaps instead of Deculine, it was those mages' work. I placed the briefcase down on the floor as I opened it up. Crumbling pieces of poop splashed everywhere. I felt dizzy for a moment, but I endured it to check the contents of the briefcase. And just as I expected, there were a bunch of documents inside the briefcase. I brought the papers to me using my telekinesis and held them in my hands. There was a subtle smell of poop wafting from the papers. I'm glad that I'm wearing gloves. A magic circle. Approximately 70 pages of the documents were techniques. I knew that everything was about magic, but everything was encrypted. This won't work. I interpreted the magic circle using my understanding. As my mana got used up, every single line was revealed starting from the very first page. Just like that, the contents of the magical documents were released. I even had to close my eyes for a moment to adjust, since a golden light suddenly shone brightly to the point that I almost got blinded. The light that came from the document filled the entire laboratory, and it seemed like the room was not enough to contain such blinding radiance. It seemed like the contents of the research were very great. However, it did not look like it was completed. There were tears on the pages, empty paragraphs, and completely incorrect logic. I gently held the documents, careful not to break them when I suddenly saw an accessory at the corner of the briefcase in the corner of my eyes. It was a pendant. The pendant had a picture held within it. The picture was already faded with its corners all worn out. It was a picture of a father and a daughter. The father's face was broken and shattered, but the child was smiling brightly just like a normal naughty child. The child even innocently held their hand out in a V shape. Looking at the child closely, it seemed like I knew the face of this child. The child was still too naive, too cute, and too young, but I was sure. Ifrin. Luna, perhaps this was the mage, Luna's enmity with Deculane. Don't worry. Although my heart felt a bit bitter, I still muttered under my breath. My understanding would be able to organize, interpret, and assemble the scattered strands of your research. It would also be able to discover and calculate more insights into the things that you have not yet thought of. In the end, I would be able to develop this research topic more completely. If I'm able to complete the research that way, then I'll put your name in as co-author. It was unfortunate, but I couldn't just post it under your care. I also need to keep my track record. I placed the documents and the pendant in my own briefcase before coming out. At the same time, wizard freshmen were chatting at a cafe, Light and Coffee, located in the university. I think we should stick together. What I meant was to start a club. Each and every one of them were all dressed in robes with a gourmet dessert and coffee in front of them, except for one. Ifrin was the only one drinking water. She just looked at the cake that entered the mouths of her classmates under the pretext of not liking any sweets or coffee. There are only 30 commoners, and one should be the lead this time, right? If we don't stick together, then we might end up experiencing something unfair. These were the words of Julia, one of the wizards in the same year as them. She was an orange-haired bourgeois commoner. Ifrin, you're going to join, right? Huh. Ifrin, who was quietly sipping her water in a daze, was flustered by her sudden suggestion. No. Ifrin, you should definitely be there. Julia's coffee cup clattered down as she spoke. You fought and stood up against Sylvia, right? I was extremely happy when I heard that rumor. You know what kind of person she is, right? She's totally a princess. Ifrin smiled bitterly. Ever since the big fight that day, rumors had been spreading like this, and Sylvia had become some kind of leader for the nobles, while the leader for the commoners was herself. She was a decent aristocrat herself, but they omitted this fact themselves. But we need to have a professor's permission. If we want to do something like this, they would not like for us to get together like this. A shy, timid, and cute man, Ferret, mumbled to himself. Julia also nodded her head as she pouted her lips. That's true. That's our biggest problem. The club that they wanted to form was a club that was for commoners only. They liked the idea of fighting for their own rights, but getting permission from a professor would be hard. It was essential for them to create a club, but most of the professors were nobles. Of course, there were professors who were also commoners, but once they were appointed as professors, they would become honorary nobles and they would start to pose like real nobles. How about Professor Leline? Ferret's eyes widened. He looked like he agreed that it was a good idea, but Julia just shook her head. Don't you know about the rumors about that fat professor? He's famous for being exceptionally nice to nobles. I also heard from our Sunbees that he will not accept nor entertain commoners if they go to him for a complaint. Ah, really? I thought he was a good person, though. Right? Ah, what kind of world are we living in these days? They discussed which professor would be a good choice, but it seemed like there weren't any big-shot noble professors that would help them in creating this commoners club. No, there were very few. Of course, Professor Deculane is out of the question. A man named Rondo muttered quietly while Ifrin's body trembled at the mention of his name. Ah, that's right, that professor. Julia's eyes suddenly widened in realization as her fingers flicked in the air. At least that professor ignores both commoners and aristocrats equally. Isn't that being fair? What the hell is fair about that? Ifrin wanted to slowly get out of her seat, but she couldn't. The table was filled with coffee and dessert, so she had to eat at least one. In the first place, I got involved here because I want to get my spoils of war. They're children of bourgeoisie, so I'm sure that they'll just leave those behind. But if I don't eat this, then I'll have to starve today. Ifern, you should ask. Then there was a spark. Ifern, who was thinking about the cakes, bit her lips tightly as Julia continued to speak. No, that professor, that person. It's just that things ended well for both of us. Is that so? Then my head hurts. Let's decide who we're going to ask later. Then shall we go? Julia stood up as she swung the club creation plan in the air. I've been waiting for this very moment. Ifern smiled bitterly while shaking her head. Sorry. I don't have time. You guys go first. I'll treat you guys to a midnight snack tonight. Iffy, what did you say? Midnight snack. They don't have any sense, so they'll probably order a lot of things. If that's the case, then the midnight snack is more of a big deal than these cakes. In the first place, she wasn't that picky about the taste. All she needed to do was to fill her stomach, and if there were leftovers, then she could probably take it to the dorms. I'll only help with writing the plan. Ifern changed her words as she smacked her lips in anticipation. The group came out of the cafe and headed back to the tower. Julia kept on looking at the paper in her hands while she mumbled to herself. First off, if I made it off like it's not a club for commoners, then they'll definitely tag it as cheating. It's more complicated, Julia, who was scratching her head, stiffened when she saw something, and it wasn't just Julia. Everyone stopped thinking about what they would eat for their late-night snacks. Well, except for Ifern, the rest of them stood still like trees trying to breathe. On the same road, far ahead of them, there was a person who stood out anywhere and anytime. He had such a perfect walk, and he was more noble than any other nobles in the world. He was walking along the same path as them. Ifern, please, what? The midnight snack menu. Julia suddenly handed the plan over to Ifern. What the hell? Are you suddenly giving this to me? Then she pushed the bewildered Ifern on the back as hard as she could. Yeah, Ifern bounced off without knowing anything, and not long after, she stood in front of someone. The person was so tall that the only thing she could see for a moment was his chest. At that moment, wind blew around them and the scent of a clear and refreshing forest surrounded her. The clear and clean scent that wafted to her nose suddenly made her feel nervous. Ifern slowly raised her head. She tried to swallow the lump in her throat. The sight that opened up in front of her was a perfect suit with a noble tie and a badge made with pure gold that announced his title, followed by a neat collar and a perfectly sleek jawline, and finally his face, Deculin. He was looking down at her. Ifern stared at him in a daze as he stared at her with a gaze that glowed coldly like a frozen jewel. Her heart beat as if it was about to explode and her mind went blank. All her plans have gone down the drain. Ifern tried to somehow sneak back. You're in the way. Move. However, there was something wrong with these words. Why are you telling me to move? Ifern bit her lips and raised her face. Then she held the paper out straight. She was going to do it with one hand, but she ended up doing it with both of them in a very polite way. It was a fiasco. Deculin was still looking at her with cold eyes. Ifern took a deep breath and calmed down her racing mind. Just at that moment, she promised herself something. These arrogant eyes, if not now, one day, I'll definitely gorge them out. I'm planning to create a club. However, we need the signature of an advisor. Although she didn't receive a response, a situation that would make others blush in embarrassment, Ifern continued speaking. We'll never bother you or anything. It's just that the other professors wouldn't agree to something like a commoners club, so just the signature. Ifern used up all her energy just to say that. Her stretched-out arms were shaking. Deculin's silent pressure seemed to crush her. However, something unexpected happened. Deculin took the paper Ifern handed to him, without saying a single word. He just stretched out his hand and took it. Ifern let out a sound signifying her surprise. Deculin read through the plan. She was nervous. She was scared that he'd just tear it up saying something like, "How dare you try to trample over me?" She was already hearing the sound of tearing paper in her ears. However, Deculin took out a fountain pen out of his pocket. She was nervous. She thought he'd tear the paper with his fountain pen, mocking, "Did you expect I'd sign it? How dare these filthy commoners?" However, Deculin signed it with his pen. She was nervous. She thought he'd just tear up the paper after signing it, saying in his icy voice, "Did you really think something like this would happen?" However, Deculin did not. All he did was hand over the fully signed document. "Please write down all the details later and send them to my office." Yes, then he walked past her. While she was staring ahead in a daze, his scent slowly seemed to fade away. Ifrin just stood there looking at the club creation plan. There was a signature on it, Deculin's signature. Let's not let our guard down just yet. Maybe he put a spell on it so that it tears itself apart at a later time. But even as Deculin got further and further away until he only seemed like a dot, the paper remained intact. Yuawa. Wow, awesome. Only then did the other students who hid away come out again. Wow, you got his actual signature, Ifrin. You're really courageous. Look, I was right. That professor doesn't care whether they are commoners or nobles. He ignores everyone equally. Everyone was laughing and making a fuss, but Ifrin wasn't in a good mood. This is the worst. Without meaning to, I once again begged for sympathy. She got angry. The heat was spreading throughout her whole body. She wanted to ask Deculin, "Why do you keep being so generous towards me? I don't need any of that petty sympathy and pity you feel for me. It's rather funny. Do you really think you can soothe me with these cheap feelings? No, if you were really sorry, why don't you just confess all your wrongdoings to the whole world and apologize to my father? Iffy, you're going to join too, right? Julia asked tactlessly. Ifrin clenched her fists and turned around to look at her. I won't. And you, if you push me like this one more time, we're going to have some serious problems, got it? Although she was coldly pushed away, Julia was already focused on something else. Are you crazy? What the hell is she doing? Ifrin shook her head in exasperation. Hey, I obviously said no. But right, we'll celebrate, so let's get something good. Do you want to go to the store? My got a Rohak boar airlifted to him. Rohak boar. Ifrin never had boar before. No, it's not very common for anyone, not only Ifrin. Boars are so high class. They're so much better off than me, who grew up only chewing on perilla leaves. It's said that as soon as one bit into that meat, juice would come bursting out and the meat is softer than any other meat in the world. Iffy, you're coming too, right? No, I'm not going. Ifrin still had her pride. She pouted her lips and pretended to be angry when Julia put her hands together and bowed her head. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Were you surprised? I was really flustered too. Don't be like that. Let's go out together just once. Then I'll go. But don't do something like this next time. Oh, of course, let's go, let's go. I thought you had good intentions, so I deliberately. I know, let's go, let's go. Julia started walking with her arm intertwined with Ifrin's. Then, Ifrin, pretending to get dragged away by Julia, arrived at her family's restaurant Pigflower. The food of this restaurant with a luxurious signboard and interior was delicious, delicious, and delicious. Especially the enchanting taste of the Rohak boar meat. It was so good that she didn't want this taste to leave her mouth for the rest of her life. On the last Thursday of March, in a detached building of the Euclid estate, in this place that got completely remodeled as a training ground, with no sunlight entering, I brushed back my wet hair. My whole body reflected in the mirror was covered in sweat caused by the intense training I kept up for a long time. If it were the former me, I wouldn't have cared, but because of my changed personality, it felt like bugs were crawling all over my body. Tack. I used a common type of basic magic. Since it was just a 3-stroke magic, I could manifest it just by flicking my finger. Its name was called Cleans. It's a temporary method to use before actually showering. It gathered the sweat and dust from all over my body and removed it. I roughly cleaned myself with that and looked at the watch 6 a.m. It's been about 2 hours since I woke up at 4 a.m. and 5 days since I started exercising at dawn daily. I looked at my body using a full body mirror. The results of my exercise were clearly visible. The muscles all over my body were sculpted practically and perfectly, not too large or too small. I didn't look much different than those sculptures. With just 1 or 2 months of steady effort, I could easily surpass even NFL or NBA players who are said to have bodies packed with pure athletic ability. Now for the next routine. Sword control. I took out my main weapon I requested the blacksmith to make the other day. However, there wasn't only one. There were quite a lot, exactly 20. They were made of wood steel. It was one of the finest metals that inherently had the same color and weight as wood, but was harder than steel. The armament that was produced was, in 2 words, a sharp octahedron. It's about half the size of my forearm and was similar to a shuriken, but it didn't have a handle and both sides of the black blades were symmetrical. The weapon was sharp on all sides, making it very efficient to handle with psychokinesis. Not only could I easily stab, cut, pierce, puncture, and attack with it, in case of emergency, I could use it defensively as a shield. Anyway, it roughly was like a shuriken. It'll be my main weapon until I could buy alabaster. Of course, I planned to process the alabaster in the same way. Arise. At my word, the 20 shuriken rose up. Guo. A number of the shuriken quickly flew about, but they collided with each other, shaking violently. Kang chang, tang, king, chink. The roof and pillars were smashed, so I quickly reduced the number to 10. I still wasn't used to this either. The metal, called wood steel, was extremely high quality. 5 of the 10 shurikens slanted to the right and the rest slanted to the left. 10 shuriken were crossed in the air as if they were building a match tower. I wondered if I could move them more precisely as I reduced the number, and so I tried. Let's speed up. Ting, 2 shuriken hit each other and bounced off. One of them cut my shoulder. Shit, I mouthed and held back. However, just then another one soared towards me and stabbed me in the thigh. It hurts like hell. This time it hurt so much that I couldn't stand it. This disaster was created because the speed of each of the 10 shuriken was different. I almost got myself killed in an almost funny way. Hup, I pulled out the shuriken in my thigh with a sharp breath. Blood flowed out, but there was no treatment needed. I was an Iron Man. Whether it's mana or stamina, my recovery speed was superhuman. One more time. Before the wounds on my thigh could heal, I recalled the 10 shuriken again using my mind. Kiang, one of them suddenly flipped and stabbed me in the shoulder. It hurt like hell. However, I didn't do such a thing as clench my teeth, scream, and open my eyes wide. No, I couldn't. I wanted to spite out every swear word I knew, but they just wouldn't come out. Something the likes of a shuriken. Rather, I got angry. How dare a shuriken, a mere weapon, refuse to obey my control? You've chosen the wrong opponent. I'll do this until I succeed, I swear. This guy's characteristic competitive got activated. Wasn't there this famous saying, why learn by book if you can learn by body? The more my body got hurt, the quicker my proficiency would rise, so I had nothing to lose that day. I was cut exactly 108 times and got stabbed 13 times before I finished my training. Of course, this match wasn't over yet, and I still had enough resources, but I had no choice as my lecture started at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. the Tower's Class A lecture hall. Unlike the previous class, there was a different tension than that time in that spacious lecture hall. The cause were Sylvia and Ifrin. This was the first lecture after the two of them fought after all. Ifrin tried not to pay attention to Sylvia, but her eyes continued to drift towards her, while Sylvia didn't even attempt to look at her. In the midst of this uncomfortable, hostile atmosphere, Kachak. The door to the lecture hall opened, and Senior Professor Dekulin appeared. He was perfectly dressed as always. Ifrin unconsciously clenched her hand around her pen. As soon as she reached her room yesterday, she recharged her anger by reading her late father's letter, so just looking at his face made her feel complicated. Dekulin climbed to the podium of the spacious lecture hall. He adjusted his clothes as usual, and then laid down the lecture materials on his desk. Nice to meet you. Everyone reflexively greeted back to that elegant tone. Today's lecture will pertain directly to the understanding of pure elements. The magicians opened their readers. Today was an ordinary indoor lecture, so everyone brought a book called Understanding Elements written by Dekulin with them. By the way, Ifrin couldn't buy it because she didn't have money. As all of you know, elements are the basis for almost all magic. However, there are still many magicians who confuse the difference between type magic and pure elements. For example, attribute comes first and type comes after. For example, the act of making fire. That in itself is a pure element. The act of expelling the fire that has been created. That is part of the destruction type. So today I want to teach you this magic. The magicians' hands were busy. They tilted their heads and flipped through the reader. None of the things written in it had anything to do with today's lecture. Tack. The lights of the lecture hall were extinguished with just a snap of his fingers. In the dark, a magic circle and its name appeared. Scorching fire. Everyone was surprised. Scorching fire was one of the most difficult of all the pure elements. There's nothing to be surprised about. I'm not telling you that you have to learn this magic. Compared to this magic, your skills are lacking. Scorching fire is just a textbook example. Dekulin calmly continued the lecture. As you all know, 8 strokes would be enough to create ordinary fire. No sooner had he said these words, flames rose into the air. It was Dekulin's magic. His flames flickered with unnecessary grace. However, scorching fire needs 88 strokes. Fire without sound nor shape. This upper intermediate level magic used for genocide and arson required 88 strokes purely for ignition. If one wanted to use it offensively, one had to add 60 more. Did any of you ever wonder why that is? Just because it's a strange sort of fire? Or is it because pure elements are a mixture of control and illusion type magic? Everyone just blinked. But why is it classified as a pure element, not a type when it's just a mixture? Just what on earth are these pure elements? So many questions. His lecture had a strange attraction to it. You must have lived without harboring such questions. Theories are just ingredients after all, and you must have learned magic through your intuition. Then the fire spread to the ceiling. It was red, but soon it turned blue and then completely black. The 150 magicians just blinked blankly. You must clearly and completely understand the formula of the pure element, fire. Before long, a much simpler magic circle was projected. It was just the 8-stroke fire. From that point on, a number of magicians, Ifrin included, who were only watching up until now, naturally took out writing tools. Sylvia, on the other hand, remained stubborn. I have nothing to learn from you. Whether it's theory or intuition, you can't teach me anything. It was because she was still sulking. Take a close look. You can change the color of the flame by adding these 2 thin strands to the fire circle. Red 1, blue 2 strokes. Adding 4 strokes will make the fire bigger. To make the fire even more destructive, it needs 4 strokes. By the way, fire with 7 strokes added here will cause it to suddenly flow. The flames flowed down like an illusion. It seemed like magma. The fire was really flowing. By then, Sylvia, who had been trying so hard to ignore the lecture, became a little restless. Her hands were itching at the unexpected content. That's not it. Dekulin's lecture was extremely theoretical. Elites, or geniuses, usually use magic by intuition. The theory just set the frame, so one had to fill in the details using one's own senses. If magic was only all about the theory, then all magic would have already been copied and pasted into that mold. Sylvia didn't fall out of that category of geniuses. Her properties were origin and not elemental in the first place. She had no knowledge of these complex theories pertaining to pure elements. Also, if one were too biased towards theory, one wouldn't have enough time to learn actual magic. Each line has this and this much mana. What function does this circuit have? What function does that circuit have? If one wanted to understand all those things, it would take more than a year to memorize a single magic, and it would become harder to use it in praxis as well. Well then, please take a look at these 7 strokes again. This could be called a contradiction. To be counted as an elite, one had to have great intuition. However, such elites couldn't explain what they understood intuitively. Therefore, in order to teach well, one had to be well versed in theory. However, those who are outstanding in theory were not elites as they were buried in theories, or because they lacked intuition to implement magic above the intermediate level. That's probably why professors were kind of half and half. They gave the young magicians enough theories to build a stable framework so that they could get a sense for it, but they were only able to explain magic using intuition. Deculin wasn't like that. These 7 strokes added to the magic circle make the dire flow. However, this circle is likely similar to something you have already seen before. She seemed to know what he'd say next. Water. Since the property of the water element got magically separated from it and added to fire, said fire seemed to flow like water. This was the combination of 2 pure elements. Indeed, this formula is an attribute of water, fire and water. This combination of pure elements is very difficult to implement, but if one knows the principle behind it, one can easily understand it. At that moment, Sylvia felt goosebumps rising up her back. It was a strange experience because this subject was rather unexpected, and it's been so unfamiliar to her as it's been so long since she last felt this. Right now I am learning. I feel like I'm learning from Deculin. The only problem, however, was that Sylvia didn't bring any writing tools with her. It was because she was deliberately being stubborn about not planning on studying any of what was said here. In other words, who'd have thought that Deculin, who was so jealous of the talented new magicians, would prepare such a lecture for them? They thought he'd only brag about himself. Everyone in Class A was concentrating on Deculin as if they were possessed. They are all taking notes except me. She was getting anxious. I can apply this lecture much better than all of you. I can learn much more deeply. Why was I studying alone all this time? The anxious Sylvia carefully stretched out her fingers. A female magician next to her had left her pencil case open, so she slowly was stretching out her fingers like a spider stalking her prey. At that moment, their eyes met momentarily. The student quickly went back to focusing on the class. However, Sylvia was overcome with shame that she got caught in the act. Sylvia, who was struggling, clenched her teeth and nearly expressed her distress through her magic. She had to be careful not to let waves of mana explode from her body. The mana that originated from her abdomen quickly rose through her veins and escaped through her fingertips. It was just blue, but soon it took on a variety of colors and took the shape of a long, blunt writing tool. It was a pencil. Therefore, the properties of scorching fire are very complex. Wind was shaking silently. What rose up without form or shape was smoke, that is, fire and water. A combination of 3 properties made up scorching fire. It's pure elemental magic because the pure forms of fire, water, and wind were combined to create it. Now, let us simplify scorching fire. Let me show you what calculations one needs to implement. Sylvia was absorbed in this lecture. For the first time in such a long time, she poured her everything into listening to the voice and observing the face of a professor she could call a teacher and his teachings. One day, I might recover some of those pure feelings I thought I had lost when I was very young. Translated by Chubbycheks of Hungry Korean Translation. That's the end. Find out about the rest with your own understanding. The lecture finally ended. After 3 hours of class, Deculin left the room without looking back. Sylvia hesitated to follow him out. She had a question that she wanted to ask, but her pride did not allow her to do much. Sylvia just continued to sit down as she started meditating and pondering. Theory and intuition. There were only a few professors that could have both, so she did not necessarily need to cling to Deculin willingly. And she believed that theory was only a frame, and even that was only a wavering standard. Magic was ever-changing just like the flow of mana. It could not be tied to theory from the moment it was born. Imagine if your mana quality suddenly changed inside the dungeon or a barrier. Theory was bound to falter. What if a mana storm suddenly happened in the middle of a magic spell? What if you were in the face of a mana disaster? What if you were in an unstable and imperfect area right after a mana explosion? Could theory still remain constant and unwavering in the face of such a sudden shift? I don't think so. For wizards, theory was something that was incomplete. A theory that had always been correct would be proven wrong in just an instant. Depending on their levels, a new theory might be needed for each of them. Therefore, the thing that most wizards ought to pursue was to perfect their own intuition. Their senses that would reach the peak would soon reign supreme and become the new law. Sylvia sat for a while before looking at her notes. She had faith that her intuition could also solve theory. This was her answer to her own belief that she could save herself without anyone needing to teach her. A small triangle, then a large inverted triangle that enclosed and surrounded it, and a circle that embraced the 2 shapes inside of it. This was water, a pure element that consisted of 6 lines and 1 curve, and the combination of fire and water. Deculin's explanation replayed in her ears as she continued to think fiercely. she could take advantage of the primary colors to explain the framework of this theory. A combination of pure elements could easily be drawn just like a painting. Theory is just the path in my process. I am the one who is walking, so. It was a disaster, a mage's note, and just like she had expected, ordinary art notes have limitations. To express a magic formula as well as the techniques flow to a certain extent, one needed to have a mage's note. That was where one should transcribe their notes relating to magic. The problem was that her senses couldn't maintain these three primary colors for long. Of course, her pencil could last forever as long as it stayed in her hands, but the graphite of the pencil that stuck on her notebook and formed her handwriting would start to scatter in just an hour. On the contrary, the lecture ended with her filling as many as 60 pages of her notebook. Even if she got her hands on a mage's note, everything would disappear in the middle of her copying spree. Sylvia looked around. There was no one else around her. The room was now empty. All of them were motivated to learn after hearing de Culin's lecture. She blinked blankly as she stared and agonized over her pencil and notes. However, no answer came to mind. Sylvia couldn't help but murmur to herself, "Oh no, if this continued, the notes that she had written would all disappear." She knew that the loss of the contents was inevitable even if it was transcribed in a mage's note, but this was still a tragic fate if she couldn't find a solution. And the answer to her desperate situation was just asking questions to the professor directly or finding someone who was diligent and good at taking down notes. Ifrin just finished her 3 hours of review while sitting at the third seat of the Mage's Library's row A. She looked at the clock blearily and saw that it was already past midnight. "I never thought I would do something like this," she mumbled blankly as she stared at her notes. Organized notes for de Culin's lecture. She bought a notebook instead of bread today just so she could record and transcribe the lecture. "Well, I heard it wasn't like this before, though," she sighed as she stretched her body on her seat. In other words, de Culin's lectures have long been notorious. People have said that his lectures were explained well at first glance, but in the end it was all about him bragging. If one did not buy the book that he wrote, "You should get 5,000 alnes," then it would be difficult for you to do well in his exams and homeworks. That was the reason why the application for the subject was relatively wide even though it was a lecture by a senior professor. But that was not the case at all with de Culin's lecture today. She wanted so badly to force him down, but the qualitative level of the lecture was vastly different compared to the other professors. It was a really great help. In fact, Ifrin was not really aware why a pure element magic was called a pure element. It was because she did not attend the academy and she has only been learning on her own with her magic theory books. Ifrin's brain was tickled. To put it simply, de Culin had filled her blank space of ignorance with his lecture. Injured pride. "No, it doesn't hurt my pride. Wouldn't it be more humiliating if I absorbed the knowledge that you imparted and became stronger than you? That's right. That should be correct." Ifrin, after convincing herself, stretched her body once more. On her way back to the dormitory, she saw plenty of undergraduates eating hot dogs on the street. "Looks delicious." Ifrin rummaged through her pockets and realized that she did not have a single penny left. It was because she bought a note with the money that she set aside for eating. For a college wizard, using the special note, Mage's Note, for writing and transcribing would cost a huge amount of money. "Oh, it's Ifi. Then someone from behind her called out to someone weirdly, "Ifi, that Ifi should definitely be me." "No, why would you short my name without asking for my consent?" Ifrin looked back with a glare. Daffy, a woman with light pink hair, was a debutante in the first mage department. That woman was currently rushing to where she was. Ifi, weren't you taking Professor de Culin's class?" "Yeah, why? She's not even close to me, so why is she calling me that?" Although she felt a bit uncomfortable, Daffy still smiled at her as she continued to ask her bluntly, "That did you take notes?" "Yeah." Ifrin tilted her head at her. "No, it's on the wizard's board today. Senior Professor de Culin's lecture was very good, so I'm looking for it now. And if you have notes, I'm willing to buy them. Just copy them for me. Buy money, notes, copy. She will buy my notes with money." The words that could let Ifrin eat today had caught her interest, hook, line, and sinker. "I'd love to, but you know me. I was at the disciplinary committee not too long ago. I couldn't even take the class properly because I felt very weak." She did not want to reveal the fact that she reviewed Professor de Culin's lecture so hard that she became weak. "Ah, really? Then well, it can't be helped." Daffy frowned as Ifrin laughed bitterly. "Sorry, I'll have to go to another commoner then. Bye." Then she left quickly. As she left, she heard her murmur something along the lines of, "They really couldn't hold on to the luck that's rolling in on them." "No, seeing that you're going to find another commoner, are you just looking for someone who doesn't have any money?" "But I'm not a commoner, I'm a nobleman. Does that mean that I look like I have no money? If you had asked me one more time then, I would have gone and done it for you." Gruel. Ifrin walked while clutching her empty stomach. Walking like that, she felt surprised at the scene in front of her. She even bumped into another person on the street. It was a blonde wizard with a robe that was made out of velvet. Whoever it was, they were definitely someone from a great aristocratic family. But when she looked up at the person, it was Sylvia. She stood still as she stared at her in the middle of the street. Ifrin suddenly felt a chill when she hesitated about whether she would go around her or not. The only thing that she did was to stop and keep herself at a safe distance. "What are you doing here?" Ifrin asked her, but Sylvia remained silent as she looked at the notes in Ifrin's hands. "Excuse me?" She stared at her with her laser-like gaze. "Grab." Then she reached out quickly. Ifrin hid her notes behind her at the spur of the moment. What the hell, you Sylvia did not give up when she failed once. Just like a crane, she tried to snatch the notes away from her. Her hands swung fiercely thrice that she couldn't help but step back. Ifrin looked at her dumbfounded. "No, you, what the hell? What are you doing for real? Did you become a gangster?" Sylvia did not say anything. She just smacked her lips in regret before turning around snappily and leaving her behind. Her figure that disappeared into the dark looked like a ghost. "Wow, that's creepy. What the hell was that?" "She's not a psychopath, is she?" Just to be sure that she wouldn't suffer from another attack, Ifrin hurriedly and carefully returned back to her dormitory with her notes tucked securely and safely in her arms. Gruel. Gruel. Her growling stomach almost shook the dormitory's hallway with how loud it was. Sigh. For the first time in history, a wizard will die of starvation. For real. If someone would just give me food for free, then I'll work hard to make a lot of money for you. She was lucky enough that the dormitory and the tuition were free. Otherwise, she would have died long ago. She trudged in the hallway as she grumbled about her sad fate. Eventually, she stood in front of her own room. "Wow, this is so childish," Ifrin murmured with a sickened tone to her voice. Her door was filled with red graffiti. "Who do you think you are? Dare to mess with me? Yo, you RENOTEVENFROMTHE. A CAD EMY, Get the hell out of the mages tower, you moron." These were definitely the works of some of Sylvia's supposed fans, a group of wretched people, really worthless. She erased the words on her door with her magic before entering inside. Then she saw an envelope lying quietly on the floor. In just one glance, she could tell that it was a certificate of sponsorship from the university's Mages Tower. This is a bit smart. Her heart sank for a moment before it started thumping hard. For someone to talk about sponsorship with her. I'm sure that it's a nutjob in line with the elites in Deculin's house who's trying to annoy me. Although it was a bit smart, she thought that they could do something a bit smarter. However, even though she did not show it, it was already heartbreaking for her to hear rumors about her being a beggar going rampant in the university. Mages Tower's sponsorship certificate. Target debutante Ifrin. Luna. Amount 100,000. 100,000 elnas. Isn't this guy completely crazy? Knowing that no one would sponsor her anyway, Ifrin had set the maximum amount of sponsorship, which was at 10 million elnas on her form, but someone sponsored me 100,000. Elnas, if you're going to do it, then do it properly. That. It looks too sophisticated just to be a forgery. What the hell, did some crazy nutjob forge some of the seals? She thought that she should report it right away. I should be able to get the prize money then. Dead, Ifrin's mouth turned into a nasty grin as she immediately headed straight towards the magic administrator that was near the dormitories. "Excuse me. I came to report this." Report. The staff at the counter tilted their head in confusion instead of typing. "Yes, someone forged it and left it in my room." "Forgery. Yes, they even forged a seal. I think it was because they were trying to tease me." "Yes, yes, let me check. There's something like a reward, right?" "No, there's none." Ifrin waited while she scratched her neck in embarrassment, and just like that, after 3 minutes, Ifrin looked like her spirit had escaped from her body when she stepped out of the administration building. She was clasping the certificate of sponsorship in her hands. She looked again at the certificate of sponsorship that was clasped tightly in her hands. This is a dream, right? 100,000 RLNs. She slapped herself harshly on the face. 100,000 elnas. She felt her cheek throb at the pain. 100,000 elnas. It was really 100,000 elnas. Stop. Ifrin stopped on her tracks as she felt the chilling breeze. Then she looked around as she tucked the certificate safely in her arms. Someone might see it. That. I have 100,000. Elnas, maybe a thief will come to steal my 100,000. Elnas, I should quickly go to the bank. Ifrin, who was trying to sneak around, couldn't help but squat down on the side of the road. She couldn't move anymore. Something that was coming from deep with her chest was disturbing her movements. KGHHK. Ifrin buried her face on her knees while she gritted her teeth. Unknown emotions ran rampant in her head that wanted to escape through her mouth. She tried to put up with it, but she couldn't do so. Kyuk, did you want to tell me that it's still worth living in this world? Was there someone who recognized my talent that they ignored the higher-up's grip on me? But how would she know? She knew nothing. Kyuk Kayat. She suddenly let out a sound that no one would know if it was similar to an animal's cry or purr. A strange cry-like that rang loudly in the street. Ifrin remained in that position for quite a while as she cried, unable to force her tears to stop. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. The first weekend of April. On the day when the auction would be held, I arrived at the city of Routen in my car. I came here to purchase the snowflake obsidian. We have entered Route. We will arrive in 5 minutes. The driver informed me of our time of arrival. Okay, good work. When we arrive, you can relax while waiting for me. The streets of Routen were sparkling brightly. This was one of the richest commercial cities in the empire. Although it was not much compared to the modern world, there were still plenty of high-rise buildings, and some of the roads were lined up with luxury halls and jewelry stores. We passed through these splendid streets as we headed towards our destination, the auction house that was built on the shoreline, Rautenschatzinsel. I could read the language engraved on their signboard without any difficulties. With the motif as the Sydney Opera House, the Schatzinsel was a splendid building. I arrived at the entrance of the auction house. In other words, I got off on the ground that led towards the sea. I was quickly escorted by the auction house's attendants. It was a bit hard to move since my entire body was filled with wounds since I trained with my shurikens back in the mansion. We have arrived, Senior Professor de Kulin. I entered through the VVIP-only passageway and arrived in the waiting room. I will come back and guide you separately when the time for the auction to start has come. Please rest comfortably. I nodded my head as I sat on a chair to kill time. No, I was actually going to, but I ran into an unexpected person. A mysterious and bright ash-gray hair that stood out anywhere together with a knight with white gloves. I did not know the reason why they were wearing armor in the auction hall. Well, it did not matter to me anyway. It was none other than Julie. I never thought that we would meet at the auction. She stood in the middle of the waiting room before looking at me and trudging towards my direction. Her gait and posture was definitely a knight's walk. I greeted her politely. This time, I heard that you sent 2 wizards to the disciplinary committee. That was right. Julie was the one who came to talk to me first. I just stared at Julie and felt that she was just here to meddle in my affairs again. Your ears are quite slow. It seems like you have just heard of that. I may be slow or not. I just heard it yesterday. Is that true? That's right. Are you going to say that it was also my fault? Julie looked like she was left speechless. It was hard for her to say something since she was not aware of the situation. So her lips opened and closed before speaking again. They are debutantes. They are freshmen who have just entered the Mage's Tower filled with dreams and hopes. Do not put them in despair. Do not repeat the past. One day, karma will come back to bite you. This is the last piece of advice that I will give to you. Last, the word was no different from an end. Julie was already determined. As a matter of fact, the same was true for me. No matter how wonderful and beautiful this night was, I did not want to get married to someone here when I did not even do that in the past. And I did not want to joke around at all. Entering the wedding hall with her would definitely kill me. There were a lot of death flags surrounding her. In particular, Julie's unai was even more extreme than her. You should do that. I nodded my head. This meant that I was affirmative and that I wanted the conversation to end. Julie also bowed to me as she left. While looking at her leaving back, curiosity suddenly reared its head. But did you come to this auction house just to say that to me? What? You're wrong. Julie turned around quickly as she shouted loudly. If that was the case, then that was fine. I was going to read my book in silence, but Julie came up to me and added a few words. You're wrong. This meant that I did not come for you. You're delusional if you think that I came to see you. I just nodded my head. Julie gave me a doubtful stare before finally stepping away. She wandered around, came back and murmured, I swear to God, I have things that I have to do here. I already know. I understand it even if you say it once. Aren't you being too dismissive of people who have the trait understanding? I cut her off decisively, and Julie just pouted her lips before leaving. She was the one who misunderstood me first, but her quibble was quite cute for no reason at all. I was quite surprised when I realized that I was smiling. No way, were you telling me that I also received de Kulin's feelings for Julie? Of course, whenever I see her, I never felt my heart flutter, nor did I feel my head getting dizzy, but at that moment, we are notifying the VIPs who are visiting the Schatzinsel that the auction will begin now. We advise you to please follow the instructions and guidance of the attendants. Thank you. The announcement from the loudspeaker heralded the start of the auction. I rose from my seat. Before entering the auction house, a small claw grabbed the back of my collar. I don't think that you understand, so I'll tell you one last time. I already understand. You did it the last time. And I know that this time you're trying to spread idle gossip in high society. I'm not spreading anything. Believe me, I'm not here to see you. You're wrong. I already understand. As we entered the auction house on good terms, we soon sat on our own seats, far apart from each other. News about Deculin's actions swiftly spread throughout Hadekane, the capital of Eucline, by the second. What now? In the auction house, Uriel's eyebrows furrowed. Deculin had already flushed away 10 million elnas from the estate's finances last year, yet he had already entered another bidding. She couldn't believe it. He didn't seem satisfied by the havoc he already caused. Yes, I believe the auction is currently going on as we speak. I see. Hearing the butler's dispassionate reply made her feel nauseous. Since she was acting as the actual lord of the Hadekane castle, she tried her best to minimize their expenses, hence why she found such actions incomprehensible. All right, you may go, as you wish. Slam. Fuck. As soon as the butler left the room, Uriel slammed her hand down on her desk. She then forcefully opened up a whiskey bottle and poured some into a glass as anger boiled up inside her. Is that the reason why he asked for funds to purchase the mine? Has he gone insane? Gulp. She emptied the glass all at once. The alcohol burned her body up, but it made her head, which was ready to burst, cool down. Arg, gag, Uriel screamed out of frustration. For fuck's sake, seriously. Aside from etiquette, she was confident that she was far more skilled than Deculin in all areas, including magical affinity, administrative talents, cultural and industrial understanding, and even morals. Yet Deculin was the one made Lord of Eucline. And it might stay that way for as long as they drew breath. Why? Her parents believed in Deculin's talents to such an extent that they decided on their successor too soon. He was a gifted child, that much was undeniable. After all, he managed to understand collegiate-level magic at the age of 10. However, that was his limit. It could be likened to his height, which had already gone beyond 160 centimeters when he was just 10 years old. That made everyone believe he'd become a tall and well-built man. To their surprise, however, his body stopped growing at that age. Simply put, he wasn't gifted. He just developed prematurely. It was for that reason that her parents once told her that they regretted it. They regretted their decision. You should have become the Lord instead of Deculin. That line was beyond anything she imagined. Fuck, regrets always come at the end. It was too late. There was no room for it to be undone now. Her parents had already passed away, leaving him on the throne of Eucline indefinitely. Uriel realized such a reality was unfair, but there was nothing she could do. Deculin resembled her father, and she resembled her mother, who became his father's wife only after the first one, Deculin's mother, passed away. That made it crystal clear that Deculin would become the Lord. The situation was abhorrent, but there was nothing wrong with it. She understood that that was bound to happen since it was the natural course of events. However, she still found it too cruel of a fate to suffer. She could have done it better, way better than that asshole whose expertise revolved only around his extravagance. I miss them. She chugged the entire bottle in a matter of a few short moments. It didn't take long for its effects to kick in and for her to become drunk. Uriel laid her head on the table as she mumbled emptily. Why did they have to pass away so early? It had been 7 years since their passing. Since then, there had been several moments when she wanted to feel their embrace even just once more. No, she desired it as frequently as her weeping, almost every single day. However, she was 26 now and the deputy of the Lord. She had been carrying out Deculin's duty as a member of the Eucline family since her melancholic younger days. That bastard is a real pain in the ass. Bang, bang, bang. Instead of crying her heart out, she hit her desk over and over until she had enough. She then let out a determined sigh. Well, he wouldn't spend that much. She hated excessive expenditure as it went against her dignity. Her emotions were telling her to abandon that dignity and etiquette, however. Fukin bastard. There was a time when she asked for his affection. She was even proud of his existence then, but Deculin was always cold and oppressive towards her, and he insisted on making her practice etiquettes that didn't suit her. Of course, Uriel tried her best at that time. Although she wasn't as well-spoken as him, she still wanted to win his affection. And so, she wore dresses that she found inconvenient, held onto the book of etiquettes in her tiny hands, and always followed after him. He ignored her, pushed her away, and yelled at her, yet she thought his actions were reasonable. She was the child of their father's second wife, after all. She was just a worthless being who grew up with so much savagery that she could no longer maintain her dignity or be taught anything. However, time proved that he was the one far beyond acting as a noble, son of a bitch. Uriel became strong as she gave up on winning him over. She even reached the point where she could now swear right to his face. Although some couldn't tell whether she had actually grown stronger or was broken down, there was no doubt that she could manage Eucline all by herself. She was satisfied with it, and for 7 years, Eucline developed as her land. Now, all the vassals of their land acknowledged her as its lord. She took comfort in that fact, and in the corners of her heart, she knew she was proud of it. The auction house of Rautenschatzinsel was known for its elegant aesthetics. The edges of its seats were made with the red velvet and golden craft admired by the nobles, and the auction platform shined bright as if it was made out of pure gold. It was the perfect embodiment of the red and golden festival. Surrounded by delicate fragrances and aristocratic laughs, I looked at the auction catalog that was hung at the armrest of the VVIP seat. Long. Ceramic pots, necklaces, scissors, rings, relics, findings from the historic sites and the snowflake obsidian. Many artifacts were useful to wizards aside from the last item I noticed. Checking its price, I found out that it ranged from 10 to 30 million, a reasonable price to pay. I'd like to say a few words to the fine ladies and gentlemen of the Rautenschatzensel's auction house. Soon enough, the voice of the auctioneer resounded throughout the hall as the lights went off. The chattering started to cease. The jellied icebergs that seemed to have been there forever finally melted, followed by the rise of green seeds across the lands. He went with his opening as items were carried to the top of the platform. Yes, spring has begun, and this item here shall be the first to be presented in our spring auction. It looked like a plain ceramic pot at first glance. Take a closer look at its fine curves. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the flower vase of the East, crafted by the Far East master craftsmen of the Aegean Sea. It comes with a document from the Master Craftsmen of the Ceramic Pot Association, certifying that it is of the finest quality. The starting bid for it is 500,000 elnas with 50,000 increments. At first, I didn't have any interest. However, my intrigue was piqued the longer I stared at it. The ceramic pot was emitting light. There was no need to doubt it. The hunch from the man of great wealth was always correct. Number 37 with 550,000 elnas. Number 693, 600,000 elnas. The first auction went on fiercely, but I only focused on that light. Its brilliance grew denser as I took a closer look. Number 37 with 650,000 elnas. Now our distinguished guest, number 993. Number 37, 650,000. Number 993, 700,000. Number 1038, 750,000. The price stopped at 1.3 million elnas. Now, number 1413 with 1.3 million elnas. Are there any more bidders? Then I'll say the price 3 times. 1.3 million elnas. 1.3 million elnas. 1.3 million. Its price was 1.3 million elnas, and the balance of my account was 200 million elnas. There was no reason to think further. I touched the small crystal ball that was placed on the armrest of my seat. Here comes our noble guest, number 777 with 1.4 million elnas. The auctioneer acknowledged my bid. Number 1413, 1.5 million elnas. Number 1413, who called for 1.3 million, struck back. I pressed the crystal ball without any hesitation. Number 777, 1.6 million. Number 1413, 1.7 million. 1.8 million, 1.9 million, 2 million. Light from the pot didn't flicker even once while the price was soaring up. Number 777, 2.5 million elnas. Will there be any contenders? I was certain. The value of that ceramic pot was way above its current price. I could sense it not just through my sight, but also through my instincts. That was the ability of the man of great wealth. In other words, I was destined to be rich. 2.5 million elnas. For any last-second bidders, I'll be announcing its current price thrice. Number 1413, who had been meddling with my endeavors, grew quiet. That was only natural. There was no way he could outbid me, who possessed 200 million at my disposal. Was this the power that I had never felt before in my entire life? They called it the power of wealth, and at this moment I was the personification of a great sovereignty. 2.5 million, 2.5 million, 2.5 million, sold to number 777. I had purchased the ceramic pot. Clap, 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 clap. I waved my hand lightly in response to the applause from the nobles, as per proper etiquette dictated. Now, let us bring in our next item. It was also something that I had to buy. Was this auction special, or did all other auctions resemble this one? No, perhaps my ability made a mistake. No, that wouldn't happen. I had confidence that it would bring me wealth no matter what happened. This is the Ruperen's ring, crafted by master craftsman Ruperen. This helps the circulation of the wearer's blood and mana. Its price starts at 800,000 with 50,000 increments. I was in agony while observing how the auction was proceeding. There should be no need to think this through. Number 603, 1.5 million elnas. The increment will now be raised to 100,000. Number 777 shows up at this moment. My decision was close to absolute confidence. I didn't need to worry. The 200 million was the money in my account. It was my money, so it shouldn't matter even if it disappeared. Hence, I invested as much as I could while sparing enough money to purchase the snowflake obsidian. Number 777 again. Ruperen's ring, 3 million elnas. I kept believing in my ability that was yelling at me this would be a successful investment. In any case, I still had Midas' hand as a backup plan. This was my chance to become the real man of great wealth. Ruperen's ring, sold to number 777 for 3 million elnas. I won Ruperen's ring as my second item. The auction event moved on. 2.1 million elnas. Are there any higher bids? Rucho's scissor sold to number 777 for 2.1 million elnas, but except for the item's name and its price, the words of the auctioneer 4.3 million elnas. Are there any higher bids? Ancient rune tongue necklace sold to number 777 for 4.3 million elnas. Remained the same, 5.5 million elnas. Are there any higher bids? Dark floor carpet sold to number 777 for 5.5 million elnas. Number 777, Deculine. Julie had never been to an auction in her life. She lived thriftily and with simplicity all her years. She had grown so accustomed to that lifestyle that she became lost to thought and agony when she bought a single fur coat. That was why she had been using the same coat she received as a graduation gift 10 years ago. However, number 777, 4.3 million elnas. Is there any higher bid? As expected, Deculine didn't seem interested in acting economically at all. Ancient rune tongue necklace sold to number 777 for 4.3 million elnas. He bought 7 out of 10 items as the auction continued. His frenzy caused the entire auction house to feel pressured. Tusk. Julie shook her head. His prodigality was envied and admired by others, but to her, it was just pathetic. This moment showed how different they were in every way. Their ideals were too far apart from one another. That was the very reason why they couldn't understand each other no matter how hard they tried. Julie definitely did her best to do so in the beginning. As part of her duty as a knight, she had determined to give it her all to love her husband. She also knew she shouldn't defy the will of the family she served, but Deculine thought her love was something that could be bought, and he treated her in the most derisory way. Everything went wrong, even on the day of their engagement. Their first meeting was only the start of her misfortune. I guess you're here to find an accessory. At that moment, the noble next to her struck up a conversation with a gentle smile. Julie's shoulders shrugged, already anticipating such a question to arise. Yes. The snowflake obsidian, also known as the fire of winter. It was a rare metal that contained both heat and cold. Its existence was magical, making it difficult to control. Mere blacksmiths could neither forge nor refine it. It's time for me to acquire my own sword. She had her own greed for a sword as a knight. Well, it was widely accepted that, as a knight, being cheap towards one's swords was wasteful, and she knew that saying was somewhat correct. Swords became more valuable as the wielder's mana imbued into them over time. That process was known as communion. She decided to focus only on the snowflake obsidian with that reasoning, making her decision to attain ownership over it a non-lavish act. Moreover, it was well known that she didn't possess a sword of her own. Hence, people would simply perceive the situation as Knight Julie finally acquiring her own weapon. The same would go for the noble sitting next to her. Well, your skills as a knight are famous even in the Empire. Your interviews with the Knight's Journal never cease to amaze. I just spoke about my convictions and beliefs. Julie nodded elegantly. Even if it was just flattery, she felt pleased when he mentioned reading the interview, but she knew she shouldn't carelessly display her emotions. As expected, your husband. He isn't my husband. At that moment, Julie's eyes narrowed sharply, and the noble laughed awkwardly before shuffling away. 5.5 million elnas. Is there any higher bid? Dark floor carpet, sold to number 777 for 5.5 million elnas. Deculine threw his money away ceaselessly. His overwhelming aura drew people's attention towards him, and to her as well. She was officially his fiancée, after all. Her face began to redden, but she had no choice but to hold on until the event was over. Her goal was to buy the snowflake obsidian. She had already confirmed that the allowances and salaries she deposited into her account since the day she was born reached a total amount that far surpassed her expectations, allowing her to believe that she could purchase it. Julie steadied her heart, giving it her all to ignore the word number 777 that kept echoing through the auction house as she maintained her posture through deep breaths. This day feels extremely bitter. I didn't even know what the name of the noble next to me was, but he kept speaking to me while his body trembled so violently that I could feel the aftershocks. The price you'll be paying for that item is already equal to my entire net worth. I didn't mind. Man of great wealth gave me the hunch that it was worth the net value of 2 celebrities combined. Its potential alone could be classified as beastly. I had already won 11 out of the 24 items to be auctioned today by the time we reached the halfway point of the program, so I felt ecstatic about it. The next item on our list is tranquility. I had no intention of getting involved from this point on. All the items that followed the ancient rune tongue necklace fell short of my standards. Additionally, I had to ensure my budget wouldn't go below 90 million elnas, 3 times the snowflake obsidian's estimated worth of 30 million. For as long as I had that amount, I was certain that I could successfully secure my objective. Lockhorn's horn. The following bidding wars that ensued were tranquil compared to the ones I participated in. Even the regular nobles, who were treading carefully, sneakily participated in the auction to enjoy the peace and serenity they finally obtained. at least until the item I came here for was brought to the platform, the imperial sword that had served its user greatly throughout history. Known as the magic of nature and the fire of winter, the snowflake obsidian had finally appeared. Its initial price was 5 million elnas, with increments starting at 200,000 elnas. The first number to bid for it was 1089. 1089, 5 million elnas. I looked at the inhabitant of seat 1089 who appeared gallantly. I thought the back of her head looked familiar. She had her shiny hair pulled up into a ball and bore white armor as if to display her identity. Julie. Her eyes were determined never to back down. Julie joined the bidding with enthusiasm. She did so despite not knowing anything about auctioneering, but she held on regardless. Winning the item she desired proved difficult since everyone had their eyes on it. The price skyrocketed quickly to 10 million, 13 million, 17 million, 19 million, 1089, 30 million elnas. Would anyone like to go higher? Few. Thankfully, the majority gave up when its price reached its predicted value of 30 million. Feeling a surge of optimism and satisfaction, Julie thought she'd be spending less than she initially planned. 777, 31 million elnas. However, an unexpected competitor appeared to contend against her. Julie's eyes widened as she looked for 777. Sitting in the VVIP section, which wasn't far from her, he exuded an aura of haughty elegance. Deculin, feeling her gaze on him, he looked back calmly. The man was as cold as usual, indifferent to everything and everyone, yet she still felt as if she knew what was going through his mind. 1098, 32 million elnas. She quietly bid with a clenched fist, having no intentions of backing down. The same was true for her opponent. 777 again with 33 million. At that point, the bidding war revolved only around them, with everyone else fleeing from the carnage. Whenever Deculin raised its price, Julie retaliated immediately. The people in the auction house were filled to the brim with excitement as their fight stretched out. Cheers and exclamations echoed throughout the hall like background music, for they knew that such a duel between Deculin and Julie was nothing short of a once-in-a-lifetime event. 777, 37 million elnas. Deculin didn't look bothered by that amount. On the contrary, however, Julie's hands were starting to shake. Her balance was slowly running out. She hated losing, though. 1089, 38 million. She desperately added yet another million to the price. Without a moment's delay, Deculin deflected her offensive with ease. 777, 39 million. Julie visibly winced. The hall fell silent for a moment. Everyone watched her next move with bated breath. The item's price had risen so much that it was now worth the same as a mansion, making the desire to surrender dawn upon her. However, she persevered. 1089, 40 million. Another round of silence sank in. Deculin remained still for a moment as he thought with his eyes closed. Julie wants the snowflake obsidian for herself. Will she hold it against me if I win? More than holding a grudge, there was a chance she'd become a... There's no way, Deculin no. Kim Woo-jin believed in her personality. Still, he wasn't desperate for the medal like she was. Hoo-hoo. Meanwhile, as Julie waited in anguish, her anxiety disheveled her thoughts. Her shoulders heaved ceaselessly and she remained breathless. As always, she openly showcased her emotions through her body language. Only 30 seconds had passed, but she felt she had been waiting forever. 1089 is now the new owner of. Feeling relieved, she put her hands on top of her knees, quietly and peacefully enjoying her victory. But their battle wasn't over yet. 777, 42 million elnas. Ah, Julie screamed and glared at him, but the people in the hall were already so worked up that they didn't notice at all. Ugh. With clenched teeth, her hands still trembling, and her lips and eyelids twitching, she closed her eyes and hung her head down. She didn't want to admit defeat, but was left with no other option. She could feel that unpleasant feeling of helplessness all the way to her bones. She had no money left to fight with. I'll repeat its current price 3 times for any last-minute bidders. 42 million, 42 million, 42 million elnas. The owner of the imperial sword, the snowflake obsidian, is now 777. He had ascertained his hard-fought victory, yet he remained calm about it. There wasn't even a hint of surprise in his expression. Clap, clap, clap. The auction house's honored guests applauded him, and he answered with a dignified look. Let us move on to the next item with this excitement in tow. Of course, the auction continued, but nothing caught Julie and Deculin's attention anymore. The items showcased in the auction's latter half were of no value to Deculin, but he waited for the event to end with utmost dignity regardless. Julie's body was still quivering, and her face remained red, which he found worrisome. When the auction finally reached its conclusion, Julie immediately hurried out of her seat and was about to leave, however. Someone blocked her way. Deculin, with his crystal blue eyes, was looking down at her. Congratulations. She didn't want to speak to him or even hear what he had to say, but he prevented her from leaving. Did you want the snowflake obsidian too? Ha! Her heart squeaked for a moment. Within a split second, her emotions were thrown into disarray. Julie had an idea of what he was going to say. The worst memory she had, the day of their engagement, played back in her head. I can give it to you if you want. I'll do whatever you wish. That was what he told her back then. One day, the item she was willing to give everything up for would be displayed before her. What she felt wasn't happiness or bliss. She only felt insulted. However, the real humiliation was yet to follow. Since Julie left Deculin, rumors spread out like mist. Rumors that a distant flower had finally been picked by Deculin spread at least to some extent. That Julie was promised the Knights of Hadekyn, that she was the one who wanted their engagement. Such words were a disgrace to her faith. Did he approach her now, thinking she would go back to him because of the snowflake obsidian? That was foolish of him. No matter how much she tried, he was someone she could never possibly love. This time as well. I'm sorry, what the hell do you want, huh? Deculin turned around. What was he apologizing for? He left immediately, leaving her staring blankly at his back. You whom? Though she felt puzzled, relief coursed through her as he left. It wasn't a repeat of last year. She sighed deeply. It was over. The snowflake obsidian was finally auctioned out after 3 years of waiting. She was looking forward to it, but she didn't expect it to be taken away. Not by that person, no less. Why did Professor Deculin buy the snowflake obsidian? A voice soon reached her ears. I've been wondering about that as well. Nobles never seemed to know when to stop talking, almost as if their job was to spread rumors. No, it wasn't just them. Everyone was chattering in the waiting room about what just transpired today, just like a year ago. She knew they were going to utter words she didn't want to hear. It's a gift for his fiancée, isn't it? Julie clenched her teeth. Ho ho ho. Perhaps, but he could have just surrendered and let her win if that were the case. You know his personality. I think he wanted to give the sword to her himself, which is why he went that far. She knew she shouldn't judge them based on what she just heard, but they sounded so sure of themselves. The snowflake obsidian couldn't be used alongside magic. Its inner mana was too strong that it could only function as a sword. It was also forged of a complicated metal that no one could wield without first gaining its permission. Even then, they'd have to swing it thousands of times to create a connection with it. Why in the world would Deculin, a wizard, buy it? Julie stopped yet another deep, soaring sigh from escaping. I'm jealous of his fiancée. She'll be receiving a gift worth 40 million elnas. Even a necklace worth 40,000 elnas would be enough to make me feel honored. Exactly. I can't believe the Freyden family is still uselessly pushing and pulling. She should grab onto him and never let go while she still has the chance. Their gossips, speculations, and assumptions were about to drive Julie insane. Passing through the crowd of people, she immediately ran out of Schatzinsel and was soon met by a path filled with a sea breeze. Julie curled up from the chill, calming her wavering heart as she breathed slowly. It's okay. I shouldn't let them affect me. They're nothing special anyway. There was no need for her to be swayed by words that weren't even true. I'm already used to this. I shouldn't let myself be shaken any further. Not long after, a car approached her, and one of its back doors opened. Julie, a familiar voice echoed with the winds. She turned her head to face its source. Sister, smiling at her, was the eldest daughter of the Freyden household, Josephine. I knew it would turn out like this. Hurry up and get in. Her older sister's beauty was different from Julie's. To her, their charms were on entirely different dimensions. Josephine's bobbed hair was far silkier and smoother than any she had ever seen, and her distinct and elegant features made her look shabby in comparison. What are you still standing around there for? Julie was certainly a good person. As far as I was concerned, she was a long way from the villain's fate, no death to her now. I confirmed that at the auction house through a certain intuition from my naked eye. It was pathetic to worry about her retaliating against me for taking the snowflake obsidian away. I've suffered so. I truly did. Did the kind-hearted Julie just try to kill me? I saw a new side of her from that game we played. Just how much had she lost her mind there? We're here. As I pondered over my thoughts, we finally arrived at the mansion. Good work. I checked my watch, finding out that it was already past midnight. Climbing out of the car and walking through the garden, I immediately noticed a commotion taking place. The attendants, who gathered anxiously at the mansion's entrance, ran towards me as soon as they saw me. My lord, Miss Uriel. I'll handle this. I went upstairs without further inquiring about the situation. The servants followed and opened the door for me. I was greeted by a living room filled with moonlight. Standing in the middle of it was a dark silhouette who turned to glance at us as soon as the door opened. Even though her face was covered, I knew it was Uriel. I was going to ask why she was there, but she spoke before I could. Her tone was dry, almost cracking. The money I entrusted to you was supposed to pay for the Xeron mine acquisition. Did you really have to spend it all like that? Tears were falling from her eyes. I felt a prick of conscience, but I didn't show it. Was that why I thought I had more money in my account than I deposited? I found having 200 million nothing short of the ordinary, considering I was supposed to be wealthy anyway. It was an honest mistake. Don't worry. I purchased something that will benefit us. I wasn't lying. I only bought items that would rise in value from the auction house. Using Midas's hand, I planned to unlock their potential before selling them. We'd be earning 2 or even 3 times the low price I paid for them. I didn't think she would listen to anything I said right now, though. A tearing sound rang in my ears. After shouting, Uriel began breathing heavily like a rabid beast. "You keep treating me like I'm some sort of garbage." Her voice trembled as much as her body did. "Who do you think cleans up all the shit you leave behind your path?" I was flustered. In my short life, I had never experienced this much anger directed toward me. The times have changed. People work day and night, even sacrificing their sleep, for the money you just wasted, you crazy bastard. Benefit? Bullshit. Are you suffering from a gambling addiction? Dark red energy enveloped her entire body, signaling the manifestation of the villain's fate. But at the same time, she also emitted a golden light. The man of great wealth was beginning to manifest. You. The contradiction was easy to explain. If I didn't settle the situation, Uriel would become the reason behind my death. However, if I managed to resolve this, I'd reach a huge financial breakthrough. I knew what the answer to this predicament was since I knew what she desired. "You don't have to worry. Stop spitting out nonsense. What I feel has gone beyond worry, you idiot. Stop shitting on us every time you get the chance, you damn shithead." She threw a tantrum, her tears and spittle splattering all over. "I can't believe this is how I'll be spending the rest of my life. I couldn't even finish college because of you. Fuck, I've never even had a proper relationship. You don't have to live this way." "What do you mean I don't? After our parents died, what have you done for the household, huh? All you do is fool around and ruin our finances." "Oh my god, I can't believe you lost 150 million in one day, you fucking idiot." "I'll give you my seat as the head of the household. You piece of shit, all you do is make things hard for us. Stop shitting on everyone." Uriel's abusive language slowed, then halted entirely. She looked like she doubted what she just heard. Confused, her eyebrows rose as she tilted her head sideways. "What just now? What did you just say?" "I, Deculin, was the head of the House of Eucline. However, I knew what awaited me at the end of that path. Just now what? If Deculin returned and became the Lord, the best ending we could hope for would still be dangerous. Even in the first game, Deculin was a professor and not a lord. Hence, passing over my seat as the head shouldn't be a death variable. And even if it was, I still had no plans on playing SimCity. Listen carefully. I'll only repeat this once. The original head was Uriel. In the game, Deculin was known as Professor Deculin. In the second half of it, Uriel had always been known as the Count of Eucline. Therefore, there was no need to complicate this problem. My position as the head of the household. It was something I had no need for. On the contrary, it was no different from a death even if I didn't give it to her now. She'd snatch it from me in the future, considering it was hers to begin with. "I'm giving it to you. From me to you, my little sister, I voluntarily put it in your hands." Huh, surprised, Uriel didn't know how to react. "I'm giving you my seat as the head of the household." Uriel grew speechless. Her lips had stopped cursing me entirely. I found it adorable, the way she blinked in confusion, her mouth puffing as she tried to make sense of what I just said and reply to me at the same time. "Yao, you were lying." Ariel spat the words out, barely managing to compose even that short sentence. "Your manner of speaking still has no class or elegance to it." "That's a lie. That's a little better." "See, that's a lie as well." I shook my head at her reply. She still seemed unable to believe me. "I don't lie." Only then did her hands start to shake. Her eyes began roaming around the room, seemingly looking for something. "Pen, I need a pen and paper. Memorandum, write a memorandum right now. You have no dignity. See, that's a lie. I'd have already cut off your finger before you could point it at me and say that. Would it not be better if I just take an oath?" An oath was far more significant to a wizard than to ordinary people. Simply put, it was no different from applying a memory-based magic spell that would bind their souls to the promise they took. Breaking it would either result in their death or the loss of their power. Really, will you really? Yes. No, this doesn't make any sense. Why are you suddenly doing this? Naturally, I couldn't say that it was to soothe her anger and remove future death variables. Uriel found my decision too sudden, making it hard for her to trust my words. However, it wasn't that big of a deal. I would one day turn over my position to her anyway. All I did was push forward that event's date. From now on, I'll be focusing on my research on magic. I won't have time to attend to my duties as the head of the household. Hence, I deduce that this is the best possible move for everyone's interests, considering you've already mastered the art of lordship anyway, at least to some extent. You only realize that now. I've known about it for a while. I was just testing you. Deep in thought, she wiggled and soon shook her head with a scream. "Test? I'm the one who should be testing you. If you don't want to believe me, don't." Ariel moistened her lips, then, still in doubt, slowly looked at me. "That succession ceremony, when are we doing it?" She stuck her tongue out at the end like an actual little sister, which I found cute. I hadn't given any thought to that event at all yet. Hence, I just made up an answer on the spot. "You'll know when the time is right." As if she understood my point immediately, she nodded along. "In 3 years, exception day." I didn't know what she meant, but I just went along with it since she looked so serious. Pondering to herself, she gathered the things she brought with her. On the bed were a dagger and a pistol, which I thought meant today was going to be the day I murdered you. You're leaving already? Of course. A certain someone spent 200 million at an auction after all. I have to go earn back what we lost. She often screamed at me out of nowhere, but the embers from her voice had died down now. The Eucline household would one day transcend 200 million. I was certain of that. Our territory was called Hadekane, which was a continent rich with fertile soil. Its location had mountains surrounding its borders with rivers running along the middle, making it worthy of being called a holy ground. On top of that, our political position was ridiculously good. We weren't high enough in the system to reach the imperial family, but we also weren't so far that we lacked any means of communication either. This holy ground continued to develop with those advantages, attracting both local wizards and knights. Only the Iliade and the Levern households could become our opponents, but Iliade's area was too small and Levern was too far. The head of Eucline was a position far above everyone around us. Oh right, you as she was about to leave. Uriel stopped. Better not change your mind later. What? I'm not making you take an oath because of my little faith in you. Barely finishing the sentence with her diminishing voice, she stopped abruptly at the door. If you're lying, then even I don't know what's going to happen next. Thigh's moment can make or break our family. You know that, right? I'm already considered a lord by the people, after all. I knew that all too well. She'd probably poison my food or drink if I went back on my word. Believe me, it's not a lie. HMMPH. Ariel put her dagger and gun in her bag. She then continued to stare at me, this time in silence, but I didn't avoid her gaze. Uriel soon grabbed the door and turned to glance at me one last time as she was about to leave. I still don't believe you. I doubt you'd do it. I mean, I'll take an oath right now. Don't need it. She turned the doorknob, opened the door, and walked out of the room. Uriel. I caught her just as she was about to go down the stairs. Turning around, she looked like she was curious about what I had to say and seemed almost afraid that I might go back on my promise. What is it? I didn't know what I was supposed to say to her. I just impulsively called out to her. However, I didn't feel satisfied with just eliminating the death variable. I wanted to take it a step further. I didn't want to live like Deculin, using the system's personality as an excuse. Although it certainly bound me, it wasn't a shackle I couldn't escape. Hence, to reach my goals at the very least, and for me to remain as Kim Woojin and not become Deculin, I had to personally mend this character's already damaged relationships. You should at least eat before you leave. You'll grow hungry on the road otherwise. I felt goosebumps all over my body as I affectionately said those words, which took courage to do. That act alone deviated from the character's core itself. Uriel flinched upon hearing them, her round eyes shaking as if she saw a ghost. No, no way, no, don't spout such weird things out of the blue. I don't know what happened to you, but I have to go now. Uriel was screaming. Ting-tang, ting-tang. She rushed down the stairs like an eager elementary school student. I'm going. Get the car ready. Eventually, her clamor reached the first floor. The villain's fate, you have overcome a death flag, and I, after received money from the store as a reward. The total amount I had in it was now 6-1. The system store was currently accessible, but I feel like a mess. I was out of my mind. Only about 15 minutes had elapsed since I had arrived home, but I felt like I had been here for hours. What kind of storm just went by? I closed the door and stretched my arms out in the air. That's interesting. I was about to sit with a glass of wine in hand when a strange voice came out of nowhere. I felt flustered, but at the same time, I felt strangely calm. I know I've said this before, but no matter how surprised I internally am, I just can't express it externally. It's such a mysterious yet efficient disposition. Just saying that I'm here, the voice replied, sounding a little sharp. Not long after, a breeze entered the room through the moonlit window frames. Unable to stop me, I looked in the direction it came from. So something like this happened. Ganesha, a beautiful woman with unraveled, fiery red hair, looked at me with a playful smile. I frowned faintly at her in reply. An uninvited guest appears. I'm sorry, I am, but the professor is handing over his seat as the head of the household. Are you trying to change? Why was this adventurer sticking her nose in another household's business? Oh, that's right. Euclid isn't my household, I calmly answered her. I just think she'll do better than me. Still in doubt, Ganesha murmured, really, I can see where you're coming from, but the fact that she's not your real sister still exists. Her words disconcerted me for a moment, but according to the setting, Uriel was my half-sibling, so she had a point. She doesn't have a drop of Euclid blood in her. I didn't know what she was talking about. Seriously, what did she mean? I didn't think there was a setting like this, but if there was, then when was it added? Or was this what writers called a minor twist? Are you going to keep acting like that? I felt blessed to have Deculin's personality whenever I was in situations like this. No matter how shocking the words he heard were, even if someone held a knife to his neck, not even a single drop of cold sweat would roll down his forehead. You solicited me first, Professor. You and your sister are you in that kind of circumstances. Silently, I looked at Ganesha, and she smiled naively at me. Didn't I tell my men to let you know 3 months ago? I looked for the right words inside my head, repeating the process of creating and dismantling sentences over and over again. Boom, boom, boom. Letters flew between my left and right brains. I had no obligation or responsibility to tell her anything or explain anything to her, but I didn't want Uriel to lose her lordship. I had to shut Ganesha up, even so. With that purpose, I haphazardly spewed out words. Uriel is still Uriel. I had not such a reason in the first place, after all. Silence fell upon us for a moment, followed by a suffocating sound. Ganesha suddenly exclaimed. She looked at me with her eyes wide open and simply said, "Wow." Ganesha brushed her bangs back, and I noticed goosebumps on the back of her hand. "I didn't know you'd react like this, Professor." "That was because I didn't even know it would be like this. I didn't know at all." "Fine, I'll keep your secret." As I was buzzing mentally, Ganesha clenched her fists. It made her look adorably small. "Oh, and I'll tell you this too. Yuxedu is mindful of you, Professor. You know him, right? Yuxedu was the head of the Sixth Snake, one of the most notorious criminal gangs in the continent, with bounties in the millions. They're after what you bought at the auction house. Of course, Routen will deliver it safely, since if the item is taken while it's still in their possession, it'll also be a huge problem for them. However, you best be careful after it arrives." Ganesha put her forefinger up. "I don't think you've been putting up sufficient magical defenses these days. That's extremely careless of you. Make sure to put up more powerful ones and rebuild the mansion's magical security system as reliable and impenetrable as it used to be." "I understand." Ganesha clasped her hands together after I replied. "I truly do apologize about today. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I won't let this happen again." "Ganesha," I called her name and looked at her with unwavering eyes. "Yes, why?" "If and only if someone is after Uriel. I had to do this as a precaution. If Dekulin tried to do something to Uriel 3 months ago, I did something I wasn't aware of. I had to ask Ganesha to cover it up." "Ah." Ganesha smiled abruptly, her lips resembling the moonlight. The mystery that surrounded her left me speechless. "Don't worry, that's not going to happen." Weeing. The wind blew, causing the curtains covering the window frame she was leaning against to flutter. When the air settled down, she had vanished. My upright posture grew disheveled as soon as her presence disappeared. I haphazardly brushed through my hair. "Uriel, I thought she was my half-sister, but we weren't even blood-related." I clasped my hands at the back of my neck and looked up at the ceiling. It was a truth I didn't have to know. Nothing would have changed even after I learned of it, after all. Now that I thought about it, there was no such thing as a twist for me. It was unexpected, but I didn't find it that big of a deal. I wasn't Dekulin in the first place, so whether or not Uriel was his real sister wouldn't be enough to make me alter my attitude towards her. I decided to bury this information deep in my mind. For me, Uriel was still Dekulin's little sister, whom I held sentiments for. She was a pretty cute kid. Ganesha was tight-lipped, ensuring that this secret would be kept for a long time. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a housing complex in the outskirts of the system, Professor changed a lot. How can a person change so much? Or perhaps is someone using the professor's face as a disguise? Ganesha reminisced about the scene as she sat on a slanted crimson brick wall. It was an intense and memorable meeting that she wouldn't be able to forget. "You were right. The professor has a human side to him." Her henchman Lohan answered. "You treat him differently just because he's handsome. The whole world knows how much of a dimwit you are now. Even back when the first mission came, you fell for him the moment you saw his face. Can I rip your ugly face off then? I just didn't have enough money then. The debt collector took it, so I had no choice." The Red Garnet Adventure Team, the group she was currently with, had 5 members, 3 men and 2 women. The other woman in their party had set off on a long journey to book a residence for them. "Ah, right. You know this is a secret, right? You have to keep your mouth shut about this until you die. Disclosing this will equate to betraying my faith in you as an adventurer. I also won't consider you my colleague anymore, and I will kill you with my own hands. Of course, we're human too. Anyone who will spill our secrets is no better than a dog. Dosmo, I need you to promise too." The man wearing a hoodie nodded with a yawn. "In any case." Ganesha scowled at her cheeky subordinate and stared at the far-off Euclid mansion. The curtain already blocked the window where she entered. Regardless, Dekulin still looked attractive. He was so human. Uriel is still Uriel. She recited it in her head exactly like a poem. If it were in the past, she would have dismissed it as a funny play. Now, however, Dekulin had no less than promised the seat to Uriel. It puzzled her how he could give it to someone who wasn't even related to him by blood and had entirely no connection to the Euclid household. It was a progressive decision that he couldn't even be proud of. Anyway, Dekulin doesn't have to be on guard anymore. I don't think he's obsessed with the children. Yes, that's right. What has he been doing secretly then? Ganesha held onto the chimney on the roof as she saw a wild boar wailing. Lohan pointed it out. "It's crying. I know. We're looking at the same scene, aren't we? It's crying because he's emotional. Phew, he looks like a big bandit." After letting out a sigh, Ganesha laid on the roof and looked at the dark and bright sky. The moon was always notably larger during nights like this. A clear and cool breeze brushed by her, and she soon found herself looking at a landscape that seemed like it would disappear without a moment's notice. She went as far as going through the trouble to look for Dekulin. No, she was still keeping watch on him. It was to confirm if she still had lingering attachments for the archipelago's talent. Of course, she couldn't ask if he was still looking for magic slaves directly, but depending on the answer she'd get, she might have to turn against Aculin. He seemed intent on changing his ways, though. She didn't know what the change of heart was for or where it came from, but it wasn't so bad. What did Rayleigh say? Has she found a place to stay with the kids? Soon, the children would arrive by boat. Ganesha was looking forward to it, but at the same time, she was worried. The children's talents were needed to fight against them, but if war was the main purpose of their training, then she wondered if training them was the right choice in the first place. From a moral point of view, it wasn't. They were still kids after all. However, if doing so would allow them to save tens, hundreds, even millions of lives once they had grown up, then it was undoubtedly the right option. Yes, that's why we don't have any more money, Lohan replied. Ganesha's veins nearly popped out of her temple when she heard his words. What? Stop joking around, it's the truth. No, how on earth are we still broke despite the number of missions we've already completed? Did you embezzle? Just be upfront about it. Have you forgotten that we canceled the Deculing mission and paid a huge amount to compensate for it? Oh, right. Ganesha clicked her tongue and shook her head in disagreement. I think it's time to go back. Let's go. Hang in there, guys. Lohan called the boar and Dosmu over. They huddled together, and as soon as Lohan knocked on the ground, the four turned into blue particles and were transmitted somewhere. The following day, carrying a magic book, I made my way to a mountain behind the mansion's lot. I had already mastered basic psychokinesis, and my vision skill level had reached 100. I could now manipulate 7 throwing knives as if they were my limbs, but any more than that would make even the production of magic a problem. Hence, I had to attempt familiarizing myself with beginner psychokinesis in the middle of the mountain's vegetation, which had cleaner air and better mana quality. I tried sitting in a lotus position, but I couldn't bring myself to sit on the bare ground because of my unbearable mysophobia. Eventually, I found myself dragging along a chair from the mansion. Amid the grass and trees now sat an antique chair. They didn't mesh well together, but I leaned back onto its backrest and opened my magic book anyway. Beginner Psychokinesis. Now that you've learned basic psychokinesis, you may now advance to beginner psychokinesis. Compared to basic psychokinesis, beginner psychokinesis uses 18 more lines and 1 more circle. The movement of the circuit has now become more complicated. I activated my understanding. Beginner psychokinesis appeared like a vision before my eyes as it filled my mind. 2 lines overlapped like computer figures, clearly highlighting the difference between the 2 magics. I then imbued the data into my body. Beginner psychokinesis lines were more detailed engraved on top of their weaker counterpart, basic psychokinesis. Heavy lines and circles were added to my previous feather-like technique. The basic psychokinesis gaps in simplicity were now, for the first time, filled with a medium in the form of a magic circle. Naturally, I tasted death once more. Whenever a new circuit was formed, I would feel a fever surging up inside me so violently that it felt like daggers were carving through my bones. Swish, the spell invading my muscles nibbled at my nerves. I could still bear the sharp, deep pain coursing through my veins, but the duration I had to wait for it to dissipate was quite long. Throughout that time, the magic taking root all over my body tormented me rigorously. It didn't stop until I had exhausted most of my powers. Within that ambiguous feeling was a sense of listlessness and languish, however. I remembered what happened last night. Uriel. I didn't agonize over it, but I would be lying if I weren't hoping our secret would remain obscured. I shut down those idle thoughts and opened my eyes. What was left of my power was less than 10, but that was more than enough for me to train. I went back to the training ground, which was somewhat strange compared to modern fitness centers. For starters, its pull-up bar was too high, and the barbell and dumbbell plates were heavier than normal weights. I took off my clothes and folded them. My body, which I had been developing nonstop, pleased me. I put my hand on the steel bar. In that state, I brought in a metal band using my telekinetic power. A total of 100 kg of restraints were fitted onto my waist, ankles, and wrists. I did 10 chin-ups on the first bar and then did the same number of repetitions on the next bar and then the next. I repeated that process until I reached the roof, from which I jumped down. Boom! A tremendous shock spread throughout my body, but my stance didn't even waver. Now that I was done with that set, I immediately moved on to the next one. I climbed the rope attached to the roof. After reaching the top, I jumped again. The training I was undergoing was an ignorant method that normal human beings wouldn't even dare try. It was no different from openly abusing my joints, ligaments, knees, and muscle tissues. However, for as long as character was in effect, my bones would never break, and my ligaments would never tear regardless of what I did. Of course, I could still feel pain. However, through Deculing's competitiveness and strong willpower, I still managed to focus solely on improving my body. As a result of my arrogant training. Before I knew it, my power had recovered to 40. but then again, I was immersed in magic. With this routine, the estimated required time for me to master beginner psychokinesis was 3 weeks at most. On the other hand, my physical abilities, including my endurance, agility, reflexes, and flexibility, might have surpassed a gorilla's since I developed them through Sage. Of course, I still had a long way to go compared to the infamous named villain's combat abilities. On my way to work at the tower, I suddenly sat down and stared blankly in the air. LV, One System Store. System stores allowed characters to be strengthened by using the store currency they acquired. In the game's second half, not only players but also named characters could be strengthened that way. However, access to the store was highly limited. It could only be used around 6 times in the latter half of the game. Reinforced items ranged in cost from 5 to 10 in the LV, 1 store 10 to 21 in the LV, 2 store 20 to 41 in the LV, 3 store, and so on. Its goods prices doubled and it could only be used once per level. I knew which reinforcements were the best, however. LV, 1 System Store 1, Blacksmith's Luck. 5 Mana Quality Enhancement Stage 1, Character's original power is enhanced qualitatively. Mild increase in power output and efficiency, 10 KRW. Mana Quality Enhancement. I didn't even have to pause for a moment to consider anything else. The rest was good for concept play, but that was the sole item that passed my standards. I needed to save up 4 more for it. Knock, knock. The door opened and Alan hesitantly entered. Alan, I heard you called for me. Standing still, he stared quietly at me. Asking why I requested his presence should have been his next response, but he was a meek individual. Gently, I spoke with a faint smile. Do you have any thoughts about choosing your assistant wizard? What? Alan tilted his head. I sent him an official document last week through psychokinesis. Assistant Professor Evaluation. If there were a wizard one wanted to recommend as an assistant professor, they'd be able to indicate it in the document. Just realizing what I was trying to tell him, Alan's eyes slowly grew wider. Yes, 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 that's right. I would like to recommend you as assistant. Yes. Professor, Alan was already about to cry before I could even finish my sentence. With tears rolling down from his eyes, Alan replied, But Professor, I don't have any talent. That was true. Alan did lack talent. Even when perceived through the man of great wealth, much less the villain's fate, he was colorless and odorless. Those 2 skills weren't omnipotent, but even so, he certainly had a deficiency when it came to natural talent. That might have been the reason why he hadn't left yet. No one wanted him and he had nowhere to run to. No one else but you and your sincerity passed all the tests I conducted. Deculin was authoritative and disliked praising others, but this much was bearable since those traits had low ranks among his personality. The hardest ones to overcome were misophobia and honorable etiquette. I despised dirt and bacteria with my very being. What do you mean? Stop asking questions and just take it. I gave Alan a gift. It wasn't anything huge, considering it was just a bracelet. I ordered it from a jewelry store nearby and instructed them to engrave the Euclid pattern on it. Keep working hard. I didn't want him to give up. After all, from his trivial work like document organizations to his quick wits, Alan's tasks and traits were useful. The knave, I officially become your pupil now. I didn't think that far ahead, so I quickly came up with an answer. Not yet, there are 2 more levels to pass, so keep working hard. Alan intensely bowed 3 times in a row. And noted, I understand. Now that you're an assistant professor, you should come to observe my class in 2 days. Oh, observe, class observation. What? Alan questioned what he heard thrice, the veins in his eyes about to burst. It was starting to grow a little irritating. Don't react too boisterously. I don't like it. Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Okay, I got up from my seat without much thought, but Alan curled up in shock and trembled, looking like he was defending himself with his arms. You're fine, I won't hit you. Oh, I'm sorry, that's where are you going? Library, Luna's thesis. Its topic was about the creation of pure elements, and while the code had been completely deciphered, the thesis's actual composition remained ambiguous. There were too many empty spaces, gaps, and holes throughout the entire study. To solve that, I planned on going through the books in the library. I could use my understanding skill, but studying magic was a must for every professor. If I found a useful magic book, I wouldn't hesitate to read it. I see. By the way, take a look at this, Professor. Alan had a piece of paper in his hands. It's best for you to be careful. Wanted, Wizard Killer, Rock Hark. There were sightings of Wizard Killer Rock Hark on the outskirts of the system. Debutante wizards should refrain from going outside late at night as much as possible. I knew that guy. With his ability to restrict wizard players, he was the biggest threat throughout early to mid-game. If I were the original Deculin, I would have already called the shadows and subdued him. But I had already cut off the dark connections that made him powerful before I knew it. I've been fearful of meeting the Wizard Killer these days. They say he only targets talented wizards, though. Alan, yes. Do you know who I am? I chuckled. What? I asked you who I am. Wizard Killer. That character could be considered on the level of a mid-boss villain, but naturally he was much lower than Deculin. I was confident of that. Ah, you are Dekulin, the youngest professor in the glorious Imperial University and a high-ranking wizard who can call on all types of elements. He readily poured out praise for me, which left me feeling flustered. That's right, the wizard killer wasn't in my leg. Theoretically, we were even the perfect natural enemies, hence there was no need for me to worry. Alan, be careful. However, there were my lack of practical experience, but with my cold-blooded personality, that wouldn't make much of a difference. Hence, I hoped I would cross paths with him. I needed store currency after all. Surprisingly enough, Sylvia had hobbies other than magic, mainly collecting literature and language. The level of her seriousness towards that hobby was far from ordinary, however. She devoted all of her time outside of magic training to her collection. Hence, the first place that she visited as soon as she entered Imperial University was the library. Of course, all she gained there was disappointment. There were some rare books in the library tower, but she could hardly call it a proper collection. Thus today she resolved, oh I see, indeed Sylvia isn't that much of a debutante now. Is it possible? That is a reading room for board members, please hold on. I'll have to call this in and inform the higher-ups first. She set foot inside the reading room used only by professors and board members. Yes, I'll wait, but she didn't hide and scurry about like a mouse. Instead, she went through the front door confidently. Ah, yes, Professor. Sylvia said she's looking for a book to study. I see. I understand. After contacting someone through the crystal ball, the librarian smiled brightly at her. You've been granted permission. You may go in, new wizard. Due to the exception clause, you'll need a pass, but it'll be fine. Sylvia, still a student, entered the reading room triumphantly. She was certainly the heir to Iliade and the new wizard of the year. Even in the entire reading room, few professors would dare confront her since she was certain to become a professor in the future. The amount her household had donated to the university tower was also within the top 10, after all. It was just that the order of events had changed a little. Scanning through the reading room's shelves, she felt thrilled and excited. Hop, 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 hop. Sylvia skipped and hopped around lightheartedly like a rabbit. Oh, not long after, she finally found a collection that satisfied both her hobby's language and literature simultaneously. Ethanol's novels written in the fairies' language. Sylvia took out the book carefully, revealing its title, Witrospi ba Mitragi, Stereo Logio P. Bardio. Fairies had long since disappeared from this mundane world, but their novels remained throughout the continent. Therefore, the Ethanals found occasionally were priceless. However, there was another problem. They were atrociously difficult to read and understand. The language system of the fairies was incoherent, making the comprehension and translation of it near impossible. She knew that the word Witrospi in the title meant man, but Omsip, a word on the first page, also meant the same thing. Even Radaman, which followed not far from it, also had the same meaning. She wondered how they communicated using a language that had no basis and no standard. Still, Sylvia had mastered the Ethanals to some extent. When she skimmed through the book's contents, she swiftly understood that its genre was romance, making her like it all the better. Now she wished to take it home quickly so she could read it. Sylvia turned around with the book in her arms, but she immediately ran into someone. Professor Letran from the Department of Spirits. He recognized Sylvia, of course, but he just passed by with a smile. Sylvia proudly twisted the corners of her lips upward. It had always been like that, after all. There was no excellent professor in this renowned university who would punish her for entering the executive library. Perhaps except for one. Of course, she already knew that he didn't visit the library. He had been here 0 times in 5 years. It was like he built a wall that separated him from this place. Sylvia, readying herself to head back, thought it would be icing on the cake if she could find another book, an Ethanol dictionary to be precise, as she turned around the library corner like a child. She came across another person, her listless eyes immediately scanning the tall form before her. He wore a custom-made suit jacket with a vest wrapped around the white shirt inside it and had sharp reading glasses resting atop his ears. His gloved hands carried antique hard-covered books. Before her was the intellectually handsome senior Professor Dekulin. She didn't expect to encounter him here. Despite the pressing matter, Sylvia coveted the rare-looking hardbound book in his hands. Regardless, she immediately glanced up to meet his gaze. His dark blue eyes behind his glasses looked at her directly with such an intensity that she immediately understood the severity of the situation. Seconds passed. An odd silence permeated around them as their gazes intertwined. Nobody spoke between that gap. However, he quickly covered his book. At that moment, Sylvia turned around. Tick-tack, tick-tack, tick-tack. Her shoes clacked quickly and desperately as she tried to escape, but his low-pitched voice soon called out to her, almost as if caging her soul to his side. If you don't stop, you'll be punished. With his words, Sylvia halted and just stiffly stood there. Stomp, stomp, stomp. The sound of footsteps coming from behind approached her slowly as an ominous, chilly air clawed at her skin. When the steps stopped, Sylvia swallowed anxiously. Turn around, Sylvia looked back as ordered, immediately noticing Deculin glaring toward her. Debutante Sylvia. Yes, as far as I know, this library is exclusive to executives only. There are many confidential documents stored here. Hence, except for faculty, entry is prohibited. Oh, I see. I wasn't aware. I got lost. Deculin nodded at Sylvia's excuse. No one seems to think that you're lost. You and the librarians are at fault, all of you. She lied to save herself from this situation and used the exception clause. There is no exception clause, I'm sorry. There was a book I wanted to find. Sylvia finally confessed. Ah, he extended his hand to grab the book, but he missed. Oh my, she lost her balance and fell on her butt. Rage began to boil inside her, but she didn't show it as she stood up and brushed herself off. She then looked at Deculin. He was peeking into the book. Sylvia snorted inwardly, finding the situation funny. It's an ethanol novel. You won't understand, considering you have no hobbies other than socializing. Stop wasting your breath and give me back the book. I was with her last night. She found it odd. Red flowers danced throughout the path to her. Professor Deculin unexpectedly recited strange sentences, almost like he was reading from the book, even using a soft tone that differed from his voice during lectures. I didn't want to think about to whom these feelings started from. He continued calmly, but Sylvia couldn't understand what was happening. If you desire to be with her, then that's fine. He was reading it. No, was he reading it, or was he just babbling? But I know her very soul. The professor then stopped as he closed the book. You like romance novels. It's no big deal. Huh, puzzled and unable to think of the right words to say, she bit her lips and shook her head. Romance novels, Forget it, take this with you. I'll forgive you just this once. Romance novels. The book floated to her, and she wrapped her arms around it, bringing it close to her chest. But you'll be sanctioned to disciplinary action if you come here again as you please. It's not that I like it. Did you come here to show off your household's authority? You don't have to come here yourself in the future. You can just ask someone with an allegiance to you. He wasn't even listening to her. Sylvia's lips hung open. For the first time in her life, she experienced shame and humiliation. Her pale and indifferent expression was flushed with anger. She wasn't trying to read a romance novel. She was trying to learn the fairies' customs through the book. Trying to learn from books like that is impractical. That's not a common story. She received a fatal blow, causing her to lose her mind and just stand there blankly for a moment. It felt as if she was just hit in the back of the head with a blunt object. The stupefied Sylvia closed her eyes for a moment and narrowly opened them. Sylvia looked at the book in her hand. Fortunately, it wasn't taken away from her. Despicable. She blabbered as she pleased. Deculin was keeping her in check, perhaps because he was conscious of Iliade. Sylvia left the room and immediately returned to the mansion, opening the book. My lady, you're home early. Yes, don't bother with my meals. She had to focus on checking if the professor's interpretations were correct and on studying the ethanol. For that reason, she prepared an ethanol vocabulary list beside her. The more she read, the more she was surprised by how accurate Deculin's interpretation was. He even knew a word she didn't know. Was it merely conjectured from the context? Even so, his sentences flowed smoothly and sounded natural. But those questions soon disappeared from Sylvia's mind as she realized that it wasn't a romance novel. Like I'm wrapped in her bare bodish me, and it was pornography. How could this? After returning the odd novel to Sylvia, I came to the mountain with the teaching staff. Haha. I didn't know there would be 50 applicants for self-control practice. Relin, a chubby professor from the Department of Assistive Studies, laughed loudly. I'm just as surprised as you are, I replied indifferently. This place was appropriately called the Mountain of Darkness, considering it was similar to famous forests of other magic schools, but it was far more violent and dangerous. However, since it was located in a far corner of the university and guarded by barriers, the students remained oblivious to it as they lived ordinary school lives. But the tower, which directly managed the mountain and was responsible for the students' safety, considered this place valuable even though it was treacherous. Without it, everyone would have to travel much farther to experience an actual fight. The magical ingredients that could be found here, like salamanders, plants, and oil from the great and dries, to name a few, could also be profited from. Aren't you proud? Today, the faculty, including me and 50 debutante wizards, went to the Mountain of Darkness for practical training. Even though it had darkness in its name, its surroundings were still pretty bright since the day was still young. They're extremely dignified, as befits elites of the Imperial University's standards. Here at noon, praising the students who handled the evil creatures that frequently appeared here during the odd hours of the day. This is why you should be afraid of the Mountain of Darkness. Summer was still a long way off, yet Relin was still sweating profusely. Oh, by the way, the professor on duty for this week hasn't been decided yet. It's time to take turns and choose a new one. At times like this, the head professor's opinion. Maybe it was because of this. There were about 50 full-time professors in the tower. There were other faculty members, including associate professors and assistant professors, but according to the bylaws, only full-time professors were allowed to take turns guarding the Mountain of Darkness. Of course, from Merlin's reactions, it became quite clear that it was dangerous to go first. I'll do it. I volunteered. Oh, I see. It is as expected of the head professor, taking the initiative to set an example. I wasn't setting an example. I was just completing a quest. Side quest, Mountain of Darkness. Store currency +1. Additional achievement rewards. Something was waiting for me inside there, pulling at me and seemingly seducing me. Maybe that was why the side quest was triggered. Well, Head Professor Deculin, I leave this place in your care until Sunday. I'll replace you next week. Relin shuddered with joy. All right. I set aside the professor's problems and focused on this place. With their abilities, weak people wouldn't be able to survive on this mountain easily. Filled with jump scares, horrifying moments, and thrilling monsters, the Mountain of Darkness's nights changed the genre of the game itself. 1205 a.m. Late night, she burrowed herself in clothes. April could still be fairly cold, but Ifrin wasn't bothered by it. It wasn't due to heating magic or her robe being enchanted with cold resistance. She thought it was perhaps because of the alcohol circling in her vessels. That made sense, but she still thought that wasn't it. She concluded that she couldn't feel it because her pockets were warm. It's okay, it's okay. Here, I'll pay for it. I told you it's my treat. Eating noodles, Ifrin arrogantly shouted. Her moderately increased alcohol level had left her tipsy. Really, aren't you overdoing it, Ifrin? Ferret, the commoner, mumbled timidly. Hey, what are you talking about? My wallet is thick. After becoming the leader of a group of commoners and finishing their dinner, Ifrin sat on the side of the road in front of the restaurant with Julie and the other members. Julie grinned. I submitted the plan for the group's founding. It should be done soon. Really. I see. Yes, but the commoners don't want to sign up, probably because, like fools, they're still wary. Slurp. Ifrin finished her noodles in an instant. Isho guad. Hihai. Ifrin, are you drunk? Drunk, me? Never. She shook her head with a serious expression. How many shots had she had? She couldn't remember, but she wasn't drunk. A scream rang out then, surprising Ifrin and the wizards. At first, they thought they were just hearing things. What, just now, did you hear that? Yes, I did. Let's go. Ferret and Rondo, Julie and Ifrin. With their sense of justice as wizards getting the best of them, they jumped up and ran toward the scream. Where did it come from? Help me. There, the sound came from the alley on their right. Help me. Following the scream, they went through the dark path and entered a secluded corner. I in here, please, they kept running, but soon noticed something unusual. The sounds of leaves being stepped on and crushed kept entering their ears. They were running down on a brick road, which made it even stranger to hear their footsteps like they were walking down a dense forest. Guys, something's wrong. Make sure you Ifrin looked back. She was alone, surrounded by desolate trees and thick undergrowth. The effects of the alcohol swiftly died down as a chill ran down her spine. Help me, a shriek rose again. In an instant, terror dominated Ifrin's heart. It wasn't a sense of justice. It was a magic that she couldn't perceive. Where are you? Since she didn't go to the academy, she had two major weaknesses, resistance to magic and the mentality of a wizard. Those basic skills were taught in the academy before reaching the college level. Where are you? Rushing through the woods, she finally found her. I'm here. A woman with tattered clothes and outstretched hands approached her, and she immediately tried to assist her. Bang, at that moment something hit her leg. Ifrin fell and rolled around. She tried to stand up, but her calves felt numb and she noticed she had no strength. All she could do was raise her head. Careful, she immediately yelled to alert the dazed woman, but it was too late. A flash of light appeared from the shadows, penetrating the woman's shoulder. With the desperate scream, Ifrin forced herself up and tried to gather power from her bracelet and release it towards where the attack came from. She revealed the person standing there, but his identity was a surprise to her. Head Professor Deculin. His outpour of murderous intent frightened her. Professor, what are you do? Debutante Ifrin. The moment he called out to her, the woman that tried to climb away was shot down again, this time light piercing her ankle. Arg, no, Professor, what are you? Open your eyes, that's not a person. What, you're drunk, just stay still. No, but... Don't move, Deculin threatened her. His roar sounded as if it could shake mountains. The branches trembled and echoes thundered through the area. Overwhelmed, Ifrin stiffened, unable to do anything but stare at him. His eyes were sharp and fierce, almost like those of a bird of prey. He was scarier than usual. The cold wind brushed past Ifrin's cheeks. Only then did the ambiguity of their surroundings start to clear up. It's bewitchment, the devil's specialty. He lifted her from the back of her neck as he explained the situation. He remained standing, but Ifrin began to float in the air by herself. Wait, my feet can't reach the ground. I planted my metal in your robe. She floundered as she looked at Deculin, only for her heart to sink heavily. He looked at her as if he was belittling her very existence. His expression appeared to be filled with disdain towards her, a lowly creature. Lifting human bodies is difficult, but metal is easy. She couldn't understand what he meant. No, was he the professor in the first place? Maybe he was just another devilish illusion. What the hell do you mean? Don't get in the way and get this hell out of here, beggar. His words were as sharp as daggers, and he paired it with a look that was far more frightening and grim than any she had ever seen. His very mien itself was far from Deculine's usual behavior. No, no. On the contrary, he was acting more like the Deculine that she knew. He retorted harshly, pulling Ifrin away. He wasn't gentle. Show. She was dragged out like dust getting sucked into a vacuum cleaner, thrown outside the mountain, where she promptly fainted. Kia rar rar rar. The woman transformed into a strange creature. Her hair and clothes melted as horns grew on both sides of her temples. Her eyes were large but had no eyelids, her skin was red, and her sides were oddly shiny. A cunning fellow. Judging by the gem-like nucleus between her eyes, she probably released another bewitchment sequence, but it didn't work on him. Despite the meager amount of good traits in Deculine's personality, he boasted an almost perfect level of immunity to such spells. My emotions were strangely overwhelming, and I immediately identified it as Deculine's innate personality reacting violently. Bloodline. His personality and characteristics had similarities with the Eucline household's distinct characteristics. His hostility towards devils was a trait inherent in their bloodline. Hence, when I sensed the devil, I immediately felt an indescribable feeling of hatred and loathing. This was how the reputation of the demon-hunting wizards worked, starting from their ancestors. This was Deculine's destiny, designed by a game writer. Whether the player played an evil demon or a good knight going on adventures, he couldn't be turned into a colleague no matter what they tried. You deserved to be stuck underground. Krrrrrrrrrrr. The monster resorted to screaming, most likely trying to attack me with a mental wave. Zing. A buzzing sound rang in my ears, but that was all. Not paying it any attention, I struck the devil with the 5 metal rods hovering in the air. I was excited. I knew there was an ongoing exam to help others master their skills, but Deculine's nature in me was surging forth. Sweero. I separated the 4 throwing knives into 2, aiming them at both of its flanks. It gritted its teeth as it watched the attacks. Aha! The devil tried to avoid their trajectories with a backflip, but the last throwing knife went straight into its heart while it was in the air. Ujujuduk. Its joints were grotesquely broken. It continued trying to avoid my weapons by transforming its own body, but there was no end to my offensive. With its back turned, 4 blades pierced through it. It did its best, but its death was unavoidable. Throughout the battle, the devil did nothing but slowly succumb to its injuries. Hence, it took its last remaining option, charge forward. Falling hard on the road, it tore itself against my throwing knives. It was fast, but its movements were within expectations. Shwaya, it stretched out its claws, but it couldn't reach me. The 6th knife, which flew Ifrin out of the mountain, returned in time to penetrate its forehead. What a vile monster, splattering its filth all over the place. It struggled so hard that I even had blood on my face. Unbearable disgust welled up within me, filling me with thoughts of hatred, dread, murder, and destruction. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't hide it. Side quest clear, mountain of darkness. Store currency +1. Additional achievement, first to kill the devil. Store currency +1 family bloodline, Eucline. Characteristic, Eucline enlightenment. A series of notifications for my rewards came, but I still couldn't get over the devil's appearance, preventing me from feeling delighted. In the end, this was no different to a sign of a full-fledged start to a game without a player. I just stood there blankly and looked up at the sky. Deep, dark dawn. There was not a single star in the skies, and the moon covered by the clouds was far too pale. Where are you? Where did you go? The situation was concluded, and a while later I heard a young voice from within the forest as I put my throwing knives away in my briefcase. Where are you? She rode a cane and flew away, Chairman. Huh. Her eyes opened wide when she noticed the devil with a hole through its head. You've already done it. I tried to clean the blood off my face with cleanse, but the mana in the blood resisted my magic. I had no choice but to wipe it with a handkerchief and throw it away. As expected of a Eucline wizard, you just killed a devil. What magic did you use? Metal seemed to have penetrated this part of him. Is this, by any chance, caused by the Gale Blade all that I created? What a childish name. My voice unconsciously sounded sharp, causing the chairman to throw her head back in surprise. What? Everyone said it was good. Who do you think would dare say such a painful truth to the chairman? I turned around after saying that. I heard her murmur in reply. Really? Is it really not good? Yes. She grew sullen. Her habit of pretending to be immature made me uncomfortable, but what happened after that was filled with blood. The chairman picked up the devil's body and threw it away. Thweang. It grazed my shoulder before falling onto the ground, its flesh and blood splattering all over the place. The Gale Blade all isn't a good name. I remembered Ifrin. Against my will, I had acted too violently. I grabbed the closest wizard to me and immediately inquired about her. Hey, there should be a debutante wizard. Head Professor Deculling. A strange voice interrupted me mid-sentence. I looked around, finding a handsome man with a soft voice. How have you been? I immediately identified him as soon as I saw his golden blonde hair and bridal suit. He was a named individual associated with the church, known for being more faithful and devoted than anyone else. Terp, the wizards have saved us. I would like to ask you about the internal situation in private, Head Professor. Terp was a beautiful man with a good heart, but from Deculling's stance, his presence was quite uncomfortable. He was a helper to those who held a grudge against him after all. Talk with the chairman instead. I don't know why, but she blew up its body. Ah, I see. Nodding, Terp glanced over the wizards with a smile and walked into the mountain while the ones behind him looked at me in fear. I called them out. Julie, Ferret, Rondo. Yes, yes. Julie replied with an uptight expression. Is the other one okay? What? Oh, yes. Ifrin is now at the university hospital. Good, I turned around without listening to the rest since my mental fatigue was quite severe. I had never yearned for home as much as I did now, but I couldn't leave yet. From afar, I heard the professors calling out to me as they ran to my side. Head Professor, are you all right? Post-processing, imperial reporting, paperwork, and cooperating with the church. I felt like running away when I was reminded of the work that was piling up. Chirp, 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 chirp. As sunlight seeped through the windows, Ifrin opened her eyes to the sound of birds singing. She blinked blankly at the white ceiling. Looking around, she immediately deduced she was at the university hospital. You're awake. A friendly voice tickled her ears, feeling as warm as the sun. Surprised, Ifrin sat up quickly. It's nice to meet you. I'm Terp, the priest of the Uref Cathedral. Terp replied, looking at her with a smile. You've grown quite a lot, Ifrin Luna. You know me? Still suspicious of him, her brow furrowed. I know your father. He was my acquaintance. I've seen you a lot in the pictures he's shown me. Is that so? She naturally became defensive upon hearing him mentioning his father. I came here today to ask you about the Mountain of Darkness, but Terp smiled softly. I don't think you understood properly what transpired there. Embarrassingly enough, I was affected by a magic spell. Head Professor Deculling saved you from the devil's bewitchment. Oh, right. The Mountain of Darkness has been closed off while the church, along with the tower, investigates inside. Ifrin put her hands to her face. As expected, it wasn't a dream. Deculling truly did help her. Beggar. His cold voice still lingered in her ears. But apart from that, I'd like to ask you, my old friend's daughter. Wait a minute, friend, my father's. Yes, maybe it was one-sided, but I know what he's been through, if you ever need help. No, she shook her head without hesitation. Terp was a little surprised. That's all right. Deculling and her. That knot was something she had to unravel herself. Nobody was allowed to interfere with her vengeance. She had to punish Deculling herself, at least for her father's death. No, I don't want to rely on you. You shouldn't meddle with my affairs either, Mr. Terp. Terp laughed silently at her determination. That aside, would you like to continue resting? What? Today is Wednesday, and it's 2:45 in the afternoon. It's been exactly 36 hours since the incident happened. It happened Tuesday at midnight, but it was already Wednesday by the time she regained consciousness. Ifrin pondered absent-mindedly, thinking she was missing something. Terp reminded her about it instead. Today is Professor Deculling's class. Of course, no one will say anything if you rest, but the proud professor will still acknowledge your absence. Ah, Ifrin jumped to her feet. Ms. Luna, studying is good, but don't push yourself too hard. You're still mentally weakened. Oh yes, be careful on your way too, Mr. Terp. Ifrin immediately left the university hospital. Take your medicine with you. She ignored the voice and sped off. It would take her 15 minutes to reach the tower if she ran. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Through her desperate sprint, she managed to arrive at her destination at 2:55. Out of breath, she opened the door to Class A on the 3rd floor, and as she entered, became flustered. The place looked different. The classroom was wider, with each student having a long magic table with elements such as soil, sand, wood fragments, and water placed on top of it. Ifrin, here, Julie raised her hand. Nodding, Ifrin stood next to her. Are you okay? I went to visit, but you didn't wake up. Is it serious? No, I'm okay. It's just been a while since I slept well. She had been suffering from insomnia since her father killed himself. She hadn't slept more than 4 hours a day for 3 years, so it was quite refreshing. I'm in my best condition. That's good to hear. The main door soon opened, and Professor Deculling came in. With him was a short wizard who wasn't familiar to her. Nice to meet you. I'm Assistant Professor Allen. Everyone was surprised by the sudden announcement, especially Ifrin. Becoming an assistant professor meant they would no longer need permission from Deculling to fly, since they could just use their accumulated record. That was why Deculling never had an assistant professor before. Even her father worked under Deculling like a slave until he was 30. As she imagined her father then, she felt a pull at the back of her neck. An assistant professor stood in front of them all. He had never had an assistant professor before, making her question why he decided to find one now. Like I said last week, today too is a time for learning. Ifrin felt dizzy for a moment, so she pinched her thigh to steady herself. I'll give you 5 tasks that'll enable you to utilize my lessons. The results will be reflected in your grades, so take them seriously. Then Assistant Professor Allen moved busily and put a watch on each magic table. The tasks you're going to do are as follows. Snap, he snapped his finger. The tasks floated in the air. The first was Will-O-the-Wisp, followed by Swallowed Mist, then Rising Metal. You have 3 hours. Begin. The wizards quickly warmed up their magic. Ifrin also hurriedly put her hand on the elements on the table. First of all, Will-O-the-Wisp. She quickly grasped the hang of it since it was just a combination of the techniques of fire and properties of wind. No, a little bit of magic. No, it's not, instead of magic. Assistant Professor Allen passed by her. She unknowingly glared at him with sharp eyes. Clang. At that moment, the circuit was disconnected and her magic was broken. She bit her lips as she felt pain in her wrist. Her bracelet was burning up, signaling that something was wrong. Oh, wait a minute. She knew she did something wrong, but she couldn't decipher what it was. Her head was aching. Feeling restless, she lowered her head for a moment to calm down, but... Will-O-the-Wisp time check. 4 minutes and 1 second. Already? Ifrin looked around to find who it was. Unsurprisingly, it was Sylvia. Sylvia stuffed the table with Will-O-the-Wisp and was already working on the second task. Ifrin quickly resumed, but it was hard to concentrate. It was so strange. Her mana was moving as she desired, but with an empty stomach, her mind was shaking. Her hard-earned mana scattered. She miscalculated her formula, and her circuit was destroyed once more. Despite how hard she practiced, no matter how hard she tried, nothing went her way. The lower her confidence went, the more difficult the tasks became. A voice still lingered in her ear like a vicious cycle. Beggar, 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 beggar. She shouldn't care about it. There was no reason to dwell on it. It wasn't true, after all. Why am I in the world am I a beggar? Out of breath, Ifrin's expression reflected her headaches. As she collapsed, Sylvia looked sideways. HMMPH. A faint breath leaked through her indifferent lips. Wizards weren't cold-hearted, composed, or tough. They were too fragile, brittle, and couldn't even handle their own emotions, making them nothing but wobbly, flawed losers. In the spirit of magic, they were weak and undulated. You're really out of the race now, Ifrin. Sylvia drew attention with her low sigh. Debutante Sylvia. 25 minutes and 15 seconds. All tasks have been completed. She accomplished the tasks in less than half an hour. Neatly combined elements were on her desk, stuffed with magic. Professor. Deculin approached her upon his assistant professor's call and looked at the results of her performance. Sylvia was a little nervous. There was also a hint of shame due to the obscene incident that occurred the last time they met. Sylvia. Deculin's voice rang out. Yes, she was prepared to retort. She wouldn't have applied for this lecture in the first place if it wasn't for the black sheep keeping her in check. But these are flawless, you can go. She received an unexpected compliment instead. Sylvia's eyes grew bigger. At the same time, she felt Ifrin's glare on her. She looked at her on purpose. Ifrin's hands shook as she hurriedly lowered her gaze. Even then, there was no progress to her tasks. You don't have to be jealous. You don't even have to care since it's a stage you can never reach. Just keep looking at me from below. Sylvia bowed to Deculin and walked out of the classroom. As she passed by Ifrin to boast, she noticed something peculiar. Ifrin was quivering like a scared pup. Only then did Sylvia realize what she was feeling. Excitement. The way the beggar collapsed felt so refreshing she couldn't stand it. Julie, you can go. Rahind, you can go. Eharon, you can go. The wizards in the classroom were decreasing, from 150 to 150, 25, and yet Ifrin had only completed one task. There was no doubt about it. She was the last in the rankings right now. Her mind was already blank. Still, she didn't give up. Forcefully, she squeezed magic out. The bracelet and mana resonated fiercely, but the swallowed mist showed no signs of manifesting. Tuck, tuck, tuck. She tried releasing whatever mana was left within her, but her body couldn't hold on any longer. Her nose bled, causing dark red fluids to drop on the soil carving on her table. Dren, you can go. In the meantime, his voice continued to fill the hall. Lawton, you can go. As the people left one by one, her hands shook and her knees went numb. Kane, you can go. She felt as if she was living in a nightmare. At the same time, it was a frustrating reality she couldn't pass off as a dream. Doyen, you can go, and finally... Eurogen, you can go. Yes, the last one with her past. She was left alone. She didn't want to give up, but it was already over before she could continue the fight. Ifrin dropped her arms. Tap, she then dropped her face on the table. Dirtied and with blood smeared on her face, her mind remained blank. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The entire classroom was empty. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Head professor, the time is up. Assistant Professor Allen's voice blurred in the background. I'll be going now. Yes, then I'll stay and... She couldn't hear them talking. She didn't even know why. Maybe the blood had covered her ears. Thwang, thwang. Ifrin tapped the table with her forehead, her body brimming with shame. She blamed herself for not being able to do it. She cried out revenge for her father, left home, pledging never to return home until she fulfilled it. Now, however, she felt pathetic for being unable to complete such simple tasks. She buried her nose in the desk and cried, tick-tock, tick-tock. The only thing that hadn't disappeared in the world was the sound of the clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. How much time passed that way? How much time did she spend alone? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Ifrin slowly raised her head. The classroom had gone dark. Night had come. She wiped her nose and eyes. All sorts of junk were stuck to her face. She tried to wipe everything off with her sleeves, but it just made an even bigger smudge on her face. She was a total mess. Sigh. She released a sigh close to desperation. The lecture was already over. No, it ended a long time ago. More importantly, she blew it. Her feelings of doubt and defeat were about to blow up. Her whole body felt heavy, so much so that she couldn't even move her legs properly. When Ifrin took a step back to return to the dorms, her eyes grew as she casually looked at the platform. Her lips covered with sand opened unbiddenly. He was still at the lecture desk. As usual, he was looking at her with an upright posture. She wasn't aware that he stayed behind. The sound of his voice flooded in her ears. 5 hours and 47 minutes. His blue eyes were the only light in the dark, and inside those eyes she looked pathetic and weak. Ifrin Luna. Still cold, but he had a completely different tone from last night. His voice made her feel warm. She could no longer hear the chirping of the clock. How long are you going to keep me waiting? It was as if time itself had stopped. We fixed some issues in the previous translations. Ifrin Eferen. Julie current fiancé. Julia student. Yuli dead. Lelin Relin. Deculin's gaze was always clear. His eyes always seemed to know the answer to every question there was, and it was as if the right direction would always be where he looked. Hesitation, doubt, fear, regret. Deculin never showed any of those but was rather always assured. He was self-righteous and acted high and mighty, but his arrogance and disrespect were no different than his dignity. He was an aristocrat through and through. Her father, who committed suicide due to Deculin, disappeared as if he never existed in the first place, like a mirage wiped away by a sandstorm. Deculin remained so perfect throughout it all that no one even suspected him. Only Efren knew the truth, which was the source of her hatred for him. Nevertheless, she didn't have the confidence to look him in the eye. The wall between them, a barrier that could never be conquered, felt as high as the mountains. A wizard was someone who unwaveringly explored the truth, a cold-blooded race that calmly, unshakably, maintained a constant pulse when looking for answers regardless of unknown. Be a wizard if they doubted themselves, relied on someone else, or grew vulnerable from pressure. Even though she didn't want to admit it, even if not doing so would mean her death, Deculin was an exceptional wizard in those regards. He didn't even seem to care about her sentiments. She felt as if she underestimated the Eucline bloodline. Efren eventually lowered her head. It was a fight she couldn't win. He was a professor, and she was just a girl who hadn't even gone through the academy. Between them was a gap made out of years' worth of experience, knowledge, and skills. The dream of instantly overcoming that barrier with talent was the delusion of a fool who knew nothing about the world. I'm sorry. Efren squeezed out a cracked voice as her heart crumbled. She couldn't even dare resist, finding herself too scared to do so. Hence, she was left with no choice now but to accept defeat. This is pathetic. Efren's shoulders trembled at his words. As she timidly looked up, she noticed a hint of disdain in his expression. Coldness is the basic skill of a wizard. His words cut her through her chest like a knife. You're not able to keep your composure on these challenges. She didn't want to hear any of it. It was like he was reading her mind. You will never be free from your old ways. She felt as if she was being suffocated in their haunted classroom. All she wished for was to run, even if someone provokes you. But she couldn't escape, even if you fail countless times, even if you're suffocated by pressure. All she could do was stand still in his presence, even if. At that moment, even if your enemy is already right in front of you, her whole body trembled as she felt a chill claw its way up her back. Her eyes grew as big as plates as she stared at Deculin, who remained composed and calm. You have to be cold all the time. That's how a true wizard behaves. Efren understood what he said, what he meant. Pathetic. You will never be able to grow stronger at this rate. She clenched her fist. At the same time, she felt a fire burning in her chest. That, too, was passion. No, you won't even be able to stay on your toes. Efren couldn't run away from his admonishment. On the contrary, she took it head-on. Think of the reason why you haven't been disciplined yet. What had she, who had been generously excused, accomplished? From the very beginning, she couldn't control her anger, and as a result, she was almost expelled. I don't want an apology from you. It was foolish. Stupid. Idiot, moron, dimwit. She acknowledged that she was still immature. I'm disappointed, Efren. Deculin put the clock down on the lecture table. He fixed his sleeves and collar, which was what he habitually did after every lecture. Turning around, he opened the door of the classroom. I thought you were a diamond in the rough. With those last words, he left. But his voice still lingered in the air. What was he expecting, and why was he disappointed? He didn't say. Ephraim stood there with a blank expression, his words replaying over in her head. She felt a sense of helplessness spread throughout her body. Staggering, Ephraim stood on the platform where Deculin always stood and looked at the clock he left behind. 55,717, 55,718, 55,719. Time was still flowing. Ephraim clenched her teeth as she stared at it. I don't care if you're disappointed. She recited it like she was chewing the words. She clasped the clock. I can do it. Ephraim rolled up her sleeves. She warmed up her magic as she thought of the formula. Again, she laid her hands on top of the elements. I can do it, even if you're not disappointed. If it didn't work today, then she'd keep working through the night. She wouldn't stop even if dawn came. She wouldn't stoppen if it meant her death. Ephraim refused to give up, so much so that such words had been erased from her mind. No, Deculin erased them. I can do it too. She held back the tears that were swelling up. Surprisingly, she managed to hold them. Her teardrops evoked magic as she turned her overwhelming emotions into fuel. Drip, drip. Another nosebleed. I can do it. The drops of blood became metal roses. I thought as I leaned against the wall outside of the classroom. I spent almost 7 hours on one person, yet the reason for it remained unclear. Today, Ephraim's death flag didn't appear. There was no death was weak, but she was a good kid. I didn't want to see her collapse since she was clearly a good-natured named. When I was still a developer and player, I was a knight far from magic, but I certainly remembered the Luna household. She probably grew up to be a wizard in this world, one with an influence on the main quest. She lacked many traits, like mental strength and a wizard's mentality, but she didn't need much to overcome it. If one put firewood on an ember, or if oil was poured, it would burn up by itself. Of course, I didn't know if the flames would consume her as well, but there was no set failure, be it in a game or this world. Only those who refused to try believed in fate, which was why I only believed in myself. That was why Ephraim wouldn't kill me. I would make it that way. I'd make it so she couldn't kill me. No, she wouldn't even dare chase me. This kind of rivalry wasn't bad. Ironically, Deculin's personality could also be used to avoid being caught by a debutante. You can do it. A loud cry leaked out of the classroom. I let out a small laugh. A professor or a teacher, I mumbled, but I didn't feel bad at that very moment. Side quest completed. Your way. Store currency +1. Out of nowhere, a quest reward showed up. It was as if someone observing from the sky had complimented me for my choices today. DRRRR. Suddenly, the door of the classroom opened, and Ephraim went out. She ran towards the stairs without noticing me against the wall, waddling like a penguin carrying an egg. The classroom was no longer engulfed by darkness despite the night growing even dimmer. At Ephraim's table were magic spells sealed with a brilliant glow. There were a large number of will-o'-the-wisp floating in the air like ghosts, swallowed mist flashed like thunder clouds, and rising metal took the shape of roses. I looked at the clock on the table, 62,505. 6 hours and 25 minutes. It was achieved in just 28 minutes. Jealousy rose within me slowly. I grew uselessly annoyed. If I had known this, I would have retorted harder. Seriously. Deculin's ego refused to allow me to be a sweet person. There were very few people I could be gentle with, very few people I could show my smile to, which made my life a lot more difficult. Was this because of the elitist trait? It felt dirty. I took out the record sheet and wrote it down. Debutante Ephraim time required 6 hours 25 minutes 5 seconds. Quality of work is first class, although chronic flaws of non-academic origins preceded it. Score 0. Reason time limit exceeded 6 hours 25 minutes. After dismantling the magic on the table, I came out to the tower's parking lot. I was going home from work by car as usual. Within the cold late night, under a magic streetlight in a spacious parking lot, I found an unexpected character. It was a man wearing a coat thick enough to be 2 coats. He looked like a white tiger with his wide shoulders and a muscular physique, but his handsome face didn't match his size. I knew him well. Zeit von Bluging Freyden. He was the current head of the Freyden household and Julie's older brother with a 12-year age difference. Overall, he looked like a middle-aged man with gray hair neatly styled with pomade. I began to feel nervous. Zeit was a well-known named for his enormous combat power. His strength was among the top 3, and I experienced his viciousness through the monitor. Zeit in person was much taller than LeBron James, doing little to assuage my nerves. Head Professor Deculin. He called my name, his expression remaining stiff. If this were about Julie's snowflake obsidian, then he would soon become a death never be able to counter as of now. I approached him, agonizing deep down, but he suddenly let out a beautiful smile. Ha 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 ha, it's good to see you, though it's unusual seeing you here. I was flustered inside, but I calmly nodded. It is. Not a big deal for me, but rumors have been going around that you and Julie aren't on good terms, so I'm here to visit the imperial family. I waited here because you were in a lecture. Zeit seemed to be in favor of Dekulin and Julie's marriage. So far is that so? Don't worry. We can at least arrange to move the ceremony later in the year. I'll arrange a meeting this week. Zeit's propensity was never evil. However, it was hard to deal with someone whose only priority was his family. It was amiable now, but if Dekulin ever spoke ill or did any harm to Julie or his household, he would be cut off without hesitation. A meeting sounds good. It's nothing. I arranged this engagement, so I should take responsibility. He put his hand on my shoulder, and I frowned instinctively. Zeit saw the look on my face and moved his hand away. Ha ha ha, this is why I like you. The only thing boys know how to do these days is flirting and flattering. As expected, you're a man beyond all men. I see, for as long as a wizard has a strong spirit, he is not weak. Zeit chuckled. Just bring yourself and don't worry about anything else. I'll choose a restaurant that you'll like. His gaze on me felt heavy. It's already late and I still have something to do, so I'm going now. By the way, your car looks nice. Give me a ride next time, haha. Without giving me a chance to refuse, Zeit left. Clink, clank, clink, clank. The more I watched his back as he walked away, the less human he seemed to me. Does he want me to buy him a car as a marriage gift? I slid into the car. The driver, who was sleeping, was startled and immediately grabbed the wheel. I didn't notice you. My apologies. Did you drop Alan off? Oh, I was going to, but he left first, saying it's fine. I nodded. Let's go. Yes, sir. The next day, on the system's outskirts, an empty 3-story mansion was prepared early in the morning for Julie. No, why do you hate it so much? An all-out fight was occurring in the yard. It was a battle of words, not swords. We fought. Also, I'm busy teaching articles. I don't have time to meet him. Are you sulking because he took away the snowflake obsidian? I don't know what you're talking about. Julie's rage burst out. Seeing her so enraged at the table was strange for Zeit, while Julie grew further frustrated since her brother couldn't understand. Think about it, Julie. Why did he buy the snowflake obsidian? It's a metal that can only be used to make weapons. Contrary to what you're thinking, he probably bought it for you. If he wants to make a sword for me as a gift, then I'll let him know now that the engagement is off. Those were the words she had agonized hundreds of times over, but never uttered. The air felt heavy. Zeit looked down on his sister without a word. She was overwhelmed by his fearsome force. He towered over her at 2,010 centimeters. No, he was taller than that. Despite usually being confident in front of the opponent she faced, she instinctively lowered her gaze before his presence. Like I said the other day, it's stupid to break up the marriage. Dekulin's performance faltered the past few days, but Euclid is still our sworn ally. Zeit was the one who actively pushed the marriage between Julie and Dekulin. It started at a drinking party with Dekulin 3 years ago. And as far as I know, there is no other man who loves you more than him. Or do you have someone else in your mind? There's no one. Then why are you hesitating? You were the one who said emotion is not needed in politics related to our family, Julie. Does Dekulin's poor performance bother you so much? The wizard may hesitate. It's not about that. Julie was a knight. She grew up a knight and would die a knight, and she would never let go of that belief. Then what is it? But knights were beings who couldn't exist alone. A knight without a lord was just a warrior. Only when a lord had granted them a name could they truly be considered knights. It's been more than 2 years since you were engaged. How long are you going to put this off? Freyden was both her family and her lord. Therefore, she had to accept that engagement. I will arrange a meeting this week. Dekulin is coming, so make your peace with each other then. After saying that, Zeit left. Standing there vacantly, Julie grabbed her sword and her armor. Mana permeated immediately through it, forming a crystal shape that wrapped around her body. Wielded in that form, the sword fired off a crescent-shaped wave and froze a large area. Even before the ice broke, she had swung her sword several more times in an elegant display of swordsmanship. Throb, she injured herself, but she didn't care. Julie kept expressing her fury through her swordsmanship. That was the only way to enforce her own will, to cut things she couldn't see, and to sublimate her emotions until they separated from this mundane world. Only then did the unbearable become bearable. Watching her from afar, Veron, a subordinate knight, bit his lips until it bled. The mountain range called Berkt was situated in the northern part of the continent, a place that didn't belong to any empire or kingdom. Its altitude was 3,500 meters, and a population of about 1,000 people resided among the peaks. It also served as the home of a group of wizards called the Elders. Berkt was the collective body of the magic schools spread throughout the continent and the institution that determined the school's actions. They followed the Isle of Wizards wealth ritual that they adapted, but the summit rarely happened, perhaps only once every few decades. The summit. It was a day in April when the elders felt the need for a summit. It must be held at once. The wizards swiftly gathered at the Elders' Hall, located at the top of the mountain range, shrouded by endless darkness. A devil appeared in the mountain of darkness. We must not forget that magic was initially formed as an occult art to punish the devil. Even though they avoided becoming involved with the secular world, they were forced to make a strict exception to deal with the threat that now loomed over them. Has the directive been written? We had to go to great lengths for the Shinjin, but the attendance of the 12 families has been ascertained. The 12 families, which included the Iliad, Eucline, Bran, Bayorad, Ruwain, and its newest member, the Shinjin, known for their achievements over the past decade, were summoned as per tradition. Being allowed to attend the Berkt conference itself was a great honor for any family. Hence, no one dared refuse the summons. The Iliad and Eucline families have fiercely fought each other in the past. Berkt's decision-maker, Dzekton, expressed his concern. That happened ages ago. They've already reached some sort of agreement. It's merely superficial. Dzekton sighed deeply. That's only natural, considering the power their households have. However, Glython has become more dangerous. No, the currents of his rage have calmed down. Iliad's Glython was once an uncontrollable flame. The blazes of his ambition seemed like they had the primal need to burn eternally. Dzekton still hadn't forgotten how Glython behaved, not wanting to let go of his deep-seated delusion. Does he not have a child who's better than him? She didn't inherit her father's bottomless ambition, and she most certainly wouldn't do anything that would put her in harm's way. That was also true. His ember seemed ready to devour the world. He then was granted a scion that was a far more brilliant spark than himself. If Glython was fire, then Sylvia was the sun. You know what to do. On another note, the Shinjin mages have been asking about the vipers of the Isle of Wizards' wealth. The 12 elders bowed down to Dzekton's word. Yes, once the Isle has picked out 8 families, I will send you a message. Upon the rise of such a day, Berkt's will was transmitted to the Empire's tower and the mage families. At the same time, all high-level wizards across the continents would begin their journey to Berkt. As a precaution, their messages always included one warning. A fair reminder, Berkt cannot be held liable for the wizard's safety. Its law is nothing but magic. Hence, death amid the mountain ranges will be naturally considered magical. The reason behind the need for it would soon be revealed. About 10 days later, my prized items flooded route. As Ganesha advised, I bought 2 premium quality magical vaults and kept them in separate locations, one in the main building and another in an entirely different building. I also called Professor Rillin of the University Tower and the wizards of the security department to renew the mansion's defenses. With my home once again prepared against invasion, no possession of mine should be at risk for theft now, the ones I can personally use. Of the many items, I had 2 artifacts that didn't go immediately into the vault. Both of them were relics, so any wizard would want to have them. Ruperin's ring. Writing relic. Description and equipment created by one of the very few master craftsmen of their generation, Ruperin. He has infused his blood, sweat, and tears into it. Category, equipment artifact accessory. Effects regulates blood circulation to smoothen blood flow, increases mana recovery speed, slightly amplifies magical powers. A ring that helps blood circulation and mana restoration. Ancient relic necklace. Writing relic. Description, relic necklace inscribed with ancient runes. Category, equipment artifact accessory. Effect, store up to 300 mana. A necklace designed for storing mana, comparable to a power bank. After absorbing 300 mana from my body, it could be used as a portable mana source. It was only 300, but mana volume was an extremely important stat in this game. There weren't many items like this either. Because of the limitations of my magical power, I was forced to rely on my Iron Man skill. I couldn't even dream of becoming a knight. From here on out, I decided to start using the 2 accessories as part of my equipment. Based on their aesthetic sense alone, they looked immensely luxurious. However, the most important item I bought was... I sighed as I looked at the item in question. It was the mysterious metal with a white and blue glow. It looked unattractive because it hadn't been refined yet, but the snowflake obsidian's existence itself was no different from magic. It's not moving. It cost no less than 40 million elnas, but no matter how much I used psychokinesis on it, it wouldn't budge. It wasn't because it hadn't been refined yet, that it was too big, or even that I lacked magic. The problem was that the spell in it was resisting my magic. In its current condition, even after it had been refined, smelted, and forged, I still wouldn't be able to control it even if I spent my entire life trying to. What should I do? The snowflake obsidian was an item too expensive to just serve as a display or decoration, but I couldn't think of a way to awaken it. As I stared at it deep in thought, I suddenly remembered a line from one of the books in the library. Swords need to be tamed, which is why knights must first swing their swords before they can use their fullest potential. This process is called communion. Communion. I had never learned how to use a sword as I was a wizard. However, if taming the sword meant understanding the sword itself, then... I gazed into the sword with my understanding and even placed my hands on it just in case my eyes wouldn't be enough. Both heat and cold coursed through me. Those two qualities could never coexist in a practical sense, yet they tickled my palms together. But what I wanted wasn't its contradictory quality, atomic structure, or its value. What I desired was an essential and metaphysical understanding of it, far more important than any of those combined. I needed insights that transcended rationality from my trance of communion. I felt a searing pain pass through my eyes as if electricity pierced through them. Zigging. The snowflake obsidian scorched my hand, but I continued staring into it as I clutched one of my eyes. I didn't find any changes. However, I felt it with my body. When I checked it with my vision, I felt even more assured. Understanding 0.1. Mana 1357, 3357, plus 300 0.1 after consuming 2000 mana. Considering the daily amount of mana available to me, which was more than 10,000, and my recovery speed, it would take at least a year to fully understand this metal. It might be easier to use upon reaching 40 or 50 understanding, but steel would be the best until then. Did my routine just gain one more task? I deposited the snowflake obsidian into the vault with a bitter smile. Then, I wore Ruperin's ring and the ancient relic necklace, immediately noticing a notable change. The aura and color of the accessories that were touching my body changed completely to vintage style, aesthetic sense. Writing unique. Description, genius sense in classifying appearance. Has the potential to be well-versed in all artistic knowledge and responds to high-quality artworks. Was that change the effects of aesthetic sense? Second description. I thought it was an attribute that was so useless that only prodigy could beat its worthlessness. It wasn't practical, but it wasn't bad to have either. I put on my jacket and prepared to go to work. I remained true to my daily routine as a professor. First, as soon as I arrived at work, I analyzed my research in the lab, allowing the aftermath of morning training to subside. At noon, I went by car to eat at a restaurant. After lunch, I came back to the tower and prepared for my fourth period class. I then thought about alternating Alan's syllabus books, and it was already 5 p.m. before I realized it. Make sure you keep the theories in mind when answering the midterm exam. I sat on the chair and nodded. Today, the outline and composition of the exams and the topics of the students' projects and reports were finalized. The exam's level of difficulty was brutal, maybe too much so. This was fun. Bullying the students was so fun. Imagining the wizards who would suffer from the problems I would present, I felt unnecessarily pleased, and when I saw the notebook on my desk, my pleasure turned into a strange feeling. Schedule notebook. Deculin's itinerary, my schedule. I sighed as I swept my hair back. Ever since last week, there was an event that had been bothering me. 9th of April. Death anniversary. It wasn't the death anniversary of Deculin's parents, but Deculin's fiancée, or rather, his ex-fiancée, Yuli. I wasn't flustered since that event had already been resolved. Some time ago, when I first met Ganesha at the New Year's flower party, she clearly said, "Is it because you're newly engaged?" Deculin had an ex-fiancée, and I knew the whole out-of-the-game situation all too well. During a vacation's late evening in a world now too far away, when all the company employees were crunching, the Easter eggs were brought up and discussed. Inspired by it, Uara then added a small backstory to Deculin, saying she had a brilliant Easter egg which turned out to be his first fiancée. After 3 days. Perhaps that was the only trace that reminded me of her in this world, those mischievous pranks she left behind as Easter eggs, the things that made her smile so brightly, as I reminisced about her. Knock knock. Opening the door using psychokinesis, Alan was revealed standing behind it. Professor, Count Freyden is here. While introducing the guest, he was pushed aside as a big man came in from behind him. Oh, I'm sorry, my size is all too large, unfortunately. Are you okay? Yes, I'm all right. Alan bowed and headed outside as Zeit looked at him softly from head to toe. Is that your underling? I nodded. He's my assistant professor. Is that so? He seems vague. He muttered strange words with his arms crossed. I looked at the clock, 5:15 in the afternoon. It was still too early for our 7 p.m. appointment. Yet Zeit smiled brightly. We're going to a prominent place, you see. I couldn't help myself. I've also been wanting to ride in your car. I knew it. The man wanted a car as a marriage gift. One of the most popular restaurants in the empire, Pan Meshul. It was so famous that even high-ranking nobles found it hard to make reservations. However, we managed to obtain a private room on the second floor. Julie constantly wriggled. She was like a baby, babbling from time to time. For her, who had only worn armor before, dresses felt tight around her muscles and were more restraining than handcuffs. The accessories she had to wear were also continuously scratching her body. Are you okay? Josephine watched her sister struggle as if she were a cute caterpillar. Yes, I'm okay. Julie laughed bitterly. You don't look okay, I'm fine. Josephine pouted with her hands on her chin and raised an eyebrow. Liar, I can tolerate it. I'm not talking about your dress or this meeting. I meant the marriage. What? You said you didn't want to get married. Her straightforward question left her fumbling for words. I'm fine. She shook her head with a darkened expression. Josephine laughed. If you hate it that much, would you like to be taught a way to get out of it? What do you mean? She placed her lips beside Julie's ear, who naively tilted her head. She then whispered in a very small voice. What if you marry him then kill him? If you did that, the Euclid family would be yours too. Listening to her made her feel like a snake's tongue was flicking in her ears, causing goosebumps to rise over her body. Julie's eyes opened wide in shock as she glared at her sister, her face reddening. It was a ludicrous suggestion that she had never even thought about, let alone would dare attempt. Sister, how could you say that? Joke? A joke. There are some things you shouldn't joke about. Julie pushed her hand away and, finding such retribution lacking, tried to smack Josephine with her fist. However, she couldn't dare hit her, so she floundered around a bit instead. I'm just messing with my precious little sister because it's so regrettable to waste your life on such a man. Don't be too angry. Shut up. Who in the world would kid about something so serious? That's more akin to profanity. I just did. You seriously. Do you think this is funny? Clang, clang. Infuriated, Julie slammed the table as her face reddened even deeper, causing Josephine to repeatedly apologize. Not long after, the door of the private room opened. A serene scent immediately permeated through the air, one so sophisticated that it changed the room's atmosphere instantly. After that, the man in question appeared. When Josephine saw him, she let out a ragged sigh, letting the sound out unconsciously in awe. His appearance and style were especially striking today. You must have been stared at on your way here. She smiled at him, but he didn't answer. He just casually looked at the two, nodded, and sat down. Zeit, the one who arranged this whole ordeal, squeezed through the door afterward. He tilted his head when he saw Josephine. You're here too. I styled my little sister, and we came here together. What do you think? Zeit's eyes expressed every drop of his surprise upon seeing Julie's dress. She loved her armor so much that this was the first time he had seen her in a dress in about a decade. Ah, no wonder you look gorgeous. What do you think? Zeit gave Dekulin a proud smile as he looked at him. With Josephine's help, Julie's beauty was indeed on a different level. Julie's my little sister, but even if she weren't, I'd still find her beautiful. Meanwhile, you're the same as usual, but you somehow look cooler today. Dekulin looked at Julie without saying anything, and she looked back at him. She wasn't certain if it was a battle of pride or not, but neither of them turned their eyes away. Across those gazes, Zeit turned sideways and laughed quietly to himself. I already knew Julie would be at the restaurant I frequently visited, but I didn't expect the person next to her to join us as well, Josephine. In Dekullin's perspective, she belonged to the highest risk group more than any other named. It was the first time we saw each other in person, but I had seen her a few times behind the monitor. I was also familiar with her characteristics. You must have been stared at on your way here. Her presence made me wonder for a moment whether I should sit or not. However, I couldn't just leave abruptly. After thinking about it, I realized it might be better for us to meet now. Josephine was a name that could randomly send an assassin after me after all. It would be safer to meet with her unexpectedly now than be fatally wounded at a critical moment. I sat down and looked at Julie. Julie looked at me too. There was a hint of embarrassment in her gaze, mixed with a bit of remorse. However, she had nothing to be sorry for when it came to Dekulin. Julie's my little sister, but even if she weren't, I'd still find her beautiful. Meanwhile, you're the same as usual, but you somehow look cooler today. I knew Zeit, entering the room last, was talking, but none of his words reached my ears. All I could do was stare at Julie. What do you think of Julie now? Josephine's question brought me back to my senses. She's beautiful. I felt as if I couldn't take my eyes off of her for a moment. Even if she usually wore armor with no makeup, she was already a matchless lady whose beauty stood out. Today, she was even more beautiful than anyone I had ever seen in this world. Was this the effect of makeup? Ha ha ha, that's right, that's my little sister. Zeit chuckled. Anyway, it's been 3 years since you two were engaged. When would you like to hold the marriage ceremony? He was already holding a knife and a fork, even though there was no appetizer on the table yet. Due to his size, he looked almost like he was about to cut the table up and eat it. He was such an impatient noble. Well, my lord. The adults are talking. Surprised, Julie tried to say something, but Zeit's cauldron lid-like palm held her back. Be quiet. Julie pouted without saying a word. I noticed a faint red current in the air. The villain's fate. I thought it was manifesting through Julie at first, but it didn't take me long to notice it was coming from Josephine, who was smiling at me tenderly while sitting beside her. What do you suggest then, Dekulin? Josephine rephrased Zeit's question. Yes, do tell us what's on your mind. We will follow Professor Dekulin's suggestion. Josephine was the pinnacle of deceit. Her gentle way of speaking perfectly covered any traces of what's within her heart. Even the way she manifested the villain's fate was hard to notice. It could be perceived as mere dust if one didn't look closely. No, to be more precise, it already disappeared. She had a mask that deceived the character's eyes. The door opened, and the chef came in, serving appetizers as he spoke in some alien language. Bitro Sigian. Grucius Kigron. Zeit skewered a piece with his fork and devoured it in one bite. He overindulged himself with food, but it didn't make him seem any less dignified. On the contrary, there was an elegance in the way he feasted without spilling even crumbs. I intend on leaving that up to Julie. Leaving it up to her, Zeit asked, still gobbling up everything. I chose my words carefully. All the while, my five senses were all focused entirely on Josephine. I knew her dark side, after all. Perhaps I was the only one who did. Inside her beautiful appearance was a monster that devoured even demons. She was a cold, cruel sociopath, having no qualms with whatever means or methods she had to use to achieve her goals. She was a snake wearing the skin of a human, equipped with a strength equivalent to Zeit. Despite the nightmare lurking within her, however, she loved her little sister Julie. That made her an enemy of Deculin, one fully capable of killing him. Beyond the Empire, the shadows that extended like a spider web all across the dark parts of the continent were hers. It wasn't even a figure of speech. They were hers to control. Why Josephine hadn't yet killed Deculin and instead just left him be was something I wasn't certain of. Only she and the writer knew. Deculin, what are you thinking about? I was lost in thought for a moment. This time was especially threatening, considering she still couldn't hold all of her murderous intent, despite her already being so used to hiding her true intentions. I didn't even know how to overcome was an ever-changing, unpredictable being. Her existence itself was truly no different from a shadow. I know. Right now, all I could do was show her my sincerity as Kim Woo-jin, not Deculin, to not cause her beloved Julie any harm. Know what? Zeit replied. Julie the Knight is not confident in this engagement. If she doesn't want it, then I have no intention of forcing our marriage on her. No intentions of forcing her. Creases formed across Zeit's forehead. I'm the talk of the town for squandering 200 million on route overnight. At this point, anyone would blame me if our engagement was broken. On the other hand, wouldn't they think you purposely threw money away for Julie? It's not like that. I shook my head. Don't worry. Even if Julie wants to break up the marriage, the relationship between the Uklein and Freyden households will remain stable. Julie bowed her head. She seemed touched. No, I was wrong. Her hands were shaking. On the contrary, she was trying to soothe her anger. The villain's fate's red dust like aura appeared around Josephine again before disappearing once more. It was the wrong answer. I quenched my dry mouth with cold water. Oh no, no, no. How can you say break up the marriage so easily? Oh my. How thoughtful of you to think like that. Professor Deculin, you're a wonderful man. Zeit's expression hardened as he shook his head. Josephine was smiling, but she didn't seem like she appreciated my sincerity. The elders of the family will never allow breaking up your marriage for that reason. On the contrary, after showing us your sentiment, we only want you two to be together more. I sighed inwardly. There were many restrictions between a breakup of nobles, especially if the people concerned had thousands of people and millions in money behind them. The elder of Freyden, whom Deculin had coaxed beforehand, would be flustered, and I already knew how Uriel would react. You mean to tell me you were bullshitting me when you said you wanted to get engaged? Just try breaking up with her. I'm warning you. Take responsibility for everything. Keep the Uklein and Freyden households' relationship stable even after you two have broken up. What if I don't want to? Why should we help them? Don't you know you're supposed to become strangers after you break up? Give me back the 200 million elnas you wasted. She would spout lines like that. My lord, at that time Julie spoke. Just in time the main dish, steak, was served. Can you leave us two alone, please? She looked at me with clear eyes. Sensing her seriousness, Zeit replied. If Deculin permits, it's okay. Okay, come Josephine. Yes, the two got up from their seats and went outside. Josephine stuck her head in at the door, not even moments after they left. Have a nice talk. She then completely left. No, she pretended to leave. I knew her personality. She would have already prepared a wiretap of some kind. Fortunately, Josephine wasn't aware that I had information about her. You've become more intelligent. Julie squirmed first. She bit her lip tightly. Intelligent? I nodded my head in agreement. My character hadn't acted as smart before. I learned of Deculin's one-dimensional wrongdoings not only through the game, but also from the rumors I collected in this world. Before their formal engagement, he used his family's connections to suggest it, promised all kinds of rights to Freyden, persuaded their family and elders, and made them pressure Julie. She was excluded from the front lines using fighting is dangerous as an excuse. Because of her fellow knights' jealousy, and because her family's authority made them feel threatened, she was isolated by the Knight Order. Eventually, Julie quit the Knight Order herself, causing her career to be seriously damaged. At that point, she was shamelessly promised the head position of the Hadekin Knight Order, which the Uklein family owned. When she refused, they spread all sorts of rumors about her. Despite that, Julie refused to give up and made a name for herself using her talent. They talked her into not joining other Knight Orders, interfered in her every endeavor, harassed her, brought her to tears, and angered her to the point she had to ask Josephine for help. Afterward, she was again abused, brought to tears, and humiliated. Every part of their plan was villainous. They tried to break down everything and everyone around Julie to make sure she had no one to lean on but herself, so much so that she mistook the feeling of being protected by someone as affection. I knew. That was why I understood where her hatred for me was coming from. As I cut through the tender steak, I went straight to the point. It looks like you can't break up the marriage as you please. No, we can't do as we please anymore. We've come too far. You should have refused from the start. Julie trembled as she glared at me with angry eyes. You're starting this again? Her voice was shaking. She had been harassed too much that she already seemed to be on the verge of tears. What do you mean? Are you going to put pressure on the new night order? You probably heard it's doing well these days. Fraham was the night order Julie herself and a colleague founded. It had only been a year, but its success story continued with several news companies stating their amazement of Julie's disposition through their articles. Julie grabbed her fork and stabbed the steak. You've been forcing my hand up until this point. She picked up the whole piece and stuffed it in her mouth. The sauce splattered on her lips, her dress, and on the table, but she paid it no mind. I didn't force you to have this meal. It's Zeit. You forced him to. Julie was eating loudly and messily on purpose, knowing full well I hated that. Oh my, such timid and petty revenge. Surprisingly, it was slowly but surely working. The sauce splattering around was my price to pay. Stop. This is how I normally eat. It's so delicious. I closed my eyes. The sounds Julie was making were enough to make me squirm, but I regained my composure soon enough, allowing me to look at her straight on once more. Julie, I won't do it anymore. I won't be fooled. I was the one who tied you up so much. Even your family knows what I did. What? Only then did her rowdy fork handling halt. Julie scowled at me with sauce and oil around her mouth. What are you trying to say right now? I'm saying I did something bad. I picked up a napkin. Julie's face was oddly contorted. Not just me, your sister too, and your brother who's been too aggressive. Julie clenched her teeth. No, they are. If they're not aggressive, then why are they trying to stop our breakup? It was already a tight situation for me. I indeed knew the Frayden household more than Julie, a woman who always sacrificed for her family. Of course, because you want to get married. I said I'd follow what you want. Did that sound like a lie, too? Julie closed her mouth and looked at me as if she was trying to see through me. Right, I wasn't truthful. I have no loyalty and my conviction is not firm. Julie's face was a mixture of surprise and suspicion. Her round eyes and cheeks made her look cute. I'm a completely different person from the painfully honest image that you want. I'm the epitome of a wizard that's not suited for you. De Kuelin's ego would have rejected this facade, which continuously defamed him. He wouldn't have been able to devalue himself even if it meant his death. But the one controlling this body wasn't de Kuelin. But Julie, didn't you want to be a guardian knight? Julie's eyes widened, seemingly surprised that I knew. She looked taken aback, her face filled with shock. She had never revealed that earnest dream of hers to anyone. How did you? To be a guardian knight, you need the consent of your family, but your family will probably interfere. No, they won't. It's not like that. My family. To be a guardian knight, you have to leave your family. You know that too. That's why you've been hiding this dream of yours. The guardian knight was the pinnacle of knighthood. It was the highest honor anyone in their profession could attain, for they were the Imperial's first sword. But a guardian knight had no family. They could get married, but they couldn't belong to any family. They were a warrior that only protected the empire. The problem was that although it was the peak of glory for all knights, it was nothing but an honorary position for a family. Protecting the empire meant one shouldn't be involved in disputes between families and territories. They wouldn't even have a political right or political value for that matter. That opposed the Frayden family's strong ambitions in the political world. Right, this is good. I smiled a little as I thought of something good. Let's keep the engagement, but let's not get married. I sincerely want to let you go, but I can't with our current circumstance, so use my name as a shield if you want to. If you're with me and our relationship looks harmonious, they wouldn't hinder you. Until then, I will keep the engagement too and wait. I don't even have a suitable partner yet anyway. I added a mischievous comment as a joke, also just in case, if you ever change your mind over time. Only then did Julie's face become serious. What are you up to? Why are you saying that now? I'm not up to anything. I can even take an oath if you want to. She was once again shocked by my words. There's no need for that. I don't want any promises from you. It's just I'm curious about what you want. If it's me, my body, or anything about me, I will never give it to you. A small flush rose on Julie's cheeks. I knew very well what she's concerned about, what I want. I didn't want anything. I just wanted to spend time with her like this and break up the marriage. I didn't want her to be used to kill me or those around me. But if she wanted to doubt my sincerity, it was only proper for me to give her a suitable answer. I'm not sure. I looked at Julie, finding her fidgeting nervously. Belatedly, I realized that the restaurant had gone extremely quiet. No noise, no disturbance, just the sound of Julie gulping, swallowing anxiously. I also noticed the faint shadow that was hiding within the room and conveying our conversation. Well. For Josephine, who was eavesdropping on our conversation, I prepared a line. Right, this is good. My actions shouldn't be mistaken, however. This was just a play to con Josephine to eliminate the death variable coming from her. It was nothing more than that, once a day. It was certainly nothing more than that. My voice was strangely filled with seriousness. I stroked my chin and thought about the reason. No, once a week. Surprisingly, I felt like I could be at ease in front of Julie. I could laugh, feel comfortable, and be a little bit disorganized. What was the reason? It was simple. If you don't have the time, then once a month at least, since once a year is too much. Dekulin seriously loved this woman so much that his affection remained a part of his personality. Smile for me, that's all I want, I said with a soft smile. My words were followed by silence. Julie didn't say anything, she just blinked. After a while, thoughts seemingly finally emerged from her suddenly vacant mind, allowing her to naively ask me a question. Tithatoha, sh-mile, it wasn't even a question. The words that flowed through Julie's lips made her sound like an idiot. I found the crack in her voice at the end cute, though. What do you mean? Julie only slightly moved her lips, then lowered her head. Her hair ruffled as if there was static electricity coming from somewhere. Her honest response resembled that of a surprised animal, which made her even more adorable. However, there was no agreement amid our silence. No affection either. It was just frigid and filled with burdens. I paid no attention to it, but I sighed unconsciously. Julie reacted to my sigh. Her head, which was lowered, trembled. I gave her a napkin. She raised her gaze and quietly wiped off her mouth with it. Haha. I just laughed, causing her to scrunch her forehead and grumble. What are you laughing at? I won't be fooled. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, for as long as you do as you please. I will do exactly as I told you. She wouldn't be fooled no matter what I told her. She would never be fooled. Julie muttered that to herself. After that, the only sound left was the dishes clattering as they were transported all over the restaurant. No, there was one more. The villain's fate, you have overcome a death flag. Acquired reward, store currency +2. Finally, my store currency balance exceeded 10-1. HNNNGGG. With one of her hands cupping her chin as she eavesdropped on our conversation, she tapped her cheek with her index finger. She looked apoplectic, but in the end, she laughed a little for sulking and being aggressive earlier. 1 smile a month was the only price for using the name of Euclide's great noble. Her fingers curled out of cringe, but Dekulin sounded honest, making the scene not entirely bad. However, Julie couldn't even answer back, causing her older sister unbearable frustration. If it were her, she would have already caused minds to explode. Let's wait a little longer. Josephine wanted to kill him. She waited for Julie to request having him killed herself, but she was such a nice kid that she couldn't even imagine her saying that. Hence, as her older sister, she couldn't stop herself from acting any longer. Of course. However, the sincerity Dekulin displayed today was passable. Josephine could differentiate the color of voices apart depending on their intentions. He definitely wasn't lying when he said he had no intentions of forcing their marriage onto Julie. She decided to let it slide this time and put it off for a while. Brother, what do you think of Dekulin? Zeit yawned on the table on the first floor, then raised his eyebrows as he replied with a question of his own. What about you? What do you think of him? I haven't thought about it. I only follow Julie's wishes. Zeit's expression hardened as he massaged his temples a few times and swept his hair back. Josephine, in chess, the king can't move like the queen, the knights, or the pawns. I would be really disappointed if it were revealed that what I thought was a queen was a knight all along. Zeit wasn't keen on marrying Julie off to Dekulin from the start, but Dekulin isn't just a piece. He's the chessboard himself. He might have some cracks, but that doesn't mean pieces can't stand on him. Go on. Zeit looked at the window of the restaurant. The embers of war constantly blazed and raged in his eyes. I haven't forgotten father's death yet, Josephine. Zeit clenched his teeth. At that moment, his terrifying presence weighed down the whole place so much that the nobles at the restaurant started coughing without knowing why. Father was worth more than all those fucking bastards behind their desks put together, yet they treated the knight's honor as nothing more than a mana stone. Josephine just nodded quietly. Zeit, in times like this, was scary even for her. Center, Josephine. They're the center. We were at the border and had no connections to even be invited to participate in a game of chess. Margrave Freyden, defending the northwest part of the empire that they managed to connect with by annihilating everything on their path, was their father's last will. However, upon suffering a defeat, they also lost the head of their household. I won't allow a repetition of the past. Julie knows that too. Yes, I do as well. The truth was Josephine changed into who she was now when her father died. Since the one lined up to succeed the throne was Zeit, and there was no way for her to kill him, she gave up on the position and kept her distance from it. She was the type to lose interest in things she couldn't have, after all. There are people out there whose deaths wouldn't feel satisfying even if they died having their skin and bones torn apart and shredded. I'll surely rip off his limbs one day, cut them into small pieces, and feed them to the dogs. Josephine shook her head. They were from the same family, but Zeit was too savage, which worried her. Zeit was fearsome, but if Julie ever decided to leave. Josephine swore she'd be wishing her the best of luck. If ever that day came, she hoped Julie would be much stronger than Zeit by then so she could defeat him until he was rendered powerless. In doing so, she'd be able to soar gloriously above anyone else. As if on cue, her little sister came down to the first floor, and next to her was Deculin. "Oh, have you finished talking, Professor?" Zeit's expression changed as soon as he saw him. The air between Julie and Deculin was somewhat awkward, but it wasn't as bad as before. "Haha, well, it seems like your talk has gone well at the very least." "It did." Deculin nodded in agreement. Zeit patted Julie's shoulder with satisfaction. "Then let's go have a drink." The four of them left the restaurant together. Deculin intentionally walked slowly, and the three Freydens naturally took the lead. "The food was good, right, Julie? We ate outside while you two were talking. The steak was delicious." "I don't know, stop talking to me." Why? Why, you're making your sister sad." "Why are you acting as if you don't know? What is it? Are we fighting again? Did we have a conflict when choosing your dress?" Looking from afar, they looked like a harmonious family bickering with each other. "I will be going back now. I have business to attend to at the tower." Deculin stopped in his tracks and bowed gracefully. Already, let's at least have a drink," Zeit said, but Josephine stopped him from insisting any further, mouthing the words, "death anniversary." Noticing it, Julie also began to look at Deculin with a strange expression. "Ah, I see. Be careful on your way. I hope we can get together like this some other time." "I hope so, too." Eventually, Deculin went on a different direction from them. Early in the morning of the following day, boom, the chair that was supposed to float lightly boisterously shot up. As it was about to hit the ceiling, I swiftly manipulated it through psychokinesis, allowing it to have a safe landing as it swayed softly in the wind. "I can't get used to this." Mana Quality Reinforcement Stage 1 has been applied. You can now control your magic more gently. Mana Quality Reinforcement. It allowed the mana inside my body to be refined in a purer manner. Once the circulation of my mana had become smoother, my magic would produce a more superior output. In that regard, the force of my psychokinesis, which my whole body had magically memorized, would be amplified by at least 25. However, it was inconvenient to adapt to it from the beginning again. I'll move on to my next routine for now. The time had come to memorize beginner psychokinesis again. My psychokinesis was just a mixture of its basic and beginner versions right now, but if I worked on it for just a week, I could expect a dramatic improvement in its beginner version. Whoosh. At that moment, the door of the separate building abruptly opened. What? I definitely told everyone not to enter it without permission. Who would dare? "What are you doing? It's just me." Uriel. As soon as she saw me, she bewilderedly twisted her lips as if she became a peeper. "Why don't you wear some clothes first? I heard you were working out these days, but you're starting to look like an exhibitionist. Why did you even take them off in the first place?" As she spoke, I noticed the parcel in her hands, to which the system immediately reacted. Main quest, Berkt's summon. "Take this, they're holding a summoning conference at Berkt in about 15 years. I took it using psychokinesis, then read it. What was written in it was nothing special. All it stated was that the Euclid family was being summoned and that we were responsible for our own safety. No, more importantly, have you been tortured? Do you have a deadly disease? Why do you look really dirty?" Uriel frowned as she examined me. As she said, my whole body was covered with wounds and there were bloodstains all over. "It's nothing," I wiped myself using cleanse, asking her a question as I did so. "Did you come here just to deliver this parchment yourself?" "No, I also have things to do here, so I'll be here until tomorrow." Uriel shrugged and answered begrudgingly, though she looked shy for some reason. "Ah, that's right. I'll be sleeping in the room I used when I entered college, so don't even think about going in it. Make it quick, okay? You don't pay any attention to what I say at all." "No, actually, it seems you do pay attention, boo-hoo-hoo." Uriel jeered and went outside. "Give me food." I immediately heard her voice shouting to her attendant. "Tomorrow." Uriel would be staying here until tomorrow, and today was the death anniversary of my ex-fiancé. I doubted it was just a coincidence. CMRC, Common Magic Research Club. Ephraim smirked as she looked at the doorplate hanging in the club room. The first C of the CMRC was a wordplay around the word common and commoner. "Ah, why do I find this funny? PFFFT. She was forcing herself to hold back her laughter when the door suddenly opened. "Oh my God, ah, Ephraim, you're finally here, come in." Julia grabbed her wrist and dragged her inside. "Oh, Ephraim's here. Hi, do you want to play cards?" There were only 7 members in total in their club, which was way less than they expected, but she liked the fact that this minority depended on her as the elite. "What do you think? It's spacious, isn't it?" Julia twirled in the middle of the club room. "Yeah, it is. It was much bigger than she expected. Rather, it was about the same size as the house she lived in before." Ephraim trudged along and sat on the sofa, immediately feeling its softness as her buttocks pressed on it firmly. It returned to its original shape in no time as soon as she stood, too. She repeatedly sat on it and stood up and even pressed onto it a little harder, but it coped without problems. Sure enough, it was the best sofa she had ever sat on so far. Ephraim stealthily laid across it while nobody was watching. Letting out a yawn, she proceeded to ask a question. What was the purpose of this club, Julia? Gaining a practical understanding of magic and research. If we do well with this, we can go on a field trip to the Isle of Wizards' Wealth. Isle of Wizards' Wealth. The entrance ticket to it was worth 10,000 elnas, but it was an island that wizards had to visit despite the price. There was a promotion test going on there right now. No entrance fees. I shouldn't have eaten a rohak boar last week. I thought they were going to give me a discount since I'm their daughter's friend, but they treated me so coldly instead. Of course it's free. Whoa, I see. If so, then it wouldn't be that bad to think of club activities. Ferret raised a question. Don't we need permission from our class advisor for that, though? Ephraim listened attentively while pretending she wasn't. Julia, having thought it over, finally answered. Wouldn't they agree if Ephraim's the one who asked? What are you talking about? Why should I be the one to do it? Professor de Killing doesn't think too bad of you. According to rumors going around these days, you're the only one he favors. Her face swiftly reddened. She didn't even know such a dirty rumor existed. That's insane. Why would they think anyone would do that? Have they lost their minds while studying for the exams? They just can't find any other explanation. You were honestly also the one who asked for this club, too. Ephraim bit her lower lip without saying a word. Why was de Killing being so nice to her? And why was she pathetically hoping that was the case? She thought about it in great detail. However, due to the problem's difficulty, she couldn't think of anything else other than the lines of she was pitiful, at least for now. What's your relationship? SHH. What relationship? We're just Ephraim scratched the back of her neck. For her, de Killing was a wall she had to jump over. He was her first goal and the reason why she became a wizard after all. She tried to surpass him without disregarding modesty and humility, but if she said it like that, it would sound almost pathetic. Hence, she gave a slightly twisted answer. We're rivals, PFFFT. The people in the room started sneering and chuckling. Her words even caused Julia to spit out the water she was drinking. That's a good joke, Ephraim. I'm not joking. Ha 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 ha. The way you look so serious makes it even funnier. Clang. The door suddenly bent as if it had just been smashed, and a pot-like person came in panting. You guys, what is this? Relin yelled without any explanation. Surprised, the members hid behind Ephraim. What the hell is this club? Ephraim felt nervous, but she bravely stepped forward. She had already experienced such opposition anyway. We made and submitted a club establishment plan, and we received permission to proceed with it. Hence, this club's officially established. What? Who in the world gave you permission? No, wait. Now that I got a closer look at you, aren't you that beggar who received disciplinary action? She was called a beggar once more, causing her to glare at Relin. Was it such a buzzword among the professors in the tower? Ho, look at this cocky bastard. How dare you glare at a professor? Lower your gaze, you disrespectful jerk. Relin's face turned red. Behind the open door, his noble-blooded colleagues were grinning. She immediately understood the situation. They were the ones who told him. The founding of a club requires permission from a class advisor. If you're so confident, then tell me the name of the person that gave you their permission. Tell me. Ephraim bit her lower lip as he oppressed her. When the club was being formed, he definitely told her not to bother him. Ha, I understand now. You've been deceiving us all along. Such actions are enough grounds for expulsion. Even if you weren't, you clearly resisted the will of a professor. I shall make such knowledge known in the presence of the one who allowed the creation of this club. Relin had concluded that even if Ephraim were telling the truth, the professor they joined hands with would only have a few years here, which would explain why they didn't know anything. Behaving according to that judgment, he became fully capable of confidently demanding the advisor's name. Now tell me, who is it? It's. Say it, I order you to tell me. The more Ephraim hesitated, the more ferocious Relin became. Nobles continued to gather in the corridor to insult and laugh at the club founded by commoners. It would be best for you to tell me before I go looking for them myself. It's me. What kind of guy? Relin froze as soon as he turned around. Like a criminal caught in the act of committing a crime, he blankly tilted his head and wore a naive expression. I heard you've been looking for me, Professor Relin. De Killing, WY is senior professor. Speak, Professor Relin. De Killing approached Relin closely and looked down at him, the difference in their heights creating the perfect scene. Go ahead and tell me what you were complaining about. I don't have all day. Senior Professor de Killing, this club. Yes, I was the one who gave them permission. I see, but why? Do I need a reason? Should I have asked permission from you? His eyes kept gazing in different directions, showing his confusion. The corners of de Killing's lips twisted upwards. Continue what you were saying. That. Breathing heavily, he desperately looked for a way out. His brain had been turned into a mess, and his body was beginning to tremble due to the lack of an escape route. Isn't their room too restricting? Pointing to the interior of the club room, he barked. We are wizards of the majestic Imperial University Tower. Why weren't they provided with promising equipment? This place is too cramped for club activities as well. Even the furniture given to them wasn't of the best quality. I just couldn't help but feel infuriated because of such details. Ha ha ha. Rillin sighed deeply after finishing his excuse, then immediately smiled brightly. I'll take responsibility and give them something better. As expected of Professor Rillin, who's always so kind and thoughtful. Dekulin calmly nodded. Rillin, kind, nonsense. Well, I have a lecture that I need to teach, so ha ha ha. Rillin left with a big smile, but the wizards in the hallway didn't seem to want to disperse. Dekulin scowled at the crowd, more specifically at the group who urged Rillin. He knew of them. Beck, Isaiah Jupern, you worthless cockroaches are always doing something a cockroach would do. His blunt and jellied warning caused them to flinch and hide swiftly, truly like cockroaches. Dekulin looked at the members of the CMRC afterward, then turned his gaze to the club room's interior. It does look cheap, that was all. Dekulin walked off the corridor like he was in a photo shoot. Wow. Ferret's legs gave out and he collapsed on the sofa. Chills clawed through their bodies. Recently, there had been rumors about Dekulin's performance lacking as the senior professor of the tower, but the people who had been saying that clearly didn't know anything. Upon meeting him face to face, one would immediately feel pressure heavy enough to prove to them that those rumors were nothing but a bunch of nonsense. Are you in a bad mood today, Professor? You're scarier than usual. SHHHH. Julia put her fingers on her lips at Ferret's words. She then whispered in a small voice, it's her death anniversary today. Death anniversary? Ferret asked back in surprise. Efren's eyes opened wide without saying anything. It was something she didn't know. Oh, make sure you don't say those words to Professor Dekulin. If you mention it by mistake, your eyes will never open again. It's extremely forbidden to utter that line in front of him. Julia intentionally spoke frighteningly. She found even her own words funny. Efren, forcing a smile, managed her expressions. Death anniversary, huh? Interesting. I didn't think he had someone he liked. Julia tilted her head. Dekulin's bereavement might not be known, but his relationship with his current fiancée, Julie, was widely spread throughout the lands. Do you know who he liked? She didn't know if Efren was being sarcastic or serious. Hey, stop acting so crazy. Looking at the Ouija board, Rondo's eyes widened as he grabbed his hair in shock, causing Efren and Julia's worry to grow. Why? Professor Dekulin just bombarded us with homework. What? Julia, Efren, and Rondo all applied for Dekulin's lecture, which meant they shared the same responsibilities. Huddling together, they looked at the Ouija board. On it was a list of tasks prepared by their professor. Conduct a magical study based on pure elements combined with 3 or more attributes. Create a research on the theory of magic's density and concentration. Research about the quality of mana. Ah wait, what is this? Efren felt a dizzying shock. The Knights of the Continent were divided into 3 main groups, the first of which was the National Order of Knights of the Imperial Family, or Royal Family. The National Order of Knights was a colossal organization. It didn't only have Knights University graduate wizards and dungeon researchers formed most of its personnel. The knights belonging to this group were called the nation's executives during emergencies, which was why only the highest level of talent among the cadets in the Knight Academy could join. The second was the Knight Orders managed by families. Of course, unless they had a large territory, they wouldn't even be able to dream of running a Knight Order. Only families with vast domains with a high possibility of forming multiple dungeons could manage such a division. Among them, the Euclid household's Hadekane Knights were most preferred by the Knight Academy cadets due to its special geographical conditions and the fact that they'd be stationed in a major city. Finally, the Private Knights. More than half of the 108 Knights of the Kingdom were Private Knights. If most national and familial knights were connected to their region, Private Knights usually stayed in major cities and went on trips 2 to 3 times a month. They carried out local duties such as suppressing evil, dungeon raids, and other such tasks, earning them plenty of money from loot and donations. However, since the conditions for establishing a Knight Order were very strict and complex, forming a new one only happened once or twice a year. What a relief. Hence, a group of Private Knights became affiliated with Freyden's main building instead. Julie sighed in relief as she looked at the Book of Accounts, finding a surplus in the first half of this year. Good luck seemed to have finally caught up to her, considering how much evil they had suppressed by attacking villages and the number of dungeons they had successfully raided. That's right, we just have to work this hard in the future as well. Julie leaned back in her chair and enjoyed her listless happiness. Knock, knock. Commander Julie, Rockfell, Julie's senior knight and the current vice captain of Freyham, opened the door. Yes, Lord Rockfell, what's going on? A company in Brecht is asking for an escort on the express train. He fiddled with his scruffy beard and held out a document. Are you talking about the Berkt Summit? Yes, private knights sometimes received missions more suited for adventurers. However, the credibility required by knights was different from adventure teams. The knights only accepted tasks from verified organizations or the nation itself if it served the public interest. It's been 15 years since Berkt's last summons. I didn't think we'd receive a request. The Berkt Express train. It was a magically engineered train that passed through the edge of the mountains and served as the only means of transportation that could bring people close to the summit of Burke's mountain range. I don't know even why this suddenly came to us. Rockfell sounded repulsed. It wasn't Deculine's fault, but since he was going to attend the conference as well, her knights chatted as if it was anyway. It's fine, you can accept the request. What? Rockfell's eyes widened, and Julie simply shook her head in reply. Is it really fine? Veron said he wanted to do it, but… Veron, Julie's tone sounded stern, unbending. In public, she was known to be a firm and inflexible boss. Yes, the duty came designating him. He has distinguished himself these days as a VIP escort. Veron was a commoner who hadn't even gone to university. However, with his knightly mentality and tremendous efforts, he had reached the same caliber as the knights from the imperial family. He had the tendency to meditate alone most times, but he showed great courage and care for his colleagues in the Graken dungeon. Julie witnessed his feats in person. That's good then. He'll do a great job. I authorize you to proceed. Veron was the most trusted knight in Freyham, even with Julie included. Even the meticulous Zeit complimented him, saying he smells of the old school knights, which is very rare these days. But will it be okay? Yes, really. Veron has been raised riding in our coattails. Lord Rockfell, if you doubt me further, you'll soon incur my wrath. Julie's eyes narrowed. She couldn't stand him asking if it was okay despite her already saying multiple times that it would be. Don't you know it just as well as I do? Express train escort missions are one of the hardest there is. If Veron does well, it will be beneficial for our Knight Order's reputation and of course his career. Yes, I know, but… Rockfell thought quietly. No way. Did she make up with Deculine? Was it yesterday that I heard they held a meeting? No, it simply can't be possible. Stop thinking about weird things. Julie, glancing right through him, cut his thoughts off completely. Ah yes, ahem. By the way, Commander, what are you doing today? I have to stop by somewhere today. Well, I was thinking of a company dinner, but if you have something to do, then it can't be helped. I'll be on my way. Rockfell left the room, scratching the back of his neck. Ha! Julie sighed and peeked under her desk. At her feet was a bouquet that she was going to give as a gift to someone. She had never seen that person's face or even knew their name, but she bought it anyway, thinking it was only morally right to show her face at least once. I still can't believe it. She didn't trust Deculine at all, but if he really kept his word and changed like that, then one day, if he confessed his sins and apologized. Julie looked around but found no mirror. She hadn't paid attention to her appearance up until now. For lack of anything more effective, she used the nameplate on top of her desk, which, albeit only slightly, reflected her beauty. Julie puffed up her cheeks once and smiled. The corners of her lips trembled as she stretched them. It was awkward, but then again, she hadn't enjoyed a good laugh in almost 3 years. Ah, by the way, Commander, Rockfell came in once more. Julie, smiling strangely at the nameplate, glanced up at him. After a brief moment of staring each other down, Rockfell hastily left without a word. Julie put the nameplate down gently and with her arms crossed, thought calmly as if nothing happened. Express train escort missions were great opportunities. If Veron could protect it properly, he'd be able to make his abilities known. If he ever were scouted by the Imperial family knights, she intended to let him go. Knock, knock. This time with a proper knock, Rockfell came back in. Commander, I have one more thing to report. You may proceed. Rockfell spoke as if nothing had happened, and Julie replied nonchalantly, but their faces both burned red. The graveyard's atmosphere unexpectedly reminded me of old half-forgotten sentiments, despite it just being a grass field with tombstones. The wind caressing through me felt like someone's hand, and the sound of bugs in the distance sounded like cries from a far-off world. I came to this place with one emotion in my heart, solitude. Yet as I walked down the street, my eyes caught on the grave of Deculine's deceased fiancée. I didn't know what her name was. However, considering his personality, I thought she would stand out. I stepped on the grass as my eyes darted over the graves. Fancy tombs, simple copperplates, a well-maintained headstone, tombstones buried behind vines. It didn't matter where my eyes landed. I would always find the story of someone long gone. The sunset glow slowly fell as dusk settled, creating an orange-tinged sky. As expected, Uriel came and left. A newly placed bouquet stood out, carrying a certain scent that reminded me of the morning dew at the top of mountains. It was Uriel's perfume. I stood in front of the headstone holding a bouquet with a bitter smile, water droplets hitting the ground around me. Why was the rain falling this late in the afternoon? I looked at the name engraved on the tiny tombstone for quite some time. I couldn't bring myself to drag my gaze away from it. Gosh, you're… Should I say extraordinary or too much? I just thought it was aggravating. Why? The emotions I felt weren't Deculine's. It wasn't anyone else's but mine. The name caused my heart to shake, sending tremors coursing through my whole body. I felt pain similar to my flesh being scraped out as my breath caught, almost as if my air passages were being crushed. All because of the name engraved on the tombstone. You are a von Vergis Manished. Perhaps it was one of her Easter eggs. Just like Kim Woo-jin was the model for Dekulin, she snuck her name in secretly. I was dumbfounded. I tried to mutter a joke, but my voice didn't sound as steady as I hoped it would be. I couldn't stop shaking. I could hear her whispering into my ear, drawing out the memories of days gone forever. When I closed my eyes, they came alive as if they just happened yesterday. I was reminded of her losing her family, her timid smiles, and the way she praised my paintings, how she wore my blue coat on a winter night, how she often took me in her arms and told me she loved me, picked me up whenever I fell, and cried, grew angry, and smiled together with me for 7 years. Even now, as I thought about her, with my chest shaking, she felt like a late snowfall. No, she was like snow that had piled up for a while, covering my heart entirely. I knelt, took off my gloves, and wiped the moisture off of the tombstone, allowing her name to come into view more distinctly. She wouldn't know. It was just her name, carved there like a cruel joke. The weight was too much for me to handle. I was out of breath and my vision blurred. I had never felt like this before. Now, as Kim Woo-jae and not as Dekulin, I still loved her. At that moment, I heard the sharp sound of leaves rustling and cracking behind me. I came to my senses and quickly stood, teardrops flowing down my cheek. My hair was still messy and poking in around my eyes, but I had to find out who the person approaching me was. When I turned around, I saw someone looking at me. You, I instinctively frowned. She just stood there in silence, shock visible on her face. I came back to the world feeling more embarrassed than I had ever felt before. 2 hours ago, Sylvia left at 7 p.m., taking the car with her. She carried a pile of notes, flowers, and a pen, but she didn't feel very good. Sitting quietly in the back seat, she murmured to herself, why did he give so many assignments so indifferently? Even though there was a condition that they only had to do 2 out of the 3 activities, and he didn't demand high-quality work as he usually did, they couldn't just meet the bare minimum since it would only be equivalent to 5 credits. We've arrived. She had reached her destination while worrying about the assignments. The evening air that greeted her was chilly. The sun was setting on the horizon to the west, scattering orange light throughout the sky. It suited her destination. Sylvia walked with the flowers in hand, her elegant shoes clinking quietly on the neatly polished road. Waiting for her at her destination was a tombstone adorned with bouquets. Sierra von Elemin Iliade. Proud wizard, wife of Glython and the mother of Sylvia, a lovely daughter. The place where her mother slept eternally. Her mother wanted to be buried in her hometown, and Sylvia followed her footsteps to the institution. I'm here. Sylvia knelt as she laid the flowers carefully atop the tombstone. Today at the holy ground, my little brother had his aptitude test. It had been 5 years since her father remarried. Her little brother, who suddenly popped into her life, had just turned 4. My brother has no talent for magic. He also looks like a potato, a roasted one at that. I don't think he's fully developed yet. No, maybe he was born lacking something. Today's complaints gently continued. Professor Dekulin is no less than a villain. He seems to think the only responsibility I have is his lectures. She could no longer remember her mother's voice. Even her sorrow towards her mother's fate felt a little vague. But even so, once a month, a special day came when Sylvia, the girl who normally didn't talk, told her mom stories about her life. Today's excuse was Dekulin's bombardment of assignments, but whatever it was, she felt much lighter after she let it out here. I'll get going then. Take care. Sylvia moved back to her feet, her knees aching, and turned around without hesitation to leave the cemetery, only to stumble upon an unexpected sight. Under the dim moonlight stood a person she never expected to meet in such a place. Dekulin, the very being who filled her with stress today, now stood not too far away from her, staring at a tombstone in deep silence. One more presence caught her attention. Standing near him was a beautifully armored knight with hair so white it seemed to banish the very darkness around her. She thought they came together, but soon realized that wasn't the case. The knight watched Dekulin's back from a distance, positioning herself at an angle where he couldn't see her. Dekulin was also too focused on the grave before him to notice her. For a while, it looked like he was motionlessly reading the name on it, lost in the old memories it conjured forth. Not long after, he fell on one knee and swept his bare hand gently across the tombstone. His eyes, still staring at it, soon went blank, his empty pupils reflecting the moonlight. Tears gently rolled down his cheeks. Sylvia, experiencing the biggest surprise of the year, unknowingly gasped and stepped back, causing her to step on dry leaves. Dekulin flinched and immediately sprang up, glaring at her with reddened eyes. I didn't mean to intrude. Sylvia spoke as plainly as ever. Unconsciously, she looked toward where the white-haired knight was standing, but she wasn't there anymore, almost as if she disappeared into thin air. He followed her gaze. Who else was here? She shook her head, keeping her lips sealed tightly. No one. He then closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. I see, you may go back now. He walked in the opposite direction of the entrance. Sylvia hesitated, but she decided to walk with him instead, albeit not knowing where he was going. Don't be mad, she anxiously uttered, but there was no response. He simply kept walking, heading ever deeper into the cemetery. Sylvia grew increasingly uneasy. I won't tell anyone what I saw today." He was still silent. She thought of running away now, but she wouldn't know what to do if he punished her with disciplinary action because of it. She wasn't even sure if she could be sanctioned for punishment based on personal matters. However, she soon realized it didn't matter. He could give her a late punishment for the last incident. Sylvia, Deculin stopped. Yes, he looked around to the surrounding land and sky. Where are we? Sylvia blinked curiously. Realizing he was a little out of himself, she pointed him in the right direction, keeping quiet about his tears. The exit is on the other side. I see. Guide me. They turned around, but before they could even take one step onwards, they noticed a dubious hooded individual standing in the deep corners of the graveyards, blocking the confined forest road leading to the exit. Seemingly appearing out of nowhere, he emitted obvious killing intent. With tired eyes, Deculin glanced him over. Who are you? The individual didn't answer, but Deculin didn't care. Using his psychokinesis, he rolled down his hood. As his bare skin was exposed, her nervousness grew. He had long hair and scars around his eyes, which seemed similar to that of a bird of prey, only exaggerated by his slim jawline. Although it was Sylvia's first time seeing him, she was familiar with his face. Rock Hark, the wizard killer, Sylvia. Yes, run. If you go through the back, you'll be able to get out, right? Deculin saw the villain's fate emerging from his fearsome flesh, staining him with a red mist. He took a step forward, positioning Sylvia behind him. Are you sure? Sylvia cautiously asked. Yes, you can't handle him. He knew all too well that normal wizards were no match for Rockhark. His magic invalidation was something any gamer would call fraudulent. He didn't even have to touch his target for it to work, for as long as they were within his radius, they wouldn't be able to use magic. Even magic fired from beyond his range would be extinguished the moment it entered his ability. However, to gain such an overwhelming trait, he had to sacrifice his mana. Go, Sylvia. Sylvia didn't reply, causing Deculin's jaw to clench tighter. You'll just get in my way if you stay here. Don't do something stupid. As he turned around, he lost his train of thought, seemingly taken aback. Sylvia had vanished. No, she was already so far away. Tata-tata-tata-tata. Tata-tata-tata. It was a very dynamic sprint. Well, it was better than her loitering around and getting in his way. Deculin smiled awkwardly before turning to face Rock Hark, who didn't seem to have any intention of letting Sylvia go. He needed a quick fix to this problem. He was holding a dagger in one hand, which seemed more than just an unusual weapon. It emitted an eerie and frightening aura. Deculin stood silently as he put on his gloves. He then adjusted his collar and straightened his suit. You won't be able to use magic in front of me. Rock Hark spoke calmly before swiftly launching an attack by swinging his dagger at him. Deculin did nothing but stand still in the same spot. It was as if he were expecting him to come into his arms without any defense or countermeasures. Looking at the arrogant noble, the thought that wizards were always a bunch of arrogant and prideful wild beasts passed through Rock Hark's mind. They often relied on their magic and mistakenly thought they were superior to him, only to be awakened to the reality that they were no more than worthless beings upon realizing that magic didn't exist in his realm. Their distinguished confidence and pride would be lost at that moment, and they would start crying and begging for their lives. The professor before him wouldn't be any different. No, he was the pinnacle of wizards. With the sun setting and the moon rising, the scenery seemed to have been prepared for his death. Rock Hark approached Deculin and swung his dagger without hesitation. Cuck, however, he was shoved away by an unknown impact that slammed into his abdomen. Rock Hark tumbled down on the ground but stood up quickly, staring at Deculin. He was still standing in the same spot, not even moved an inch. Cough. He wiped away the blood he coughed up, becoming aware of the possibility that his opponent had a weapon hidden on his person. HMMPH. Rock Hark ran and stretched out his arm, pretending to stab with the dagger, then backed off, launching a feint to figure out what kind of weapon he had. However, instead of a bladed weapon or a blunt object, Deculin's long leg hit his nose. KH. Rock Hark pulled back, clutching his face. Rock Hark. Deculin's eyes remained composed as he stared at him, but his gaze felt icy. How much do my fists and feet hurt? Deculin asked out of genuine curiosity. The quality of mana wasn't limited to magic. It might be an exaggeration, but it was no different from being the quality of human. The quality of mana applied to everything related to mana, namely characteristics. Thus, Iron Man, which allowed one to use their body more efficiently while making their attacks more destructive, would have leveled up by one. That was why he was curious. Don't make me ask you twice. Rock Hark glared at him as he blocked the blood flowing from his nostrils. How much do they hurt? He looked down on him from a distance. He stood tall and arrogant, making it seem as if Rock Hark, who was on the verge of tears, was far below him. Answer me. Rock Hark turned around and ran, but before he could make it far, a kick hit him in the back of his head, causing him to fall to the ground. Duong. As he felt a tremendous shock, his vision tumbled down. One of his eyes seemed to be staring directly at the spiraling and star-filled sky. Blue crystals glimmered beyond the darkness as if announcing the devil's presence. Euclid eyes, answer me. Rock Hark stretched his legs, causing the tips of daggers to appear from the soles of his shoes. He then swung one toward Deculin's neck, who easily avoided it by simply taking a step back. His movements were graceful, almost as if he were watching the moonlight itself dance. Rockhark staggered to his feet. I admit you're strong. You're different from the wizards I've faced. However, there are certain ways to kill you. No magic could materialize inside Rockhark's territory, though his ability's principle couldn't be explained magically. In a sense, it was more the principle of hatred. However, that was only true if his victim was within range. Deculin only needed to be one step ahead of him. His defenses were filled with holes, but he knew he shouldn't be fooled by it. He already knew from experience that it was a trap, but he could easily level the playing field by using a trap of his own. Rockhark ran once more. Deculin swiftly broke through the distance he created, and he swung his fist at him, but he swiftly ducked down. Rockhark thought he had him this time. His fist was out in the open, fully captured within his view. As fast as he could, he launched another kick, and although it was only one attack, it was enough to slash through his opponent. Slash. He heard the sound of his dagger digging into his skin, causing Rockhark to look up at him with a smile. However, his expression soon grew dim once more. You use quite an interesting technique. Deculin, with a dagger stuck in his side, was staring at Rockhark with his composure unmarred. At this rate. Rather, his face looked like he was calculating something. Rockhark twisted the dagger sideways, and a faint hint of tremor showed through Deculin's eyebrows, but it soon settled. It's bearable enough. His elbow collided with Rockhark's forehead. Bang, his other fist came upwards a moment later to collide with his chin. Bam, it ruptured as if breaking a watermelon with bare hands. Rockhark was sent sprawling onto the ground, unable to stand. Rockhark, Deculin slowly approached the man. I'll ask you one last time, how much? You crazy bastard, it felt like a bulldozer hit. Are you satisfied now? Deculin nodded as he looked down at Rockhark. One more thing, why are you targeting wizards? He was curious. This guy had nothing to do with the main story, but he wanted to know anyway. Because wizards are cursed kinsmen. They're apostates who betrayed God. He screamed bloodily. The Isle of Wizards' wealth, Burked, the Tower, they're all nothing but rotten bastards. Dogs who can't do anything without magic. Lunatics who enjoy slaughter. But Yao you are, Rockhark tried to move his body, but he couldn't feel anything from the neck down. Who do you fucking think you are? Deculin thought about killing him, but he wasn't thirsty for the blood of someone who just admitted defeat. The villain's fate was easily overcome. Above all, he learned one thing from his words. I know, you are the enemy of the red box. At that moment, Rockhark's bloodshot eyes widened as he looked up at Deculin. How did you know? Does Euclid still remember the red box? At the very least, I do. During birth, those blood-related could be born with magic similar to their kin by having their bodies placed in the red box, a demon that granted and strengthened the magic of the person's family to the next generation. However, magic was invented to annihilate demons, so the wizards in the red box were bound to conflict. Their fierce war was one of the main pillars of the game's story. I understand how you feel. I sympathize with the years upon years of oppression you've suffered. The red box lived somewhere on the continent, but its fate was at stake. People feared that it would hand down their magic in the name of condemnation. If the Emperor took a different stance in the not-too-distant future, a full-fledged massacre might occur because the red box was nothing more than a demon. No, even now, cleaning was in progress without anyone being the wiser. Kill me. Rockhark looked strangely resigned. I won't kill you. If I kill you, I'll only lose face. That moment, noises came from a distance. Reinforcements were approaching. Sylvia must have been successful in finding help. Stop talking and just kill me. Now, Deculin shook his head. I know the red box has no sin. What does a wizard like you? Rockhark was furious, causing him to scream like he was having a seizure. The footsteps in the distance were swiftly closing in on them. I'm Deculin of Euclid. As Deculin said so, he grabbed his wrinkled sleeves and tightened his loose necktie. He fixed his collar and smoothed his shirt and jacket. Our magic originates from the Goryeo dynasty and the blood of the hunter who fought against the devil. Rockhark remained motionless as he looked up at him. Rockhark. The cold wind swept his hair to the side. Did I lose my dignity facing you? The wizard killer merely basked in his elegance. Or did my provocations shake you? His commanding presence didn't falter, not even once. Either way, you can believe what I said. You are human, not a demon. Only one phrase came to Rockhark's mind at that moment, noble. He displayed real class, unlike the false ones that dominated the world. The anger that burned in Rockhark's eyes died down, and unknown sadness swiftly filled the emptiness it left behind. The lyrical sentiments bothered Deculin, and he stamped his forehead with his feet. KGGGH. The beaten Rockhark passed out immediately before the police force came flooding in. As expected of head Professor Deculin, a high-ranking police officer wearing a polished uniform approached me with a salute. Oh, I'm Superintendent Rappa. While the way you lowered your leg makes it look like you were in a photo shoot. This fucking killer. Should I hit him more? No, leave him alone. Oh, sure. His ability was lifted the moment he fainted. I scooped up some dirt on the road using psychokinesis and mixing in 2 elements, lit a fire on top of it. The mushy soil quickly stretched thin, duplicating the properties of a metal. It was the effect of the foundation of ductility that I memorized a few days ago. Through it, I bound Rock Hark's wrists and ankles. The police's jaws dropped. Always seen a lot of magic, but this is the first time I've seen such an elegant manifestation of it. It was as if it was dancing. Bring him to the station. The superintendent pulled out a band from his waist, which suppressed the wearer's magic. That's useless against him, he nullifies magic. Just leave him cuffed with the steel wire. Oh, is that so? I didn't know about that. No wonder he often escapes prison and has eluded magic radars. His questions didn't end there, but how did you see through him so easily? No, more importantly, how did you even defeat someone who nullifies magic? I'm leaving. Oh sure, hey, what are you lot doing standing there absent-mindedly? Salute to the head professor. The dozens of police officers gathered in the middle of the cemetery and sharply saluted. A message from the system came up at that moment. Actual verification, linked characteristics. Due to mana quality reinforcement stage 1, your characteristics have been partially raised. I was aware of that system feature. Essentially, it meant that the limit of one's characteristics was overcome, and more fundamentally, it meant its ceiling had been raised. It was like an engine only generating 50 horsepower due to the poor quality of its oil despite being capable of generating up to 100 horsepower. However, now that it had been equipped with a better oil, it had pushed its limits to 60 horsepower. Still, the engine had been stuck at 50 for so long that he had grown used to it, raising the need for an awakening process. That was what the actual verification just now was for. As expected, one real combat situation was better than 100 training sessions. Professor, a familiar voice called me, which I easily identified Julie. She had a few strands of hair in her mouth, which made me think she was in a rush to come here. I simply nodded and walked past her, looking at the sky and watching the crescent moon through the overgrown greenery as I walked away. Rustle, rustle. From the overgrown woodland to the dark and scary path leading to the cemetery, this road, where the leaves were pitifully trampled on, looked like the path I walked with her. The day I lost my little sister, she walked with me and cried with me as she was buried. Her beautiful face came to mind whenever I closed my eyes. I would only remember this today and forget about everything tomorrow, beautiful, so I didn't want to kill anyone in this place where I kept finding traces of her. Late at night at Sylvia's mansion in the system's golden dust land of Halech, Glython arrived as soon as he received the report. Sylvia remained calm as if nothing had happened, but her father wanted to set Rock Hark on fire and kill him. Deculin saved you then, child. In a subtle tone, he questioned her. She replied with a frown. You're baiting me, aren't you? No, no, child, never. It's just your father's way of talking. Ha ha ha. Baiting, not, that's enough. Sylvia pouted to show how upset she was at the end of the dining table, where a sumptuous feast was set. That's not what I meant. After making Glython feel restless with her nitpicking, Sylvia cut him off. I'm also going to the Berkt conference, father. The Berkt conference. As head of the Iliad, Glython was summoned to the conference, which the families considered an honor to participate in, and was accompanied by one escort and one chauffeur. He avoided his daughter's gaze. Berkt was too dangerous of a mountain range to bring her. He tried to avoid the topic as much as possible until then, but I'm going to Glython sighed. On the brighter side of things, he thought it would be a great experience for her and that there would be no particular danger. In the first place, there was an unwritten rule that each of the 12 families had to be accompanied by their successor or their best student. Their relationships as households also weren't nearly as bad as they were 15 years ago. If he didn't take Sylvia by claiming it was too dangerous, he might be teased not as a doting father, but as an idiot of a ruler. Okay. Fine, if my child is coming with me, who should? Oh, my lady, my lord, I shall be your escort. A man sitting and eating at the same table stood up boisterously. It was Sirio, the vice-captain of the Knights of Iliad. Sylvia's eyebrows twitched. Hey, come on, I'm better than that guy Geron. Haha, that's right, Geron takes everything too seriously. I'm also against taking him with us. Glython chuckled. He'll stay at Berkt's 3rd building anyway and can't come to the 4th building where we'll be staying at. That's unfortunate, but my lady, that means we won't be staying in the same place. It's the principle of behavior. If I'm too close to someone with similar blood, just like Lord Glython, our blood will clot together. I know, be quiet. Sylvia responded, clearly annoyed by Sirio's frivolous tone. We'll be leaving a bit earlier, though, child. Our trip will begin on Thursday, which is 2 days from now. Will that be okay? That's 4 days earlier than initially planned. Sylvia's eyes narrowed at her father. I received classified information. Classified information. Yes, very expensive information at that. Among the 12 families, only Glython probably held such knowledge right now. Deculin would have been the first one to know, but for some reason, his connection with the underworld had been cut off. He was still suspicious of its cause, since the Euclid head's obsession with safety was close to paranoia. Was he simply confident in his abilities, or did he trust the assistant professor that he chose that much? Can we go after 6 p.m.? It doesn't matter, but why? Glython nodded. Are you talking about Deculine's lecture? I see. But how is his class, child? Is he good at teaching? Yes, it's good. Good, yes. I might even find it hard to register for his classes next semester. The popularity of Deculine's lectures was explosive. Of course, his personality wasn't that admirable, and his assignments were extremely hard, but it was the duty of a wizard to learn. He was a professor who faithfully filled his students to the brim with knowledge, thus allowing them to fulfill their duty. Hence, starting next semester, she predicted people would stampede in an attempt to get into his classes. I see how. That's right. Glython snorted, almost as if he was sulking. A normal conversation and dinner soon followed. As Sylvia ate, she remembered today's event specifically. Deculine, whom she just found out had also lost someone. He, too, had a painful past. He was merely pretending to be calm and collected, but she thought he was a up, the buzzword at the tower these days. That was the abbreviation for unlucky professor. She saw him in a bit of a different light now. The image of his tears flowing down his cheeks popped up frequently in her mind. Understanding Elemental Properties, Class Week 4. As soon as I arrived at the tower, I thought I was in the wrong place. Are those journalists? Yes, that seems to be the case. Crowds of reporters gathered at the entrance. I peeked through the window and in the middle of it saw the chairman. With her intense gestures, I first thought that she was driving them away, but I was proven wrong as soon as I opened the window a little bit. Head Professor Deculine was initially with a freshman wizard. Really? Our precious head professor. He's been in pursuit of the wizard killer since way before. He was enthusiastically conducting a press conference by himself. His effort is presumed to have paid off. Oh yes, there's no question about Head Professor Deculine's combat abilities, even though they're not as great as mine. Are there any more questions? The way he subdued the wizard killer. I don't know about that either. I ordered the driver to turn around the back gate. Good work. As soon as I climbed out of the car, I went to the tower and stopped in front of Class A on the 3rd floor. I straightened my jacket and opened the door. The debutantes, chatting excitedly, suddenly stopped as soon as I entered. I moved behind my desk. Nice to see you. The classroom was as normal as usual. It was as if last night was just a dream. The world went on as if my memory of the past was nothing but ancient and impossibly distant. Before we start the 4th week of our class, I will announce the first and last place from last week's quiz. Sylvia is first with 100 points, and Efren is in last with 0 points. Agag, a strange groan broke out from somewhere within the class, but I paid no attention to it and continued talking instead. The element for today's class is earth. Everything related to land, including sand and ore, belongs to this element. When mixed with fire, it turns into metal. When mixed with water, it creates mud, upon which... As soon as the class began, they began to look disappointed. Were they expecting me to tell them the tale of how I apprehended the wizard killer? It's not going to happen. Okay, before we start with the basics, let's do a warm-up. Whoop. I flicked my finger and Alan came in carrying a bag. Using psychokinesis, I made the items inside it float. The wizard's eyes widened as a total of 150 blue stones simultaneously rose out. These mana stones are each worth 3,000 elnas. I held onto them using basic beginner psychokinesis. I'll leave them in that state. Interfere with my psychokinesis and try to take it. If you can, then it's yours. Mana stones were a very important material for wizards with uses for magic research, production, or catalysts. Of course, it could also be used to enhance magic when held in one's hand and used as a temporary amplifier. Simply put, it was a wizard-exclusive jack-of-all-trades item. Efren's eyes shone as she looked at one of the mana stones. Magic interference. The act of interfering with the magic implemented by a wizard while also obstructing the enemy's own attempts at disruption. If you can't interfere with your enemy's magic, then always be prepared to protect yourself from the same attacks coming again and again. Those defending against incoming magic interference are in a much more advantageous position, but it should at least be attempted at least once for offense anyway. I was curious about this. How much could my basic beginner psychokinesis resist these debutantes? Psychokinesis was the foundation of the manipulation series. It was one of the many subjects taught in the tower, but some wizards instinctively learned it without looking at theory books. Even a debutante should be proficient against beginner psychokinesis, so I set up basic beginner psychokinesis with a little bit more power. I specialized in control and earth, but these debutantes were the best talents on the continent, so I might be humiliated if I was careless. You may start. I stood still and waited. At first, I expected I'd only last 3 minutes. I was controlling over 100 items simultaneously, while the wizards only had to take one. But 3 minutes had passed, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. No matter how long I waited, my psychokinesis didn't falter. I watched the clock. My mana was being used up little by little, but still, I was relaxed. Were they not going to even try? Growing suspicious, I turned on vision. Zing. Immense magic that my students poured out filled my view, allowing me to witness their mana attempting to disrupt my magic. The huge flow of mana was making me dizzy, so I immediately turned off vision. Try harder. Just like that, another 5 minutes passed. The wizards began to cry out and groan, unable to concentrate. Not long after, they started drooling as blood flowed from their noses, their eyes turning crimson. My psychokinesis deflected all of their interferences. GGGR. However, a mana stone in the third row on the right began to shake at that moment. It was clearly moving. Soon enough, I saw mana connect to it. Not surprisingly, it was Sylvia who accomplished it. Now done with her task, her head hung down as she panted. "Good job, Sylvia. You're in the first place." Sylvia nodded without answering. About 3 minutes later, the second mana stone trembled. Next, Ephraim. At that moment, while this week and last week's first place remained the same, the second place was usurped by last week's last place. The other wizards looked at Ephraim with no small amount of surprise. "Who?" Ephraim breathed out loudly, her face now dyed red, and looked at Sylvia. She then smiled confidently with both her nostrils bleeding, though Sylvia made an effort to ignore it. "It seems that there's no one else." I was flustered. I didn't think they'd find it this difficult. No, it was more than just difficult for them, it seemed. They made an effort to the point that their noses bled, and one by one, the students hit their heads on their desks as they groaned. Based on their complexion and expressions, I concluded they had tried so hard that they were reaching the level of utter exhaustion. Stop. I was wrong. They were wizards, but they were also debutantes. They might know more magic than me, but they couldn't win. Stop. Everybody stop. I set the difficulty wrong. Admitting my mistake, I immediately returned the mana stones to the bag and canceled my psychokinesis as the drained wizards groaned like zombies. I was going to say something to them, but the classroom scene was worth watching quietly. Saliva and blood flowed freely, and a weird, thick smell reeked stealthily across the place. Feeling dizzy, I lost my rationality for a moment. Pathetic. Harsh comments slipped from my lips unknowingly, causing the already heavy atmosphere to fall even more. Whatever it was, I didn't want to be here anymore. Time for a break. Clean up what you've slobbered. Pathetic. Deculin halted the class with his scornful remarks. The classroom fell silent momentarily under the head professor's raw disappointment. Deep sighs soon followed. The debutante wizards felt their dreams deflate as they hit a wall. Deculin's magic was immovable. His psychokinesis was like a heavily defended, impregnable fortress that simply commanded a response like, "How can psychokinesis be like this?" out of those trying to siege it. Based on their universal knowledge, psychokinesis was easy to learn and familiarize oneself with. Still, if they didn't have the aptitude for it, the output would be weak. It certainly wasn't a branch of magic that could be considered minor. Hence, his psychokinesis itself was already a masterpiece. That begged the questions: what in the world is Deculin's other magic, and how pure is his mana? Using such justifications, those in a lower caliber than the head professor didn't fall to their sense of shame, even if they were looked down on and treated like filth. The sullen silence ended in 3 minutes. Ah, that sucked. If I knew how to do that, I wouldn't be a debutante. Does he like toying with us? How did he get all those mana stones, though? He would need to use a huge sum of money for those. He's known to throw money away. I mean, he did spend 200 million elnas at the auction house. A single day, 200 million. Such backtalk excitedly filled the classroom. Wow, I'm dying. By the way, how did you do it, Iffy? I thought I was going to die. Julia asked Ephraim upon recovering from her loss of consciousness. Ephraim glanced at her and simply shook her head. I'm not sure either. I can't explain it. Still, when she did it, she felt like she might die from joy. To exaggerate a bit, she felt a similar sense of accomplishment to when she passed the tower's entrance examination. The target was Deculin's magic, which was why she tried as hard as if her life depended on it for those 30 minutes. Just tell me how it felt. La I puss a trin wid ma barons. Are you trying to say it's like you pushed a train with your bare hands? Ephraim nodded. Deculin's magic was almost like a rohawk boar. Just like the beast's very distinct taste that couldn't be compared with any other pig's, his magic was leagues apart from the other professors in the tower. Ooh-oh. After finally letting go of her concentration, she immediately felt the fatigue wash over her. No, but wasn't the difficulty too great? I think he's just screwing with us. Julia grumbled as her friend drank cold water. I think I understand it a little. Ah, my tongue is loosening up now. What do you mean you understand it? I've realized something. Those words not only moved Julia's ears, but also many of the others around them. Ferret and Rondo, who were in the front seats, turned around. What is it? Yeah, I honestly don't know psychokinesis beyond its beginner level. However, as I tried to break through Deculin's magichow, should I say this, it felt like I pierced something. Instinctive realization. Beginner psychokinesis certainly wasn't enough to defeat the head professor's magic. However, even so, she didn't give up and desperately tried instead. I think I realized how to deal with it automatically after I had broken through his magic. It's like I gained an insight on how it works. Psychokinesis's magic circle created its lines to increase its circles. Her technique interfered with that. Her realization transcended intuition. Through it, she made the mana stone move, albeit only a little. Still, she succeeded, and since there wasn't much difference between her and Sylvia's result, it was a success that she could be proud of. The mana stone, worth 3,000 elnas, she now held in her hand, served as proof of it. Wow, really? That's amazing. I don't know the exact details of how I did it, but that's what I did. Before she knew it, there were eyes around her shining brightly. Wizard's favorite words were realization first and insight second, and she mentioned both of those, which made it sound reliable. She was in last place last time, but even she could do it. That made her explanation a lot more believable. Anyway, I think it was correct. You have to play with a master even in things like chess to improve, right? When you do it with beginners, it's just non-stop turnovers. You mean back and forth. Ah, yup, my tongue has loosened up some more. Ephraim was confident. Deculine's suggested path wasn't wrong. If they wanted to improve their knowledge, understanding, and skills as wizards, they only had to follow the path he prepared for them. However, the other wizards in the same classroom, particularly those from noble backgrounds, grew cautious of Ephraim. Even Sylvia was looking at Ephraim with wary eyes, which didn't happen often. She once heard a strange rumor, after all. According to it, Ephraim was given personal guidance by Deculine until late at night. There was also a professor who witnessed him leaving work very late. At first, she didn't believe it, but her sudden jump couldn't be explained if the rumor wasn't true. The head professor's private lessons were the only plausible reason for her unexpected development. Sylvia couldn't hold back her complaints and closed her eyes for a moment. Why did he give a reward to the last place when it should have been for the first place? Unknown bubbles boiled up inside her. Hey, why aren't you cleaning up? A sharp sound rang. Beck, the male wizard sitting near Sylvia, had been ridiculously trying to follow Deculine's style. He had been looking at Sylvia's expression until he began criticizing the group of commoners. But we already cleaned up our seats, Julia replied. What, you have to empty the trash cans at the back too? Professor Deculine is extremely disgusted with that, don't you know? In principle, there was no distinction of status in the tower, but the nobles looked for ways to look down on the commoners discreetly anyway. Ephraim frowned. You can't even see it if you close the lid anyway. If it bothers you that much, why don't you do it? What? How dare you, you little sh. The door of the lecture room opened, forcing Beck to quickly sit down. Deculine strolled in and looked at him as he clamored. He looked at his nose, to be exact. He still hadn't cleaned up the blood on it. There were even hairs sticking ever so slightly out of his nostrils. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Afraid of his gaze, Beck bowed down quickly. Sit down at the back, you're irritating. Yes, sir, look at that. It doesn't matter if it's nobles or commoners, he nags at everyone. Julia tapped Ephraim, who frowned and shook her head. That doesn't benefit us all that much, though. Deculine resumed the class upon reaching the table. Just now, what do you think is the reason why you couldn't interfere with my magic? Because it's more advantageous to defend than attack. The class didn't expect that answer, especially not from Sylvia. Dissatisfied with Deculine, she glared at him like a rabid dog, causing Ephraim to raise a curious eyebrow. The professor should do a demonstration, too, she continued. The activity they did put the defender in a much more advantageous position. Sylvia didn't care how long she could hold out, even if it were just 5 minutes, maybe even 3 minutes. She would be satisfied for as long as she could see Deculine shivering every second of it. That's right. It's common sense that defending is far more advantageous. Ephraim added, which made Sylvia even angrier. Of course, Deculine nodded. He was brimming with unwavering confidence that his psychokinesis was far beyond the debutantes. No, his aura made them feel as if it wasn't inferior to anyone in the university. You may try it. Sylvia utilized psychokinesis as best as she could immediately, almost as if she had been waiting for those words. Gripped by Sylvia's magic, the mana stone began to float. Weeing, Deculine immediately captured it. Oh, Sylvia was flustered. It was so quick that she couldn't even discern what had just happened. He took it away from her in a second without her even realizing it was far faster than that. Your turn, Ephraim. After a glance, Ephraim hurriedly searched her desk, books, pencil case, and notebook. She then bowed her head as if she was ashamed and defeated. I'm sorry, I don't know where my mana stone went. I've lost it in that short time. I'll give it back. Oh, I found it. It's in my pocket. I'm sorry, I'll give it a try now. Ephraim took out the mana stone and made it float using psychokinesis. She concentrated so hard she felt like her nose was about to start bleeding again, but Deculine still took it away in an instant. The result was no different from Sylvia's. What was that? Ephraim felt like she was hit by a train, 3 trains. Deculine calmly continued talking. If the magic skill difference between the attacker and defender is this much, it's no longer interference. It's one-way violence. Ephraim and Sylvia, suffering mentally at the same time, frowned. That's why you should know your limit and why you need to understand mana interference, which is different from magic interference. Deculine turned off the lights in the classroom with a flick of his finger. 3 magic circles of psychokinesis then appeared. It was beginner, intermediate, and advanced, respectively. There is no need to break up the magic. You don't even have to confront it with the same magic. Dekulin flicked his finger again, and a red line was drawn on the core of the magic circles. You just have to eject mana and approach it with the idea of destroying the core circuit. That was quite a famous way of explaining mana interference, a technique that most wizards acquired from living at the tower. However, it wasn't a universal solution to all magical assaults. They could only interfere with magic they knew and understood, and since time was of the essence in real-life situations, most of them often chose to defend using barriers or confront them with the same magic instead. Still, no pain, no gain. The main factor of this technique, called mana interference, is to discern the core circuit of the magic circle. I'll show you how to identify it. Dekulin easily described this method of mana interference while materializing it and explained how to locate the core circuit of a magic circle. Even if you're encountering a form of magic for the first time, remember to keep yourself from being flustered and instead look at it from the perspective of a wizard. There will always be a core circuit in a magic circle, which depends on whether the system should be destroyed or subsidized, or on the element used. Likewise, through that, you'll be able to predict its location, thus allowing you to attack and disrupt it. He read not only magic books, but also textbooks. He read rare and ancient publications that even respectable nobles couldn't find or decipher. Using the game system and set up as a reference, he compared and contrasted dozens and hundreds of magical techniques he learned through understanding. When you get used to using mana interference, magic interference will also be much easier. Now look again at the magic circle of Gale Blade All. In terms of professionalism, most wizards, no, almost all wizards, would have kept it as a trade secret, but Dekulin shared it with them without any hesitation. The magic of the line of destruction is a circuit that spreads from inside to outside as if it's always exploding, and with that in mind, the wizards began to take notes again. They focused on Dekulin's every word, feeling as if his sentences, from his pronunciations to his tonality, were being engraved in their ears. Experiencing Dekulin's charisma had always fascinated them. That was the positive manifestation of his overawe and grace. Time flew by swiftly. 6 p.m. As soon as the clock hit that hour, Dekulin stopped the lecture. That's all for today. The wizards were very flustered. Dekulin's lecture was still incomplete. However, he was very thorough with the notion of time. No, it was almost a compulsion of him to make sure he was neither late nor early. He came exactly at 3 o'clock and left exactly at 6 o'clock. Hence, there was no overtime or early dismissal in his class. We still have a little bit of the lesson left undiscussed. Please teach us how to make interfering with pure elements easier. Dekulin looked over the debutantes, his gaze seemingly full of pity. Enough with the complaints. You're the ones who wasted your time. It'll be best for your growth to imagine the rest and realize it yourselves. After saying that, he tidied up his clothes and left the lecture room with all the debutante wizards staring blankly at him. Everyone usually got up once the class was finished. No one did today, however. Ah, someone moaned. It was probably Ephraim. Sylvia blinked while holding her pencil. Her professor's cut-off sentence annoyed her 3 times over. What the hell? How does he expect us to imagine the rest of it? One wizard muttered, but everyone in the classroom felt the same. They talked behind Dekulin with no intentions of leaving the classroom, but as soon as they realized he wasn't returning, they blamed the world itself. The Imperium, located in the south and connected with the system, was controlled directly by the Emperor of the continent himself. It was the backbone of the imperial administration, which was protected by the rugged mountain Kaidia. Of the empire, including the Foreign Affairs Bureau, the Justice Bureau, the Internal Affairs Office, and others were based, there was a criminal interrogation room directly controlled by the Public Security Bureau. That was where Rockhark was detained. You will be sent off to Recordac. Lilia Primian, the deputy director of the Public Safety Bureau, interrogated him. She was quite famous within the Imperium. You will be spending your years there until you die. No, perhaps you won't even last a year. Rockhark looked at her dead in the eyes. Primian had her long blue hair tied up in a ponytail. Inside her cold and transparent like ice wall, a strong, unique aura lay in wait. Any objections? Primian asked. Her tone was hard, but her timbre was soft, considering she was the type to have a good-tempered voice despite her normal impression. I asked if you have any objections. Rockhark didn't answer. A vein bulged on her temple. Turn it on. What? Your ability. He smirked as he closed his eyes. At that moment, all magic within their area was cut off as soon as it was confirmed that the crystal ball observing the interrogation room wasn't functioning. Primian snapped back. You son of a bitch. I told you not to do something that would harm the clan. Rockhark looked at Primian, still without saying a word. She gazed back at him expressionlessly. I would have already killed you if I was allowed to. If it is revealed that you're part of the clan, the already oppressive public opinion will become even stronger. The reason you're not dead yet is purely for research purposes, so don't even mutter the words red box. Do you think we can still scrounge off of the Empire? It's possible as long as you don't reveal it. Red Box members are no different to ordinary human beings aside from the moment they are born. No, we are born with devil-like talents. Why do you think they're afraid of us, you fucker? For as long as we have a lot of talent, it doesn't matter if we're part of the Red Box. Premian babbled on in anger, but her expression was as indifferent as always. One more thing, why did you provoke killing? The Uclan family was already on our watch. Is the clan planning on killing him? Rockhark asked. Premian wriggled her eyebrows. We're just keeping a close watch on him, but if the executioners begin to move, there's nobody they won't kill. You don't have to kill him, he's not a fake. He's a real noble, you idiot. I want nothing from him but his sin. Rockhark shook his head, recalling the deculing he had seen the other day. His dignity affirmed that Red Box members were human beings, not devils. His eyes pierced through him as if to say he was right, and there was no doubt about it. There hadn't been many nobles like him in the past. No, there might have not been any in the first place. He made him feel as if even the Red Box could live in harmony with the world. He knew that I was a Red Box, but he didn't kill me. Premian's eyes grew bigger. That was the only time she had shown surprise today, or perhaps even in the entire week. However, she soon regained her composure. Didn't you know that the ancestors of the Uclan household took the lead in the slaughter and suppression of the Red Box? I didn't know. However, if we treat him the same just because he has the same blood as his predecessors, then it is no different from confirming that we are devils. You sure talk a fucking lot, you bastard. Premian swept her hair back and Rockhark smirked. How long do you think you can keep that important position without getting caught? Forever. There's no way to distinguish a Red Box externally or through their blood. There's food that the clan can't eat. I just don't have to eat it. What if another method is created? You're afraid of it too. That's why you've been looking everywhere for preventive measures. It's not like that, you son of a bitch. Hope shone in her eyes. The Emperor's condition is bad. He might even die soon. The current Emperor's policy completely disregarded the Red Box. Even with the appeal of those fucking bastards, the Emperor didn't budge at all. But only the heavens knew what his successor had in store for them. You will be cooped up in Recordac. Recordac, the worst prison on Earth. A hell filled with bitter cold. The clan's full-scale plan will be mobilized after the ascension of the next emperor. I don't know if you'll survive in that place until then. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Upon sensing that the room's magical surveillance was nullified and thinking the situation was turning grave, security officials rushed to the door. Deactivate your ability and clench your teeth. Anytime if it's from a clan member's fist. Rockhark laughed and Premian grabbed him by his hair. Bang, she then smashed his head on the desk. The door opened just in time. Deputy, no, stop, you fucking bastard. This shithead, I'll smash your head in. Bang, bang. Powerful men rushed in to stop her as she kept bashing his head against the table. Deputy Director, please calm down. Move, I'll gut this little bitch and strangle him with his intestines. No, you can't. What are you doing? Stop her, stew up. Late at night on the library's rooftop, Ephraim leaned against the railing and looked at the university's night view. She could see the tower's blue glow that stretched all the way to the top. At the bottom, the lit lecture rooms, roads, and restaurants of different buildings brightened the lands like stars. Because of the exam period, her night at the university had ended. Ephraim looked at the Ouija board she was holding in her arms. It had a black edge with a white background, and it was the mini version of the Maka board, a communication window for the tower wizards. Its official name was Jianxiopan, an omnidirectional device that allowed multiple communication. It was a magical tool, more commonly called the Ouija board, that functioned as a bulletin board. It also made communication between wizards possible. But professors didn't use them since their lifespan was only 7 to 8 years. Perfectly organized, Deculine's lecture notes currently 4th week. How much would it cost if I auction it off? A 1-page sample is available. Ephraim found it necessary to write that post on the tower's secret bulletin since 50 of the 100,000 Elnas donations she received had already been spent on stationaries and magic books. 500 Elnas, 1,000 for me, 2,000, 4,000. 5,000, 6,000, depending on its condition I can give more. Oh my. Surprised and mildly scared of the crazy prices, she deleted it immediately. No wonder. I would have bought it if I had a lot of money too. For that reason, she found Deculine very strange. Why did he reveal such efficient techniques and tips without hiding anything? Most professors received large sums of money to secretly give private lessons, with the condition that the student came on their own accord and was under contract to not reveal it to external sources. She heard that wizards were the type to always be wary no matter how much money they had, and were always jealous of their juniors when they climbed higher than they did. Taking that into consideration, Deculine, who had changed this year, was acting suspiciously. Whatever. Ephraim shook it off as she took a deep breath, upon which a sudden thought passed by her mind. My dad probably agonized over something in this railing some time ago as well. Unsolved magic, or something more serious like answers to life in the night breeze here. Don't worry. Ephraim took out a letter and recited it in a low voice. She exchanged letters with her father every week. The voice and video messages that showed a glimpse of her father's genius had already died, but his handwriting and traces of those days hadn't yet disappeared. My daughter, I am making a present for you now. Reading the first sentence is already making her tear up just by reading it. I will definitely finish your research, Dad. Some of her father's research was in his letters, and the rest was somewhere in the tower. Efren knew their exact locations. I'll make sure to become a better wizard than Deculin, than the enemy. That's impossible. Someone intruded her time alone at that moment. Surprised, Efren straightened up and looked back so swiftly it looked like she was going to break her neck. Sylvia. Efren scrunched her eyebrows as she glared at her. If you're here to pick a fight, I'm not in the mood, so just go. Sylvia sneered with a troubled face. You called Deculin your enemy, yet you received a private lesson from him. Pathetic. Hypocrite. What nonsense are you talking about this time? Where did you hear that strange rumor? No, more importantly, you believed it. How noble of you. Sylvia's cheeks puffed. Efren won against her heart, which could easily sweep off any provocation. You know what? Mumbling her discontent, she soon grinned, the edges of her lips twisted upwards. Deculin hasn't been to the research lab in almost 3 years, not once since your father died. Of course, my dad was such a genius that Deculin couldn't do anything without him. Efren laughed, taking it as an unexpected compliment. However, Sylvia continued. Starting 3 months ago, Deculin has been going to the lab every day. He cleaned the place and even picked an assistant professor. He brought new magical tools and everything. Efren's expression swiftly stiffened at that moment. What do you mean? Satisfied with that response, Sylvia grinned and twirled, her ticklish tone flowing through the winds as she did. Who knows? Tapped. Efren didn't bother chasing after her even though she left such remarks. Instead, she merely stood there in deep thought. No way. Some time ago, my father told me Deculin was monitoring his letters. He's watching his every move, and since he's after his research, that leaves him with no place to hide it. No way. I shouldn't be worried. The research is stored in a place he could never find. The magic that protects it scatters over time, but even so, Deculin's greed will never be able to locate it. Remembering the code we used to play, he left it somewhere only I. No way. It couldn't be. My father is a genius. He has never been wrong, which is why I'm confident the research that Deculin is conducting has nothing to do with my father. She repeated it over and over again. No way. Sylvia's voice ceaselessly rang in her ears. There were only 3 days left before the Berkt conference. Finally, at long last, I completed the beginner psychokinesis just in time. Fortunately, I got the timing right somehow. Satisfied, I took a shower in the building. I had one made here since it was too bothersome to keep going back to the main house for such a simple task. Knock, knock. I heard a knock on the door as soon as I wore my robe and came out. Who is it? It's Roy. What's wrong? Say it. Yes, my lord, your finances are in peril. My eyebrows immediately furrowed. My finances, yes. At this rate, it might run out in 2 months. I nodded. Well, I hadn't given a lecture these days, so I had no other income aside from my salary as a professor. On the other hand, my expenses were endless, including 150 mana stones, books, and a wide array of ancient books. Wait, using psychokinesis, I retrieved a safe which only responded to my mana, hidden under the floor of the building, and opened its lid. Let's see. I took out whatever I could get my hands on, revealing it to be a pottery product, the flower vase of the East that I bought at the auction house for 2.5 million elnas. I was about to use Midas hand, but I paused. My remaining mana was 1,635. If I wanted to sell it at the right price, I had to use all 3,000. Come back in 3 hours. Yes, I understand. Roy left, and I waited until my mana had fully recovered. As I did, I checked the item using my Man of Great Wealth ability, revealing its light to be as brilliant as it had always been. Midas hand wasn't that effective when used on enlightened treasures. It only raised a 30,000 output to 30,300, for example. However, the flower vase of the East was definitely an uncultivated item. I have to try it at least once. After waiting for 150 minutes, my mana was finally filled to the brim. Gathering all of it, I used Midas hand on the flower vase of the East. Shoo. The blue smoke came out from my fingertips and passed through it, causing its surface to sparkle. The result was the flower vase of the master craftsman from the East. Description: this vase, made by a master craftsman, is magically infused with its creator's heart and soul. Its potential has been enlightened using Midas hand. Category: pottery vase. Special effects: the flowers in this vase will never wither. In addition, they will also gradually fade out and bloom into new flowers, each petal having the effect of a potion that has at least intermediate level fatigue recovery effect to upper intermediate level fatigue recovery effect. The 2.5 million elnas vase had become a product so good I didn't even want to sell it anymore. The pottery's design alone made its value overflow, but now it also had the potential to become an inexhaustible product maker. It's better to sell it. Its potion's fatigue recovery effects had no use for me. My body didn't get tired at all, and I was confident there wasn't a lot of money to be made by growing and selling flowers. Knock, knock. Roy came back and knocked exactly after 3 hours, as instructed. I opened the door and handed the vase to Roy. Look for someone to reassess this and sell it. We'll be able to easily gain 5 years' worth, no, 10 years' worth of finances with it. But my lord, isn't this one of the items you bought at the auction house? Roy was flustered, but I was disconcerted just as much. Over Roy's shoulder, Uriel was approaching with short and quick steps. Hey, I came because you said you needed money. That kid who said she'd be staying over for only a day had already been here for 3 days. I honestly didn't even know the mansion was this spacious. I knew you'd soon be in such a state. I can lend you some with an IOU. I shook my head. There's no need for that. I'll be reselling this vase anyway. Roy, take it to an appraiser. What, are you crazy? Uriel grimaced. I thought about it for a moment and soon realized she was right. I corrected my words. No, I happen to have time, so I'll go with you. Who'd be receiving the item was also important. There would always be scammers at stores, and I could distinguish them all by their characteristics. What? No, it hasn't been long since you bought this, and you're already reselling it. I'll just lend you some. You're noisy, Uriel, noisy. You're about to lose money right now. You won't get even half the price of it. How much did you pay for this? 2.5 million. I can guarantee you it'll only sell for 1 million. You bought this as an antique investment, and you're selling it after less than 2 months. Uriel was questioning my conviction, and even Roy seemed doubtful of my decision. Well, their worries weren't unwarranted. If you're so worried, then come along. No, I'm not worried, you piece of shit. Hey, hey. Uriel's screaming the moment I questioned her behavior, though she still grumbled in a much smaller voice. No, I'm not worried. You're just about to do something that doesn't make any sense, don't you know that? If you're going to waste your money on that. It's not a waste of money. I'll show you, so just come with us. Wow, seriously, you're so stubborn. Her face was filled with anger and frustration, but I smiled at her once and went outside. Fine, I'll see where this goes, Uriel added. After an hour, Uriel arrived at the appraiser with Deculin, who she thought Deculin had been out of his mind lately. He didn't meet with Julie at all, and the Berkt conference overlapped too, which made her overly sensitive. Deculin always seemed to be determined to do inhumane things whenever he got overheated, and this time was no different. This is tremendous. When the famous appraiser in the system looked into the pottery he bought 2 months ago, he expressed so much awe that he seemed to have lost his mind. Uriel's mind briefly went blank. Deculin replied, if it's tremendous then, yes. Not only does it have aesthetic value, there's more to it that I can't confirm. It's not that you can't confirm. You just don't want to let us know. What? No, it's just. If you grow flowers in this vase, it won't wither. Eating the petal of that flower will recover your fatigue. The appraiser bowed down quickly with his eyes wide open. Uriel also flinched. Recovery of fatigue. Weight, of course. I didn't know, but if that's true, then it has an excellent effect. That's right. Deculin looked around the room and put a flower in the vase as decoration. There's no need to go all the way to route. After growing this flower to prove its effectiveness, we can hold a small auction at Halech. He then gave Euclide's fountain pen to the appraiser. The Euclide's pattern might attract people. I'll give you a commission, of course. Ah, yes, I'll do my best. You might receive 10 million at least and 15 million if there's more competition. At that moment, my 2.5 million investment instantly increased to 10 million, causing Uriel and Roy's eyes to widen. Good. I'll leave it to you to spread the word. Roy, I'll leave the overall observation to you. What? Ah, yes, I understand. That's it for today, then. Deculin went out first. Uriel hesitated for a moment, then followed him not long after. You got lucky. See, congratulations. Uriel glanced at Deculin on the side of the road. Not bothering to reply, Deculin gave the two an order. Uriel, Roy, take this vase and go back to the mansion. Huh, where are you going? I have something to do at the tower. Why are you frequenting the tower these days? Uriel narrowed her eyes in suspicion. You don't need to know. If you have a new lover, then go ahead and throw away that straightforward and inflexible woman. Shut up, Deculin got in the car without any explanation and left immediately. Vroom. Seriously, that guy is a pain in the ass. Uriel and Roy were left in the middle of the road. There was no complaint. It had been a while since she came to the system, so she should at least look around the luxury street. Roy, you've been through a lot lately, so pick anything if you want. I'll buy it for you. What? No, it's okay. Just take my offer. I know you're having a hard time these days. The two walked together through the luxury area. That day, Uriel bought luxury goods for 5,000 elnas and a wallet worth 300 elnas. The last time I worked at the tower this week, I searched for exam questions used 3 years ago while planning the midterm exam. In other words, I was going to refer to the exams that Deculin had given before. This is extreme. I could already tell how difficult it was just by looking at it. It was uselessly hard. Back then, my character mistook the level of the test as superiority, which became the birth of such ridiculous tests. Alan, are you there? I called my assistant professor through the crystal ball, and it only took him 30 seconds to run all the way to where I was. Yes, I'm here. Alan now proudly wore the assistant professor's badge after passing my screening. I tapped on the test paper from 3 years ago. By any chance, do you know where the original copy of this problem is? Original copy. Yes, this test is probably the result of my arbitrary modification. This document isn't recent, so if there is any data left from 3 to 5 years ago, bring it to me. Oh yes, I'll look for it. Alan went out and came back carrying loads of files nearly as quickly. Here you go, okay. I looked at the papers using understanding eyes, which immediately allowed me to realize something. It was as I had expected. This work was really worth referring to. I was certain of it, considering I had studied it to some extent as well. A good problem would make anyone naturally admire it once they had solved it. The sense of accomplishment they'd earned from it would feel so surreal it could even make them smile. Deculin's exams were difficult, but they were also rather intriguing. Alan, this is a magic exam paper, right? Of course, magic wasn't mathematics. Therefore, even if it was just a test paper, there were special parts to it. Oh yes, of course. Good, you may go. I looked through the test with understanding. Understanding pure elemental magic, sample problem. Calculate the formula for question 7 on paper. Analyze the hints of the circuit, combine it correctly, and put mana into such an inferred spell. The answer to the problem was then revealed in the form of an image. As if a painting was blooming in the air, the solution became clearer and more distinct than nature. As the colors spread like flowing water, I witnessed a woman be born on the canvas. Each of the picture's parts represented an element. Her white dress was the wind, the sky was the water, the spreading clouds were mists, and her beautiful eyes, nose, and lips were a harmony of various elements. It was truly suitable for the subject, understanding pure elemental magic. I could even go as far as saying it was the perfect problem for it, and it offered the perfect solution as well. I closed my eyes as I began to feel soft caresses throughout my entire body. It stimulated Deculin's characteristic aesthetic sense. The painting seemed to comfort wizards who struggled with the exam, yet it was strangely filled with faint anger. However, even that was used as decoration, making the masterpiece even more vibrant. I couldn't help but laugh in vain. Unknown jealousy rose within me. It felt so close to desire. Since the old Deculin wouldn't reuse this problem, I had no choice but to modify it. I would be jealous of this beauty I never even thought of before, but I would have humbled it easily. This test was perfect, and it suited my lecture. It was right to call it the test of a head professor, that being said. I gazed at the lady in the picture floating in the air. It wasn't Ephraim. It didn't seem like I had seen her anywhere. Who in the world was this woman? Knock, knock. I heard a knock again. I messed up the picture and opened the door, revealing Alan on the other side of it. Professor, there were more, so I brought them. Then I'll be on my way, great timing. Coming up with an idea, I grabbed him before he could leave. Yeez, he tilted his head. I spoke. Get ready. What? Ah yes, what should I prepare? He wasn't aware of what I was doing, but he was quick to solidify his will. I had always liked the fact that he never questioned me or my actions. Get ready to go to Berkt. What, however, this time, Alan couldn't help but be so surprised by my decision that he had to question if he heard correctly. Calmly, I reiterated my thoughts. I am choosing you as my assistant at Berkt. Alan blinked. His eyes, nostrils, and mouth slowly widened afterward, his lips especially parted far enough for a fist to easily fit in his mouth. What? Shut your mouth. His eyes swelled when he closed his mouth. Since he seemed like he was about to explode, I decided to try to calm him down. Of course, you have the right to decline. Berkt could be dangerous. It's no, that's no. I want to go, really. According to Berkt's regulation, bringing a companion was a must even if there was no escort driver. Unfortunately, I had no one to take with me but him. The northern part of the empire was largely divided into the northwest, the north, and the northeast, and 3 families governed each of the territories. Their main duty was to defend against external enemies. The Freydin were the most famous since they had the warrior's shrine, and the Daman family in the north boasted a reputation that was second to none. Salute. I hope the Berkt conference goes well. On the platform of Harlan, Daman's capital, the palace guards saluted Glython, who nodded with a smile. Yes, sir. The train station was further north of Harlan, which was already a northern territory. Sylvia looked at the snowflake at the tip of her nose. It's snowing in April. Glython smiled, thinking how cute Sylvia was. Well, we're in the north after all. Come, it's time to go. Okay, we'll leave you behind if you move too slow, my lady. Shut up. Their party boarded the train not long after. The VVIP cabin was half the size of a standard room, equipped with not only a bed but also a sofa, carpet, desk, and chairs. It was more than just cozy. How long until we get there, Dad? It's 6 hours to Harlan, then another 3 hours from the platform to the mountain range, Glython replied as he sat on the sofa. The platform the Berkt Express train used was simply called the platform, since there were no villages or renowned locals around it to be named after. Only the platform was there. Upon arriving there, one would need to change trains to head straight to Berkt. What was the classified information about? Sylvia placed her writing materials and notes on top of her desk as she raised a question. An ambush. Sylvia's eyes widened as she sat down behind the desk. You're supposed to inform the others. Notifying them doesn't mean the enemies won't attack. If I revealed it, they'd have to come up with another plan, which would definitely cause unnecessary bloodshed since it was formulated in a rush. It's only right that wizards deal against wizards. Sylvia looked like she didn't understand. Hence, Glython further elaborated with a smile. Berkt has always been like this, child. It was actually even more perilous 15 years ago. Attending the conference itself was a war. Why? Because Berkt serves as a great honor and memento for prestigious families. Just attending, it engraves the names of the 12 traditional families and the 8 exemplary families. 15 years, 20 years, 17 years. Since the interval between each summon was so long, Berkt's authority had reached the heavens before it could even be held more than enough times to normalize it. Hence, being allowed to attend, it was considered a clear indication of a family's power, nobility, and magical prowess. However, Berkt has special rules. Families who didn't attend the conference, even though they were summoned, wouldn't be invited again. In the event of a deficit in numbers during the conference, a new family would be summoned before proceeding. If the deficit were from the 12 traditional families, one of the new families would be selected as part of the new tradition. What do you think is the best way to bring down the 12 families? Sylvia immediately understood. Won't you be punished for such an act? Ha 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 ha. Glython laughed loudly. At times like this, he sometimes wondered if he had been too overprotective of his daughter. She had to learn of the world's cruelty anyway, so he thought it would be better to start now. Which of the 12 families have been part of the tradition since the beginning, child? Ah, exactly. If we're to be punished, then the others would have to be sanctioned as well. This is why in the end, no legal action can be taken against us, and why death on the way to Berkt and while at Berkt is considered a magic-related death by nature. It's only during such moments that the leaders of each household could go after each other's throats legally. After all, during the summons, the sophistry of "the victim is a fool" became the right logic. This phenomenon was even worse in the past. In order to join Berkt and for their names to be born anew, many spotless families were shut down. The ruined family led by Ihelm was one such case. Compared to the past, we're in an era of peace right now. Of course, Berkt's authority is still absolute. Dzekton, its new leader, however, hates conflict, so he came up with ways for families to cultivate their reputation while also removing the need for us to feel as pressured and cautious towards being summoned. It can't be denied that it's still riddled with perils, though. Sylvia nodded and Glython laughed silently. Sirio, beside him, smirked as he looked out the window. Chee-I. The sound of the mana stone burning echoed seemingly endlessly as the train moved. Using that noise to her own advantage, Slavia sat behind the desk and began studying and reviewing Deculine's class. Reflecting on every word he said, she did her best to understand his lessons and apply them to the mana in her body. She soon pulled out another note, however. It was her art notebook. She drew something by scribbling her pencil. Unknown to her, her drawing had eyes. They were blue, and tears dropped from them. I was working on an item in the separate building of the mansion. Jork suit jacket. Jork suit vest. Jork suit dress shirt. Jork was the most famous tailor on the continent. Nonetheless, I used Midas hand on certain parts of it. My current actions were no different from arming myself heavily for Berkt. Efficient armor that provided a wizard with great defense was extremely limited throughout the world, considering artificially produced artifacts had a lifespan, and infusing magic into products proved difficult to accomplish. That was why even though many magic books were in the prestigious Euclid household's possession, they didn't wear many artifacts. What if I donned armor instead? The magic infused in the armor might interfere with my magic. Hence, I decided to coat my suit with Midas hand instead. Jork suit jacket. Description: customized overcoat made by Jork, the best tailor in the continent. Its durability has been increased dramatically by Midas hand. Category: apparel suit. Effect: low intermediate physical resistance, low magical resistance, Midas hand level 3. Physical resistance at mid to low levels was comparable to steel. It wouldn't tear even if a sword were to try to slash through it. By now, I had used up about 24,000 mana in the last 2 days to strengthen my equipment, so I was certain they finally offered me adequate defense. Knock knock. "Wiz it, it's me, Uriel." She immediately opened the door and came in. "You're going like that. You're not going to wear this." Uriel bluntly handed me a trench coat. It was a treasure that transcended artifacts called the ancient Euclid trench coat. "Were you saving that for times like this?" The kid seemed worried about me. As soon as I thought about that, she brusquely snapped. "Don't be mistaken. It's just that it'll make it hard for me to succeed the throne if you die before the turnover. Don't worry." "I won't die. I just said that I wasn't worried, didn't I?" If you get killed unceremoniously and abruptly, the Berkt conference will be delayed, and my coronation will become more difficult to realize. Uriel stopped talking for a moment before sharply asking me a question. More than that, don't you have anything to say? Not really. Really? Uriel shrugged and soon shook her head. Not that. I mean about Berkt. Forget it. Do what you want with the Berkt conference or whatever. I'm leaving. Turning back gruffly, Uriel opened the door only to find Roy in front of her, standing with a guest behind him. My lord, Alan has arrived. Uriel shot a glance at Alan, who was hunching down. Who are you again? I'm Alan, head professor Deculin's assistant professor. So it was you, huh? I see. Uriel alternately looked at him and me as if something about him dissatisfied her. Good luck. Traveling with that person will most likely exhaust you like you've never felt before, so make sure you keep an eye out for your mental health whenever you're around him. Alan bowed at Uriel as she exited the room before he came inside. What's the plan, Professor? We'll depart tomorrow afternoon, so get ample rest for now. Yes, yes, as you command. Alan's face wasn't comfortable despite his answer, though. The dark circles around his eyes seemed to have grown even bigger. That was only natural, though, since he hadn't slept a wink since last night. Alan, yes, take this. Using psychokinesis, I handed him the protection robe that I bought last night. It was an artifact with excellent performance, which was why even though it only had a 2-week lifespan, it was still priced at 30,000 elnas. I even get to have this. Alan suddenly burst into tears. Stop crying. You might make me angry if you cry in front of me. Oh yes, yes, I apologize. My mysophobia didn't even allow tears, and snot made me feel repulsed. Alan quickly held back his tears and carefully wore the robe. Seemingly overwhelmed with emotions, his eyes reddened again. Rest in your room. Oh, okay. I'll be waiting. I still had a lot of things to do. In addition to the ancient Euclid trench coat that Uriel gave, at least 5 wooden steel were waiting to be strengthened by Midas' hand. Until my mana regenerates, I took out a book. Urtran Martial Arts Intermediate. It was a publication written by the martial arts legend, Urtrand, who often charged and dominated through the front lines with his skills. The cost of finding this intermediate level item alone cost almost 500,000 elnas. Still, I found it worth it, considering it was the ultimate martial arts made out of the accumulation of every other martial arts positive points. I started to move my body according to the content. Alan and I left for the road at 2 p.m. on a Saturday. Roy and my attendant sent us off, and Uriel had already returned home. After 7 hours, we finally arrived at Gaiden Station, where we immediately rode the express train to Damon's capital, Harlan. Reaching our destination, we first had dinner and bought books the man of great wealth found notable and striking. Only after that did we ride the train again for 6 hours to the north. It wasn't until Sunday morning that we arrived at the Berkt platform. Wow, Alan was in awe, which was only natural. Even I had never been to a place like this before. Snow stretched all the way to the horizon outside the station, but its exterior was rather warm and cozy. The platform itself was no different from a small village. I saw 5 restaurants with quite a few people in them. There were also hotels, a simple hospital, and even a magic store. Good morning. Just in time, a knight approached me, the pattern embossed on his upper chest immediately catching my attention. A Fraham knight? Yes, I'm Veron. I am tasked with escorting you on the train. Just you. Yes, there's only one escort on each train. Usually, wizards are accompanied by guards of their own, so. I turned on the villain's fate just in case. It didn't sense anything from him. He was colorless and odorless. Even the man of great wealth had no response. There's a lot of people today. It's a station where 300 people come in a day, but there shouldn't be many passengers going to Berkt. Well, that much was understandable. This place was a famous hunting ground, and medicinal herbs also grew around here, making it a good location to level up or farm. Alan, is it okay if we don't eat breakfast? Alan nodded. I bought a lot of packed lunches anyway. Do you want me to heat one for you, Professor? No, it's okay. After about 15 minutes of waiting, the head of the train appeared at the end of the railroad, upon which the staff on the platform began shouting. This is today's first train. Since the Berkt conference will be held tomorrow, 5 trains will be coming and going today to provide those who want to linger around the time to do so. Please keep that in mind. I'll be on my way. Veron bowed and approached the track first. Meanwhile, Alan and I stood together at the VIP aisle. Soon enough, the staff walked over to us and checked our tickets. You can sit anywhere in the VIP area, head Professor Deculing. Haha, now that I'm looking at you in person, you are even more handsome than I've heard. I got on the train and took off my fedora. A total of 7 carriages were divided into VIP and regular. The only difference between them was that the VIP carriage was much more spacious, and its chairs were more luxurious. Aren't you Professor Deculing? As soon as I sat down with Alan, an unidentified person immediately spoke to me. At first glance, he looked like a noble, but he was carrying a camera in his arms. Haha, I'm Roan, a magic analyst and journalist. Well, I can't believe I'm riding the same train with Professor Deculing. It's a great honor. I looked at him, taking note of the unnatural movements of his facial wrinkles and his smile, because of which the corners of his mouth shook. Screech. Oh, it's leaving now. Roan looked out the window and sat down. The train departed. Screech, screech. The express train moved at a speed that wasn't much different from that of the Mugangwaho. Wow. Astonishment filled Alan's face as he looked out the window. Even I was left speechless for a short while by the scenery beyond our carriage. The view was so beautiful it made our slow travel speed completely tolerable. We're riding on top of a cliff right from the start. Within arm's length was a steep cliff flowing like a waterfall, its edges covered in fog. That's a long way down. It'll take 3 hours to reach the bottom. Wow. Alan's vocabulary dropped in level. His eyes seemed drowsy, almost as if he had been freed from all of his nervousness. Sleep if you're tired. The express train moved forward while sticking to the mountain range's edges, but it would still take about 3 hours to reach Burke's first building even with such a route. Yes then, just a little bit. Alan closed his eyes, and I put my briefcase on the floor of the train. There were a total of 11 VIP passengers. One was Roan just now, and the other 8's nationality and identity were subpar. I discreetly opened the briefcase in a way that no one would take notice. The treasure slipped out and crawled through the train's floor, located at the corners of the 8 VIPs. Tack. Something touched my shoulder at that moment. It was Alan, who had buried his face on my shoulder and was breathing like a baby bird. Coo coo coo. My disgust rose at that moment, but I managed to suppress it. It should be fine for as long as he didn't drool. I let him be and instead took out a book. Urtran Martial Arts Intermediate. I had only been suspicious of its contents so far, but my defense had clearly become better because of it. Hence, I decided to just read this book until something happened. Tig-tog, tig-tog. Time flew by. Roan looked at the pocket watch on his trousers. It had already been 30 minutes. The express train arrived at the first station, and 3 passengers got off. He looked at Deculin, who was still reading a book. Roan calmly opened the newspaper. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time flew by again. He roughly knew the flow by feel. 1 hour. We arrived at the second station, and 2 passengers got off. Deculin was still reading a book. Roan drank cold water to soothe his heartbeat. There should be nothing for him to worry about. His mission was going as scheduled. There would be no harm coming back to haunt him. No, he wasn't even doing anything wrong in the first place. His mission was just to simply get off at the 4th station. We arrived at the 3rd station, and 2 passengers got off again. Now there were only 2 people left aside from Deculin and his assistant. Deculin was still reading a book. The assistant was leaning against his shoulder, but Deculin's noble posture never once wavered. He seemed perfect, almost as if he was a painting, so much so that he even felt the urge to take a picture of him. Tick-tock. The vibrations from his pocket watch were starting to irritate him. Silence truly did drive people crazy. Time flew by in such a painfully slow way he felt like he was in hell. Finally, 2 hours had passed, and they arrived at the 4th station. Woo. Roan let out a sigh of relief and stood up from his seat. All passengers got off at the 4th station aside from Deculin and his assistant. Haha, Professor Deculin. It was an honor to be in the same space, even if it's just for a while. Then he couldn't move. His feet kept running idly, but he remained in the same position even after taking a dozen steps. Roan, who had been whining for a long time, finally looked back. Deculin was still reading a book without saying a word, but he, too, didn't move as if his body had been bound. What is this? I have to get off. I need. Not long after hurriedly scanning his surroundings, he finally found the cause of it. His pocket watch. His watch was stuck in the air, and its line was pulling his waist. Of course, Deculin was the only one who could cause such a bizarre phenomenon. Decul, Professor Deculin. Why are you doing this? Think about this one more time before you leave. What are you talking about? There was no way he could have noticed it. No, he wouldn't have taken this train if he noticed. He wouldn't be sitting in the VIP carriage at the very least. Let me go, you piece of shit. I'll give you a chance. No, that's not 5. He started counting down. 4, screech, the train departed again. It quickly regained its speed as Roan turned purple. 3, I don't know anything. 2, no, it's just wait. I was told to leave in the 4th station for 30,000 elnas. Oh shit, I need to leave right now, so let go. It will explode. Only then did his psychokinesis break. Roan fell forward and rolled to the floor. Hurriedly, he tried to crawl out. It's too late. Boo-wum-doo-wum. A powerful tremor reverberated throughout their carriage. A huge shock hit the bottom of the train not long after that. The explosion had commenced. Arag, Roan screamed. Boom! A deafening roar thundered through their vicinity. Immediately afterward, their view was turned upside down. The bomb underneath their ride had been detonated, as expected. Roan knew the train would shoot up, roll down the cliff, and fall. They would die in such a way that nobody would be able to find even their bones. He was dead. And it was all because of Deculin, however. Only his first prediction was correct. The train did shoot up. Kuug, Roan floated momentarily in the air and landed on the ground, his face and whole body aching. Uog, groaning, he opened his eyes, only to cringe from embarrassment. The train remained unscathed. He wondered if the explosion was just an illusion, but soon realized it definitely did happen. The easiest way to define Berkt was to call it a village built on the ridge of snowy mountains, or an independent country with no borders, with a population of about 1,000 people in the heart of a snowfield. It was divided into first, second, third, fourth, and fifth borders, each having its own entrance, residences, and restrictions. The first border was open to civilians, including knights and adventurers, but only wizards could enter the borders that followed it. Sylvia had already spent 2 nights at the second border. She was bored. She thought there would be something special, but aside from the occasional magical phenomenon, there really was nothing to see. There was still time until the Berkt conference, so all she could do was study information. But her father's words kept bothering her. There was apparently a planned ambush on one of the trains heading to where she was. She questioned if it was really a secret. If it wasn't, then what would it be? By any chance, wasn't it an instigation? My lady, 14 families have already arrived. Sirio went inside the cabin then, enjoying his specialty snowfield ice cream. Who has arrived from the 12 families? Oh, everyone has arrived aside from Eucline and Ruined. That aside, I heard many of the chaperones are the same age as my lady. Of course, there are more who are 3 or 4 years older than you, but would you like to meet them? There are also people from the kingdom. It's an opportunity to broaden your horizon. Eucline, she paid attention to that family more than anything else. There's no need for that. Sylvia shook her head, pretending it was insignificant. I'm going to get some fresh air. What? Oh, okay. Do with this information what you will, but the assistants are enjoying tea time at a cafe called Snow and Rain. Sylvia left the hotel without listening to Sirio. Walking out, she hid somewhere with no human traces and rummaged through her pocket, enveloping a blue pebble with her hand. It was the mana stone given by Deculine as a reward for passing the test. With this, she closed her eyes and released some mana, causing the mana stone to coagulate each of the released pieces together. Mana gathered around it, forming a specific outline. At first glance, it was a silhouette that was hard to identify. Sylvia colored the empty line. Her red, blue, green colors spread like smoke and soon breathed life and perfection into it. It was tied up. For the first time, she completed a creative activity. Dizzy, Sylvia stumbled for a moment but still admired her creation. As expected, I'm a genius, but I can't get careless. The hawk could flutter its wings and blink its eyes, and it could even move by itself. However, the most important aspect of it was its function. Sylvia took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She surely couldn't see anything beyond her eyelids, but gradually a completely different landscape appeared despite the darkness. She was watching the world through the hawk's vision. Sylvia opened her eyes, satisfied. Fly high and show me what you see. The hawk nodded as if it understood. Follow the train tracks and show me what's going on. Woo-wash. The hawk's wings flapped and it then soared. Sylvia looked at the figure of fluttering sleet flying high for a while. 30 minutes later, it didn't take long for the express train to pass the 4th station. They looked at the ground as they sat in the mountain range, igniting a bomb attached to the bottom of the train. It was the appointed time, the appointed place. Boom! The explosion broke the train's frame and caused it to shoot up. Due to the explosion, the train got derailed, rolled into the cliff, and was crushed when it slammed against the bottom, or at least it should have. Instead, the train stopped midair, with a total of 3 carriages remaining suspended in space. That was as expected. He was a little surprised by Deculine's ability, which far surpassed his imagination, but Deculine's magical talent didn't catch him off guard. He agreed to do the job, knowing full well he'd have to deal with him after all. There was also no need to kill him. They only needed to hold him back from attending the Berkt conference. Not long after, they received the order to charge. Dozens of them rushed into the train midair, smashing the windows for a swift entry. At that moment, however, an unknown metal rose. Ting, 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 ting. Like stepping on a trap, a fragment like all appeared and pierced their vital points, penetrating through their flesh too easily. Their numbers quickly dwindled down to 5. However, those survivors were the core, the strongest of their team. Deculine sat down relaxedly and looked at them. His valuables were unscathed, and the terrorists couldn't hastily approach him. He looked off guard, but they couldn't be fooled. They never knew when metals would break out again. Hoo-woo. Alan opened his eyes then, looking at Deculine groggily. Deculine put into practice what he learned from the martial art book. That was, he pressed the acupressure point on Alan's neck to knock him out, causing him to fall asleep again, along with the sound of a balloon being deflated. Deculine felt some sense of incompatibility at that point. He was so disparate and had seemingly forgotten the situation he was in. He looked at his hand. The sense of his fingertips were too soft. It was tender. The acute sense of his Iron Man ability allowed him to distinguish even the faintest differences in his skin. Alan. He already expected one of his secrets, but the other. Deculin looked at his unconscious assistant professor and looked outside the train again. From far away, Veron was approaching. The situation had already been wrapped up to some extent, though. It's over. At Deculin's words, his enemies laughed, then swiftly ran out the window again. He wanted to catch them, but he lacked mana. Only then did he stand up. It was time to get off the train, after all. Did you say you were Roan? As he was about to crawl out, Roan felt a jolt course through him. Sweating profusely, he looked back at Deculin. Why, yes, that. Take this kid with you. Oh, yes, sure. Roan got up quickly and carried Alan and was about to get off the train when he paused. The distance between the train in midair and the train track was too far. Can you lower the train a bit? Deculin shook his head. Despite its enormous weight, the train was mainly composed of the metal attribute, making simple stops possible. But no further movement was possible. Get off on your own. Just in time, Veron jumped onto the train. Oh, Sir Knight. Roan was overjoyed. Veron held him, who had Alan on his back like an object. I'm going to jump. What? No, Sir Knight, I'm not prepared yet. That's okay, he jumped off. Garia Roan, shrieking strangely, fainted as soon as he landed on the ground. The knight placed the two unconscious men on the train track and jumped back onto the train. He then stood still as he looked at Deculin, who thought he was here to pick him up. An important truth entered his mind soon enough, however. This was it for Veron. He came walking. Deculin calmly called his treasure, and the knight looked inside the train that was floating. The front of the train already departed for Berkt, but a follow-up countermeasure will come up soon. Veron explained. Deculin replied, Are they safe? Yes. There's only the two of us in this carriage now. Deculin glared at Veron. Beside him, a bloodthirsty finishing move was rising. Was he off guard, or was Veron too perfect? Whatever it was truly amazing. He managed to even fool his character's eyes. Veron, we've rescued the rest of the passengers, he continued as if telling him not to worry. So it's now your turn to die. Deculin laughed in vain at the weird flow of his reasoning. I'll give you a chance to think deeply about this. I've thought about it hundreds of times. You have to die. He couldn't count the reasons. Veron kicked the ground and pounced on him. The treasure arrived just in time and blocked his way, but he quickly unsheathed his sword and swung it 180 degrees. Clang! With one swing, the treasure with 10 handles tumbled down. The sword that bounced off floated and continuously attacked Veron in every direction. Clang, clang! The frictional sounds of swords clashing thundered through the place like raging fires. There wasn't any gap in his refined swordsmanship, and his defense was reaching a certain point of mastery as well. There was a clear difference in their class. At this rate, Deculin knew he would be defeated the moment he used up all of his mana. Hence, Deculin recollected his treasure. Veron, still on alert, attacked with all his might again. However, even with such a violent attack incoming, Deculin didn't close his eyes. It was all to cancel out his psychokinesis. It was a much better choice than being hit by that blade. Ugh, Kuwang. Their drop, which had been suspended midair, continued again, the train swiftly being swept down by the gravity. It didn't fall all the way to the bottom, however. Fortunately, the train got caught at the sharp side of the cliff, leaving only one of the VIP carriages skewered. Ribs. The impact of the high-altitude fall resulted only in a few of my bones being broken. My Iron Man body was added on top of the defense from the suit. My fractures would recover soon, while my senses were awakened by murderous intent. A stream of attack flared up, and I rolled almost instinctively. At the same time, I called my treasure, which I had left somewhere. Fortunately, it immediately came up and hit the knight on the shoulder. Clang! It was blocked by powerful innate defense, preventing it from causing much damage, however. You're persistent. He babbled on and raised his sword again. I applied psychokinesis on his sword, but it bounced off my interference. I had no choice but to back away as he rushed in without giving me a break. As his blade was about to fall down my shoulder, I twisted my hips and reached for his neck. He was a little faster. He hit my side with his elbow, the impact strong enough to cause me to be slammed to the side. A gale of wind then blew through me as I was sliding at the slope of the train. The blade, like wind slices, hit me from my collarbone to my hip bone. Blood dripped out of the corners of my mouth. He was dealing damage much faster than my recovery speed. I was about to stand up with my seat held, but I suddenly looked back. The cliff was a long way down. This is tough. He walked straight up to me. I had no choice but to acknowledge him. Veron was much stronger than I was today. Even if we fought in perfect condition, I would still be pushed back. I used up too much mana to hold the train. Are you betraying Julie? Nevertheless, my body and mouth were still full of vigor. It's not only personality, but also an effect of characteristics. Even if it breaks. Class rare. Description: it may break, but it will never bend. When combat is in motion, it maintains mental strength until the battle is over. Almost all mental magical interference will not work. It was one of the basic characteristics of Deculin that I didn't add. I wasn't nervous even in the face of death. I was in a life or death crisis, but Deculin's heart was still beating steadily. You have to die so my master can live, Veron said. I let out an unconscious jeer. If I live now, is your master going to die? If no one dies, then no one dies. He swung his sword without answering, and I lined up the wooden steel in its path, turning it into a shield and blocking his attack. Whoop, he destroyed it with a simple chop, though. It scattered like debris as he dug through it. It didn't make sense. It was as if he had become the sword itself. He raised his weapon once more. For a moment, time seemed to slow down. Looking at the scattered pieces of the sword, I had a simple thought. If I get cut by it, would the game be over, like nothing ever happened? Was I going to open my eyes in the office again? If not, then. A strange phenomenon occurred. A distortion appeared on his wrist as he was about to swing it down. Like a haze, the whole space was distorted. Veron looked at his arm with curious eyes. Shhhkkk. It then got tangled up, causing blood to splatter. His wrist was then neatly cut, causing his sword to drop and skid on the ground. Veron glared at his wound in pain. I didn't understand what was going on, but I couldn't miss this chance. I swept down my sword on his staggering ankles. Arig, losing his balance, he slipped off the train. His whole body was pushed off by a gust of wind. I finally found silence at this unexpected moment. My opponent wasn't dead yet, however. His bloodthirst was still flowing. Weeing. Inside a raging wind, he had stabbed his dagger into the bottom of the train with his remaining left hand. I was hiding my dagger. Veron showed a calm smile, causing anger to rise from within me, which I could almost mistake for passion. However, the words that came out of my mouth were extremely serene. Veron, do you think this situation is right? He shook his head as he swayed in the piercing wind. For a man who would die if he released his grip, he was unusually composed. Of course, it's not right. However, I cannot help but remember all the evil deeds you've done to my master. Veron's voice was filled with poison. You may not know of it or have forgotten about it. No, I know, I knew all too well. This death variable was the consequence of Deculin's numerous evil deeds. No treasure could ever compensate for all that he had done in the past. Nevertheless. You've been patient, Veron. He laughed at my smirking remark. That's right, but no. Patience can recover, but mine no longer can. This is my end. He closed his eyes. It seemed like he was trying to recall something at the back of his mind. No, his whole mind seemed to have been filled with that one memory. My body has been dead for a long time now. I heard him reminiscing. I still remember the day she saved me, a person no different from trash, from dying by being stepped on by a horse. I remember her smile. I remember everything from that day. I was dead, but the moment I stood up holding her hand, I was reborn. The raging winds rose through the cliff. Veron slowly opened his eyes and laughed. He was still stuck in those days. My life belongs only to her. I despondently laughed. You should have at least told Julie about your intentions. The commander definitely would have refused. Why did you make such an arbitrary decision then? That's also because I'm dead. I know that my feelings are bothersome to her. The mere existence of my emotions is a burden to her. He gave strength to the hand holding the dagger. Regardless, I know you have to be stopped. Otherwise, the day will come when you will surely ruin her. Veron recited with certainty. I looked into his eyes and nodded. That's right. That was extremely right. Deculin's twisted love made Julie break her principle and made her kill Deculin with her own hands. But you're also mistaken. I wasn't Deculin. I would change Deculin's future. I had no doubt that I could change it with my own hands. So, believe in me, I reached out to him. I will not do anything to harm Julie. Veron didn't say anything. He just held out his right arm in silence, like he's telling me to take it. But I didn't take it. An unknown heat burned in my heart. Veron, I clenched my teeth, even if I save you like this. His murderous intent was getting even heavier, swiftly turning to a ferocious flame that seemed to engulf the world. You're still going to kill me, a fire that could never be extinguished. The root of his hatred could never be resolved and could never be soothed unless I died by his hands. Yes, Veron was honest. I see no hand towards me anyway. A knight without a hand can't be helped. You can't be beside her. I uttered Deculin's retribution. I want to kill you with my remaining hand. At the same time, Veron remained foolish. I held back my anger. You hopeless and stupid being. The wooden steel in my hand flew. With a tight grip on his dagger, he spoke. Listen carefully. Veron closed his eyes. I love Julie. Coon, the train trembled. His bloodlust still seemed to be pondering about how to kill me, but suddenly stopped. He shook his dagger to drop the entire carriage off the cliff. I will release Julie. This fucking bastard was no knight. He was just a fanatic who had lost his mind in his path of worshipping and admiring only one person. Crazy psychopath, but your choice today. Duck, duck, duck. Blood flowed from my hand holding a sword, the droplets of which hit Veron's forehead. Will torment Julie for the rest of her life. My mana was already depleted. I was going to do it with my own hands. I was going to kill him. You're a dog who gave up on being a human being. I strengthened my wrist and arms and threw the sword. It burst like an arrow and pierced Veron's neck. Schwack. Now there was only silence. Even the wind seemed to have stopped raging for a moment. It was as if the sound of the world itself disappeared. Veron quietly let his hand go from the dagger, just like that. He lost the light in his eyes, plunged into the cliff, and finally, his murderous intent was extinguished not by my death, but his. The hawk's vision was limited, making it impossible to understand the whole story. However, as far as Sylvia saw, the knight tried to assassinate Deculin first, which forced him to retaliate in self-defense, causing the knight to fall down the cliff and ultimately to his death. No, Deculin definitely tried to save the knight, which meant he died of his own accord. Through her magic, Sylvia witnessed the scene unfold almost as if she was right in front of it. Even the conversations they held were transferred directly into her ears. With her eyes closed, she found Deculin standing alone on an overhanging cliff. The fact that he didn't fall was indeed a miracle, but the conference was about to start in 6 hours. She thought he'd need another miracle for him to reach Berkt in time. Deculin looked up at the sky, seemingly directly at the hawk, which surprised her so much she ordered it to return. It would be impossible to observe further if the blizzard got worse anyway. It might also hurt the hawk, an occurrence she wanted to avoid the most. It was her very first creation, which made her want to keep it with her for a long time. If the mana in its mana stone ran out, she decided she would recharge it instead of replacing it. Come back. Sylvia opened her eyes after issuing the command, returning her vision to Berkt's landscape. Oh, Miss Sylvia, who? As she sighed and turned around, she found herself face to face with the people from the kingdom that Sirio talked about. So this is where you were. I've been looking forward to meeting you. It's a real honor to see you in person, Rookie of the Year. Greetings. I'm from the Judra family of the Riok Kingdom. Sylvia felt burdened by their weird responses. At the express train railway, the platform employee saluted a high-ranking official. It's an honor, Deputy Director of Imperium's Public Safety Bureau, Lilia Primian. Coincidentally, she was camping in the northern mountain range when she heard about the train incident and was immediately dispatched to the site as the Deputy Director of Security. A surprise attack was launched, and an explosion occurred. Yes, it's a common occurrence in the process of traveling to Berkt. The reward is even 10 times bigger for assassinations that occur inside Berkt. This is nothing special, the employee who appeared to be in charge replied. Primian glanced below the cliff. What about the casualties? None has been confirmed yet, but Professor Deculin and the knight, Veron, are currently missing. He has a more detailed eyewitness account. Primian looked in the direction the staff was pointing at, finding a man with a blonde mustache in Alan, who looked like he was sleeping on the track. Yes, the wizard and the knight saved me, but when I came to my senses, the whole train had already fallen. Maybe the knights launched a secondary attack. The mustached man was talking to someone else when Primian approached him, who then pointed at the camera hanging from the man's neck. Is it okay if I take a look at it? What? Yes, but this is my source of income. I'll give it back to you immediately. Oh, okay. The man developed the film of the camera in an instant. Looking at some of it, Primian grew momentarily speechless. Hush, she smirked. The magic film contained 2 seconds before and after the picture was taken like a video. In the photo, the train was floating midair. She deduced the initiator to be Deculin, considering even she knew the identity of that magic, psychokinesis. He suspended the train using it, and very nonchalantly at that. He could even be seen reading a book. He was so relaxed he seemed like he was just holding up a pencil. Primian, who was looking at the photos, soon received something from someone from somewhere. A mana signal poked her in the back, causing her to stand still and interpret it. Knight Veron is dead. He tried to kill Deculin, but it seems like it was an order. The head professor survived. Primian let out a small sigh. She knew Veron. They were from the same clan, after all, the Red Box. Even though he had a lot of screws missing, he was an admirable man. His death made her feel bitter, but she felt relieved at the same time. He was a ticking time bomb like Rock Hark. She was certain he would definitely cause trouble one day. What do you think of the photos? I know I'm the one who took it, but even I can't help but admit it was an amazing sight. I'm a magical analyst, but I would never dare assess Professor Deculin's caliber. That's enough, Primian returned the pictures to him. Oh, it's a ghost, an employee screamed, causing her to look in his direction. She immediately determined the newly found figure's identity even though he had just arrived at the track. Head Professor Deculin. No one saw him come up. One moment, he was nowhere to be found. The next, he was standing within their vicinity alone. Without saying a word, he looked down at the cliff he had climbed while thinking about his limits. His psychokinesis could kill anyone, but it couldn't get through a knight's fortitude. Additionally, without mana, he was rendered powerless. His magic couldn't overcome a master born with talent and intense concentration. He felt a distinct wall blocking his path. A sense of dejection rose. If not for that unidentified help, it would have been him who would have been slammed below this cliff. Head Professor Primian approached him. Your assistant professor is over there. He's safe. Deculin saw Alan on the track. Will that be all? Yes. He paused for a moment before replying. What time is it? It's 3:30, Primian answered as she had an unnecessary thought. She found his face fucking handsome. 6 hours left. He weighed the probability of him attending the conference on time, which was beginning to seem impossible. For him to climb the cliff without the train with his low stamina, it would take at least a day. I'm sorry, but I need to ask this out of formality, head professor. What happened to the escort you were with? He died. Was it because of the attack? He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I see. Professor, by any chance, can you straighten this track? Deculin tilted his head at her words and looked down on Primian, emitting arrogance unique to nobles. It was as if he was looking at someone inferior. She felt anger surging inside her for a moment, but she forcefully soothed it. If you can fix it, I'll call the train over with my authority. If he could fix the tracks before the blizzard got worse, she would be able to call the train on standby to resume its activities, increasing his chance of reaching Berkt before the conference. It'll be beneficial for you, Professor, so why are you looking at me with those eyes? You're making me want to pull them out. It'll be much better and faster than walking. I refuse. Primian shut her mouth and rolled her tongue. I was born with the natural talent to irritate people. Move. The real reason behind his decision, however, was his exhaustion. He didn't have any remaining energy left to spare on magic. She misunderstood the situation since he looked perfect externally, not realizing that internally he was lethargic. Okay. Primian lightly bowed her head, then moved away from Deculin and grabbed an employee. Since you're not doing anything, clear the tracks before it gets snowed over even more. Yes, of course. One more thing. Is this the only train that goes to Berkt? No, it's a bit far, but there's a land route and a sea route on the other side of the mountain. Primian felt something strange as she spoke with the employee, causing her to look back, but there was no one there. Deculin had already disappeared. Was it acceleration? The wind was indeed intense in this area, and it wasn't impossible to borrow the strength of the elements. How much mana does that guy even have? His abilities exceeded imagination. He was even stronger than the reports made him out to be, considering he stopped the train from getting derailed using psychokinesis, drove back dozens upon dozens of knights, defeated Veron, safely climbed the cliff, and still had enough mana to spare to cast acceleration and advanced magic on himself. Was his mana capacity the size of an ocean? Primian clicked her tongue. Jung, the assistant professor, grunted, finally waking up. Primian approached him and asked him as he looked around blankly, "What's your name?" "What? Oh, Mia." "Your professor is gone." Unable to answer, Alan's tears swelled up. Primian frowned. He didn't go to the afterlife. He's just gone ahead to the Berkt conference. So your name? Oh yes, Hugh, I'm Alan. Primian spelled his name skillfully, then showed him her writing. Did I get the spelling right? Alan nodded. Yes, your age. I'm 24 years old. You'll have to excuse me. I'm his assistant. I need to follow him right away. You're already late anyway. Just wait for the next train. The current time was 9:30 p.m. The Berkt conference would start at 9:53, which the elders considered as the time when stars aligned. That gave everyone 23 minutes left before they were considered late. Sylvia walked down the street of Berkt's 4th district. Its roads were as complicated as the rumors described. The passageway was divided into two. Glython and the other family heads traveled using the right pass and the assistants traveled using the left. Sylvia, how's life at the university tower? We should try to have a meeting of our own. That too should be a good experience. The nobles walking with her frequently spoke to her. She answered roughly, sure. Just as bright lights attracted moths, she attracted others to her side. Everyone was behaving so annoyingly around her simply because she had great talent as a wizard. All right, the head of the Euclid family hasn't arrived yet. Sylvia's ears perked up. It was Penhavilion, the assistant of the Magic Kingdom. No way, if Euclid gets eliminated, that'll be a huge affair. A huge affair. I have foreseen this to some extent. The current head's abilities are lacking compared to his predecessors, and he stopped gathering achievements 3 years ago. There's even a rumor that his talent is nothing special. Jaron spoke this time, the assistant of the ruined family from the Empire. Sylvia wanted to voice out her thoughts, but she didn't say anything. Mediocre people would always be jealous of geniuses, and it showed. Meanwhile, geniuses would always recognize geniuses. Deculin's talent was only lacking compared to her. Commoners like them shouldn't disregard his capabilities. Oh, that's it. They had finally reached the front of the gate of the Elders' Hall, a majestic shrine. It was built on the top of a mountain that had its peak completely cut off, almost as if an ancient giant stayed there. Kriak. The door opened as they approached, almost as if it had been waiting for them. Nervous, the 19 assistants entered respectively. A spacious conference room greeted them. It was so huge that 40 people wouldn't be enough to fill the place. Even 400 people could comfortably gather here and attend the meeting. Around the vast round table, the 19 family heads were already seated. There was only a single vacant seat. Euclide's. Sylvia stood next to Glython, who smiled when he saw her. The other assistants who were bothering her also stood beside their respective family seats. Doong 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 doong. 5 tremors announced the time, 9:50 p.m., 3 minutes left. Sylvia felt somewhat bitter. As expected, it didn't work. He couldn't reach the summit in time, before we begin the conference. Abruptly, a loud voice shook the room. The person's condensed mana and his resonant echo made Sylvia's heart throb. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all of you who have responded to our summons. The top brass, Dzekton. He was the candidate most likely to become the great wizard and a legend that had chosen to leave the secular world. He was sitting in the position of the Great Elder, the only power that existed independently on the Round Table, the seats of which were veiled by darkness. Dzekton couldn't see the families on the Round Table, and the heads of the family couldn't see him. Sylvia felt great pressure looking at him. Will I be able to challenge someone like him once I reach that kind of level? It was worth trying. I'll start the roll call. Dzekton's voice echoed inside. Like the majestic sound of war drums and thunder, it spread electricity all over her body. Glython of Iliad. Glython, head of the Iliad family, honorably responds to Burke's summon, Glython said with ease, making Sylvia proud of her father's spirit. Baton of Bayorad. Baton, 6th head of the Bayorad family, bows to the Great Elder. Dzekton called several families, Judra, Ruwained, Villian, and others, and they all formally responded to his call with their family's personal flares. At some point, however, Dekillian of Eucline. When Dzekton called his name, the Elder's hall fell into silence. Is Dekillian not here yet? Dzekton said in the dark. Everyone swallowed without answering. An unknown tension was rising from underneath their consciousness. Eucline's elimination. It was clearly unexpected, but on the other hand, it was something they looked forward to. The other families had always thought of it, but due to his reputation as a wizard, they couldn't put their audacious thoughts into action. Dekillian's downfall was what almost everyone gathered here wanted. Eucline's head, Dekillian, doesn't seem to have arrived yet. If he hasn't arrived after the 3rd roll call, his absence will be considered non-compliance to the summon. Dzekton's solemn dignity seemed to weigh down the Round Table. Ihelm, the head of the Ruwained family, smiled in secret. He was once Dekillian's close friend, but they were nothing more than opponents now. As a consequence, the Eucline family will be eliminated from the 12 traditional wizard families. His magical voice sounded merciless, making the Round Table tremble. Sylvia looked at the huge clock attached to the ceiling of the Elder's Hall. 53 minutes had already passed. Dekillian of Eucline. Since Burke's inauguration, Eucline had never been removed from the 12 families. Hence, if he failed to answer the summons after his name had been called thrice, his household would be eliminated from the conference after 200 years. Few mistakes could bring as much shame as that to a noble family. Dekillian of Eucline. Sylvia looked around. Some held back their smiles and some smiled openly. Her father was expressionless. Not one of them looked worried. In Sylvia's opinion, that was enough proof to think Dekillian had lived his life improperly. She felt sorry for him. Dekillian. The moment when the 3rd call was about to be made. Scroyet. The sound of stone being scraped roughly echoed. Surprised, Sylvia looked towards the entrance. The main door of the conference room opened slightly, and a blizzard poured through the cracks. Dzekton stopped. Everyone's gaze turned to the entrance, and with his body covered with snow, he entered, almost as if making a grand entrance. His suit was tattered and ruined, and his hair was disheveled. He looked like a monster who came back alive from hell. The unpolished image he displayed completely differed from his usual neat figure. Sylvia clenched her fist unknowingly. He definitely didn't look magnificent, but his aura was still impressive. No one dared to say anything as they stared at him. Dekillian, is that you? Dzekton asked. Dekillian looked around in silence, then his blue eyes fell and stared at the Round Table. The smiles of those delighted by his absence were swiftly erased from their faces, and those who hoped for his elimination avoided his gaze. Dekillian, I demand an answer. Dzekton spoke again. It was late, but Dekillian tidied up his clothes. He fixed his ruined suit and neatly swept back his snow-soaked hair. Just like that, he returned to his usual mien with ease. Yes, he said, it's me, Dekillian. As he stated his name, he strode into the conference room. His arrogance remained in his steps, his pride seemingly swallowing the entire hall. Von Grahen Eucline. The gazes on the Round Table followed him. Only Glython laughed quietly with his head down. The head of Eucline has arrived. He didn't bow. No, he didn't even answer the call. He just arrived. An extremely arrogant flair befitting his existence. Some of the heads creased their lips or clicked their tongues in discontent, while some immature assistants had their jaws open unconsciously as if his appearance and ego bewitched them. I apologize for not arriving on time. It took me a while to pull myself together from the incident. You're not late. Have a seat. He walked and sat in his rightful seat, reserved for his family. The moment he did, Sylvia marveled at the sight. The Round Table certainly didn't have a hierarchy in their seats. However, from the moment he appeared, it was as if all the weight was leaning onto him. but since your assistant hasn't arrived yet, your right to speak will be limited to 3 times from the halfway point until the adjournment." He looked at someone who couldn't make eye contact with him, his eyes filled with vivid anger as if looking at the cause of the recent incident. "I acknowledge it." Dekulin slanted his head. He couldn't even afford to say anything. His mana had already been drained, and this crazy scuttle had consumed his already exhausted energy even more. He had far exceeded Iron Man's limitations. The only reason he could maintain his senses now was his unique personality. "Calm down, Dekulin." Everyone in the conference room furiously misunderstood the heavy atmosphere. Even Ihelm, who always made provoking remarks every time they met, quietly fixed his posture. Still, the best wizard on the continent was Euclid. Regardless of what the high society had to say about him, there was no doubt that he stood at the top. Since everyone from the 12 traditional families and 8 new families has arrived, we will now begin the Berkt Conference. The meeting began in that silence. The first agenda of the Berkt Conference was the appearance of demons, one of which I killed at the Mountain of Darkness. To start with, Dzekton demanded my testimony. The Mountain of Darkness is an area that has always been underpurified. There's always been more than enough monsters there, but I didn't expect to kill a demon that day. I caught my breath after my testimony. Essisil, the young head of the Brand family, added to my vague explanation. "That means this has become more serious and much larger than the frequent appearances of the demons in the system. Not only that, the North is swarming with them. Command each school or cooperate with the church. Wizards need to be dispatched to the suspected area." She was a named character with mysterious green hair and a trustworthy head of a family with high convictions. Now that I didn't have the power to interpret, judge, reiterate, or refute others' words verbally, I decided to agree with the messenger to close off my statement. "That is correct." Essisil's eyes widened in surprise. Well, Dekulin was the type to point things out, even if it was right. The other wizards didn't necessarily criticize this item on the agenda. First of all, if the church selects a suspected area, wizards can then be chosen and dispatched from each magic school. They had passed through the first item. The Linnell School, known for their destructive magic, has shown great enthusiasm in exacting the demon's punishment. But there was still quite a lot to discuss on the agenda, such as which schools would be dispatched, what countermeasures to apply on the areas where the demons frequently appeared, what revisions had to be done on the dungeon and demon hunting laws, and more. For almost 4 hours, the round table discussed important matters without end. During that time, I kept my silence, reserving my right to speak 3 times. We will adjourn for now to take a short break. In just 5 hours, I was able to get off the round table. I went outside to gather my senses, finding a petite man with brown hair stamping his feet near the exit. "Alan." "Ah, Professor." Alan shouted and came running. "Or why you all right? I'm sorry I'm late. Joining the conference while it's already ongoing is against the law, so I was left with no other option but to wait. I'm sorry." I shook my head as he became flustered. "It's okay." It wasn't, though. I didn't know how many times I experienced mana exhaustion today. An ordinary wizard would have been down with a fever or died already. I could still feel some of its side effects, and I had only recovered 300 mana during the 5-hour conference. Professor, I heard that you saved." "I told you not to cry." Alan bowed his head to prevent tears from falling. "Cuck." At that moment, I noticed something that made me unable to look at this kid innocently anymore. There was a factor about him that seemed rather unfamiliar. "From now on, just stand still next to me." "What?" "Oh yes. But I couldn't disclose it here. If my thought was right, then I had to keep this kid close. I shouldn't show my emotions if I wanted to live. We were given a 30-minute break. The heads returned to their respective waiting rooms, exchanging opinions and making deals as needed, but I just stayed with Alan. I didn't do anything else. Just like that, the break ended, and I came back to the round table and returned to my seat. Alan stood beside me. "What is the wizard's stance regarding the red box?" Dzekton opened the next item on the agenda. At that moment, the atmosphere of the Elders' Hall suddenly changed. No one had designated a right to speak, but a debate came up right from the start, one fierce enough to say that the red box was the wizard's Achilles' heel. The red box is like a bunch of cockroaches. They lay eggs and constantly reproduce and eat away at society. Baton of Bayorad poured out unfiltered criticisms. Essisil then raised her concern in a slightly uncomfortable tone. "There's no way to distinguish the red box from other races, however. We can just invent one. We can use their blood as our basis. If the people in the University Tower and the Empire gather, there's nothing they won't be able to do." Baton sounded very enthusiastic about the matter at hand. Ihelm, who had been watching silently, tried to say something, but Baton gave him no space to interrupt. "The red box somehow manages to group up among themselves. That might mean they have a leader who rallies them together. The red box was a unique clan. Their existence itself was weak and almost unnoticeable, but many of them had developed their own talents. and there was definitely someone among their geniuses and prodigies who united and commanded them from a safe place. Baton managed to unveil that crucial information, but the leader of the Red Box should never die. According to the game's plot, he was a messiah, close to Buddha or Jesus, their leaders most likely hiding off the grid, organizing and keeping their clan alive. Don't you feel disgusted knowing that they're plotting their schemes right under our noses? That alone is treason. Baton, that's a mere speculation. It was because of their resistance that many wizards died 60 years ago. Baton shouted back at Esauil's refute, who no longer replied to him. The uproar on the round table calmed down a little. Glython, who had been watching me since earlier, finally spoke up. What do you think, Decillion of Eucline? Everyone's gaze focused on me. Eucline. Since ancient times, we had been at the forefront of punishing demons, earning us a status that gave us great influence and power regarding matters related to them. Since I came from the world that oversaw this dimension, I was familiar with these events. According to that knowledge, it would be better to suppress the Red Box as much as possible. However, this world's common enemy was no longer the Red Box. That made the difficulty of the main quest in the future much easier. Long ago, they were our enemy, I calmly replied. But if you look at the history books one by one, you'll begin to understand that it was all a misunderstanding. Baton cut in, but my glare immediately shut him up. I continued. It was a misunderstanding at first. 237 years ago, Rodrin from the Rodrin Witch incident was accused of being a witch and was pushed to a corner, only to be found innocent. I brought up concrete evidence. Extensive oppression against the Red Box stemmed from that incident, causing their clan's blood to spill. Naturally, they resisted. Their resistance shed more blood, and that blood birthed to a short truce. I saw it on the setup sheet, and I also read works of literature that addressed it. Both of those allowed me to come up with a controversial thought. As you said, there had been another political move 60 years ago. A mine containing mana stones was discovered in the Red Box's land. This world's mana stone mine was much more important than modern oil and natural gas mines combined. Political move. That was no political move. Baton slammed his hand on the round table. There was a lot to learn about that 6-decade-old story, but that was another matter. I had to focus on persuading them for now. They are born from diabolic energy. There's no question about it. Shouldn't you know this more than others since you're a Eucline? Your family has been punishing demons far more than most of us, Baton shouted. He sounded almost as if he was having a seizure. I shook my head. Eucline's tradition is to hunt demons, not the Red Box. The Red Box are demons. His outcry caused the round table to ring. If we followed his words, it could one day lead to a massacre. After Baton's clamor, a long silence fell on the hall where all sorts of discourses had already been conducted. However, it did nothing but amplify the tension. I looked at him intently. Those words of yours, can you take responsibility for them? To demonize an entire race was the same as turning them into humanity's common enemy. Baton, of course, didn't answer. Control yourself from recklessly concluding and declaring races as demons. Remember, the very person who does so might just be the devil himself. I ended my statement with those words, causing the heads of the families to look at me with surprise in their eyes. Eventually, Dzecton's voice came up. Baton, please restrain yourself from uttering such ill-suited remarks. Since it doesn't seem like we will be able to reach a conclusion at this rate anyway, let's end today's conference here. The first meeting ended without a clear conclusion. It wasn't a big deal, though, since Sylvia had already prepared her resolve to stay here for 3 nights and 4 days anyway. The night was already dark when she reached the Rosary Hotel. In the 4th district, their accommodation only allowed 1 person per room. Sylvia looked at the paper she received from the hotel's caretaker. Night rules for the Rosary Hotel of Berk's 4th district. All of these rules apply only at night. 1. If you find an open door while walking around the hallway, never look inside or enter the room. 2. If someone knocks on your door, do not open it. You should also never answer it verbally. 3. There have been cases where bodies have been found in the bathroom. Do not panic and simply close the door. 4. Rosary Hotel is on the 1st floor of the building. Upon the appearance or discovery of stairs, do not climb up or down. 5. Once you lie on your bed, please refrain from walking until morning. Otherwise, you might be transported to a different space at any moment. 6. Making noise in the hallway is not allowed. The use of magic is also prohibited. Sylvia blinked after reading it all. They were unnecessarily horrifying rules, and even her father instructed her to wear earplugs. She wasn't a young child to go exploring anyway, and she felt so exhausted that all she wanted to do was sleep right away. Laying down on her bed, her hawk Quickstone stood by her bedside. Good night. She greeted Quickstone and closed her eyes, falling into a silent slumber almost instantaneously. According to the clock, she slept for about 3 hours before opening her eyes due to thirst. Since then, Quickstone had been watching over her as she tossed and turned in bed. She felt relieved. Sleep comfortably. The hawk then closed its eyes as she rose and grabbed herself a cup of water on the shelf. After quenching her thirst, she turned around, finding herself standing in the middle of a hallway. Not her room, but an endless hallway. She felt goosebumps rise all over her body. Chills clawed their way up her neck, causing her back to waver. She remembered the fifth rule too late. 5. Once you lie on your bed, please refrain from walking until morning. Otherwise, you might be transported to a different space at any moment. Feeling the cold floor underneath her, Sylvia looked down and found herself barefooted, wheezing. The wind blew, but she didn't know from where. Sylvia looked around and found a staircase not far away. She knew she shouldn't use them, however. 4. Rosary Hotel is on the first floor of the building. Upon the appearance or discovery of stairs, do not climb up or down. Let's calm down for now. As the wind blew ever so softly on her skin, Sylvia convinced herself that nothing bad would happen to her. With her will solidified, she stomped along the hallway until she stumbled upon a room with its doors open. She paused. 1. If you find an open door while walking around the hallway, never look inside or enter the room. She resumed walking, not even risking a glance. Nevertheless, she felt so nervous she thought her heart would burst. After a short while, she decided to try her luck. Standing in front of one of the closed doors, she knocked. However, no matter how long she waited, it didn't open. Again, the wind brushed past her. Sylvia walked a little more and stood in front of a different door. Knock, knock. Nobody answered. She held the doorknob and twisted and turned it hard, but it didn't budge. With no other option left, she went to the next door. Knock, knock. She moved on. Knock, knock. As she busily moved through the corridor, she thought the people in the rooms might think she was the one the rules were warning them about. No, she was certain they clearly thought that. Screech. The wind hovering in the hallway turned into a dreadful shriek slowly, sounding like it was tearing through something. Sylvia hated scary things, hence instinctively she applied even more strength into her knocks. Knock, 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 knock. However, nobody dared open their doors regardless. Kuwug. Gradually, the grunts became clearer. Knock, knock. She intuitively knew she no longer had time to reach another door. Gah. A cold breath brushed past her nape. At the same time, a door opened, and the strange sense of deafness she felt immediately disappeared. Flop. She fell, her entire body lacking any strength. Feeling the warmth of the room, she slowly looked up as she tried to catch her breath. Sylvia, Deculing called her name. Are you lost? He stared at her as if nothing out of the ordinary just happened. He even opened the door wide fearlessly. Come in, Sylvia contemplated, wheezing. However, a bleak wind blew in the hallway once more, making her realize there was nothing to contemplate about. Regardless, she hesitated when she went inside anyway. Sylvia bowed her head and looked around his room, which was as spacious and cozy as she expected. Have a seat. Deculing sat in a rocking chair near the fireplace while Sylvia sat in a small chair beside the bed. I'm sorry. It's okay. When I got out of bed, I don't know how, but I found myself in the hallway. Deculing picked up the book on top of the table. With his eyes on the page, he spoke to Sylvia. The concentration of mana in Burke's air reaches tens to hundreds of times the level of mana on flat land. Because of that, an unexplainable phenomenon occurs, which also causes magic to form shapes in ego. They're called phantoms, and there are many of them in this hotel. You should read the rules more carefully. Only Deculing could open the door, and the reason behind it was made apparent. He was immune to almost all mental interference. I see. Sylvia nodded. With her lips clattering, she looked around as she tried to calm herself down. Why were you late today? Deculing answered without looking up from his book. You don't need to know. Wriggling her fingers, she asked him another question. Do you like books? It's the second best at most. He never liked books, but he found reading them the most relaxing hobby because of Deculing's personality. He considered it one of his traits that he didn't need to overcome. Sylvia remained still for a moment. Looking at the fire in the fireplace, she then rubbed her palm together and cast magic. It scorched fire. She proudly showed it to Deculing. It had no sound and color, but it made the fire in the fireplace grow. Deculing glanced at it from the corners of his eyes. Great casting. I can give it colors too. The scorched fire turned green. Deculing nodded in satisfaction. That's better. Sylvia, glancing at his expression, revealed a different magic. This time her mana took the form of a cloud. This is thundercloud. Well implemented. I can make it bigger. The thundercloud swelled up enough to cover half of the ceiling. Deculing replied, that's better. Sylvia this time conjured leaves that sprouted in the shape of a blade. It's metal leaf, good work. When mixed with destructive magic, the leaves will fly away and attack the enemy. You learned well. Sylvia showcased the knowledge and magic she learned from Deculing's class, and since he was only giving compliments, she first thought he was just answering half-heartedly. However, she was proven wrong when she showed imperfections. The flow of your circuit is strange, which is a sign that you made a mistake in one of the points. You need to unfold it properly. The balance of your magic's properties isn't harmonious. To synchronize fire and water, neither side should be superior. That's the only mistake you made. He wholeheartedly corrected her, allowing her to understand and comprehend a few spells more clearly. However, her greed got the best of her. What's my weakness? You should know that yourself. Sylvia pouted, but you taught Ephraim. Deculin shook his head. Ephraim learned by herself. She clenched her fist unknowingly. Deculin was still looking at the book, but his pupils stopped for a moment. Don't be in a hurry, she shrugged. Sylvia, time is on your side. You'll be able to grow as much as you desire. Even without the help of the system, and with just her own talent, she would become a wizard more perfect than anyone in this world. You're one of the best 3 talents in this dimension. Deculin's words were based on the structure of the system, speaking only of a future so foreseeable it was almost fated to happen. He sounded so full of confidence that she couldn't help but look a little surprised as she nodded. SHH. At that moment, Deculin suddenly raised his finger. Stay still. The sharp iron on his bedside moved. Almost at the same time, a strange figure appeared on the ceiling. It was a phantom, the accumulation of a cruel and nastily distorted mana. Sylvia felt tremendous fear, but it only lasted for a brief moment. Deculin's magic tore the phantom apart mercilessly. After solving the situation immediately, he murmured calmly, I guess he came looking for you when I opened the door. Sylvia looked at Deculin as she did her best to control her anxiety. To be exact, she looked at the iron on top of Deculin's table. Did you kill the ghost with that? Yeah, amazing. Sylvia's innocent admiration made Deculin laugh. This is nothing to be surprised about. My weapon and magic are specialized in killing. The main quest didn't give Deculin time to develop equally. Hence, Deculin's magic was extremely focused on combat and killing power. He was defeated by Veron, however. What this world needs, Sylvia, is a talent in wizardry like yours. Magic wasn't made to kill people. It would be best if you remember that. Only then did Sylvia understand Deculin at the round table today. She now knew for sure why he didn't berate the red box. Stop asking any more questions and go to sleep. Sylvia looked at Deculin with surprise. Shouldn't we do night watches in rotation? It'll be useless. The flow of time is different here. I know, the mana phenomenon. Nights in the Highlands are different. It's only supposed to last 10 hours, but it can last up to 2 hours, 12 hours, or even 24 hours, and nobody knows if and when that will happen. It all depends on the state of the mana that day. That's why you should just go to sleep. Deculin's tone was firm but sweet. She felt confused. Did he consider her as Iliade's assistant, a student, or a fool who couldn't even follow the rules? Regardless, she laid down on the bed. SHHHKKK, SSHHHKK. Listening to the sound of the pages of a book turning and the embrace of the fire's warmth, she fell asleep. Before she did, she looked out the window with hazy eyes, finding a falling star. It was beautiful. I went out of the hotel as soon as Sylvia fell asleep, following the man of great wealth's intuition in the form of lightning outside the window. Some supernatural phenomena occurred since I had intentionally violated the rules, but they weren't big threats. Rather, they seemed more like props and staff members of a low-budget haunted house amenity in theme parks. Where is it leading me? The mountain path from District 4 to the Elders' Hall. This place was close to Berk's borders and was a high-end area that players could only reach in the mid to late stages. Without the Berk conference, they wouldn't even be allowed to enter unless they were an elder or a devoted student. That meant there was a high probability that I could acquire rare items here. I looked down the mountain range from Berk's dark summit. Ghosts and phantoms of all kinds tried to haunt and attack me, but they couldn't even surprise me no matter how much they rampaged. I did find their attempts interesting at least. Swishanashanray Rodney, Burek and Turnima. They seemed to be wondering why I wasn't surprised and thinking I was a fascinating individual. I destroyed the phantoms and explored Berk's mountain range, loitering around the area for a while with the man of great wealth's vision turned on. Throughout my stay there, I saw tigers as big as a house and a snowflake that moved by itself, a snow spirit. I also came across a wildcat with 20 eyes. If possible, I would have slain them and used their parts as materials. Unfortunately, they didn't attack me first. All I could do was ignore them and slowly make my way through the dark mountains. Soon enough, a golden air current caught my eye inside the white coniferous forest, leading me to a charred spot. Burton Kailaswinima, Radarada Krasenwima. The phantoms spoke, but I ignored their words. At the end of the air current was a piece of wood that burned alone in the middle of the seemingly lightning-struck area. Purified magic tree fragment. Description: a fragment originating from a magic tree, which contains plenty of mana. A lightning strike caused it to be ripped from its source and purified, thus becoming an excellent raw material for. Category: miscellaneous item, special timber. Magic trees used mana as nourishment to grow. Most trees couldn't absorb mana in water or air, but mutated ones sometimes appear that bear the ability to do so, allowing them to accumulate the magical energy. That was why they could become a threat to humanity, and the best material for a wizard's wand at the same time. It was rare for them to be struck by lightning, however. Burke's magic tree was in perfect quality, and when a lightning strike hit it, not only did it mature quicker, but it was purified by it. Excellent. A smile rolled up my lips. If I turned it into a staff or a wand, it would be a noble item that could tremendously raise a wizard's ability by more than half. I grabbed the fragment. Encouraged by this achievement, I moved hastily again. I even talked to the phantoms just in case. Guide me to the hidden treasures you're aware of. Krupaswirashiki. Kepruwu, they spat out mana, then giggled and laughed. You're no help. Ignoring them, I moved on and continued to explore with my ability open, but I soon realized I was now acting out of greed. Silently, I looked east and found the morning sun rising slowly. Touched by the first streak of daylight, the ghosts and phantoms lost their forms. The time for the conference had come once more. Sylvia opened her eyes along with the break of dawn. Fixing her hair, which had become as messy as a magpie's nest, and looking around, she noticed Deculin was already gone. Sylvia, rubbing her eyes, tidied up her clothes and went back to her room. Quickstone was still sleeping on her bedside table. Knock, knock. Breakfast is here. She waited until the clock hit 10 a.m., then ate breakfast. An hour later, a group of 20 began their walk back to the elders' hall along with their assistants. She felt sorry for Alan, whom she passed by on the street. He was being treated like an outcast simply because he was the weakest of them all. The conference began at noon once more, hoping to finish the agenda they couldn't finish yesterday. Naturally, it began with the continuation of the red box matter. The first person to open their mouth this time, too, was Baton. Just as Euclid said, there is no definite proof that the red box are devils, but isn't it true that the devil exists through their blood? Tell me, is there a human with such a trait? Magic indeed flowed in their blood. The ambiguous relationship between the devil and the red box was derived from that. It was due to that gap that the wizard's suspicion rose. We don't know when or where the magic in their bodies will rage beyond control. It's highly possible for them to turn into a demon in no time. That is just mere speculation. Speculation? What are you trying to say? More than half of the wizards had animosity towards the red box. Right now, they were uniting to persuade Deculin. Haven't you already decided that the red box are devils? Their whole clan hasn't even lost control of themselves, yet you already want to suppress them. Even if you can't, you pretend that you don't see them or simply act like you don't care, like they're below you. All you've been doing so far is focusing on that 1 in 1,000 possibility and use it as an excuse to drive out an entire race. But Deculin was persistent. The magic that flows in them is faint, yet you're already labeling them as devils. That's no different from calling a cup of water a cup of salt the moment a pinch of salt has been mixed in it. Everyone at the Elders' Hall, including Sylvia, wasn't expecting this. It was a development that they couldn't comprehend. Deculin was the one who downplayed the war his ancestors participated in 60 years ago. Ironically, the one that had made the most significant contribution to the murder of countless Red Box members was the Euclid family. It was through that exploitation that they gained partial rights to the Mana Stone mines. Even their religion is different from ours. Are we here to talk about religion? Has Burke become the round table of beliefs? If not, then bring that topic up in a church, not here. Baton clenched his teeth. Nevertheless, Euclid was persistent, and he couldn't do anything about it. Burke's round table members seemed equal at first glance, but some families had greater authority on certain items on the agenda than others. Of the 20 families gathered here, none clearly preceded Euclid's tradition and roots in the history of wizardry. The truth was, no one could undermine their authority over matters revolving around the devil's punishment. A demon hunter from 400 years ago was found in an ancient book, and it was presumed to be the Euclid family's ancestor. If the direct descendant of such a bloodline claimed that the Red Box clan wasn't composed of devils, we won't be able to reach a conclusion at this rate. This Red Box agenda shall be skipped and brought up again at the end of the conference. Boom! Baton slammed his hand against the table and looked at Deculin with reddened eyes who didn't even blink. We'll start the next item on the agenda after a short break. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Glython sat in the waiting room, he burst out laughing. Dad, this is fun. So much fun. Glython right now looked completely different from his usual fatherly appearance. While chuckling, he seemed to be in deep thought. Perhaps he was thinking about Deculin's true aim. However, Sylvia thought he would never find the answer since while it was simple, it was too simple for him to realize. What is that guy aiming for? Glython seemed so worried about it that the veins on his temples looked like they were about to pop. The real reason why Deculin changed, why he set aside his ancestors' disposition. Magic wasn't made to kill people. Those were Deculin's words last night. The round table easily reached conclusions for the agendas that followed the Red Box. Through it all, I only provided positive insights and light opinions to ease the other families' minds about the Red Box controversy, even by just a little. My words caused some of the family's anger to subside, but most were more interested in today's topics than in what I had to say. I wanted to activate the villain's fate, but they treated those who defended Red Box as villains right now. That was only natural, though. According to the game's story, in the first Berk conference, the Red Box's suppression was almost a definitive event. That aside, the conference ended after 9 hours. What in the world do you want? Are you secretly raising a red box? Baton grabbed me as soon as we got out of the Elder's Hall. I shook my head as I looked into his loathing-filled eyes. It would be best if you toned down your fury. Fury, no wonder. You deny the root of all of this since you only feel fury from me. It was your ancestors who regarded the Red Box as devils. My family followed your ancestors in war and were annihilated. Baton glared at me and I gazed right back. Baton was short, but his body was firm, filled with both mana and stamina. Even so, there's no need to demonize their whole race. A wizard's rationale must be devoid of anger. Baton clenched his teeth, followed by ridicules flowing through his lips. Don't think this is the last day of the conference. Don't misunderstand. I don't hate the Bayorads. It does not matter. From now on, the Bayorads loathe you. Baton shoved past me. Tusk. The truth was, Baton's anger was understandable. The Bayorad family was met with more enthusiasm than any other family, but they absurdly lost almost everything, including their family leader, 60 years ago. They didn't even earn anything in return since they achieved so little. They only managed to rise again because of Baton and his father's strenuous effort. Cecil approached me not long after he left. I was suspicious of your sudden change of mind regarding the Red Box, but I share the same opinion. We should keep the temperature with the Red Box low from now on since that would benefit us as well. The rest of the wizards didn't say anything to me, but there wouldn't have been many good intentions from them, even if they did. They obviously didn't like my remarks, but that was the fruit of Deculine's vicious conduct. I didn't regret it, though. If I considered this a sacrifice, then it was worth it. Starting with the next Berk summon, the intervals would be much shorter at 1 or 2 years, but the ways we would spend our time would become much more valuable. Players would have grown steeply through those moments, but in this world with no players, or at the very least, in this world presumed to have none, I could only hope that I named more good-natured than I would grow with the remaining time. The morning of the following day, I went down to the first district before leaving Berkt. This town never ceases to be interesting no matter how many times I visit it. As could be seen from the enigmatic city built on the highlands, the motif of Berkt was Machu Picchu. The landscape appeared mystifying and admirable, but I didn't come here to go sightseeing. I had a great material for a wand in my possession. There was a master craftsman in Berkt, so I planned to order a wand after purchasing accompanying materials at a magic store. Is this expensive? While I was walking, I noticed a familiar face at a nearby market stall. Of course. It's a very precious material. Then show me something cheaper. No, I can't. You said you were going camping. Still, if you're going to camp in Berkt, you can't buy a cheap one. No, I won't even sell such an item to you, considering it would obviously get a person killed. It's okay. The Empire's Deputy Director of Public Safety. She was the one I came across while on my way to Berkt. Lilia Primian, a key named. Alan's eyes widened as he pointed at her with his finger. Ah, what's wrong? I see. I approached her, allowing me to hear their conversation clearer. Hey, just show me the cheaper alternatives. Oh ho, you can't use anything else other than this when camping in Berkt. Why are you saying it's the only one that can be used here? I asked if there's anything cheaper. You only need to tell me if there is or isn't. Yes, there's a cheaper one, but if you use it for camping, you'll be taken by the phantoms. No, forget it. If there's a cheaper one, just let me buy it. I wasn't sure if they were bargaining or quarreling. I stepped in between them as their anger began to boil. Both Primian and the storekeeper looked at me at the same time. That sleeping bag, how much is it? Oh, it's 10,000 elnas. People are most vulnerable to bewitching magic while sleeping, but this. I'll buy it. I issued a check for it on the spot. The owner shook his head with a smile. No, we don't accept checks, just cash. Look at the crest. The owner surveyed the check carefully, where the Euclid family crest and Deculine's signature could be found. The owner looked at it and my face alternately, then smiled. Ha ha ha. This has become an entirely different matter since you're the head of the Euclid. Here, please take it. After buying it, I handed it to Primian, who was standing next to me with a blank expression on her face. Take this. What? Why are you giving this to me? Primian took it with suspicion. Alan arrived safely because of you. Consider it as your compensation. My assistant professor laughed like a fool while scratching the back of his neck. Hee. Primian clicked her tongue in disapproval, but she still took it. I left and proceeded to walk around the market. Since Berkt had a reputation for being a haven of magical materials, I easily found the ones I needed for my wand. White tiger's fang, white swan's feather, mana stone candle, etc. I spent 4 million elnas just to buy 8 items. Of course, I didn't have that much in my personal account, but I used our family check to pay anyway. Uriel would be the one making the payment later. Even if she didn't, I could easily pay for them using the money earned by selling the vase. W.O. Allen shivered at my expenditure. A restaurant caught my eye while we were walking, and though I wasn't hungry, its exterior and interior looked uncommon and luxurious. I went inside, almost as if bewitched by its appearance. "Oh, welcome, Count Eucline." The staff recognized my face. To be fair, it seemed like it only served customers like me in the first place. A sly voice soon reached my ears, however. "Oh, what's this? Why, if it isn't the noble Count Eucline?" The ruined family head's cheap blonde hair first caught my eye. He had been enjoying wine since early morning. Ihelm was about to say something but stopped abruptly. He was looking behind me with his eyes widened. "What's this? Even Deputy Director Primian is here. I heard camping is your hobby, and I didn't expect to find you here at Berkt." It wasn't until Ihelm pointed out her presence that I found out she stuck to me. "I come here only during my vacation," Primian replied with a sleeping bag on her side. She made it sound like she had always been a part of our group. Did I clear a quest that granted me a companion without me knowing? If so, I just gained a reward far more than the price I had to pay for her sleeping bag. I took a seat behind the table an employee assigned to us, but Ihelm still spoke to me. His face was already red as if to show that he had already drunk quite a lot of wine. "Hey Dekulin, I'm curious. Why did you suddenly change your stance?" Ignoring him, I ordered food for 3 people, including Alan and Primian, who strangely still hadn't left. "Have you never desired to beat the red box to death? They are an inferior species that do not deserve to live in our world. Don't you remember your thesis criticizing their clan at the university?" Ihelm sneered, recalling a distant past. He then glared at me with his alcohol-intoxicated eyes. "By any chance did you save a red box and turn them into a slave? Was there a genius among their kind who did your research for you?" "No." Alan stood up and shouted. "Our head professor is nothing like that. Please refrain from insulting him further." Ihelm smirked without disregarding his courage. "If that isn't the case, then I can't possibly understand this situation. Why did you, of all people, defend the red box?" "What, can't even say anything about this matter." I shook my head. "No, it's just that your brain has become too rotten to understand my reasoning." "I see." Ihelm glared at me as he gave me an odd smile. "I heard it took 6 months before you could present your research." "No, was it 3? It doesn't matter. Your underhanded tactics will be revealed, you'll see." Ihelm stood up, shrugged, then left. His tone and stare remained unpleasant until the end. If ever those words are true this time, it was Primian who spoke as she looked at me. "It will become a huge problem." "I said it isn't," Alan shouted. Primian glanced at him as she continued. "Slavery was abolished a long time ago. Even if they're a Red Box member, it would still be considered a serious criminal offense." "Of course, only if it's true. Give me back the sleeping bag if you're going to continue talking like that. And pay for your meal as well." Primian smiled blankly and shut up. She didn't dare utter even a single word while we ate. After finishing the meal, we immediately left the restaurant. Primian kept acting like an NPC since she thought she should at least guard me after receiving the sleeping bag. With that thinking, she even caught an adventurer trying to steal from my pockets. Soon enough, we stopped in front of some dilapidated wooden building. "You can go now. I'll be on my way then. I'll just consider this sleeping bag as something I picked up on the streets." "Alan, wait outside." "Yes." I knocked on the door and went inside, a scent similar to an antique bookstore immediately entering my nostrils. Gentle breezes slipped through the cracks all over its wooden walls. "Is anyone here?" I spoke politely and formally, which made me feel like writhing. However, the owner of this place was worth the highest formality. "Uggum, who's there?" A voice hindered by phlegm came from above, making me realize stairs were waiting for me at my blind spot. Creak, creak, creak. I felt as if every step the person took on the wooden stairs made the entire building shake. Eventually, an impressionable old man entered my view. "I'm here to place an order for a wand." Wand. Due to his long, gray hair, he looked like a wizard. He put on his glasses and looked at me. "Oh, aren't you Dekulin?" I bowed politely without saying a word. "As I said last time, you've changed a lot." "No, this," the old man's eyebrows shook, his wrinkles moving along with them. "Has your soul been reversed? It looks like you've been through a lot. Your heart and the flow of your blood have become much gentler than before. Even the way you talk is different." My heart sank for a moment, but I didn't show it. "I'm here to place an order for a wand." He nodded with a satisfied grin. "Okay, I'll accept it this time. What kind of wand do you want?" From the way he said it, it sounded like the old Dekulin had come here before as well. Well, even when he wasn't a player, he knew of the master craftsman Rockalock, just a wand. Wands, staffs, canes, magic wands have many different forms. As long as you use all of this, anything is good. I took out a fragment of the magic tree that I hid in my arms, causing the old man's eyes to flash. "Oh ho, a magic tree fragment. If I use this, then it's possible." That's not all. I spread out all the other materials I purchased at a magic store. According to the man of great wealth's eyes, all of these were of the highest quality. Rockalock's jaw dropped. "Oh ho ho, these along with the magic tree. Do you desire the best wand to ever exist? I'll be satisfied for as long as it's worthy of going down through history." "Why don't you add some blood too then?" I couldn't help but think twice about his suggestion. He provided an explanation. "Eucline's blood is good enough to be used as material. Your family has a deep and rich history after all." "Okay." I was worried that my talent might not be enough, but the old man would know if it would have a negative effect anyway and would skip it if so. Filter it well. I rolled up my arms, and he swiped his index finger diagonally across it, causing my forearm to be cut painlessly and for my blood to gush out. Controlling its flow, he placed it on a beaker. I normally don't take too long to make a wand, but I need to devote my heart and soul to the creation of this one. Wait for 10 days. I'll send it to you in a package. Packaging it would be a little too risky, but Rockalok added an explanation as if he read my mind. If I build a magical vault using your blood, no one will be able to open or break it aside from you. How much is it? 4 million elnas, including the vault and shipping fee. 4 million was much more expensive than I expected, excluding the cost of the materials. Uriel's distorted face came to mind. I disregarded it. I could earn 10 million elnas from the vase anyway. Do you take family checks? You're a Eucline. I nodded and issued a check. The old man grinned with satisfaction. Great, you'll get it in 2 weeks at the latest. Okay, I'll be on my way, sure, ho 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 ho. When I bowed at the old man's laugh, a number of messages popped up. Side quest completed, Rockalok's wand. First condition, earn enough fame or notoriety. Second condition, find the kind-hearted virtuous man or repentance. Third condition, gain Rockalok's interest through high-quality materials. Fourth condition, more than 2 visits. Store currency +1. A wand made by Rockalok. A quest was cleared out of the blue. I left the store satisfied. Meanwhile, at the Freyham Knights commander's office on the outskirts of the continent, Julie was having a conversation with Rayleigh, a relative who hadn't visited in a long time. I'm really busy these days, and I'm not earning much money. Adventurers can't do anything. All it does is put an even bigger hole in my finances. Honestly, I'm only doing this for my ID since it allows me to travel abroad with no limits. I'm envious. Julie laughed in response to Rayleigh's complaints. Ms. Knight, you made the right choice by turning away from the path of an adventurer. Haha, becoming an adventurer was also an option that Julie once considered. No, there was a time when she had no choice but to leave it due to Deculine's pressure. Should I just throw everything away and leave? She used to have such thoughts a long time ago. By the way, Rayleigh. When Rayleigh finished talking, Julie quietly changed the subject. Yes, do you, by any chance, know about Deculine's fiancé? She felt like her entire body was having an allergic reaction when she asked it. She violently swept her hair back. What about it? What's with your tone? No, it's nothing, just... Julie remembered the Deculine she saw some time ago at the tombstone of his deceased fiancé. She coincidentally stumbled upon him, and she didn't intend to peep, but it was also true that she couldn't bring herself to leave. His tears clearly showed how he felt about his fiancé. No, it's nothing. Well, I'm not sure. Rayleigh was an adventurer who graduated from the tower. She was 2 years Deculine's junior, which meant they knew each other from when his better half hadn't passed away yet. Don't know, I thought it was just 2 nobles dating. Not much has been revealed about them, so there's not much that I know. I didn't even know they were engaged. You didn't know? Yes, I just knew that she was sickly. She was always at home. Why are you asking me this? Rayleigh tilted her head, becoming suspicious of her motives, albeit a little too late. Julie shuddered her shoulders. No reason. You know she's already dead, right? Well, yes. Are you thinking you can use that as an excuse to break up the marriage? No, that's not what I meant. Julie sighed in vain. She simply became curious about how much he loved her that it was enough to make such a cold person weep. How he expressed his emotions so openly was hard for her to forget. It was clear he still hadn't forgotten his old love, yet once a month he requested for Julie to smile. Maybe the reason why he promised to change was related to her. Do I look like his fiancé? Forget it. I was just curious. Really? Knock, knock. With a knock, Vice Captain Rockfell came in wearing, strangely, a black cape. Captain, what's going on? Rockfell bowed at Julie's words without answering. After a while, he bit his lips softly. He sighed, then finally spoke despite his voice sounding somber. Julie and Rayleigh's expressions grew stiff and cold. At the same time, at the Euclid head's office within Hadecane, Uriel gazed out the window while complaining. In any case, I'm the idiot who expected it. The anger that had piled up in her head hadn't been released yet. Why not me? Oh, so annoying. I know I quit magic halfway through, but I'm much better than what's his name again. Alan, he didn't even look special. She could never understand why he chose him as his assistant professor, and thought it would have been better if he took her with him instead. Tusk, well, it had been 3 days already anyway. She now had grown to roughly accept it. It's been more than 10 years since we were last apart. She found it hilarious to be by each other's side now. At least I'm aware that we still hate each other. Deculine doesn't like me, and I don't like him. I hate Deculine. I hate him. Hayati. Tweet. While she was loathing, a sparrow lightly landed outside the window frame. Uriel looked at it with her arms propped up against the window. It didn't run away even when she opened the window stealthily. Hey, come here. She stretched out her finger. The sparrow hopped on top of it and began to sing a song. Chirp, chirp. Strangely, animals liked her. She didn't even treat them that pleasantly. So cute. Now fly away. As if following her instruction, the sparrow soared to the skies and flew above. Haidcane, the spectacular view of the huge city stretched out before her. Whoa. Uriel took a deep breath as she was overwhelmed with great emotion. Now this land belonged to her. She wasn't a proxy lord anymore. She was a real lord. That fact made her every waking day delightful. Every morning felt new, and Haidcane's air and environment seemed lovelier than ever before. Knock, knock. Ms. Uriel, her butler, came in. What is it? A check came through the family. Is it a trade payment? Uriel received the check with a good heart. The very next moment, her fingers trembled. Am I hallucinating? She hoped she was. She closed her eyes and looked at it again. It didn't change. 8.02 million elnas. Yes, who? What kind of expenditure is this? It looks like the head bought some items at Berkt. Dumbfounded and with her mouth open, Uriel rested her forehead on her hand. Oh, that fucking. Main quest completed. Berkt's summon. Store currency +3. Rattle, rattle. Rattle, rattle. The slow tremors of the train, which was running at about 70 km/h, felt awkward because of the person sitting next to me. Baton, coincidentally, due to the volume of the VIP carriage on the express train, we ended up sitting side by side with the corridor between us. However, we had been silent for 2 hours because of pride. As we looked sideways, our eyes met. Baton spoke first. If it were 15 years ago, I would have demanded a duel. I thought it was a relief. I didn't want that to happen, considering I still wasn't strong enough to break through his barrier. But due to the provocation, my body reacted first almost unconditionally, like a reflex. I don't want you to die. It wasn't because there were 3 heads and 4 assistants in the same space. It was simply a matter of dignity and pride. DeKilling's unique personality was reinforced depending on who he was with and what the situation was. Duel at the next stop. Don't choose a magic death over a natural one. Magic rose beside Baton, and I just looked at the energy with a light heart. Hey, everybody. Clap, clap, clap. The loud applause ruined my concentration. Glython, sitting in the back seat, had approached us with a satisfied grin and rubbed Baton and my shoulders alternately. Calm down, Baton. You weren't here 15 years ago. Back then, 3 people died on the way to Berkt, 6 died during the conference, and 2 died after it. 7 of the casualties were assistants, but at least 4 of them were heads. He whispered in his ear. Or do you really think you can win against DeKilling? What? If you can't even reach your toes, you should at least know how to bow down. Baton clenched his teeth at his whispering voice. However, he didn't refute his words. It was Glython, after all. Pat, pat. He patted his shoulder. Of course, Baton, who's always up for a challenge, has high potential. Challenges are the heart of a Bayorad. Glython laughed. I felt burdened by his overestimation of me. But you really are something to killing, Glython murmured naively, his attention now directed towards me. In the past, you used to tell wizards off for no reason at all, but now you're looking for a fight over significant things. You talk a lot, haha, that's because I'm old. You were so young 15 years ago, but you've grown so much before I could even realize. I didn't say anything. Beyond his shoulder, Sylvia was craning her neck and looking this way. He reached out to Alan next to me. Did you say you were Alan? Nice meeting you. This is the first time I have had this connection here in Berkt with an assistant professor from the tower. Oh yes, it's an honor. Yes, you did a great job, ha ha ha. Smiling slyly, he went back to his daughter's side. There had been no notable incidents since then, no talking to each other and no threats. We all quietly and safely arrived at the platform. Alan got off the train and stretched loudly. Looking around the place, the atmosphere of the landscape was much heavier than when I first came. There was heavy snow on the platform, and someone was looking at me through the snow. It was Julie, dressed in white armor and a black cape. She was also with her knights, who wore the same outfit as her. I approached her as she stared at me. Step, step. I walked on the platform, my footprints engraved on the ground that was slowly becoming a snowfield, and gazed back at Julie's trembling eyes. Once she was within arm's length, Julie spoke. I heard. Her voice was no different than usual. No, it was more solidified now, sounding rather frail, but without even a little tremor. Is that so? I thought about what to say to her. In fact, I already arranged my thoughts. Veron, one of her knights, tried to kill me, and he met his end while we were fighting. I should at least tell Julie that. I heard you were attacked. But when I saw her face, my mind became strangely sloppy. There was an unknown emotion within me. I was certain it wasn't mine, but my mind was mistaking otherwise. No, it really felt like it was. I knew her character. I knew her beliefs. Julie looked firm on the outside, but she's on the brink of breaking down internally. It's a relief that you're safe. Julie's tone was filled with sincerity. She continued talking before I could say anything. I read it in an article. You worked with him to save the survivors. I just stood still. I didn't know what article she read or what she was told, which meant I couldn't speak carelessly. I just have one question. The train arrived on the other side. What was he like? I chose my words carefully. I looked into Julie's eyes and thought deeply. Well, I couldn't lie to her. He was an emotional guy. Those were the only words I could utter. Julie took a deep breath and lowered her head. I watched her as she turned away, noticing her thin shoulders had been covered with snow. One of the many knights who was following Julie then talked to me. Do you want to come along? At the same time, many of the other knights looked at me. They were all Julie's henchmen. I was a bother to their eyes. I could bury this truth for Julie. The fact that Veron tried to kill me would cause their entire knight order to collapse and crumble down, including Julie. Her character was inflexible and upright, and she would be madly distressed by mistaking her subordinate's fault as hers. That was all I could do for her, however. I would never do a eulogy for the fucking bastard who tried to kill me. I didn't know if it was Deculin's ego or Kim Woo-jin's heart, but it was something that I couldn't even force myself to do. No, we'll go by ourselves. They left me behind and boarded the train when I didn't reply. I heard the sound of a tongue clicking as they did. I laughed in vain unknowingly. Those knights' eyes displayed all the rotten thoughts they had despite not knowing anything. It was so nauseating that my teeth almost chipped. Excuse me, Professor Allen spoke up then. I shook my head as I stared at him. Allen, yes, be quiet. My anger was starting to boil. I felt like a ghost, however, since I couldn't see Julie's face. Regardless, if I didn't feel mad now, I wouldn't be human. Professor. Another ringing voice called me. I looked at its source, Sylvia. There was snow piled up on the top of her head and shoulders. Why did you put up with it? Sylvia looked at me while saying so. I didn't know what her eyes were thinking. The pitch of her voice, which was always steady, was a little odd. What do you mean? Sylvia rummaged through her bag without saying anything and took out something. Payment. A book. I just looked at it. I'll take it instead. Allen tried to take it from me, but Sylvia didn't hand it over to him. While they were having a trial of strength, she pushed him off. That left me no choice but to take the book that was being forced on me. I'm going. Sylvia walked away with her head down. As the train was about to leave, I gazed back at the black-clad group mourning loudly. My eyes met with Julie's, who was sitting by the window. Not long after, my eyes widened. Julie was smiling at me. It had no strength and was too vague to be called a smile, but the corners of her lips were raised slightly. She still seemed in pain, but once a month she kept her promise. My mind was amazingly purified by it. Really, I thought what I was feeling was serious. Allen, yes, let's go back. I want to rest. I turned around. Julie and her night order arrived at the scene of the incident, which wasn't too far from the fourth stop. It was less than an hour away from Berkt. During the first attack, Professor Deculin managed to ensure the train's safety and rescue the survivors along with Sir Veron. An officer from the security department explained the situation, but the whole carriage fell from the cliff during the second attack, and Sir Veron allegedly went down with it. The VIP carriage that Professor Deculin was in miraculously didn't, however. I see. The officer's detailing allowed them to understand what transpired properly. He also showed a copy of Roan's photograph. Unfortunately, this place is so remote that the only eyewitness accounts are the persons directly involved. Have you seen the article? Yes. Julie had already read it and saw the picture of Deculin calmly sitting inside a train floating in midair. Well, not all of the photos were released, just like this one. He showed one more picture. It was the corpses of the knights who attacked the train. Maybe the head professor subdued them. He's essentially no different from being a one-man army. Haha, the officer added with a smirk, but the knights did not laugh. Sensing the atmosphere, he regained his composure as he continued. Based on the pieces of evidence we have, it appears the two of them tried to handle the situation, and Knight Veron suffered from an accident during the second attack. No worries. Julie bowed politely and looked around. The lands were white and endless, stretching far beyond the horizon. Just the sight of it was enough to send her mind to some distant memory. Rockfell sat on the tracks and mumbled like he was sighing. That fool. He lived diligently, only to meet his end just by being an escort. Julie couldn't hear him, though. Her ears felt numb and vacant. She thought she was used to losing colleagues, but she kept remembering the poor life they lost. Without anything to his name, he rose from the bottom at a young age and pursued his dream tirelessly, and after his countless efforts, he finally saw the light of day. Julie asked the officer, did he happen to leave anything? Unfortunately, he didn't. Then, the one behind the attack. That remains unsolved. In the first place, nobody's supposed to be blamed for whatever happens throughout one's journey to Berkt. The only victim of the incident is Sir Veron, too, which makes it difficult for the higher-ups to decide whether to investigate or not. It was an understandable concern. Julie nodded, my little sister. She heard a voice enter her ears, but she couldn't find anyone calling out to her. Surprised, Julie took out her wallet from her pocket, unexpectedly finding a crystal marble inside it. Julie hurriedly moved away from her position. What? I heard about the incident. That's why I called. When did you put this marble in my wallet? While you weren't aware, of course. Kekek. Josephine laughed. That aside, I heard a member of yours was attacked. Aren't you curious about the whole story? Are you saying you know the whole story? Of course. I'm the queen of high society. Many people out there would willingly give me anything if I asked for it. Josephine indeed had a lot of connections, which meant she could gather as much information about any topic as she needed. she could get her hands on and absorb almost all rumors in high society if she so wanted. Do you want me to tell you what I know? Julie was suspicious of her, but she had no external issues. On the contrary, Josephine's reputation was more beautiful than anyone else in this world, if it's illegal. It's nothing like that, so you better pay attention. First of all, the wizard family of the Ryok Kingdom is most likely to be behind the attack. At the conference 15 years ago, 2 of their heads were killed, and my guess is they wanted to get revenge, but not really on Dekulin in particular. They were aiming for any head in the empire, and it just so happened that he was the one caught in that trap. As you probably can already tell, our world already has quite a lot of rumors about it. Julie was speechless. That would mean Veron was struck down blindly and was simply collateral damage. No matter how hard I think about it, though, there's something about it that I find strange. Roan was the one who requested Veron escort that train. Roan, yup. Galak has many henchmen, and among them is Rot's little brother. Rot's a businessman and my personal connection. Galak, Roan, Rot. Julie frowned at the names. She knew none of them. You don't know them. Julie, you should at least know the name of. Julie looked at the knights around her as her older sister continued, finding them loitering around the tracks with knotted faces. Galak, he's Glython's real brother. Julie opened her eyes wide. I'm sure you know Glython, and I'm honestly not surprised you don't know Galak. Publicly, it's been more than 30 years since they cut off their relationship, but they can't fool my eyes. I don't know if they fought for real then or not, but I'm certain they're helping each other right now. I'm not sure about Glython, but Galak definitely isn't above committing dirty deeds. What does Glython have to do with this attack? I still don't know. I'm wondering why in the world would Galak request Veron to be the escort on that train myself. That's what bothers me. Anyway, that's all I've heard. You know the price for this, right? You should treat me some time. Okay, good, I'm going now. Josephine cut off the connection. Gilthian. Julie thought about the Iliade family head. She knew full well about his bad reputation through Zeit, but it had been 10 years since he turned over a new leaf, making this situation closer to being a coincidence. But what the hell happened there? Julie looked down at the cliff, causing rubble to roll down as she pushed it with her heels. At the bottom was a distant end of the fog-covered ravine. Her colleague's corpse was down there. The 5th-week lecture for understanding elemental properties was naturally cancelled due to the issue at Berkt, so I gave them homework instead. Write a thesis about one pure elemental magic. I was certain some of them hated to do it, so I added a clause that they didn't have to do it if they didn't want to. Instead, I just deduct points from their grade. After that, I enthusiastically prepared test questions in the mansion. This time, they were my original works. Of course, they were still inspired by previous test questions, but their solutions and answers were certainly different. I also devoted myself to magic, which in turn resulted in my success in applying basic fire control technique to my beginner psychokinesis. As a result, distant fire control had become possible for me to utilize. My next target technique was basic earth control. After about a week of cycling between training, drills, and research, the day had finally come. I couldn't help but feel awe as I used vision to look at the questions I made. Amazing. A golden air current was swaying around the test paper, caused by the reaction of my man of great wealth ability. A total of 8 items. Numbers 1 and 2 were focused on theory, while the rest mostly focused on application and practical use. Among them, numbers 7 and 8's level of difficulty was at least above a debutante. They would be correct if they thought numbers 1 to 6 were roughly one-variable functions and numbers functions. If they diligently attempt to solve them, they should be able to understand and come to the right conclusion. As an examinee or a wizard, the insights they would gain from challenging difficult problems would further push their growth. I came out of the separate building in a good mood, meeting Roy on my way to the main building. My lord, this is the result of the auction. Roy took out a piece of paper and handed it to me. It was a check with the breakdown for the result of the flower vase of the master craftsman from the East's auction and the payment deposit. It was sold at a really high price. The final bid was no less than 21 million. Of course, it would only be between 13–15 million elnas after deducting commission, tax, and other fees, but it was more than twice what I expected. I see what you mean. Our earnings from it are enough to finance the mansion's budget, right? It is. Did you hear anything from Uriel? Yes, I spent about 9 million at Berkt, yet she hadn't called me in a week. Was she cutting me some slack? Delivery, you have a package, Count Euclid. A shout came from the mansion's front gate. I came from Berkt. The man shouting was enveloped by a grave aura. Looking at him closely, I noticed he had an adventurer's ID around his neck. Please sign first. Adventurers do deliveries too. I asked while I approached to sign. Haha, we do anything as long as we're paid. I'll get going now. The box he left was heavy. My heart was pounding, inappropriate for my pride. Roy, go get some rest. I went to my room at the main building, pretending that it wasn't a big deal, and confirmed my biometric information on the magic vault. As the box opened, I thought about many things. It had only been a week. The old man didn't make it half-heartedly, did he? Or was Deculin's blood too nasty? Despite having those concerns, I couldn't help but be captivated the moment the package finally revealed what was inside it. Rockaloc's Euclid cane. Description: a cane made by the master craftsman Rockalock, dedicating it to Euclid, for the exclusive use of Dekulin von Grahen Euclid. Category: equipment cane. Special effects: store a maximum of 500 mana. The cane itself functions as a supplementary circuit, naturally increasing the user's magical performance. Item characteristics: steel wood. Description: increases the user's natural wood-related abilities and properties. The cane's body is made out of the highest quality of wood, providing it with immense physical durability and reinforcement. Self-study. Description: the cane studies, understands, and deciphers the magic performed by the user to help them use and cast it more efficiently. Aesthetic item. Description: this item's beautiful design is further enhanced by its ability to change its colors depending on the user's outfit. Blood of Euclid. Description: this cane's power excels even further when used for purging and exorcism. Its beauty and performance were already equal to that of an artifact, and that wasn't even taking its item characteristics into consideration yet. Rockalock took my characteristics from ancient times. Fortunately, he only included the good ones and filtered out the rest. This is only 9 million elnis. Did I just get a huge discount? I fiddled with my cane, feeling the same way I did when I first bought a smartphone when I was just a kid. It was childish to be excited with just a cane, and my next class would start in 3 days. I had to prepare for my lecture. Of course, its format had already been set, and I already made a written proposal to borrow a classroom for the last class before the midterm exam, which was called Combined Magical Combat Training. Wednesday, the last lecture before the midterm exam. Efren arrived on the 5th floor of the tower. Today's class wasn't going to be held in Class A on the 3rd floor, but the last floor. What else are we going to do? There were only 3 classrooms on the 5th floor. She held the doorknob of one of them and turned it. What greeted her made her jaw drop. Before her was an area so wide she couldn't see the ends of it. It had a hemispherical ceiling, a rectangular stage in the center, and even audience seats at the sides. It looked like a stadium. Wizards had already gathered in it and were causing quite the commotion. Iffy. The CRMC members, including Julia and Ferret, approached her. A group of commoners naturally formed around Eferen, while her antipode was Sylvia. Nobles crowded around Sylvia, who was at the Berkt conference, an extraordinary place. Eferen glanced at Sylvia, while Sylvia didn't pay any heed to Eferen. At exactly 3 o'clock, Dekulin appeared at the entrance, causing the noisy chatters to immediately subside. He was as confident and noble as always, but he held a cane that looked excessively luxurious in one hand this time. He just went to Berkt. Did he buy it there? Welcome. Dekulin headed to the middle of the stage, where he continued talking while looking down at the wizards. Today's class is magical combat practice. Participating in magical combat was inevitable for wizards. Even if they tried to avoid it, they would ultimately fail. The debutantes were nervous, also. Clegg. When Dekulin snapped his fingers, the veil on the edge of the stadium lifted. What? Behind it was a crowd of hundreds of people, surprising Eferen and her classmates. It's an open practice. The wizards looked around in surprise and soon caused an uproar, but they were silenced when Dekulin spoke firmly about the lecture's progression and goal. You may utilize any magic to battle against each other, but at least 3 pure elemental magic must be mobilized. Doesn't matter if you win or lose. I will focus solely on the battle itself, noting down your strengths and weaknesses as I observe. I hope you develop further with the foundations I've provided. Professor Rillin. Yes, Rillin appeared, a professor from the Department of Assistive Studies. He waved his hand, enjoying the attention of the wizards and spectators. Professor Rillin will regulate the battles to avoid life-threatening situations or damages, eliminating the need to limit yourselves. Ha ha ha. Everyone just trust me. We'll start the class now. First one, Eurogen. Yes. Dumbfounded, Eurogen raised his hand and climbed onto the stadium. Pick an opponent. You can choose anyone here. He hesitated at first but soon chose one of his friends, a man named Lawton. They soon stood facing each other. You have 3 minutes. Begin. At Dekulin's words, they exchanged magic awkwardly at first. Eurogen's fire spread thinly like a veil and enveloped Lawton, who immediately intervened in its path using mana. Shui, the flame's extinguishment caused steam to appear, which Lawton then froze and launched like metal spikes towards Eurogen. Clang. Eurogen defended himself with a barrier. After their first clash, their awkwardness disappeared, allowing them to become serious. They repeatedly materialized, destroyed, and defended against each other's magic, but their bout didn't even last for a minute. Cuck, a groan marked the end of the spar. The wizard who ran out of mana first was Lawton. Urajin wins, but remember, your scores depend on the process of the battle itself, not its outcome. Dekilin took notes while monitoring the fights. No, to be more precise, his fountain pen was moving and taking notes by itself. Next, Beck, who Efren thought was an extremely wicked noble, smirked and chose Ferret. Ferret climbed up the sparring field in fear. Begin, Beck wins. Next, Rondo. The matches progressed minute by minute. While focusing on the debutante wizard's battles, Efren was caught up with an idea revolving around Dekilin's words, which kept bothering her. Pick an opponent. You can choose anyone here. The fights between wizards continued, causing electrical currents to thunder through the stadium and the ground to vibrate and tremble. Tiles rose, and metal surged up from flames. Even Efren couldn't help but be surprised by the electromagnetic gusts created by combining wind and electric currents. Watching the matches awakened her desires dwelling at the deepest parts of her mind. Next, Efren. Finally, having her name called, she went up to the stadium alone without choosing anyone. All the wizards were looking at her strangely, but she paid no heed to them. Can I really choose anyone? Yes. Efren dropped her gaze for a moment. She got a definite answer from this. I can choose anyone. Anyone. Don't take too long, Efren. Dekilin pressured her, but something was blocking her ears and causing her insides to feel warm. She felt as if mana was coursing through her blood vessels. Efren slowly raised her head. She then stretched out her finger, revealing its scars and calluses that served as the proof of her hard work. Soon enough, its tip landed on her target, Head Professor Dekilin. Her ultimate goal was to defeat him with her own abilities. Naturally, she knew she still had a long way to go. However, she wanted to determine the difference between them right here, right now, by sincerely competing against him. She didn't care if she was years too early to challenge him. She didn't care if their fight would result in her defeat. I just don't want to miss this opportunity. Everyone in the stadium looked at her like she had gone crazy. Even Efren momentarily thought the same herself. What? You crazy bitch. Hey you, get down from there. Professor Relin came running while screaming, but Efren lowered neither her arm nor her gaze. Naturally, Dekilin didn't avoid her eyes. Efren went back to the winter 4 months ago, remembering her emotions when she first saw him. I choose the professor. As she uttered those words, she saw it clearly, a faint but twisted smile on Dekilin's lips. Get down from there, idiot, Relin suddenly shouted, using more abusive language than Dekilin. His reddened face was about to burst. Calm down, Professor Relin. What? But. Dekilin calmed Relin down himself, then walked slowly and stood in front of Efren. I can write. She had lost her rationality, but Efren still had doubts in her voice. I said you could choose anyone in here. I didn't impose any limits. Dekilin shot his cane at the ground. Thud, the thundering echo and shockwave disheveled Efren's hair. However, I need to put myself in an appropriate, disadvantageous condition. I won't attack you, and if this cane falls to the ground, it will be your victory. Okay, Efren clenched her fist as she nodded. Dekilin stood on the opposite side of her. She could feel her heart beating like crazy. Regardless, for her, this was a moment of hope. It was as if the day she had been dreaming of had finally come. After taking a deep breath, she first imbued mana on her bracelet. Begin. Gusts of wind enveloped Dekilin's body. Acceleration. Pure elemental magic could also be used for accumulating and accepting elements of the wind. People were often mistaken that acceleration worked only on the movements of one's body. However, it could also affect the speed of magic. The gap between firing magic could be shortened through it. Efren finished warming up silently. A battle between wizards was usually no different from a battle between attributes. Each person charged into battle with the element appropriate for their abilities or for countering their opponent. But Efren didn't need to do that. Her attribute was a vessel and not an element. Her bracelet itself was her attribute. It served as a catalyst that commanded magic, allowing all 4 elements to be used without penalizing her or reducing her performance. Huff, Efren conjured flames by casting Wind of Fire, an intermediate class magic. She then let it run wild around Dekilin, trapping him in the scorching currents so thick he could no longer be seen. She then added earth properties to the flame, dropping particles of coal that amplified the flames and generated a high concentration of oxygen inside. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr resulting in a series of oxidation and combustion. Dust exploded. Boom. Beginning with a single blast, dozens of other eruptions occurred throughout the air. Boom, boom, bam. Her magic was destructive enough to fluster even Professor Relin. Even its intensity and heat were far more than what the faculty member expected. Boom. Ephraim had mastered calling forth such deadly mixtures of magic. Combining three properties, she created a bombardment of magic that maximized the power of the most destructive element, fire. After using up her mana, Ephraim sighed and stared at her opponent's position, but only smoke coming from the stadium she nearly set ablaze filled her sight. Did he manage to escape? She didn't let her guard down, yet at the same time, she found herself wondering if she had killed him. She wasn't worried about him, though. A cold wind cleared up the smoke, revealing a shell-like ball of fire beyond it. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Between the raging waves of flames, Deculin's blue eyes radiated as he gazed at her apathetically, looking as if her magic couldn't even touch him. It was exactly as she expected. Sci. Her fires died down in a flash, extinguishing her incinerating magic completely. She couldn't even begin to understand how that was possible. Biting her lips, she released stray bullet bombs, which scattered like magic bullets all over the place endlessly. Do. However, all that came into Deculin's range came to a halt and had her ownership over them seized. He then extinguished all of them without even using them. He promised not to retaliate after all. Deculin just stood there and stared at her, making her feel like he was just playing with a child. Since it's come to this, Ephraim cohered magic, it. But an error occurred in its materialization process, causing it to be dissolved with a spark instead of materializing. Ephraim quickly found out the reason behind it, Deculin's mana interference. You have a habit with magic, he said, observing the patterns of her magic through his vision. It was almost impossible to interpret and dissolve magic in such a short time since doing so severely used up mana. The bigger your movement is for magic, the more your habit becomes prominent. However, after experiencing the opponent's magic a few times, and if one were certain about their habit, their mana consumption would be reduced exponentially. Simply put, Deculin's understanding had now fully unraveled Ephraim's magic, allowing him to instantly find its core circuit. High-ranking wizards always hide their habit. No, they don't even have one. Deculin continued in a tone that sounded like he was talking to a failure. Ephraim kept trying to form magic, but her efforts were all for naught. Zei. The sounds of her short-circuiting attempts echoed non-stop. You won't be able to use magic in front of me. Ephraim clenched her teeth, giving up on materializing magic. However, she hadn't given up on the battle itself. She still had her last resort. Don't give him space or time. What if she focused on breaking through just one part of him and closed the distance between them? What if she released magic right in front of Deculin? I'm confident he won't even have time to dissolve or interfere with my magic. Ephraim didn't become a wizard by graduating from the academy. Hence, she didn't let her body grow weak through atrophy. Physical training and drills were part of Ephraim's routine. Hoof. With her body sped up by acceleration, Ephraim charged and quickly reached Deculin. As she was about to release her magic, Ephraim came face to face with his finger. It was coming closer and closer, but she couldn't dodge it in time. Bam! The pain she felt was immense. Ephraim was forced to step back while clutching her forehead and soon stumbled and fell to the ground. However, Deculin's voice found its way into her ears. Looking up, she found him gazing at her while standing opposite to her with a smile on his lips that was unfamiliar to her. His eyes looked more serene and satisfied than they had ever been. It wasn't bad. Deculin gave her a compliment that was as high as his fondness of his new cane. Unable to understand what was happening, Ephraim just stared at his face while still on the floor. Did I just get his recognition? She fainted with that thought in her mind. Her friends soon came running and took her down the stadium. Next, Professor, the stadium was. Berlin tried to point out the obvious, thinking that they should take a little break, but Deculin repaired the place swiftly. His psychokinesis made Earth levitate, and through ductility and transformation, tiles were made. The ones he made were even cleaner than the ones installed in the room before. It wasn't difficult to do, but the speed at which he did it and his rhythm was amazing. That act alone displayed why he was the epitome of noble wizardry. Next, Lucia. The class went on afterward as if nothing happened. The earlier battle kept on replaying in the wizards' minds, however. They all looked at Ephraim, but they focused on Deculin far more. They became more certain about the reason behind the head professor's fame and pride he lifted a train using psychokinesis, after all. If Ephraim was an earthworm, Deculin was a dragon. That was how big of a gap the two wizards had when it came to their caliber. The following Monday, the first day of the midterm exams. Is it like this then? Yes, that's it. After finishing her first test and taking a nap in the club room, Ephraim opened her eyes to the sound of conversation. She raised her head like her body was stuck to the sofa. Don't worry about it. You can ask me anytime. She found Julia with some guy, a gentle and handsome senior. Were they flirting? Ephraim wiped her drool and got up. Oh, Iffy, you're awake. You know Iffy, right? At Julia's question, he looked at her. Of course, how can I not? She fought with Professor Deculin. Drent, their senior, passed the promotion test last year and was in the same rank as Isolde. His great appearance and abilities made him famous among the commoner wizards, whom he didn't discriminate against. You're that girl, right? Oh yes. I was asking him to look at the assignment Deculin gave. Its deadline is in 5 days. Wait, 5 days. Ephraim, scratching her head, noticed her assignment on her desk, making her remember that she fell asleep while answering it. Wait, no way, did he peek at it? Drent, seemingly reading her mind, smiled. I didn't read it. It's not polite to write. What? Oh haha, well, it's nothing like that. Efren returned her assignment in her bag. I can't be drooling like this. She only got 3-4 hours of sleep per day for almost the past 2 weeks, causing her to be a little out of herself. He smirked as he reached out his hand to her. Should I check yours too, Efren? What? Show it to me, I'll check it. Drent's reputation was well known. He was a hexagon wizard who had mastered 6 types of magic equally. Despite that, Efren shook her head with a bitter smile anyway. No, I'm fine. Huh, no, it's okay. I already checked Julia's assignment. No, I didn't write it well enough to show it to anyone. Huh, oh okay, enjoy. The two went out of the club room. Drent is handsome, isn't he? Julia said while walking down the corridor. Efren shook her head. I don't think so. What? Why not? He's nice to all women. Ah, that's true. He'll be attending a public hearing this time, though. Thesis defense. Yeah, thesis defenses were held about a week after the midterm exam. Senior students promoted from debutante to solda would present their magic theses to be evaluated by tower professors. To remain as wizards at the university tower, Efren and Julia would inevitably undergo the same trial someday. Efren muttered, I'm so jealous. He's a year ahead of us, right? Yeah. Oh, Sylvia might be able to do it within half a year. How so? She took a lot of classes. I think her only rest day is Sunday, which shows how crazy she is about magic. The tower elevator soon arrived. Both of them pressed the floors where they were taking their tests. Julia's was on the 4th floor, and Efren's was on the 11th floor. Ding. Arriving at the 4th floor, Julia waved and got off. I'm going. Good luck on your exam, Iffy. Yeah, you too. Good luck. Hwa. As she yawned, the door opened on the 6th floor, revealing a blonde wizard standing in front of her, Sylvia. Sylvia got into the elevator indifferently, resulting in the two standing side by side. Hesitantly, Efren asked her a question. Did you do well in your exam? Sylvia nodded. She had nothing more to say. Did she do well, or what? Efren felt awkward standing so close to her, so she looked at the names of each floor instead. That was when she noticed it. 77th floor, Head Professor DeCuline's Office Research Lab. Ding. The door opened again, this time on the 10th floor. Efren tried to bid her goodbye, but Sylvia rattled as she got out of the elevator. Next time, don't mess with the professor. You're lucky you didn't die that day. Her voice sounded fatigued, but it remained cold. Ding. The elevator closed, and Efren stared blankly at it. What's with her? 77th floor, Head Professor's Research Lab. I was analyzing a research paper. After submitting the test questions, this was the only remaining work I had left at the tower. Then, the outline of the thesis, which was vague and distant, was slowly coming out. Its idea itself was outstanding. At first, it kept telling stories about wood, fire, charcoal, pencils, diamonds, and the like, but I finally realized its true point after studying it for a long time with the help of understanding. Its idea was related to carbon. The potential of the carbon element was so huge that if I succeeded in establishing it, I would be able to create a theological school about carbons. Of course, it didn't mean it would utilize the carbon itself. Rather, by combining its unique properties, namely, its almost infinite combination with allotrope, it would provide magic with immense flexibility and opened up a lot more possibilities. But it was hard for me to learn. The magic memorize and materialize, created based on this thesis, required talent in almost all attributes. Its magic consumption would be too high otherwise. Of course, the distinction between magic development and realistic acquisition was easy to point out. It was just like how theoretical physicists and experimental physicists were completely different in modern science. Linnell, who played a large part in the magic schools in this world, naturally had a certain amount of practical power, but he was not good at dealing with magic that he created along with his disciples. However, he was in the same position as Einstein, whom no one could accuse of not conducting experiments based on his theories himself. That insight is great and all, but in this world lacking in science, Efren's father, discovering that charcoal, pencils, and diamonds were actually under the same element, conceived the idea of using their properties for magic. Did he quit at the beginning of his research? The procedure he provided was less than half complete. It also had multiple errors and missing parts. Most of it was based on intuition, too. Of course, wizards' theses were usually 70 to 80 intuitive and 20 to 30 theoretical, considering that those numbers were enough to understand their research and to cast the magic they were analyzing. That aside, one wizard came to mind that suited the magic I was studying. Efren, a daring debutante from my last class with the ability to use all 4 major elements by using her bracelet as a catalyst. The more she did it, the deeper Efren's questions about her father grew, however. I took out the pendant that I had put in a drawer in the corner of the lab. It safely kept an image of Efren as a child, but why was her father's face cut out in it? Wasn't it strange to receive a photo like this? After staring at it for a few moments, I left the lab, went back to my office, and took out a book. As I was reading it, something caught my eye. I shifted my gaze towards it swiftly. I found a hawk staring at me while standing outside my office's window. As I stared back at it, it tilted its head as if it was looking at something, causing me to tilt my head a little as well out of wonderment. Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr an owner. Its feathers seemed taken care of, and it looked neatly groomed. I closed the window curtains. The Red Garnet adventure team waited for a ship at Lucan, a Ukraine-owned coastal city on the west part of the empire. Is it that one? Ganesha pointed at a vessel on the other side. A child was supposed to arrive from the archipelago today. Yeah, only one, however. 2 of the kids' relatives were still at the archipelago. It's moving too slow. Aren't you just rushing too much? You've been talking back at me a lot lately. I'm not talking back. I'm just telling the truth. The ship arrived while they were quarreling, allowing the child to finally disembark from it. As soon as she saw her cute appearance, Ganesha waved at her as the wind began to breeze through her hair. Hey, over here. The kid smiled brightly upon noticing her red hair fluttering like wings. It's been a long time, Ganesha. She had met a lot of children at the archipelago. Among the 3 that had special talents, she was her favorite. She looked precious, her tiny fingers even more so. Leah, didn't you miss me? Leah, a child with black hair and brown eyes, wasn't only gifted but also mature for her age. She always seemed to know what she wanted to do and how to do it. Her actions alone were no longer that of a child's, but that exactly was what makes Ganesha pity her. Of course, I missed you, Cuck. Ganesha hugged Leah tightly before she could finish her sentence. I missed you, Leah. You're hurting and suffocating me. This is child abuse, really. She simply couldn't help herself. Leah's face, sticking out of her arms like a bun, was just too cute for her to resist. Your birthday has already passed. You're not a child anymore according to imperial law. No, what? Hey, I said it hurts. Let me go, you idiot. She was so mature that her behavior only made her appear cuter. Let go of me already, let me go. Oh, sorry, only then did Ganesha release her. Are you an actual idiot? The kid glared at her. Sorry, shall we go? I'll buy you something delicious. What are you going to buy? Ganesha thought watching how much and how far this child would grow would become one of her most favorite hobbies in the future. The chairman of Imperial University Tower's board of directors received interesting news from the private office. It was an order from Berkt regarding the red box. If this were a game, most people would have gambled 10 million or 100 million elnas that they would be commanded to begin the red box oppression. However, the result was quite the opposite, and Deculine's fierce contribution to that outcome made it all the more surprising. What is this? I know how you feel. At the chairman's office, 13 faculty members gathered, including Relin and Letran. The chairman often gave an audience to the professors at least once a month, the only person who had never stopped by for it being Deculine. I'm curious why you're all here today. Did you meet someone at Madoho? The professors just laughed at the chairman's question. There were many schools in this magical world, just like how there were multiple factions all over the continent. Relin and the rest belonged to an organization called Madoho. Deculine wasn't tied to any school. The Ukraine family itself was no different from being a godfather of the magic world, after all. Luina attended Madoho this time. I've been talking to her for a while. One of the professors spoke up, causing the chairman to smile bitterly. Luina competed against Deculine for the head professor position, at least until she voluntarily resigned due to an unexpected incident. She was now the head professor of the Kingdom University Tower. Is she coming back to the Empire? Ha ha ha. Well, if you can guarantee her seat, she definitely will. If that happens, our tower will definitely greatly benefit from it. Weren't her achievements in the kingdom remarkable? On the other hand, Professor Deculine is a bit strange these days. He's even defending the red box. Based on his behavior at Berkt, Professor Deculine seems. The chairman smiled and gestured, knowing full well what the professor was trying to convey. All right, if Luina says she'll come, I'll take it into consideration. Well, let's end this meeting here for now. I have something to do today. Yes, Chairman. They were turned away positively, and the professors left the office with bright faces. Deep in thought with his chin resting on the back of her hand, the chairman pulled out some documents. Papers were flowing in since they were in the middle of an exam period. A lot of test questions, in particular, had reached her office. It wasn't his habit to rummage through them, but how did he make this problem? She was surprised by the exam Deculine prepared. She even felt proud of himself for being able to solve at least its last question. I don't think I can create something like this even if I use the other exams as reference. She wasn't joking around. Its problems were good enough to be used for the Solda promotion test. However, the chairman was not naive enough to think that Deculine made the problems himself. HNNGG, he's hiding it well this time. Who would it be? She mumbled in a small voice and grinned. Well, who cares? It's rather fun. Wouldn't he be flustered if she asked him about the test questions? Professor Deculine would look pretty cute then. I'd have to tease you later. Wednesday, since this exam was as important as the first 3 combined, Ephraim decided to go to the tower earlier than usual, immediately heading to the 30th floor. the entirety of which was reserved solely for their incoming test. She opened the door with the nameplate examination waiting room attached to it. Whoa, Ephraim was startled. It was only 8 a.m., but more than 100 people were already gathered. Their silent chatter stopped. Maybe because of the recent events, all eyes were on Ephraim. Ephraim's nickname these days was the Thoughtless Commoner, although she wasn't a commoner. Ephraim sat near Julia and the other club members. Iffy, did you just wake up? No, I didn't sleep. She could no longer remember how many cups of coffee she consumed throughout the night, but that was how exams usually affected students anyway. However, due to her nervousness and the caffeine in her body, she couldn't fall asleep. However, she was more faultless now than before. Iffy, do you want to look at my notes? I wrote down my discernment yesterday. Julia grinned. Okay, I'll show you mine too. The two exchanged notes, studying together until the clock struck 11 and Assistant Professor Allen came in. Good morning. I am Allen, the Assistant Professor. The midterm exam for understanding pure elemental magic will start without roll call. Allen read the paper he had in his hand. Beforehand, I'll be providing you with some information about it. First and foremost, it will have no time limit. The wizards were taken aback for a moment. Allen also covered his mouth and stared at what he was reading suspiciously as if he said something wrong. Rather, the test's deadline is next Sunday at midnight, which is a week after the tower's exam period. The wizards became even more dumbfounded. It was currently Wednesday. If the deadline was at midnight next Sunday, that meant that they had 10 days to take the test. While Ephraim was trying to make sense of such puzzling information, Allen continued talking. Of course, you can take other exams during that time. You can eat outside, sleep at home, wash up, go play to relieve your stress. However, the test paper itself can't be taken outside. She found it strange. No, it was an interesting method. Additionally, each person will be given a private room as their test site. You can even sleep inside it. However, you must bring your own pillow and blanket. Bringing and eating food inside it is allowed. The same goes for bringing and reading books and theses. Moreover, this test allows open notes. Ephraim's eyebrows began to furrow in doubt. If the test was expected to last 10 days despite allowing them to look at their notes, how difficult could it be? No, could such a level of difficulty even be possible? Lastly, Head Professor de Culin left a few words of motivation. Allen cleared his throat and imitated de Culin. If ever someone gets a perfect score, I'll write a letter of recommendation as the head professor. Letter of recommendation. All the wizard's eyes widened at those words. He was a wizard above monarch. Among the 11 wizard ranks, he was at the 4th. No, maybe even at the 1st. Regardless, the head professor's letter of recommendation was extremely valuable. This would be a bit of an exaggeration, but it essentially meant that they automatically passed the Solda promotion test apart from its interview. The wizard's enthusiasm burned up even though the test was very strange. Of course, they had already expected Sylvia to claim first place with an overwhelming lead, but the letter of recommendation wasn't just for one person, but for everyone who got a perfect score. It was a good chance for late bloomers to rise and make a name for themselves. 15 people in the front row of the waiting room got up first. He repeated that same procedure 10 times. Sylvia was assigned to room number 23, and Ephraim and the other club members were assigned to room number 73-78. Good luck, Iffy. Fight. Yes, you too. Knowing that she had a lot of time made her anxiety die down. While they were exchanging encouragement, Allen shouted, "Okay, everybody go in." Ephraim took a deep breath and went inside. The room was a little wider than the one-person room in the dormitory. It had a desk, a chair, and a clock. On top of the desk was the test paper. Ephraim immediately sat on the chair and looked at number 1. Calculate the circuit of the following technique. She was certain it was a theoretical question. Ephraim took out her pencil. At the same time, she released mana through her fingers. Ephraim calculated the theory by using intuition, recreating the circuit with her mana as she computed. Woo, she solved it in an hour. Ephraim instilled the proper amount of mana on the answer column before turning the page. 2. Inferring from the key circuit of the following technique, describe its flow of mana. Question number 2 was a little difficult, but it was still theoretical, as expected. She spent 3 to 4 hours solving it, but the real problem came after that. 3. The following circuit is part of a specific magic. Deduce the above formula through the following conditions, express the magic, and implant it to the test paper. Ephraim thought about how to handle it best, assuming it would be easy at first. However, she couldn't develop a solution for it no matter how long she spent pondering about it. I'm sleepy. Ephraim eventually put her pen down and laid on the floor. Ha! She closed her eyes in this rigid place to take a little break, and before she knew it, a day had passed. The 4th day of the Understanding Pure Elemental Magic exam. The night cadets who left for their exams on Saturday had returned, and most of the tests of the regular undergraduates were coming to an end. However, the tower itself was still hot and bustling. Right now, not only the University Tower wizards, but also the Outer Kingdom Tower, cadets, and undergraduates were paying attention to it. The reason was, of course, Deculine's marathon exam, which apparently was hard enough to warrant having an entire week or two dedicated to challenging it. However, the test this time was promoted by the chairman herself. Yes, the exam is still ongoing on the 30th floor. What is its level of difficulty? Nigh impossible, but I felt really happy after I solved it. The students will feel enlightened once they've finished it. It's worth trying. Do you intend to publicize the test questions afterward? I think you should ask Professor Deculine about that. In my opinion, even the Isle of Wizards' wealth would want to pay for it too. All sorts of people surrounded the tower. Having finished their exams, the undergraduates and cadets came to check the commotion out as well before training for the season of festivities and MT of the entire university, which would begin in 2 weeks. By any chance, can we get an interview? Are you a debutante? Please wait. The reporters grabbed the wizards and asked for an interview. Most of them refused, but Ephraim agreed in exchange for 4 cups of coffee and 3 pieces of bread. No one's given up on the test yet, probably. What do you think is the reason? I'm not sure. Ephraim drank the coffee without answering properly. The truth was she knew all too well the reason why they didn't give up. This exam was an extension of his class. Just like Deculine's somehow unfriendly yet friendly lectures, the test was leading them to growth. Review everything you've learned from Deculine as you solve the problem, use it arbitrarily, and comprehend the application. What do you think of the wizards discussing the test among themselves and leaking out the answers to each other? Ephraim almost spat out coffee at the reporter's naive question. Smirking, she shook her head. That's not possible. Wizards are very individualistic. And it would be too obvious if we did that. Magic and mana have their own characteristics after all. Think of them as fingerprints. Aha. 10 minutes have passed, right? I'll be going now. The promised interview duration had ended. Ephraim got up from her seat with 3 cups of coffee and 2 pieces of bread remaining. Early Monday morning, Sylvia woke up in the test room and warmed up her food with magic. Nom nom. She ate breakfast as she looked at the test paper. 7. When the magic with the above core circuit satisfies the following 4 conditions, infer the whole formula and implement the magic. She was thinking about manipulating the mana according to the conditions in question number 7. She failed to solve it yesterday despite attempting to find the right answer all day, and since she still couldn't come up with an answer for it, she decided to take a different test for now. Sylvia came out of her test room and approached the assistant professor in front of the elevator. Are you giving up or going out? Alan asked. I'm going out to take another test. Okay, Ms. Sylvia. Good luck. Sylvia then took a refinement test outside the tower at the Theo Hall. Finishing the 2-hour exam in 20 minutes, Sylvia made her way back to her test room, finding the attendants of the mansion waiting near the tower to give her packed lunch and dinner. Good luck, Lady Sylvia. I know you'll be able to solve all of the questions. Don't give up. You're going to be the greatest wizard to ever exist, so I know you'll be able to do it. It was strangely burdensome. She didn't feel this much pressure during the entrance exam. The possibility that she couldn't solve it was growing in one corner of her mind, but she refused to acknowledge it. Don't be impatient. Reminding herself of the professor's words, she steeled her mind. Room 23, Sylvia. Sylvia's test room had all the things she needed. She made a bed using her magic and brought blankets and pillows. She also had books and research papers to serve as references. It had become a capsule where she cycled between eating, sleeping, and solving the test. She sat behind her desk and challenged question 7 again. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. She put her heart and soul into it as the time passed. It wasn't only because of the level of difficulty of the exam. Its questions were indeed difficult, but Sylvia would have already told her father if it was needlessly so, calling it a garbage exam that wasn't worth spending 10 days on and its creator a trashy professor. But this exam was nothing like that. Each problem presented new possibilities and directions, induced unexpected transformations, shocking utilization and application out of her, and promoted flexible thinking inherent in the problem itself. Regardless, it was no different from participating in a boot camp. Its level of difficulty also greatly increased starting from the 6th question. The wizards believed that they would rise to an entirely different level if they got a perfect score. Letter of recommendation was just an unexpected bonus. 10 hours, 11 hours, 12 hours, 12 hours today and 18 hours yesterday. After a total of 30 hours of hard work, she finally solved number 7. Sylvia manifested the circuit through magic, which rose in the air in the shape of a sphere. It looked like a blazing star that combined fire and earth, wind and water, causing a brilliance so bright it reached even the edges of her room. Sylvia was briefly mesmerized by its beauty. But soon afterward, she sighed as she looked at the clock. 6 p.m. It was time to take another test. After combing her hair, she walked out of the tower. There were still many people at the main entrance, so she went around the back where she ran into someone. Oh, Sylvia, Ephraim, are you going to take another test? Ephraim asked. Sylvia walked without bothering to answer, but at some point they both asked the same question. At what number are you? Their words overlapped. Sylvia grew silent. Shrugging, Ephraim spoke first. I'm currently solving number 7. Sylvia answered honestly. Number 8. What? You already solved all of them. Ephraim's eyes widened out of envy. Solving. Ah, you're fast. I'm stuck at number 7. Ephraim smiled bitterly as she scratched the back of her neck, but Sylvia walked past her without saying much. However, she felt twisted deep down. If she was already answering number 7, then Ephraim was much faster than she expected. There was only one problem separating them apart. Is she lying, or am I just too slow? Sylvia resented her for reasons she couldn't quite fathom. The problem was time. The false tests were taking too much of it, preventing her from spending all of it on the real tests. Ephraim, who went separate ways with Sylvia, reached the cafe. She felt like she had used up almost 1,000 elnas on coffee alone during the exam period. She scanned the interior for any reporter. For her, the formula was reporter equal interview equal free coffee and bread. None. Tusk. She was left with no other choice but to buy coffee and bread with her own money. Sylvia's words came to mind as she sat down. Number 8. I've been stuck on number 7 for the past 2 days. During those 48 hours, she felt as if she caught an illness. She even cried out that she would quit out of sheer rage, but she calmed down and felt a lot better after finding a hint to the problem's solution. The happiness that moment brought was incomparable to anything she ever felt before. Hugh. Ephraim conjured mana at her fingertips and thought about number 7 while drinking coffee and chewing on bread. Out of the blue, she wondered about what Dekulin was doing. I will solve it, even if I have to come after you. Ephraim walked out of the establishment as soon as she finished eating and went back to the tower. Looking up at the sky, she found a star shining so bright it looked like a marshmallow floating amid the vast darkness of the universe. Ephraim's eyes widened, her pupils reflecting the celestial object. Enlightenment spread down her spine. She rushed straight back to her test room and began to release mana. It's working. It's definitely working. This better be it. The star in the night sky served as her inspiration. She calculated the circuit under the condition recorded on the test paper to identify the solution, created an estimation using the formula that the solution used as its basis, and implemented the magic that met the conditions of the problem. Have I solved it? She conjured an artificial star by gathering the fire, wind, earth, and water attributes. The pure and gentle cohesion made Ephraim tear up without even realizing it. Oh, come on. For 30 minutes, Ephraim's tears rolled down her cheeks ceaselessly. Sniff, sniff. Ephraim wiped her drenched eyelashes and turned to the next page. The moment she saw number 8, the last question, and its magical circuits and conditions that filled half the page. Ah no, this crazy. She almost fainted. The wizards began to give up a week after the test began, their progress distinctly divided by their ranks. The lower ranks gave up at numbers 1-4, while the middle ranks stopped at number 5. The higher ranks were divided into those who could barely complete number 6 and those who had enough wits and tenacity to challenge number 7. The highest ranks were divided by the percentage of number 7 that they solved, from answering barely more than half to providing a complete solution. No one could even talk about number 8. Regardless, experiencing the test alone became a feat, a medal of sorts for the students. It was a privilege that only 150 out of the 300 new wizards could enjoy. Not only the senior wizards, but even the professors were asking about the test. On Saturday noon, the day the exams at the university tower were dated to end, Sylvia immersed herself in question number 8, forgetting the passage of time. Her disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes were completely disparate from her usual neat appearance. Nevertheless, she ceaselessly released mana. She had spent nearly 5 days on the final problem alone, and through it all, she had already written more than 7 magic circles. Due to the numerous magic involved with the problem, she decided to deduce them piece by piece and translate them into the answer sheet. She had conjured multiple magic circles already, but she still had no idea how many more were left. She finally understood the need for the gigantic answer sheets. While writing the 8th magic circle, she felt a pain in her head and eyes. Acting swiftly, Sylvia quickly stopped the blood that was about to fall from her nose, knowing full well it might cause a problem if they dripped onto her papers. Leaving the test room and creating a blood trail behind her, she noticed her reflection on the corridor's window. It was clear she had left herself unattended and unaccounted for. She might even die at this rate. I need to take a short break. Sylvia lightly tidied up her appearance using cleanse as she headed for the elevator, finding the person she had seen for 10 days straight seemingly dozing off. Excuse me. Oh, Miss Sylvia, are you going out? Yes, okay, you may proceed. She got on the elevator and came out of the tower. Fortunately, the surroundings were quiet. Sylvia walked to a nearby park, sat on one of its benches, and stared at the garden right in front of her. It was nothing out of the ordinary. It had grass, flowers, and trees stemming from the ground. Above the greenery shone the sun, providing them with the light that they need for photosynthesis. The garden, just like question number 8, was the result of independent elements connecting to become one unit. Hence, she thought creating and casting powerful advanced magic was no different from gardening. Her father once told her that even if thousands or tens of thousands of Solda-ranked wizards gathered, they still wouldn't be able to manifest great magic, and professor-level wizards could only do it when 30 of them gathered. The great wizard could cast it by himself, however. That was why only one great wizard existed in the past 60 years. Even though he was now over 100 years old, he could still break up question number 8 with just a glance. Sylvia closed her eyes for a moment and opened them after, finding the sun's position had changed quite heavily. She was confused at first, but soon jumped up in shock upon understanding the phenomenon. She accidentally fell asleep. Sylvia rushed back to the tower and checked the clock. 4 p.m. There were only 31 hours and 59 minutes left until Sunday midnight. She sat in her chair again, scribbling with her wizard-exclusive pen and mana in an attempt to answer a test question that was interconnected like several cogwheels. Sylvia calmly dismantled the connection and analyzed each of them individually. Without knowing how the magic circles took such forms, she couldn't even expect to find any hints, let alone answers. Hence, she focused heavily on the task at hand. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock ticked as if it were attached to herself. Meanwhile, she constantly consumed her mana, which surprisingly reached tens of thousands, to imbue her answers into the answer sheet, until finally. 11, a total of 11 completed answer sheets. She put them down on the floor, carefully examining their structure's order and combination. The magic circles imprinted on the paper perfectly intertwined from the first to the 11th's core. Sylvia took a deep breath. She imbued her 150 hours worth of effort and mana into this magic. Her own soul even resonated with the magic circles on the answer sheet. Woo-wang. With her heart trembling, 80 of her mana was instantly consumed, and her test room soon completely changed. The magic that materialized extended over the walls and ceiling, creating an unfamiliar landscape that covered her room's entire space as it was separated from the rest of the world. Cypress trees and wheat fields stretched across the lands, and clear winds and intense starlight enveloped the skies. Vegetable gardens littered the hills along with windmills, while acres upon acres of sunflowers beautifully decorated the vicinity of a simple village. De Kuehling's genius materialized this space as a dedication to the young wizards who could solve all 11 techniques. Sylvia found herself mesmerized by the painting-like scenery filled with rich and dazzling colors. It was an art that made the beholder tremble stronger the more they were dazzled by it. Sylvia, a voice flowed with the wind, turning her gaze to where it came from, her eyes widened. Amid the mystifying harmony of magic and art was de Kueling. He wore his usual attire, which was perfect enough to make her wonder if it was magical. "Congratulations," he said, locking his eyes with hers. Kim Woo-jin's soul had a strong desire for art, at the very least. It was a passion that he couldn't abandon even if the world and reality themselves swept him away, a dream that guy helped keep. Although he couldn't reach his desired goal due to his lack of talent, eventually forcing him to push his love for the craft to the corner, Kim Woo-jin's memories of those days were combined with de Kueling's characteristic aesthetic sense. Having gained the artistic talent he desired, he ended up imitating the famous paintings that remained in his head, creating them in a world that wasn't earthed through illusory magic. The starry night, the road with cypress trees and stars, the sunflower, vegetable garden in Montmartre Hill. The maker of those paintings struggled with endless pain and sorrow. In the end, he was just a fleeting stranger who wasn't acknowledged in his lifetime, but his affliction between death and madness allowed the most primitive beauty to bloom inside him. The story of the painter named Vincent van Gogh was told through an entrancing and beautiful canvas that glowed brighter than his life ever did. Sylvia softly closed her eyes, the scene remaining in her vision even when she did, much like the warmth she felt on her skin. It was all magic. Even the colors were made of elements. The unfamiliar fields seemed to be moving, swaying along with the winds, causing tremors which soon turned into an echo to occur within her soul as she stood there amid it all. After a brief silence, she heard his voice once more. De Kueling uttered a word that caught her off guard. "Good work." De Kueling couldn't reproduce it with his own magic, but he wanted to see it with his own eyes at least once. He didn't know if she understood him, but fortunately she nodded as if she did in her own way. Sylvia turned around again and left her body to the magical landscape, enjoying its light breeze, scent, vibrant colors, and calming movements. Not long after, she felt warmth flowing down her cheek. A single teardrop fell, the one that she had kept inside her since her mother's death. De Kueling had already left by the time she turned around after wiping it away. Knock, knock. Alan opened the door of a test room filled with the scent of sweet coffee, finding Ephraim inside. It made him feel dizzy. Her answer sheets, imbued with multiple magic circles, were sprawled on the ground. It was an approach close to Sylvia's, but it resulted in failure in the end. Debutante Ephraim. Time is up. Ephraim flinched. Looking up, she saw Alan. Ah, is that so? She scratched the back of her head and smiled bitterly. That's too bad. Alan just smiled in return. By the way, assistant professor. This test question Ephraim hesitated, sounding embarrassed and regretful. Ah yes, I'll give it to you. Professor de Killing told me to do so. He'll send a new set of test papers along with a magic vault. However, we will need a drop of your blood. There were a total of 4 people who solved the problems up to number 7, but there were only 2 who filled it in 11 days. Ephraim was one of them. Hence, she deserved to be rewarded. Alan saw her off to the elevator at the tower. You've done well, Ms. Ephraim. Ephraim bowed so deep the bag she was carrying on her back fell on the top of her head and came up. Hee, it's okay. Alan laughed. The test paper will arrive in 3 days. Feel free to solve it anytime by then. I'll also enclose 10 magic answer sheets with it. However, don't bury yourself in it. Ding. The elevator arrived just in time. What you didn't learn now, what you haven't realized, you will sooner or later. The day will come when you'll be able to solve it all. Trying to solve it every day might prove too hard, so I suggest limiting yourself to once a week. Alan looked like he didn't know what he was talking about, but Ephraim nodded and smiled brightly, understanding the gist of what he meant. Her smiling face looked bright. Yes, I'll try to solve it at least once a week. Okay. Alan watched her with envious eyes for some reason. Take care. Ephraim waved to the assistant professor until the elevator door closed. However, ding, when the door closed, her smile quickly disappeared. Blood flowed from her molars after biting them all day that they almost fell out. She buried herself in the corner of the elevator. She shook her shoulder like that and punched the wall of the elevator. Ding, ugh, she thought the elevator was broken, but its doors opened normally. It was already midnight, but many wizards took the elevator from the 25th floor anyway. It was the Solda wizards who were under the professors. No, they were more like slaves than wizards. Ding, the elevator stopped again on the 21st floor. Ding. It did so once more, this time on the 19th floor. Ding, 12th floor. Ding, 5th. By then, the elevator was already filled with approximately 30 wizards. Wah, when will we be allowed to sleep? Wait, don't push. There's someone in the corner. Grading is crazy. Arg, don't push. If we don't do all this, we'll get another complaint, though. Save me. If we do, the professor will scold us again, saying, why do you never consider my image? Ding. Ephraim arrived on the ground floor after almost getting squashed by people. She then left the tower feeling dizzy, making her think she had become anemic. Squinting, she trudged forward, but she couldn't put strength into her legs. They stiffened up just as she was about to reach the exit. Unable to walk any further, she was left with no other choice but to stand still and hope her legs wouldn't give up. Oh, it's iffy. Right in front of her were the members of the club she founded in a moment of bewilderment. Ephraim couldn't handle the moment. Her cheeks swelled up like meat buns. It felt like a dam she had been holding together had burst. Iffy, don't cry. Let's eat. Rohak boar is being prepared in our restaurant. Rohak. Her friends approached her first, who was standing vacantly, then they walked out together. I won't give you any if you cry. I'm not crying. When did I cry? Darkness fell on the usually bright palace of the imperial family. The emperor changed into a black and white attire as the royal palace gates were tightly closed. At the sides of the carpet at the center, which only the emperor could walk on, the imperial knights, ministers, grand officers, and government officials knelt. Krebim sat on the throne, but he couldn't be seen without a veil. He wished to have a swift passing. Silence permeated the throne hall, but it wasn't silent enough to make his breathing hearable by his subjects. The subjects and the knights managed to hold back their tears, but the sounds of their whimpers leaked. The emperor wouldn't see the end of today. Soon enough, his body would be put inside a simple wooden coffin, as he willed. The palace gates wouldn't be opened for 3 days upon his death, and after 9 days, the enthronement would be held. The heads of the families would gather as the representatives of the sons and daughters of the kingdoms the empire ruled over. The emperor's death wasn't far off. Sofian Ikator August von Yigas Jifrin, the first in line to the throne, was pondering in her inner chambers. Your Highness, Sofian's knight Charon called out to her. She set her gaze upon him, her crimson pupils sinking languidly between her narrowed eyelids. Shouldn't you call me your majesty now? Your majesty has not died yet. Sofian burst into a smirk. No, it's already been more than 6 months. Charon pulled out documents and handed them to her. This month's homework. Leave it, it's homework. You always only carry your load, so frustrating. Please solve it. This exam's popular these days. Sofian, who was sure to succeed the throne, had a talent in all fields. Holding a sword, she could ascend to Valhalla. Becoming a sage wouldn't be far-fetched either if she equipped herself with books. Naturally, if she decided to study magic, she could challenge the great wizard himself for his title. The problem was her laziness. Already past the age of 20, Sofian showed no enthusiasm in any field. Even so, she had no gaps. She could easily grasp and cope with any situation. devoid of any emotion when making decisions. She prevented herself from making any rash and hasty judgment. Safian made it a point to separate her personal and professional life. Needless to say, she already had the qualities of an emperor set to become far superior in all fields than Krebem. Safian looked at the papers given by Charon. So it's magic. Yes, she then saw the author of the exam. Dekulin von Grahan Uklein. You know him, of course. He's the one who defended the red box at Berkt, making the entire conference feel uncomfortable. What is even going on in that guy's mind? Why is he suddenly defending the red box? He's never been known to have a good reputation in the first place. Charon smiled bitterly. She threw away the document without saying a word. You should still read it, though. Why? It was auctioned at the floating island, with its worth reaching 30,000 elnas. Why? It was sold in limited quantities. Even Lord Gior and even Lord Sopier have read it. Why? Do whatever you want with it, then. Wise. She laughed lowly. I'll read it later. Did you give one to Credo too? Lord Credo participated in the auction himself. He's doing his best on useless things. Credo, the second in line to the throne, was her little brother. He was a Lumiere-ranked wizard who had an affinity for magic. Back to the topic, Charon. What do you think I should do with the red box when I ascend the throne? The knight didn't reply to Safian's question, causing her to twist her lips. You always say knights do not involve themselves with politics. It's knights don't talk much. That's the same thing. You only shut up when the conversation's about politics. If you're going to do that, you shouldn't have spoken at all in the first place. You'd still refuse to talk about it, even if you got a knife pressed against your throat. Charon looked at Safian. There was always a light that transcended the highness pupils. Most people called it the talent and pride she was born with, but it was just a rotten and frozen gaze for Charon, who had been with her since she was 13. Duung. The drum of the palace rang. Charon bit his lips softly. Your Highness, we have to go now. Yeah. Safian got up from her seat and walked more confidently and majestically than anyone else, which evidenced that she had always been naturally enveloped by dignity and majesty since she was born to the royal family. Charon, her knight, followed her powerful steps. The Isle of Wizards' Wealth was a floating island 1,500 meters perpetually above the sky. It housed a community of magic and magical engineering. It was the home of many bright minds that led magical research, making it not that huge of an exaggeration to say that the Isle of Wizards' Wealth produced all magic on the ground. Additionally, it was an independent zone where a wizard could express their individualism to the extreme. Aside from rare exceptions, only wizards were allowed to enter. Moreover, those ranked below Monarch were required to buy entrance tickets, which cost 1,000 elnas. More than half of its population worked at the periphery of the Medjason, located at the center of the island. Simply put, Medjason was an ark with magic and knowledge, so vast it would allow humanity to rebuild civilization within a century, even if the continent itself was destroyed. The makers of the floating island were, in a way, fanatics, considering they tried to record and collect all the magic in the world, and even created an institution with the most positive disposition for it. One of the highest honors that exceptionally talented wizards could ever seek and attain was engraving the magic they created on the cell, the highest floor of the Medjason. At this moment, an auction was ongoing at the Medjason's VIP academic auction house. Currently, a total of 1,205 people have bid 35,000 elnas. Hence, we will start the Ray auction at 36,000 elnas. The Isle of Wizards' Wealth's auction didn't sell goods or treasures. Rather, they presented documents, and among them was the Understanding Pure Elemental Magic 1-8, the questionnaire for one of the midterm exams at the Imperial University Tower. We will start the Ray auction at 37,000 elnas. The number of wizards who participated in it, including those from faraway lands, easily reached 10,000, but the hall was extremely calm. There was no unnecessary chatter, screaming, politics, and the like. There was only the sound of writing so faint that it seemed as if even the pen was whispering. I see. 40,000 elnas and exactly 1,000 people. The final result of the auction is 40 million elnas. The exam that Dekulin made drew the attention of the wizards at the floating island due to its level of competence and difficulty, as well as its artistic reward, given upon answering all 8 questions correctly. To be fair, however, it wouldn't have been a viable product to sell in any other place. We will be distributing the test papers after drawing blood from each person. Through that procedure, the auctioneer would be able to ascertain that only the buyer themselves could solve the paper. It was a simple but efficient security mechanism, and it was the foundation of the magical rights system. In their lightly populated wizard community, that system was strictly implemented even in the den of law-breaking wizards. Their protection only lasted at least a month to 15 years at most, however. Naturally, the higher the class of magic and documents, the longer their protection period lasted. In that regard, Dekulin's test was highly regarded, gaining 3 years of protection. We now adjourn this auction. The event ended quietly. Credo, the second in line to the throne, remained in his seat until the end. He then stood up satisfactorily and looked at the list of the successful bidders. "Oh, I can see the names of some addicts. Is it that famous?" he asked Fassbender, the knight beside him. He wasn't a wizard, but he was able to enter the floating island as a royal escort. According to what I've heard lately, yes. Adrian also released a statement about it. After such a long time, de Keulen, reputed for being a genius in technique interpretation, has shown us his talent yet again through his exam's last question. Number 8's problem itself was already a piece of art. Those were the chairman's words. Even Roxas, an addict who evaluated and solved the exam's problems in advance, spoke very highly of it. The addicts, who resided on the 10th floor of the Medjisen, were obsessed with all things magic-related. They evaluated the value of magical products and creations, investigated and managed the performance of wizards around the world, and observed one of the most important trials to ever exist, the promotion tests. Really? If so, then it must be interesting. Credo grinned and moved to the room of successful bidders. He accepted the blood draw the wizard staff demanded, even though the royal family often rejected such notions. The question is, can I solve this? Of course, your magical talent is far superior to some measly test. Still, it's a midterm exam paper. I didn't learn pure elements from de Keulen. You'll do fine. Only one person got a perfect score among the 150 examinees. Well, it doesn't matter if I solve it or not. He didn't care about the outcome. New problems were always welcome. No matter how hard it was, if it were fun to solve and could grant him magical enlightenment, then it would be satisfactory enough. I have to go and solve this. Fassbender, prepare an answer sheet. You mean right now? Fassbender hesitated for a moment upon hearing his words. He simply smirked and nodded. I know this isn't the right place and time, but it doesn't matter. At this point, this is tradition. Also, since I met him once last month, I should send him a letter. The exam paper was prepared just in time. Credo accepted the thick bundle of paper and smelled it. They always smell good. At that moment, a tall, attractive man appeared on the other side of the hallway. He was clearly approaching Credo, and Fassbender instinctively blocked his way. De Keulen von Grahen Uklein. His body seemed far more forged than most knights. That was made even more evident by the way his suit outlined his figure. He looked at Credo. It's a great honor to have the prince himself purchase a creation of mine, despite its faults and flaws. I have no doubt you'd be able to solve it without any difficulties, Your Highness. All I can hope for is that it helps you in the future in some way. His etiquette, courtesy, and manners were perfect. He revered the royal family with sincerity without degrading himself, and he did so while overflowing with grace. As shown by his behavior, de Keulen acted differently around descendants of the emperor. Credo shook his head, momentarily flustered. Why, you're not a citizen of the floating island. Regardless, you're still from the royal family, de Keulen replied with a soft smile. Credo blinked. Is that so? Yes. Aha, right, I'll try solving this. I think he's a pretty good professor despite the rumors. Credo mumbled as he watched his back retreat further down the hallway. Don't blindly trust people based on how they present themselves, Fassbender replied. He knew about the past between Julie and de Keulen, but decided to keep quiet. Returning to the tower after the auction, I sat in my office and checked the payment I received. 40 million Elna's revenue. It was much more than I expected. There was no tax and commission at a wizard's auction. As expected, man of great wealth's ability didn't lie, but it was too early for me to celebrate. I grabbed a newspaper, the Journal, the largest media outlet in the empire, in the corner of my office, and read today's breaking news. 18th Emperor Krebin Bedio Judra von Yigas Jifrin dies. It was a huge turning point. After 3 days, the palace's gates would open, and I might be able to visit it once. 9 more days after that, the succession ceremony would follow. After that, a lot of swift and gigantic changes would occur. According to the game's story progression, a name would soon appear that I had to save. An establishment that I had to acquire would soon be available as well. There would also be huge and small events that would emerge as the empire's laws were revised. I would leave Uriel to take care of said establishment and laws, so I could focus on saving the name known as Maho, the princess of the kingdom, with a separate story proportionate to the main quest. She was currently staying in the system, using studying abroad as an excuse. However, at the same time as the next emperor's rise to the throne, her death event would be triggered. When I tested the game with a knight character, I was sure an acquaintance would cause it. I didn't want her to die. She had sentimental value for me since I personally designed and modeled her character. She was a good-natured name that would grant me great strength in the future. I was also curious. Would Charlotte and the other knights who accompanied us in the game at the time be the same in reality? Knock, knock. I opened the door using psychokinesis, unsurprisingly finding Alan outside of it. Professor, an invitation for a lecture came. Alan seemed excited for some reason. I wondered why he was so giddy and fired up about a mere lecture, but I soon got the answer to it. Holding a lecture at the Isle of Wizards' Wealth. Yes, they would like you to give a lecture about the exam questions you created in about a week or so. They would pay me 1 million elnas for it. That was 1 billion in Korean won. Of course, that was but spare change compared to the 40 million elnas I recently earned. However, Alan's expression was enough evidence for anyone to realize that it was a huge honor for wizards. It was an achievement in itself. Event Quest, Floating Islands Lecture. Mana plus 30. My heart was pounding because of Deculine's personality, and even the system was urging me to do it. Event quests like this sometimes gave rewards in the form of additional mana or something similar. It was called Stat Reward, and it usually differed depending on the location. The Isle of Wizards' Wealth provided mana, the Adventurers Guild gave stamina, and the Knight Order awarded the quest taker with smaller amounts of both. Tell them I'll positively consider it. It's just plus 30 mana, but it was much better than nothing. Yes, Alan answered energetically. Many things happened after the death of the Emperor. The death penalty was shut down, a short-term drinking ban was enforced, and the entire educational institution was closed. Festivals and parties were postponed, and gambling dens and the thieves' guilds were momentarily spared. A dead and desolate empire. In particular, in the pitiful separate building of the royal palace, Princess Maho's escort, Charlotte, was in anguish. "What's wrong with your face, Charles?" the beautiful jade green-haired princess asked. While enjoying tea on the balcony, she smiled at Charlotte. "Princess, you shouldn't be so worried. I also know about the situation. If my eldest brother loses, his subjects will try to use me, right? If my second brother loses, then his subjects will do the same." Maho had unique brothers. One was second in line to the throne, and the other was third in line to the Ryok kingdom. When they first came to study in the empire, they were fifth in line to the succession of the throne, but they fought and rose to their current positions. You'd rather fight the two to the death instead of letting that happen. That's what you're thinking, right? I know. Unlike the empire, which the emperor's successor would easily inherit, the Ryok kingdom was forged with blood and iron. Close to being a hostage in her own country, she volunteered to study abroad. The truth was that the empire was the safest place for her, but now that the emperor was dead, she could no longer stay in this foreign land. Right now, Safian also didn't want a hostage in disguise. Therefore, she had to go back home immediately after showing her face at the enthronement. "The principality's response to the letter that you sent them has arrived," Charlotte replied. To Maho, her hometown was her limbs. Charlotte intended to entrust her to them, considering she was almost killed when she went to the Ryok kingdom. "Really? What did my grandfather say? It's possible, of course." They permitted it, naturally. However, they would inevitably be attacked on the way. They obviously couldn't bring soldiers to the Empire's land. However, at the border, a large number of knights would probably be waiting for them. Then, you can think of this as a trip that's great. Maho smiled brightly, to which Charlotte replied with a smile of her own, one far more bitter. "I'm looking for as many escorts as possible. I'm thinking about calling knights, adventures, and of course, wizards from the tower. But we don't have money, don't worry." The princess only had 3 escort knights, but a large sum of money was prepared for days like this. She rummaged through her drawers. "I have a little bit of money too. I saved up my allowance, and I also have a lot of jewels." "No, it's fine. How so? Don't we need a lot of money for this trip to be perfect?" She was right, take it. Maho gave her entire fortune that she had saved up to Charlotte, who remained speechless. Not long after, she left the room with the money in her pocket. Kug. Her tears fell as soon as she closed the door. Walking down the hallway, she looked out the window. The freshness of summer was spreading throughout the whole world. It's already summer, but the kingdom is in an endless winter. Charlotte exited the building and walked out of the palace. Will there even be adventurers good enough to protect her? If she combined Maho's and her entire fortune, the total would reach about 10 million elnas, which was enough to hire adventurers to be Maho's escorts. She mentioned the knights in the tower to reassure the princess, but the knights wouldn't involve themselves in political affairs. The tower was painful to speak of. While she was walking and thinking to herself, she saw someone she had seen at the Imperial University, Deculine, the head of the Uklan family. He came to pay his respects to the deceased emperor 4 days ago. Of course, the heads of the families weren't allowed to go near the wooden coffin where the emperor was enshrined. Only the empress and Safian, the first in line to the throne, could stand beside it. Regardless, the eulogies were courteous. It was the family head's moral duty. Even if they couldn't see him, they had to at least cope with it to show their loyalty to the throne. It's been a while. Charlotte just wanted to get past him quietly, but Deculine called out to her. She looked at him with slight discomfort. Deculine, who looked welcoming for some reason, muttered, "You look the same as before, the same as before." "You mean during college?" "Ah, that's right. There was such a connection between us." Deculine nodded. Charlotte smirked, the edges of her lips curving upward. "The same goes for you. People are gossiping these days about the difficult exam questions that you gave out. That's half right. It was praised, not gossiped about." "What? I made 40 million elnas out of it." Her eyes widened with envy. He continued in a calm tone. "Are you going to return to the Ryok kingdom with the princess now?" Or the Principality of Urine. At that moment her forehead scrunched. Are you mocking the princess's circumstances? She answered with her teeth clenched. We haven't met in a long time, and today is supposed to be spent grieving, so it would be best if you avoid uttering such harsh words. Take this. He took a small bead, a crystal marble that allowed communication, from his pocket, but Charlotte didn't take it. What is it? A line that you can speak to your siblings with. What? She was suspicious of it, of course. He looked down at her indifferently. Charlotte, how close were we? We weren't close enough for you to call me by my name at the very least. I also have animosity towards Ryok. Those were the only words Dekylin said, knowing full well that she wouldn't believe him if he were to tell her he had seen the future and that he had known her through a monitor. In the first place, in the game settings, Ryok wasn't a great country. On the contrary, it was beyond help. It's just a matter of time before they screw themselves over. Get lost. Dekylin's eyebrows furrowed as he dropped the crystal ball carelessly. Do you still have time to be picky about people? Or, at the very least, do you really have the luxury to nitpick about people who'll be protecting your lord? The bead rolled over the ground. Well, proceed as you please then. Dekylin passed Charlotte. The princess's knight didn't even look at his back. Regardless, he walked more confidently than anyone else in the world before stopping abruptly, his eyes looking at it, the crystal ball rolling on the ground. That was how I met Charlotte. There was a way to save her whether or not she used the crystal ball, but the opportunity would present itself only after the enthronement anyway. Hence, right now, I had to focus on a far more pressing matter. Hoo. Alan, who was next to me in the Isle of Wizards Wealth's waiting room for lecturers, took deep and nervous breaths. His behavior dumbfounded me. Alan wouldn't be the one giving the lecture. Why are you nervous? What? I'm sorry, I... Knock, knock. The door opened. A wizard wearing a robe entered the room and addressed me. Please finalize your preparations for your lecture, Professor Dekylin. Okay. I fixed my clothes and got up from my seat. At the Medjison's second floor, I stood in front of the lecture room's door as instructed by the wizard who fetched me. I read the plate that was attached to it. Monarch ranked Dekylin, lecture on understanding pure elemental magic test paper included. I'll be waiting in the back. If there's a problem, feel free to call me at any time. Alan stuttered, his face reddening even further. I replied with a nod and opened the door. Stepping up to the podium, I looked at every face that attended my lecture. Strangely, there were a lot of familiar faces. I saw Professor Relin and the other professors, as well as Sylvia and her fellow debutantes. There were a lot of people from the tower. But the person who caught my eye the most was the one staring intently at me while laughing ominously for reasons I couldn't even begin to guess. The chairman. I got on the platform without even looking at her. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. The audience grew silent. My name is Dekylin, the head professor of the Imperial University Tower and a monarch-ranked wizard. As always, I started my lectures with an introduction. My lecture will last exactly 2 hours, through which I will be discussing its main focal point, the pure elemental magic test that was auctioned last week. I had already prepared the contents and flow of the lecture a week ago. The problem was, there was a good chance that the lecture wouldn't go my way, as soon as I started. The chairman's laugh irritated me. First, let me give you a brief description of pure elements before we look at the questions. I was planning on holding the lecture in the form of problem explanations, but I first outlined what I said in my previous class at the tower. I proceeded to give out a short briefing using pure elements such as scorched fire, thundercloud, and will-o the wisp. However, these pure elements have no purpose. They only gain magic affiliation according to the aim of the wizard that implements the element. You have to be aware of that. Most people would have their brains twisting upon thinking about pure elements and magic affiliation together. Simply put, it was like drawing 2 images with both hands simultaneously. Drawing one at a time was far more efficient. Let's put aside numbers 1 to 5 for now and take a look at question number 6 first. The aforementioned problem came up in the air. It embodied the magic bitter cold fog in which 3 pure elements were combined in perfect harmony. But the core of my lecture was numbers 7 and 8, so I only explained the gists adequately and moved on. Or at least tried to. I have a question. Someone raised their hand. As I had expected, it was the chairman. Question. She jumped up and screamed like a nightingale, making her impossible to ignore. I paused for a moment and looked at her. Go ahead. Yes. The head professor emphasized the distinction between pure elements and magic affiliation. The chairman radiated mana and drew a magic circle in the air. What should we do if we want to affiliate the magic in number 6 with the best destructive magic compatible with it? I looked at the chairman for a while using understanding. 3 seconds was enough. I added a core circuit to his magic, a straight line composed of 28 strokes to form explosion. That will freeze and injure the enemy at the same time. The chairman blinked as she collected her mana and sat down. Now let's look at question number 7. I made question number 7 hover in the air. Artificial star mobilized water, wind, earth, and fire elements. While I was explaining it, the chairman rose again. Professor, I have a question. As you said, there are 2 core circuits in number 7. However, wouldn't that many core circuits or more twist the magic itself, I think? The chairman released mana and drew question number 7. Artificial Star had the highest number of magic combinations, but her version took a different form from my question. It would be easier to set up only 1 core circuit just like this. Why risk setting up 2 core circuits and having the magic go haywire? The chairman asked, perhaps already knowing the answer to it. I looked vacantly at her for a moment while she grinned. I nodded. That's a good question. I drew a copy of the chairman's magic, but an artificial star like yours, which only has 1 core circuit, will cause extreme mana consumption. The chairman replied as if she had been waiting. But wouldn't we consume more mana if we use 2 core circuits? That's basic and common knowledge. Why would you rather use 2 if you can use 1? Isn't that just wasteful? The other wizard's expressions told me that they agreed with her. Those were the chairman's words, after all. I refuted her argument in a calm and orderly manner. Yes, that is generally true, but not unconditionally so. It depends on the characteristic of the magic. Artificial Star's core circuits aren't only for the user's mana, but also for taking care of its energy. The chairman's expression hardened slightly. The artificial star in number 7 has special properties. One of the 2 core circuits focuses on circulation and the other on cohesion. Through them, its 4 pure elements will circulate and cohere inside the magic and release energy by themselves, allowing the caster to hold it for a longer duration while using less mana. After a brief pause, I continued. In that regard, the technique that the chairman showed isn't a star. It is no different to a chunk of mana meant to drain the caster empty. The chairman kept her mouth shut. There was already a shadow on her grinning face, but I looked at the clock. The appointed time was 120 minutes, and 110 minutes had already passed. I've used up too much time answering questions. I will no longer do any explanation on question number 8. Everyone looked at the chairman, who then pouted without saying anything. I'll take a few more questions and wrap it up. At that moment, somewhere within the room, a cold voice rang. Did you think about question number 8 yourself? It was a blatant suspicion. Frowning, I looked over to where it was coming from and found a robed wizard staring at me. Please introduce yourself. I'm Luna. Her name sounded familiar. I thought I knew who she was. Please be more specific with your question. It's as I said. Was question number 8 really your idea? Did you really write it yourself? I'm curious about that. Luna was a wizard who gave quests that opposed Deculin. I wasn't certain, but he might have banished her from the tower and expelled her to the kingdom. She was a named character overflowing with hatred for him. Huh, no way. Are you saying someone else wrote the test questions for Professor Deculin? A ghostwriter. The chairman jumped up and shouted. Murmurs soon filled the lecture room. Luna laughed as the chairman continued talking. There's no way. Professor Deculin isn't like that. It would have been better if he just kept his mouth shut. The wizards didn't say anything, but their eyes told me what they were thinking. Some seemed suspicious of me, some looked like they sympathized with me, and the rest just looked curious. I stood still and pondered about it. A good idea came to mind soon enough. Professor Deculin. I shook my head and laughed lowly at the chairman's words. It's common to be inspired by things that are not your own. The sounds of gasps echoed. However, I emitted mana, the lines of which drew a technique in the air. This is entirely mine. I recalled a landscape with my eyes closed and turned it into a technique, arranging the correct pure elements to depict it as if painting on a canvas. Just like that, the magical design that I envisioned emanated in the air using mana as its medium. Understanding allowed me to reproduce what I had learned and deciphered before using much less mana. I consumed over 50,000 in writing number 8, but now 3,000 was enough to recall the same magic. The wizards in the auditorium looked at the elaborately drawn picture that showcased 11 spells perfectly connected and intertwined with each other. Because I made it on the spot, the answer to this equation is completely different from number 8. Consider finding its answer as your homework. I then looked at Luna. Does this answer your question, Professor Luna? No, I looked at where Luna was, but she was nowhere to be found. I smirked, then sneered. I'll be ending my lecture here. Standing by the table, I organized my materials, straightened my clothes, and looked at the chairman. She looked bitter for some reason. Before long, some young wizards in the front seat approached me. It was uncommon for people to ask for an autograph from a wizard. Event quest completed. Mana plus 30. After my lecture, I returned to my mansion, where I found another car parked in the parking lot. It was Uriel's. When I entered the main building, Uriel was eating in the dining room, which wasn't surprising at all. While cutting through her steak, she raised a question. I heard you gave a lecture at the floating island. Nodded. Well, what happened? The wizards there must be on a different level from the tower chicks. There's nothing to worry about. Oh, come on, you always say that. Do you want me to be worried? Unfortunately, I'm not. As I sat in front of her, my attendants rushed in to prepare food. Uriel seemed flustered by the fact that we were now sharing the same table, but she quickly regained her composure. I heard you made 40 million elnas. Then wait, lend, yeah, what do you mean lend? Give me half of it. I cut my meat without saying a word. As always, the level of cooking here was absolutely perfect. Well, the ingredients my chef used were top quality, and his salary was also very generous compared to other mansions. Just give me 10 million elnas also here. The debutantes at the tower want to have their MT at Hadekane. Uriel pulled a document out of her handbag. Imperial University Tower Magic Department MT program. Hadekane, the capital of the Eucline estate. I also planned on visiting it someday. It had both a local wizard tower and a local knight order. Moreover, not only was its climate perfect, but it was also situated right next to the system. It was modeled after LA in the States and was one of the best places to live in. What do you think, Uriel? Well, I'm fine with it. Not all of the debutantes will stay in the university tower for thousands of years anyway, and they might join our tower if they like the city. She was glancing at me while proudly saying those words. I nodded. Okay, good. Uriel returned the document in her handbag and picked up the knife again. Closely observing Uriel, I spoke up, when using a knife. I won't eat here. It was almost an instinctive response. Uriel ran away to her room with her plate, and I went to the library after finishing my meal. As soon as I sat on my desk, I took out the certificate of the tower's sponsorship, the subject of which was Efren Luna. The test this time was my original work, but Efren's father definitely gave me the inspiration for it. Drawing with elements. That idea was entirely his. Therefore, it was only right that a fraction of the 40 million elnas I earned from it would be used to sponsor Efren and the Luna family, Luna of Juhel. According to the information I had about the Luna family, they had a tragic history. Their family was still surviving, but their old mansion had been auctioned off 13 years ago, and now only Efren and her grandparents were its members. I also wrote a letter to their family enclosed with 100,000 elnas. My outfit today was dark blue. My cane, of course, neatly adjusted its color accordingly. Are you ready? Uriel asked. Looking at her, I stretched my hand out to her, startling her and causing her to take a step back. Why stand still? As my hand got closer, she closed her eyes tightly. I then got rid of the wrinkles on her collar and sleeves. As a precaution, I also removed the dust on her clothes using psychokinesis. Now all tidied up, she expressed her dissatisfaction. That's a real disease. I went outside. Roy was waiting in the parking, wearing a perfect fit for the clear blue skies of the summer. Soon enough, I got into the car with Uriel. The enthronement would take place today at the Gifrine Square in the system. Uriel, take this. I handed the sealed document to her. She frowned. What is this again? This is my prediction obtained inclination of the next emperor. It was a document that summarized the important events that I was aware of, including which ones we could benefit from and how we could lower the difficulty of the quests. Are you a prophet? Just take it. Hugh, shaking her head as if finding it pathetic, she took the document. No more mind games. Prophecies were only funny at first. My lord, I don't think we'll be able to get any further than this. An uncouth crowd was blocking the road. We got out of the car. The Eucline family is this way. An imperial knight who was standing by around the area guided us to a separate passageway. As we did, I saw the square where the enthronement would soon take place. A long and wide carpet was in the middle of it, leading to a high altar. The crowd stood at its flanks, making sure to leave the carpet itself empty and unblocked. At the top of the platform, the emperor's throne awaited its next owner. This is it. The seats for the Eucline family were close to the throne. Not far away were some royals, including Maho, Ihelm, Glython, Sylvia, Essasil, Baton, Ragan, etc. Many named characters could be seen as well. I looked at one of them in particular, Julie. Feeling my gaze, she accepted it with a bow. She looked quite tired, the dark circles around her eyes being too deep. I wanted to approach her, but I couldn't exchange greetings with anyone recklessly. Duong. Drums rang, followed by trumpets and traditional music, which marked the beginning of the emperor's enthronement. Not far away, an imperial carriage appeared, and the cheers of the citizens shook heaven and earth. It stopped before the grand and fancy carpet, signaling the cheers and music to slowly fade as well. The carriage door opened from within, and finely stretched legs touched the ground not long after. Safian Ekater August von Yigas Gifrine. She had languidly sunken eyes, long flaming red hair, and the sharp features of the previous emperor. She was to become the new ruler of the empire. Safian walked majestically on the emperor's road, with each of her steps commanding the people in the square to kneel and bow their heads. Before long, Safian had climbed up the platform. Slowly, she drew nearer to her throne. Beside it was the late emperor's empress, her mother, waiting for her ascent. As Safian knelt in front of the throne, the empress held back her tears and placed a golden crown on Safian's head. Duong, 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 the drums rang one after another. Now sitting on her throne, Safian had become the emperor. Overlooking all of her people and now carrying the noblest title to ever exist, Safian glanced at the world. She looked tired for some reason. I looked at the Emperor. I knew the reason behind her fatigue. I knew her origins, her life, after all. She was. The Emperor shifted her gaze towards me, and the moment our eyes met, I bowed my head immediately. However, I could still feel her staring at me. The Emperor's enthronement from Safian's point of view was boring. She was expecting an attack like a great bombing or powerful magic barrage, anything at all. However, nothing of the sort happened. Entering the Emperor's quarters, she thought it would be saturated with the smell of a corpse or a sick person, but it was surprisingly clean and fragrant. However, since she was free, she returned to her office and took out a chessboard. Playing by herself, a high-ranking official and the ministers brought several documents to her presence. Safian didn't respond at all. She just kept playing chess until they all went back. I saw the creator of the assignment that you gave me the other day. He seemed to know me. Is there anyone who doesn't know you, Your Majesty? Charon answered. Of course, there would be no one in the continent who wouldn't know Safian. That wasn't what she meant, though. His ego didn't waver even in front of royalty. Safian looked directly into Deculin's eyes, but she couldn't decipher the emotions hiding behind them. It was hilarious. Is that so? He's funny. I felt like I was staring into another me. He had a solid and firm soul that was no different from his appearance. He was the kind of person to never waver, even with a knife aimed at his throat, making it evident that he was truly beyond the secular world. Have you finished your homework? Charon changed the subject. I did. It was interesting, and I immediately understood why you gave it to me. The entire day, no, the quarter of a day I spent solving it felt rather new. Safian fell for Charon's narration, but she continued. I want to lift the restrictions on Marek Charon. Charon bowed his head in silence. Marek was the name of the Mana Stone mine northwest of the Empire, but its entrance was currently restricted because it was swarming with black magic and a rising frequency of demon appearances. Once it opens up, only adventurers and wizards from the tower and their escorts may enter in the beginning. I don't need advice. I'm tired of listening to those fucking idiots that do nothing but sit behind their desks. It might hasten the devil's advent. If entering the mine could do that, why did the devil keep silent about it until now? Also, there's a limit to the demon's numbers. If we can kill them all, the site will be cleansed. Charon didn't answer. Looking at the chessboard, Safian asked, What is Credo doing? He's crying. Crying. Yes, he just finished solving the same problems as Your Majesty. I don't know what his discernment was. Safian smiled. That idiot. Charon, you don't know the answer to the problems, don't you? No, only then did she look at him. The Emperor laughed mischievously. I won't tell you, but I'm not kidding when I say even I'm a little surprised. You're curious, aren't you? It's all right. I'm really not. You say you're not, but your eyebrows are wriggling. You can't deceive my eyes. You're very curious right now. Charon shut his mouth. The very next moment, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Safian raised her eyes sharply as if she was about to devour him. Don't you dare lie to my face ever again. I don't care if it's you. I won't tolerate anyone who pisses me off. The Emperor's terrifying pressure weighed down on his shoulders, causing him to bow his head. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, that's enough. Let's play some fucking chess. I'm tired of playing alone. I need an opponent even if beaten one-sidedly. Hadekane's desolate mountain. Ganesha sat on a rock and looked at Leah, Leo, and Carlos, the three children who crossed the archipelago. Some people on the continent are born with magical talent. Most certified adventurers are. She was in the middle of teaching them, but her students was concentrating with her eyes wide open. Leo was looking at animals moving at a distance, and Carlos was dozing off, for example. Ganesha picked up a long, dry branch to wake him up. Watch. Buong. She swung it lightly at an angle that allowed its drooping, weak edge to reach the ground. Tuuk, an earth-shaking roar thundered through their vicinity as an explosion occurred, sending a huge shockwave sweeping through the area. Wow, oh, Leo and Carlos only focused then. What do you think? A crater could be seen on the part that Ganesha tapped. Leo was in a daze. That's amazing, Ganesha. It's nothing to admire, but I can use this light branch as an extension of my limbs. The strength of this stick in my fist is the same right now. A balance of mastery and titanium. For as long as it wasn't alive, every object in her hand gained the same properties as her body. But fighting with my bare hands is way more fun than using this. Either way, I mostly win anyway. Wizards call this harmony magic, and knights call it swordsmanship, but I don't know any magic or swordsmanship. Then can we be like that too? Leo asked. He was a cute kid with blue hair, barely 140 centimeters tall. Ganesha grinned. You'll find out starting from now on. How, you're too noisy. Why are you jumping? Carlos, who was of a similar build, slapped Leo in the back of his head. Ag, Leo screamed as he glared at Carlos with teary eyes. Quiet, didn't you guys come to the continent to change? Ganesha scolded them. Leo also stepped up and separated the two. Gasping, Leo soothed his anger with a sigh. Ganesha walked deeper into the mountains, then disappeared like a mirage, leaving only her footprints behind. The trio blinked in confusion. At that moment, Leo's foghorn was blown. Aren't you hungry, Leah? You're an idiot, so you're always hungry. Carlos nitpicked at Leo's complaints, who then flew into a rage. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Carlos picked a fight first. You also hit me just now. You're being stupid. When did I? When did I? Don't copy me, unable to take any more, Leah screamed, grabbing the ears of both relatives' younger brothers. If you two keep fighting, forget snacks. I won't even give you food. You won't be able to expect anything from me. The two kept their mouths shut, but their eyes kept blaming each other. Leah sighed loudly, accepting that she couldn't do anything about it. She wasn't a nanny. This is why I wanted to come alone. After calming down the two, she immediately ran after Ganesha's trail. Ah, Leah, I'm sorry. Wait, Leah, let's go together. Yulia. The two children, who belatedly understood the seriousness of the situation, hurriedly followed Yulia. Eucline Mansion, separate building. Holding the pull-up bar with one hand, I pulled myself up. For 30 minutes. Boom. As soon as I landed, I started my second training session. Ertran's martial arts book, intermediate. I took a step with my fist outstretched, executing cheerful and astute footwork, just like in Ertran's textbook. A resilient move without any stammer. Then, after working out for a while, I held my cane this time. I had been trying to learn how to use it as a weapon. Of course, I wouldn't hit anyone with it unless I had no other option left. I didn't ever want to do it, but a desperate and urgent situation was bound to come. After completing my cane training, I checked the snowflake obsidian in my safe. Understanding 4. I was constantly using understanding on it, but I still couldn't use it. I invested about 1,000 mana on the snowflake obsidian, then took a shower. Knock knock. Roy knocked just in time. I dressed up and went outside. Roy, yes, I heard that a maid's mother is sick. Yes, Ruri's, I heard their story in the main building. I didn't know if they wanted me to eavesdrop on them, but it sounded genuine. I wrote a check and gave it to Roy. Tell her to use this to take care of her. Also, if something like this happens in the future, feel free to give aid yourself. I'll compensate you for it. I intended to ensure more than just the basic welfare of my servants. Roy seemed surprised, but he nodded and subtly received the check. I understand. I've finished preparing the car. Good work. I got into my vehicle right away. My task today at the tower was thesis defense. I looked through the documents related to it in the back seat. Evaluation. I just needed to fill up my seat. I took out Sylvia's novel from last time and read it until we arrived at our destination. It had been a long time since I last came here, considering the Emperor's death closed down both the tower and the university. We've arrived, feel free to rest. I got out of the car, went inside the building, and immediately rode an elevator to the 7th floor, where the thesis defense would be held. Ding. When the door opened, Relin, standing near the elevator, approached me first. Oh my haha, you're here, head professor. I responded to his greetings with a nod. I wasn't very happy to see him, all because of his impure actions and motives as of late. He even thought about transferring Luina to replace me if the opportunity presented itself. Shall we go? Sure. Following Relin, I entered the hall, which was divided into 3 sections, the seats of the professors who would be evaluating the theses. The platform upon which the wizards would present and materialize their thesis at, the grandstand behind it. I sat in one of the seats reserved for professors. Since I was the head professor, I was given the best seat. Are you paying close attention to anyone in particular, Professor Relin? Ahaha, not really. Hahaha. Relin had been laughing since earlier. I looked at the list that he handed me. A total of 23 people would be evaluated today. Do you have their papers with you? Oh, by any chance have you not read them yet? Do I need to read them in advance? I'll understand it if I read them now anyway. I wasn't lying or exaggerating. This was why I did my magic training today. Ha 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 ha, of course. Your head Professor Dekulin, the genius at interpreting techniques. Relin had an assistant professor bring the thesis papers. Here you go. I skimmed through the cluster of paper. I didn't teach anyone on the list anyway, so I intended to just sympathize with the professor's remarks, but a thesis paper caught my eye. No, it made me frown. Solda Drent, elemental magic in series that are expressed differently depending on the natural environment. Magic had a personality. Therefore, even if it was the same magic, its manifestation differed per user. This was also known as ethos, which remained like the fingerprint of the user. Its unique personality wasn't only embodied in magic, but also in ceremonies and circuits engraved with a thesis trail. Of course, it was hard to distinguish the fingerprints with the naked eye. Fortunately, I had understanding and vision. However, this paper was more than just a vague fingerprint. I had already seen the idea described in a paper somewhere. To be exact, I looked at the task I gave to my class. I was certain. This idea belonged to Ephraim. Of course, I didn't know how it happened. If it were the original Dekulin, he wouldn't have seen Ephraim's task, and Ephraim would have lived without knowing that her works had been stolen. Or more unjustly, she could have been called a thief. This guy, Drent, most likely aimed for that gap too. What should I do? I decided to gather intel first. Did you say you're Drent? I read his paper thoroughly with understanding. It was plagiarism. Dekulin had done something similar, but I wasn't him. Above all else, I didn't like that they dared to touch my class task. Let's have a look. Therefore, I thought of questions that the original author of this idea would be able to answer properly. We'll start the thesis defense soon. Please take your seats. Ephraim attended the defense. She didn't have to come, but she wanted to see what the process was like. Julia just asked her to come as well. Wow, this room is huge. I know the hall was spacious and there were quite a lot of people, but a yellow head at the front seat caught her attention the most. Sylvia, she's here too. Who there? Sylvia was sitting quietly and studying. Oh, Sylvia's studying here too. Amazing, just amazing. DeKilling appeared just in time, receiving a thesis from Professor Rillin as soon as he sat at the top. Sylvia closed her book and looked at him. Ephraim tilted her head. Please be quiet. First up, third-year wizard Solda Drent. Julia's eyes shone and Ephraim smirked. Are you that happy? Happy. What are you talking about? I'm just wishing him luck because he's a nice senior. Drent stood on the stage, then gave a brief introduction about his thesis and immediately revealed his magic. With only a small adjustment, it is possible to activate this fireball even under the sea. Fire preservation. Ephraim tried to look at the progression as she tilted her head, but she only heard the voice because she wasn't in a good position. The atmosphere didn't seem too bad. I heard that you changed your topic a little while writing this paper, so this was the reason. Professor Letrin spoke. He laughed quietly and praised Drent, who nodded and looked like he was holding back his own laughter. Have you chosen which professor you would be under, Drent? Not yet, but I would be very honored to serve any of you. Are you making the professors compete? You're impudent. The other professors also added warm words. Julia shook Ephraim's shoulders while clapping like a seal. It must have gone well. I know, but Ephraim felt disharmonious. She wasn't certain, but while listening to him talk, she realized the subject of his thesis was a little similar to her task. It's just a coincidence, right? It's DeKilling. Julia's expression grew stiff. Ephraim also started paying attention again. Solda Drent. Head Professor DeKilling called out to the defense. Yes, is the idea for this thesis yours? DeKilling asked a simple question and Drent nodded without a moment of hesitation. Yes. He glared at Drent silently, his eyes enveloped by an unusual aura. They were heavy and cold, almost like lead. I'll ask again. Did you develop this with your own idea without any discussion or reference with anyone? Yes, I'm certain. Drent answered energetically, mistaking DeKilling's words as praise. Do you want my assessment? Yes, please. At that moment, Ephraim felt chills claw up her spine. Drent was laughing on the inside. It doesn't matter how much you compliment me, DeKilling. I won't put myself under your command. Of course, I know you're desperate because you only have one assistant professor, but the requirement's to be your slave. Good, I'll be asking questions from now on. A thesis paper came to DeKilling's hand. Drent, you described how magic could be constant and talked about changes in elemental magic according to nature and topography. In that case. He then released a technique using mana, the structure of which wasn't normal. Its magic circle wasn't even a circle. It was an oval. Considering exactly 13.7 of this technique had been damaged, under what nature did it become this dented? What? That 13.7. Don't you know anything about this numerical value? You don't know? If you don't, how can you manifest such a crushed technique? Give me something, even a rough guess. 13.7. Crushed technique. A rough guess. Drent was already feeling destroyed by DeKilling's seemingly endless brain-twisting attacks, but he was just getting started. It was just one question in its series. A week before the midterm exam, Drent, helping Julia with her homework, was interested in Ephraim's assignment on their club room's desk. He had been in a slump with his own thesis and thought giving his junior a hand would provide him with some information. However, he couldn't even use her work as a reference. Driven by desperation, he checked out Ephraim's assignment while Julia was in the bathroom. What he saw made him feel like electricity coursed through his mind. Eventually, Drent took Ephraim's idea as his own. However, it seems that you don't know, so I'll move on and even do you a favor by asking you easier questions. Now, that magic you've just manifested, fire preservation. DeKilling reproduced Drent's spell. However, a glance would be enough to deduce that his fireball was far denser. Are you sure this magic will never be distorted underwater, no matter the altitude? Does the same apply when it's underground? Yes, that's right. Drent gathered his senses and answered. He didn't have enough time to comprehend Ephraim's thesis completely, but he understood it to some extent. If so, then tell me, what makes that possible? The fireball that Drent described in his thesis rose in the air. DeKilling had already determined its core. Which circuit of this technique causes the preservation effect, that is? He was at a loss for words. His professor just stared at him, his silence raging through the entire area like merciless winds. Didn't matter how long he waited, the defense couldn't answer. Before long, DeKilling's jellied tone enveloped the building. I can ask hundreds of questions derived from this paper. The head professor's stare made him feel pathetic, his twisted contempt-filled lips even more so. His next words just humiliated him further. But you can't even answer the easiest of them. Can you even call this your thesis at this rate? Drent clenched his teeth, feeling his anger surging from deep within him. As he was about to shout, de Killing continued, interrupting him. I'll finish my statement by leaving you with the worst bawling you'll ever do. He held the defense's paper in one hand. Try again. On your own, Shirk. The paper caught on fire and was soon reduced to ashes as it fluttered, almost as if it was trying to break free. The scene caused a small commotion among the audience. Even Sylvia's eyes widened due to what she witnessed. Drent couldn't say anything. Now drained of all the strength he possessed to answer back, he just let out a bitter laugh. De Killing knew everything. The examinee stomped off the stage, leaving nothing behind but heavy silence. That madman. Nobody would be able to answer if he pressures them that much. Infuriated, Julia murmured. Ephraim also felt the same way, but something seemed strange about it. T the second wizard. The host also stuttered, seemingly taken aback. There were still 22 wizards left that had to go under public evaluation. Please be quiet. Fourth-year wizard Solda Malone. Please come up on stage. The next wizard appeared, already looking terrified. He had turned pale and was shivering, looking like he would skip his turn if only it were possible. I'm M. Malone, a Solda-ranked wizard. My thesis is about. He soon explained his thesis, and this time too, de Killing listened carefully and asked questions about the core of his research. The reason why I set that magic as part of the control series is. Malone successfully answered all of the head professor's inquiries even though he stuttered. After a few minutes, de Killing nodded, seemingly satisfied. That much is enough. Since he saw up close how the presenter before him got his thesis burned, he bowed down, feeling very fortunate. As soon as the defenses were finished, I came up to my private office. Knock, knock. Alan entered the room not long after I arrived, carrying a few documents in one hand. He seemed delighted. Professor, I've carefully selected the best of them. Them? Yes, the wizards who want to be under your command. Leave the list in return. As you wish. Alan placed the documents at my desk and left my office. I skimmed through the papers. Clone glown. None of them was remarkable or famous. On the contrary, they all wouldn't be able to keep studying here unless I took them under my wing. Should I use them as laborers? As I was about to put the list down. Woo-wang. I felt a small vibration in me. It was the crystal marble. I imbued it with mana, establishing communication. I soon heard a voice coming from it. Are you there? Speak, my sister. Charlotte was silent, making me think she brooded for a moment. Ha. After letting out a heavy sigh, she spoke in a dry and chapped voice. We have to leave now, there's no time, I see. I took out a map right away. I had long since investigated all possible routes that they might take. Follow my directions. What do you mean, cross the Krebs Canyon? Are you serious? Krebs Canyon was an abandoned road that wasn't owned by any country. It was also swarming with dark magic, making it extremely perilous. It was no different than charging headfirst against the world's greatest horrors, but it was Charlotte's only way out. It's a shortcut to the Principality of Urin. No one owns it, so it won't cause diplomatic conflict with Riok. I know, I've considered it, but I will be guiding you myself. The Krebs Canyon wasn't far from Hadecane. It would only take about 3 to 4 hours to reach by horse. I had the last say on where the wizard's MT would be held, so if I set up MT to overlap with the day Charlotte and Princess Maho would return to their kingdom, I'd be able to safely cover the whole distance without wasting time. You'll personally be with us, that's right. I heard that the Riok kingdom attacked you in Berkt. I frowned. They were the ones behind that attack. I didn't know the information that Charlotte knew. My intelligence network clearly needed to be renewed, broadened, and reinforced. Did their attack make you hate them so much you can't prevent yourself from retaliating? Charlotte, what? I'm an extremely political person. Moreover, when it comes to matters involving intelligence or discernment, you know I'm far better than you. What did you just say to me, you stuck up? I want your princess to live and bring my family's and my estate's profits. I'm not doing you a favor. This is a business agreement. Why are you involving your personal feelings? Are you that foolish? Charlotte's prying tone irritated me. I wasn't sure if it was a good answer, but at least she replied in a more assured voice. I understand. If you do carry out your duty to the princess successfully, we'll do you any favor. It's a deal then. Where will we meet you? At the entrance of Krebs. Yeah. If you can't even make it there, then there's no point since you won't be able to survive the journey that would follow. All right. I hope your skills are as sharp as your words. Our conversation ended there. Sitting in my chair, I murmured, should I use this as an opportunity to test it? Krebs Canyon was a dangerous area. That much couldn't be denied. It was so heavily filled with dark magic that it was close to being a lair of devils or a dungeon. Demons frequently appeared there when they had nothing better to do. However, Eucline, writing lineage. Description: this lineage's power is unleashed when punishing the devil. Allows Eucline descendants to use their mana to purify areas with demons or heavy concentration of dark magic. purified mana's quality is increased by 1 stage. My lineage used the energy of the devil or unpurified dark magic as its own energy source. In places brimming with so much dark magic, human beings would find it hard to even breathe. Euclid lifted all restrictions on my mana. Hence, areas like Krebas were no different from being the Euclid family's home territory. I even precisely remember its route. That made my decision to take the canyon path even more solidified. I cleared it like this in the game as well. Perhaps Charlotte already had Krebas in the back of her mind. Knock, knock. The door opened immediately. To my surprise, Zeit appeared, pushing his huge body through the doorway. Professor de Kulin, Lord Zeit, what brings you here? Let's have dinner tonight. He grinned. I looked at the clock. 3 p.m. It was a bit too early for dinner. I should definitely arrange a meal once a month. You don't see Julie these days at all, right? We'll go ahead of you to prepare. Make sure you bring my sister with you. There was a certain doubt in Zeit's gaze and voice. His physique was like a bear, but his eyes were like a fox. 6 p.m. Unable to resist Zeit's persistence, Julie prepared to go out of the mansion for dinner. Starting today, I'll be coming here monthly to observe your progress. Those were her brother's words. She sighed while she put on her armor and cape, then looked at herself in the mirror. Her fatigue was evident in her face, due to the Veron case investigation overlapping with the heavy workload brought forth by the Emperor's death. She didn't even have an hour to rest these days. 2 weeks had gone by, with her schedule being that chaotic. She didn't want to do background checks, resort to a thieves' guild, or even commission an adventurer's guild. Hence, she shouldered the burden alone. Knock, knock. A servant spoke with a knock. My lord, it's time. Julie went outside. She was just going to ride a horse, but a shiny car was already approaching from the other side of the mansion. Squinting at it, she already knew who it was. De Kulin. One of its doors opened when it stopped in front of her. Get in. By any chance, did Lord Zeit tell you? He's suspicious of our relationship. Get in. Julie nodded hesitatingly and got into the car after saying goodbye to her servants. They left immediately. As the two of them wallowed in awkward silence, she wondered if the 1 month she had promised had already passed. Looking out the window, de Kulin broke the ice. Are you still investigating the case? She didn't answer. He looked at her as he continued. It's better if you don't. You're hurting yourself. It's all right, she firmly cut him off, expressing her clear rejection of his notion. De Kulin didn't press on. It was silent. His luxury car moved along the neatly paved road quietly. It was calm and comfortable. You're quite frustrating, Julie. He spoke again as if a memory crossed his mind. She didn't answer no matter how long he waited. He turned his head and looked at her. Julie had her eyes closed. With her waist upright and both hands modestly resting on top of her knees, she fell asleep, unable to overcome her fatigue. De Kulin smirked and, noticing her disheveled hair was about to go into her mouth, reached out to her to move it. He then pinched her cheek lightly out of impulse. It was soft. She rocked to and fro as they made their way to the venue. Although it was a little late, he pulled out a book from his briefcase. Not a word of it registered in his mind, but he turned the pages nonetheless. Not long after, he spoke to his driver. I heard it'll take about a quarter of a day to get there. Yes, sir, I understand. He alternated between reading his book and looking at Julie. After a while, he looked at his watch. 9 p.m. Time's pace today was surprisingly fast, almost as if it was missing a few of its fragments. MMMH. It was already 10 p.m. when Julie woke up from her sleep. Looking around with her eyes still droopy, she was soon startled by the view outside the car window, causing her to jump up like a spring. Oh, you're up. It's dark. It's already late, de Kulin explained the situation as she clung to the window. He pulled out his pocket watch and the car stopped at the same time. His driver then went out as if there was something wrong with his vehicle. It's 1030. Our dinner appointment had probably ended a long time ago, making that event the first promise I've ever broken. Why didn't you wake me up? It's better to be absent together than to attend an awkward dinner anyway. This will also erase their suspicions far more effectively. Julie blushed as she realized what he meant. He kept looking at her, his eyes engulfed by sincerity. Julie, yes, now that I think about it, our contract is long overdue. Her eyes widened like a deer staring into headlights. It's probably not going to last more than a year with Zeit's suspicion. You should become the guardian knight within that time frame. You'll be 30 next year, so you'd be the youngest to reach that position in the Empire's history. De Kulin reached out and tidied Julie's hair, which became messy while she was sleeping. She didn't reject his advances. More than his touch, the emotions in his voice were much stronger. If you can't become the guardian knight within that time, we might have to get married after all. So don't get stuck in one place. She met his eyes without saying a word, taking her time to think about her words. Soon enough, she asked the question she was dubious about. Why are you showing me how you feel? There are more beautiful women out there than me. There are ladies out there who not only know how to use swords but are also beautiful, non-suffocating and flexible, unlike me. He looked out the window, causing moonlight to fill his blue eyes. Julie. His voice sounded serene and uplifting. I absolutely loathe nonsensical concepts like fate, destiny, and horoscopes. However, there are times when I feel like something that I can't resist definitely exists. DeKilling stared at the moon in the sky. That's who you are to me. Julie understood what he meant, but at the same time she was doubtful. The old DeKilling would never say those words. Is that so? What changed him this much? DeKilling spoke again. That's why it would be beneficial for both of us to stay as far away from each other as possible. That way I wouldn't return to my former self. He leaned over. Thinking he was about to do something, her startled body stiffened and instinctively assumed a counterattack position. Clack. DeKilling opened the door. Get a good night's rest. I was absent from the meal, which means Zeit is probably still looking for me. She stared at him in silence. Get off okay. Take care. She nodded and got off the car. A fresh wind blew past her. She didn't know how much she had slept, but the world had become darker and her heart calmer. She was dropped near their mansion. Ah, are you finished? The driver went back in the car and they departed soon after. Julie looked at DeKilling through the rearview mirror for a moment before going home. Ah, my lord, you're here. The servants in the living room greeted her. She replied with a faint smile. I'm quite hungry. Can you prepare dinner? Ah, yes, of course. The servants moved busily. It was the first time in almost 2 weeks that she had asked for a meal at the mansion, so they did everything they could to cook the best meal for her. Julie ate delicious food and slept well that night. After so long, she finally managed to lay down on her bed without thinking about work. His words kept popping up in her mind, though. However, there are times when I feel like something that I can't resist definitely exists. She thought she wouldn't have nightmares that night. Should we keep going a little further? Roy asked. I shook my head. Let's head home. Got it. I sighed with a smirk, then giggled. I thought I should stay away from Julie from now on. The more time would pass, the more I would love every aspect of her. Of course, staying away from her would prove difficult. That was why she had to become a guardian knight. That way she would keep her distance from me herself. We've arrived. Good work. I got off the mansion. On the path in the garden on top of some shrub. A hawk was looking at me. The Datan Mountains ran along the southern outskirts of the empire. In the uphill road of its dense forest, Charlotte traveled with Maho. Anyone can have mana, but its quality and amount accumulated vary from person to person. That's why the mana quality can theoretically be divided into 10 different classes. The princess from the royal palace had many things she was curious about. Fortunately, her knight happily answered her questions with sincerity. An average person's mana falls under class 9 or 10. A little better than that, and they'd be in class 8. People belonging to class 7 and above can try to be a knight or a wizard. Those who fall within class 6 can become a professor of magic or even a guardian knight, depending on their background and personality. Aha, I see. Interesting. How do you measure class then? Can I also have the quality of my mana identified? They had been walking for 2 days and nights without a break. Maho's unwavering vigor made Charlotte smile a little. There's still no definite method to identify one's class. It's just a gut feeling among masters. That being said, it's rare for people to reach class 5 and above due to their high requirements. In fact, those belonging to class 4 and 3 are already so powerful most of them have important positions in the continent. Whoa, if class 4 and class 3 are that good, what about class 1? I'm not even sure if anyone's strong enough to belong to that class, but if there are, then they're probably gods. As far as I know, class 2's members are Burke's great elder Dzekton, the Empire's guardian knight Jeffred, the great wizard Demakin, and the Imperial University Tower chairman Adrian. Those 4 are the only ones in class 2. Wow, even I know those people's names. What about Professor DeKilling? I'm not sure. That guy might be class 4 or 5. DeKilling's mana quality in the beginning was class 6, but now it had gone up to class 5, just as the knight said. Anyway, hang in there a little longer. Don't worry. The princess diligently followed the rugged mountain path. Charlotte was worried since she was small and beautiful like a doll, but her perseverance made her wonder if she secretly underwent extreme workouts. Nevertheless, she smiled proudly. We're almost at our first destination. Got it. You hang in there too, Charlotte. The two moved forward without problems. However, compared to them, their subordinates, Ron and Jito, looked somewhat unreliable. Ron whispered low enough to make sure the princess wouldn't hear their conversation. Captain, trusting DeKilling and choosing Krebas is a bit. It's already been decided, and we can't back out from this now. Even if we could, our enemies clearly didn't even consider we'd take a route as dangerous as this. We haven't been attacked even once on our way here, have we? That's true, but Ron bit his lips tightly. Weaving, a dagger flew in from an unknown direction. Charlotte immediately hugged the princess and released strong energy. Ron and Jito pulled out their swords swiftly. Captain, go ahead. We'll follow you. We'll handle this. Daggers thundered quickly from seemingly random places, but several arrows flooded in from the mountaintop and intercepted them. I trust you. Come back alive. That's an order. Got it. Leaving their back to them, Charlotte sprinted with Miho. Hadekane, a city where affluent minds and colorful cultures coexisted. With its mild climate all year round, the Yukon capital was known for being an entertainment spot and a food hub. Recently, the magic department had chosen it as the location of the debutante's MT. Why in the world did they make the station so complicated? They were to go there by train, but Ephraim wandered from the station. She had only ever been on a train once, which was during her one-way trip from Juhel to Iliade. Iffy here Hugh, I almost got lost. Fortunately, her fellow club members managed to find her. They got on the train together. Everyone riding it was robed, almost as if they rented the entirety of it. Wow, we're all really going to Hadekane on an MT. I know, I was going to go there for vacation. Julia and the others looked very excited. Ephraim, who wasn't a native of the continent, couldn't relate to them. You all seem to like Hadekane that much. Naturally. You've never been there, have you, Iffy? Not only the tower, but almost every department of the university requested for it yearly, but the thesis arsonist kept rejecting them. Why, I don't know much about that, but there are lots to do in Hadekane. It's really amazing. Oh. So that's why the others were saying they were going to go shopping and try out new things. That's not all. That city's filled with good-looking men and women as well. Well, nobody at the tower could compete against Deculin in terms of appearance. The same went for the entire university, the only exception being from Lowing of the Night Department. Ephraim asked, "Is Professor Deculin coming with us then?" "Yeah, I thought he wasn't, but that thesis arsonist is apparently on this train too." Deculin sat in the VIP carriage with professors from each department. Relin from the Assistive Studies Department, Letran from the Spirit Department, Sire from the Destruction Department, Camel from the Medical Department, etc. Normally, this many professors didn't attend a debutante MT, but its location made them come. They all avoided Deculin's eyes. Everyone. Deculin, who had been silent, finally spoke. The professors listened carefully. "I heard you attended Madoho the other day." Silence permeated the carriage. "Are you not going to answer?" "Oh yes, ha, we did, but well, it was uneventful, I doubt it." Relin waved it off with his hands and shook his head while the other professors just smiled at him. "It is. Only the discussion about head Professor Deculin's mind-blowing midterm exam was noteworthy." "Haha, that's right. Right. Relin, Letran, and Sire took turns answering. Despite their flattery, however, Deculin was as brutal as ever. "You can just laugh now and move on, huh?" His tone was as dreary as the winter wind that stung one's skin. "The day you'll be able to choose between us will come." Luna was softer compared to Deculin and also had excellent skills. Her family and her supporters could also blend in, but not as much as the Eucline. Therefore, the professors naturally preferred Luna, but the truth is, I find it hilarious you think you even have a choice. Deculin looked at the other professors. His sharp gaze alone already stabbed several professors to death. "Let me be clear. You guys won't even be given the opportunity to choose." His words proved the most terrifying for the professors, who felt like they were endlessly getting smaller. Choo-choo. The train departed. Deculin, who stunned and shocked the other professors, read a book in silence. Hadekane was breathtaking. It wasn't hot even in the summer, and its wind scent was therapeutic. Its streets were full of life, and there were people who busily came and went with smiles on their faces. It was certainly a city that offered a high-quality lifestyle. The specific location of the MT was the luxury Hotel Hadekane Romance, which was on the outskirts of Hadekane. It had a riverbank and a forest nearby, making it suitable to hold the MT in. 4 debutantes will share one room. If you prefer to be alone, you are allowed to rent a cabin at your own expense. Student representative. After I explained the matters at the hotel lobby, I called the student representative. The 2 representatives of the magic department hurriedly came. Noted, I didn't care if they drank alcohol or not. I didn't even have to care if they died. That was the charm of the MT. However, there shouldn't be any casualties. Unpack first. I came out of the hotel as the debutantes went up to their rooms while whispering among each other. I found Uriel waiting in a car after I had gone out. "At least try to save our face in the tower. You're being recognized more these days." Uriel spoke as soon as I got into the car. "How did you set it up?" "How did you set it up? What are you talking about?" Uriel shrugged. "There's a rumor going around that Marek will be open. It was a prediction based on the current Emperor's nature and a whole." "What? You know that Marek would be a loss for us, right?" "No. Marek's opening provided a consequential benefit. However, we needed absolute defense for it. You should have written down how to handle it." "I meant to, but it costs too much money, and someone spent 200 million." Uriel sighed sarcastically. "We will soon sell the items I bought one by one, which will bring us huge profits. I'll be able to return the 200 million Elnas within this year. In fact, if one were to look at this world like a TRPG, it was my magic's turn. That was why I didn't even bother using Midas's hand when working. If I used up 4,000 mana on Midas's hand, I wouldn't be able to train my magic or use understanding. Things would be a little different from here on out, though. I genuinely needed money right now. By the way, why didn't you give me 10 million? Uriel murmured as she pouted. "You're welcome to give it to me right now. Do you remember what you felt when we went for the relic last time, where you sold the vase? I intend to take over those emotions soon. No, what? Oh, Uriel trembled almost loathingly. You have no dignity. That's enough. We're here. We arrived at the tower while we were talking. I naturally looked up as soon as I got out of the car. Its scale has grown considerably. There were only 9 university towers on the entire continent. After all, for a building to be considered as one, it had to at least have 70 floors. Measuring Haidkane's Euclid Tower by eye, it was likely taller than that minimum qualification. It's because they've been continuously developing. I went into the tower with Uriel, finding wizards waiting for us in the lobby. It's an honor to meet you. I'm the tower's head, Diedrich. Diedrich was a young man. I looked at him with man of great wealth, and he, fortunately, passed with flying colors. Nice to meet you. I shook hands with him, then looked around the tower. It wasn't as good as the Imperial University Tower, but its facilities were amazing enough to say they definitely were keeping up with the times. Separate from the other 8 affiliations, the 9th affiliation, Specialized Magic, was also known as Signature Magic. Magic under the 9th affiliation adopted its creator's name. If a wizard invented it alone, it would be named after them. If an entire tower developed it together, then it was given the name of the tower. However, that was simply because specialized magic research consumed enormous resources. Magic only required a wizard's brain to be conceptualized, but experimenting and perfecting it required a lot of mana stones, considering one would need to determine which series would suit it the most, all the faults it had, and all the effects it might apply to both the user and the target. Uriel, yeah, let's go to the stables now that it's done. I need a horse. Already. No, it doesn't matter, but before that, can't you donate the midterm exam papers from the tower, sir? On a free loan basis, Uriel looked at me with eyes that reminded me of puppies, but I shook my head coldly. I don't have time. However, if there is a wizard conducting a thesis or research in this tower, I'll correct their paper. Consider it a gift. How can that be a gift? Uriel asked innocently, looking genuinely clueless. I looked back at the wizards who had been following us, but they also looked like they were avoiding the topic. The sight made my anger momentarily rise. Using my man of great wealth, I chose a person who stood out from the rest of the wizards. He was a cute little kid that reminded me of Alan. What's your name? Me. I'm Panion, a rank 2 wizard. Is there a magic thesis you're working on? What? Ah, yes, there is. I'll look over your paper. Think of it as an honor. No, I. Panion declined audaciously. He was about to cry, so I let him off the hook. I came to the horse stables in the meadow behind the Euclid estate, finding a lot of excellent horses stomping on the grass. They seemed to be grazing. In the past, fostering horses was a big business, but cars have developed a lot these days still. I really like our stallions. Uriel stroked one of the horse's manes and smiled. Keep trying. Horses have different advantages than cars. Horses, which could be used in dungeons and mines as long as they were equipped, would soon become highly sought after again. I know, I'm having fun raising these guys. It's not as much as before, but it's still fairly beneficial for us. Tap, tap. Uriel patted the horse's back a few times and looked at her watch. It's time for me to go to work now. You can take any of these guys with you. Uriel, I grabbed her as she was about to leave. I took out a luxurious box and handed it to her. It's a gift. It contained high-end gloves. Uriel, blinking vacantly, received the gift with a weirdly distorted expression. What kind of trade is this? Ah, a trade. Yeah, this is definitely a trade. Well, horses are a lot more expensive, but it's fine. I accept this deal. Uriel was muttering to herself and went straight to the residence. For some reason, she seemed to be in a hurry. I soon strolled through the meadow and searched for a horse that wasn't too old and not too young. According to my man of great wealth, the red horse with a soft mane and glossy skin stood out among the herd. I approached him right away and hopped on his back. I had never ridden a horse before, but I felt strangely used to it. This was the effect of Deculine's personality. Clack, 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 clack. After riding him for a few moments, I thought he was perfect. I prepared Midas's hand. Of course, horses weren't items. They were alive. However, Midas's hand had a characteristic that used the user's mana to unlock the potential of the target, which could be alive or an inanimate object. Of course, it didn't apply to humans, but horses were treated as items in the game system, so maybe. I used Midas's hand. The blue energy from my fingertips enveloped the horse. Wee-eyeing. He burbled for a moment as he raised his front hooves, forcing me to hold on to him to prevent myself from falling off his back. Euclid's red horse. Description: a high-class horse who grew up eating only good things. Midas's hand upgraded its overall physical ability and unlocked its potential. Category: pet ride. Pet characteristics: dash, breathing. Name setting is possible. Midas's hand 4. As expected, honestly, this much was only natural. It would be weirder if it weren't. Nodding satisfactorily, I named the horse Red Horse. It just so happened that his skin was red, which made the name suit him even more. That aside. I was ready now. I would move tomorrow at 3 a.m. There was still a lot of time left until then, so I steered him to practice horseback riding. Giddy up, I shouted and pulled on his reins just as I had seen in historical dramas, and the horse ran with great speed and momentum. For a moment my body leaned back and almost fell off heaving. Returning to the Lord's residence, Uriel took out her childhood diary. Covered in dust and stored in an old drawer, it contained memories from a long time ago. I didn't get scolded when I ate breakfast today, so my brother talked to me. I was happy the entire day because of that. I dropped my knife while eating dinner. My brother looked at me as if I were pathetic, which made me feel sad. It was my fault. Now, even if my brother doesn't scold me, I have to make sure I can do better on my own. I will try to do tomorrow what I couldn't do today. I have to work hard. My brother doesn't like it when I cry, but I did anyway when I shouldn't. Why couldn't I hold it back? Idiot, she closed her diary as she could no longer bear reading it. Why was I so weak at that time? Why the hell did I act like an idiot? Uriel sighed and looked at the gloves on the corner of the desk. It was a luxury item that Dekilling gave as a gift. Gift my ass, Uriel swore. She couldn't even remember the past when she longed for love. The child whose world was shaken by his every word was already dead. All that was left was the pain she wanted to forget. I won't be deceived, you idiot. Uriel grabbed his gift and tried to throw it away. Damn it, but she couldn't bring herself to move her arms. It was the first present she received in her life, as she had never even received a happy birthday. Uriel put the gloves in her drawer. I just don't have to use it anyway. She mumbled and nodded. 9 p.m. People gathered in the forest behind Hadekane Romance. The first activity in their 3 days and 2 nights of stay here was to watch magic fireworks. Along with powerful cheers, twinkling magic rays soared into the sky. Fizz, hiss, boom. They exploded in the air and beautifully embroidered the darkness of the night. Wow. So beautiful. The place was filled with pure exclamations. The 3 children of the archipelago, Carlos, Leo, and Laya, were among the large crowd watching the fireworks. As expected from Sylvia, that was impeccably perfect. The 7 professors of the Department of Magic each gave her team a perfect score for each firework. Iffy, are you ready? Yeah, Ephraim's team went last. Bringing in fireworks they engraved with an incantation in advance, Ephraim, their team leader, shouted. We used destruction magic and harmonic magic, too. Just shoot it, okay. The professors didn't even pretend to be interested. Feeling down, she concentrated her magic on her bracelet. Her soaring magic power permeated the firework pile, causing them to flare up immediately. Fizz, the magic hit the sky and exploded. Boom, as Ephraim explained, the feast of destruction and harmony that ensued made curtains as beautiful as the aurora. It was a result that could be compared to Sylvia's team, but their professors didn't look satisfied. But its sound is too loud. My ear hurts. Professor Sire of the Department of Destruction gave 6 points. Letran from the Spirit Department gave 4 points. I mean, why? Julia demanded an explanation, but they just stared at her silently. She pouted and went back. It's okay. Ephraim comforted Julia. She expected that much anyway. The professors hated the Commoners Club, however 10 points. They found the perfect balance between destruction magic and harmonic magic. They received a perfect score out of nowhere. Dekilling. Surprised, Julia asked. What? 10 points. As Dekilling nodded, the professors slowly glanced at each other. Relin, next to Dekilling, praised them and gave them 10 points. The professors after him did the same as well. Only Sire and Letran, who gave 6 and 4 points respectively, broke out in cold sweat. They misunderstood this as Dekilling's new method of screwing them. Here are the results of the magic fireworks contest. First place is Team Sylvia with 70 points. Second place is Team Ephraim with 60 points. Third place is Team Beck with 58 points. However, he had already left without looking at anyone. What was that? Gosh, that's ridiculous. Hey, I was right. She's Dekilling's favorite. That's right. At the beginning of the semester, she was supposed to be punished, but she wasn't because of Dekilling. There are rumors that he gave her private lessons. Gee, are they going out or something? No way. She's pretty, but I don't think she's Professor Dekilling's type. A group of noble wizards whispered as they gossiped, which was unbecoming of their aristocratic background. Ephraim was mad, but she didn't say anything. Iffy, look at this. This is the reward for coming in second. Before she could do anything reckless, Julia came with the second prize. It was hard liquor. Ephraim snatched it, opened it up, and took a nap already. Geez, what's wrong with you, Iffy? Wait, I have to go somewhere. As soon as Ephraim gave it back to Julia, she ran at full speed, making sure to remember where she came from. She had countless questions that she needed to ask him and innumerable things she wanted to know. Today was just a trigger. Pant, pant, pant. She felt like she had been running for about 30 minutes before she found Dekilling on a bench by the dark roadside. There was a horse standing beside him. She swallowed hard. He didn't seem to care about her, but she hesitatingly walked over and sat down on the bench opposite. Professor. Dekilling didn't answer. Ephraim continued without hesitation. I know this is rude of me, but I have a question regarding the promotion test. Only then did Dekillian look at her. You mean about Drent? Yes. Ephraim felt something wasn't right about his thesis. The fire preservation and its casting method presented by Drent made a certain suspicion grow stronger in her with each passing day. The content of his thesis. It's similar to your assignment. No, it's almost identical. Did you just realize that now? Dekillian looked at her like she was pathetic. Ephraim's tried to speak, but no words came out. Of course, she didn't think he would assert it with so much certainty, but deep down, she already knew it was hers. She lowered her gaze, feeling sadness rising deep within her. The nobles who didn't know any better gossiped that Dekillian favored her, labeling his actions as affection. Could it really be called favoritism? If so, why? Why the hell? Why? Ephraim looked at the stones lying on the pavement as a breeze swept past her robe. She could hear the laughter of wizards not far away from them. This is no different with my punishment, the club, and Drent's thesis. She needed to ask one of the most important questions she'd been dying to find the answer to. Is it because of my father? Is it because of your sense of debt? Ephraim asked with courage as she proudly raised her head. Dekillian, the most hated professor, was looking at her, his blue eyes making her body tremble just by looking at them. Find out for yourself. Don't be stubborn, you're not a child anymore. Dekillian got up from his seat as he let those words out of his lips coldly. In an instant, it seemed as if all the tension in her body had been drained away. However, she soon was filled with anger. Ephraim clenched her fists. I was going to anyway. Her words made Dekillian turn to her. She didn't avoid his gaze. The fire in her heart didn't freeze this time. I'll be proposing to be under your supervision. In doing so, I'll reveal what happened and the reason why my father committed suicide. Dekillian just looked at her. There wasn't even the slightest change in his face. You once said that I'm a gem. She didn't know if she'd regret saying those words one day. You are, so don't waste your talents. Tears welled up in her eyes as her closed lips trembled. If so, then I will definitely surpass you. I will become greater than you as you watch me from your high horse. Ephraim, who vomited all of her old and pent-up emotions, gasped for breath. Unwittingly, she wiped her tears away with the hem of her robe. The night air softly blowing in their vicinity cooled her heat. Under the stars, Dekillian stood still, his silence frightening Ephraim. She realized what she just did a little too late, however. That's a good attitude. He didn't try to break her will. He didn't despise or mock her, ceaselessly challenge life itself. On the contrary, he sounded rather respectful. Whatever awaits you at the end of your path, where it is your laurel wreath. Dekillian climbed on his horse. Ephraim watched his back retreat in silence as the red horse that carried him quickly moved farther away. I will. Ephraim smiled and nodded. As he said, she would ceaselessly challenge life itself. So I want you to reach a position far higher than anyone else. Once you've reached the pinnacle of your growth, I want myself to be the one to break you, not anyone else. Until then, Ouch, she felt a dull pain in her shoulder blades. Ephraim patted her shoulder and looked at the ground, finding a stone still rolling on it. What is it now? She looked up at a nearby tree, finding a hawk staring at her. Is it the one that threw this? It sounded ridiculous, but it made sense. A rock held by the hawk's talon flew in my direction. That hawk had thrown it. What are you, ouch? Hey, stop throwing this bird. I arrived at the entrance of the Krebs Canyon in an hour due to Red Horse's amazing performance. That's all for today. Return to the stables and come back at noon. I sent Red Horse back. I didn't know if he'd listened to my orders or not, but there was no sign of fatigue in his movements. Is it a death? I stood still and recalled the recent incident. Ephraim's declaration today was not a death variable, but it was somewhat disconcerting. She planned on putting herself under my control. It wasn't bad. However, it was unclear whether she would be a dagger pressed against my throat or a sheathed dagger for me to wield. It was so sudden, and I still didn't know what exactly Dekillian did to her father. He could have committed a crime worthy of death or something that could have been fixed with a simple scolding. I wanted to know, but there was no way to do so. Independent quest, complete the course. Store currency +4. Additional achievement rewards. A system message popped up. Charlotte and her party were approaching from afar. Covered in dust, they sighed in relief when they saw me. However, their party had only Maho, Charlotte, and Roan. The other escorts were nowhere to be seen. Are there only 3 of you? I asked Charlotte, but she didn't answer. Did the rest die on their way here? Such a shame. Behind Charlotte, Maho poked her head out. It was nice to see her talking a lot as soon as we met. She looked exactly as I had designed her to be, and her personality was the same as I saw in the game. Yes, nice to meet you. My name is Dekillian von Grahen Uklein. I'm the head professor of the Imperial University Tower. Wow, you're the head professor. That's impressive. You must be great at magic. I just smiled at her in reply before turning my attention towards Charlotte, whose expression remained dark. Take it. It's a note from the adventure team. Charlotte held out a piece of paper. About 37 murderers and a Deanant are chasing you. Deanant. As soon as I saw the word, I frowned, an instinctive disgust surging within me. The Ryok family has become far too corrupted. I know, right? Dinant was a subspecies of half-ghosts and demons. It looked and spoke like a human, and it even had human-level intelligence. However, everything else about them was no different from a demon. Dinants were also more disgusting than demons because they were the products of a contract. Demon summon magic performed by the dark wizards of the ashes. Monsters that could only be summoned by mixing a human body with intact limbs and demon horns were difficult to defeat physically and magically. "Are you all right?" Charlotte asked. "I'm fine. The odds were in my favor. After all, once we had entered the canyon, my mana quality would be upgraded to class 4, and my mana recovery speed would overwhelm my consumption of it. My magic power and overall output would also be amplified. Even more, since Dinants were demon type, I'd be able to thoroughly rip them apart. Princess Maho, yes, I put my briefcase down on the road. As the bag opened, 15 wooden steel bags emerged in the air. Her eyes widened as she witnessed it. "From now on, this steel will escort you." "Wow," Charlotte muttered, "that's the perfect magic for escorts." She pulled out a mining gas mask. "You don't need it. I brought 4 of these." I shook my head. Group entered Kreba's Canyon. Its entrance was no different from other mountain trails. It was a bit cramped and rough, but that was it. "I think you're a very kind person, Professor de Kulin." Me? Charlotte was surprised by the unexpected attitude that de Kulin was showing now. Of course, the other nobles in the Empire seemed to hate me and always looked down on me, which made me sad. "But you're different. You should just ignore those kinds of people." He treated Maho with great respect. His every word contained respect, and his actions were filled with dignity. The lower one is, the more they'd try to exalt themselves by looking down on others. What, am I lowly? No, the pathetic nobles of the Empire are. Princess Maho is, of course, a priceless individual, but not just because of your blood. You have qualities that are unique to you. Wow, that's the first time anyone's told me that. Feeling uncomfortable, Charlotte intervened. "Hey, cut it out. He might end up seducing her at this rate." De Kulin nodded and walked silently. His steps leading them through the canyon were unstoppable. He didn't even hesitate at all, almost as if he had been traversing the same path for 20 years. The deeper they advanced into the inner canyon, the more the forests and vegetation became more purple. Was that the Euclid exorcism she had only heard of? A monkey jumped down towards them from an unknown place. Roan hurriedly swung his sword, but the blade hovering around the group pierced it first. Karek, it was the strange steel that de Kulin wielded. Wow, Maho was amazed. De Kulin said, still looking only forward. "Your vicinity is well protected, so there's no need to worry. Anyway, at this rate, it will take approximately 4 hours to reach the border of Urin." Charlotte bit her lip tightly, finding that duration troublesome. 4 hours is too long. There's nothing we can do about it. If we run, we might become addicted to magic. What about the Dinant? No worries, I'll slay it. You, yes. Charlotte shook her head. If it appeared she was willing to sacrifice herself. No, I. Shut up, what? De Kulin's voice changed in an instant. Flap, flap, a swarm of bats soon appeared. There were hundreds of them, but de Kulin's cherished item moved gracefully and penetrated them all. The swarm of bats fell against the might of his raging steel before they could even launch an attack against them. That's awesome. What kind of magic is this? Professor, I. Maho spoke to de Kulin while he had his back against her. De Kulin replied softly, Princess, yes, shut up and wait. Oh, okay. Startled, Maho pretended to lock the zipper of her mouth. Her lips kept moving, but no sound came out. I shut my mouth, I'm listening to you. Fwi, a whistle blew from a distance. Charlotte held her sword up, feeling demonic energy approaching them. De Kulin's steps stopped. Hey, his blue eyes instantly lit up. His fearlessly distorted expression seemed to have managed to contain his anger. Charlotte was far more terrified of him. Fwi. The whistling sound slowly neared them. Tap, 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 tap. Light footsteps could be heard echoing as well. Whoosh. As the tree branches swayed, Charlotte embraced Maho and surrounded herself with a steel shield. Let me tell you this now. De Kulin calmly gave their opponents a warning. The moment you approach, your limbs will disintegrate. The other side didn't retreat, however. Rather, they showed a multitude of provocations as if ridiculing de Kulin at that very moment. A rupture of steel tore through the atmosphere, vibrating dozens of times per second, and racing through the area at a speed normal human eyes could no longer perceive. Their entire vicinity was devastated as if a bomb landed and exploded. The shockwaves caused by his psychokinesis's sheer speed alone caused the canyon to be overturned, and all sorts of things to spring up, blood, flesh, innards. Right before Charlotte's eyes, the murderers burst into fragments as de Kulin's steel rotated more than tens of times per second, crushing the area and flinging human flesh around. The result was as disastrous as it could get. Charlotte covered Maho's eyes with her hand and grabbed her close when she tried to lean away from it. Come on, why? You shouldn't see this, Princess. The situation was still dire. Some of their enemies escaped from his onslaught safely, and the Deanant, the most dangerous of them all, hadn't even appeared yet. Charlotte raised her sword even though holding it alone caused pain in her right shoulder due to an injury she hid from the princess. Charlotte, de Killing called. He had been watching them, clutching his cane. Leave with the princess. I'll follow. If you stay here too long, the princess will also be put in danger. Do you think you can handle them alone? Leave. Charlotte hesitated, but eventually nodded. They weren't in a situation where she could insist on fighting together. She lifted Maho as one of her subordinates caught up with them, who was supposed to act as their escort. Captain, allow me to stay behind and help the professor. Roan proposed. Okay. As Charlotte turned around with Maho, she finally clearly felt the demonic energies rise. Not far away from them, the Deanant slowly made its appearance. Although in human form, its silhouette was faint like the sunset. In ghosts that fused, what made it difficult to fight was its solid physique imbued with liquid properties. Charlotte ran, leaving the Deanant behind while controlling her speed at the same time. If she were too fast, she'd risk turning the princess into an addict to dark magic. F-whew. The Deanant whistled teasingly. How far can those two women run? De Killing forcibly tightened his reason. From the bottom of his consciousness, instinctive hatred and contempt abounded, but it was tolerable. You'll never be able to kill my vessel with your non-magical steel. The demon laughingly mocked him, its tone sounding hoarse as if its throat had been scorched. Well, it isn't like magic can kill me either. As it said, ordinary steel didn't work against it. Momentaneous magic couldn't extinguish liquid-like or gas-like beings. Attempting to do so would be no different from trying to cut or burn air. To get rid of it, one's mana quality had to be extremely high. They would also need to take into consideration the canyon they were in, which would force huge amounts of mana to scatter due to the dark magic's concentration. The Deanant knew and took advantage of that fact excellently. De Killing closed his eyes. He devised the wood steel's path based on his mana amplification and recovery speed, planning how he'd tear his opponent apart down to the very last detail. His prediction and estimation of the battle went as far as 30 minutes into the future. Woong. Rockaloc's Yuklan cane began to heat up as he filled it with his mana, his blood in it seemingly making it as furious as he was. Eventually, De Killing opened his eyes, which now gleamed blue. The Deanant still stood on the other side of the battlefield. He drew an imaginary line on the road not far away from him, which would trigger the steel swarm to faithfully carry out his concept and design. Thud. The Deanant took one step, and Roan's hands immediately became damp with sweat. Thud. The demon believed in itself. However, De Killing knew how to slay it. Thud. It took one more step with which it crossed the line. A cold flash of light struck the Deanant's right side like a bolt of lightning. Roan couldn't see it. Even De Killing couldn't follow its movements with his own eyes. His wood steels executed a preconceived design instead of acting according to his will. Nobody moved, almost as if everyone's time but his weapons had been paused. Swish. The Deanant felt its throat getting pierced. However, not even a drop of blood flowed. One of De Killing's wood steels then descended rapidly, slicing its way from its target's collarbone to its groin. Another bent transversely, making a beeline from the demon's lower right pubis to its upper left armpit. His third, fourth, and fifth wood steels ripped through its vertebrae at every node, while his sixth and seventh cut off its wrists, and the eighth and ninth amputated its legs. His 10th and 11th spiraled through its entire body. On the Deanant's physique, they engraved solid lines, the lengths of which released smoke. Before long, it felt its vision shift as it watched its own body being torn apart by multiple steel objects as the world spun. Not long after, the 12th wood steel came leisurely, decapitating the Deanant's head. It then pierced through its eyeballs and shattered its brain. The 13th and 14th steels ran rampant within its vessel. Taking advantage of the situation, their enemies passed by De Killing and tried to pursue Charlotte, but he easily destroyed them using his weapons. The flying blades moved swiftly and returned to their posts. Even Roan noticed the shock and perplexity their opponents felt. "Professor, oh, over there," the knight yelled, pointing at the Deanant, which flailed around and was about to regain its form. De Killing was calm. Don't make a fuss. He knew how to slay it. It was simple. I just have to kill it until it permanently dies. His wood steels charged through it again, infinitely repeating the same process that destroyed the Deanant. Dazed, Roan could do nothing but admire De Killing's destructive power. Charlotte and Maho ran out into the fields, crossing the canyon safely until they reached the borders of Urin. However, even then, their journey proved filled with hardships. Their pursuers had been waiting for them, and from the shadows they rushed in. Charlotte fought back, not paying any mind to the pain coursing through her body and trying to cripple her right arm. Sword aura rose from Charlotte's blade, fragmenting her opponent's flesh and bones. Not long after their battle began, she heard a shout coming from behind them. "They're over here." The Knights of the Grand Duke had come. They couldn't enter the Empire's borders. Hence, as they promised Charlotte, they served as reinforcements at the edge of Urin's borders instead. The knights rushed in without hesitation, mercilessly ending the lives of those who hunted the princess. With the tide of war in their favor, she sighed in relief and checked up on Maho, who was still in her arms. "Are you okay, princess?" "Yes. I feel a bit sick, but I'm fine, blarg." That's an early symptom of dark magic addiction, but at this level, it's still nothing to be worried about. You should be fine soon. The knights allowed no prey to escape, even if those they captured chose to commit suicide. Sweeich, the more flesh they cut, the quieter their vicinity grew. Not long after, Gilland, Urin's interior minister and Maho's uncle, appeared. "Maho, oh, uncle." Maho yelled and went running to him, who looked at her apologetically. "It's been a long time. Please forgive us for not being able to do anything but wait for you here. We had no other options left." Maho was as bright as ever. Gilland patted her head and looked at Charlotte, who was tending to her painful shoulders. "Charlotte." "Yes, no." Charlotte shook her head. Deculin said they would follow after them, and Charlotte believed his words. "I'll wait here." Gilland nodded. As they waited for the others to arrive, they regrouped and buried their fallen brothers in arm. As the cold wind blew, time passed. 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. Let's head back. Gilland placed his hand on Charlotte's shoulder. "Oh, there." Maho pointed at the distant horizon, where two men could be seen walking under the achromatic evening that made the line between earth and sky vague. Charlotte sighed in relief. "You're safe." Maho ran to meet him first. Deculin was still soaked in the afterglow of the battle. His face was stiff, but he soon smiled and bowed his head politely. "Princess." He put his lips beside her ear and whispered, "There's no need for acting now." Maho's expression stiffened slightly. He knew Maho's true personality. Of course, her tomboy behavior wasn't a lie. However, her innocent, ingenuous behavior was. She was thoroughly aware of which aspects of her could induce sympathy and increase her own odds of survival. Maho's eyes widened as she stared at Deculin, who kept smiling at her without saying a word. Charlotte came. "Hey, you. My work here is done. I'll leave the report to you, Roan." "Yes, all right." Roan straightened his back at Deculin's words. He was full of doubts just a day ago, but he now acted like a loyalist. Even his eyes were filled to the brim with admiration and respect for Deculin. Deculin turned around without answering. He hadn't rested yet, but he still showed not even the faintest sign of fatigue. He was as full of grace as when they first met. "Charlotte," Gilland called as he stared at Deculin's back. "Yes." "Is that person an escort?" Roan replied in her stead. "Yes, that's Deculin, head professor of the Imperial University Tower. He alone killed dozens of pursuers and annihilated a Denant." "A Denant? I mean in that crevasse gorge." Roan nodded proudly. "Yes, is that possible? I saw it with my own eyes." Professor Deculin's magic was different from that of ordinary wizards. Roan looked far away with an expression full of emotion. Maho followed his gaze. He dealt with the Denant as if he were playing with a toy. None of the monster's attacks worked against him, as he showcased the epitome of combat magic against a near-invincible opponent. At Roan's praise, Gilland and the Archduke's knights looked at him in a different light. On the dark horizon, the Eucline head trudged onwards. Independent quest completed. Store currency +4. Mana +30. Red Horse was already waiting for me when I exited the canyon. Before climbing on his back and returning, I took another look at the gorge entrance. My mana recovery speed inside the canyon was fast enough to use all of my wood steel and Midas's hand. Additionally, 4 of my wood steels gained properties during the 6 hours it took to travel through it. However, purifying and accepting the mana in that place put a heavy load on my body and swiftly consumed my mental power, making me feel like its personality contagion was getting stronger. I didn't want to spend any more time in there than necessary. "Let's go back to Hadecane." Red Horse galloped swiftly. However, when I took a nap on the saddle, he reduced his speed, seemingly aware of my fatigue. I closed my eyes for a while, and when I opened them again, we were already at the Hadecane Castle. I had no intention of coming here, but since I was here anyway, I decided to take a look around Deculin's room. "Hey, oh, my liege has come." I left Red Horse to a nearby guard and went inside the castle, where I told a servant to guide me to Deculin's room. "Is it here?" "Yes, it's been a while since I last visited. I've already forgot the floor's entrance. Anyway, you may go and rest now." I opened the door, revealing a clean room that wasn't out of the ordinary. Something on the bookshelf caught my attention, however. It was an untitled notebook that had nothing written in it, but my vision told me it was special. I wouldn't have noticed it if it wasn't. I then went up to the castle lord's office. Knock, knock. I grabbed the doorknob and turned it. What the hell? As soon as I opened the door, I heard a strong and clear voice. "Uriel." She frowned and looked at me. "Knock before coming in." I did. Wait for a response. As I approached her, I noticed she was unraveling something with a pencil and a notebook on the desk. "What were you doing?" "This thing in Wizard Academic." Wizard Academic was a magic journal. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a magic exam paper. It just wasn't noticeable since the readers were having fun while solving the questions and giving each other magic tests. Naturally, there were cases in which they learned something in the process of solving the problems, so it wasn't completely useless. Moreover, it also recorded the magic questions raised by the archmages of the past called Millennium. I hadn't even thought of solving them since it was a waste of time for me. Let me see, what were you solving? Uriel handed it over without a word, and I solved the problem using understanding, which was extremely useful in finding answers. The more limited the field was, the more straightforward the problem became, hence consuming less mana. Nevertheless, I used up 2,000 mana for just one question. Without much thought, I wrote the answer in the box. At that moment. Mini quest, solving academic questions. Mana +2. What is it? Uriel asked flatly. It's nothing. My mana increased by 2. I returned the journal without a word, and Uriel's eyes grew bigger as soon as she saw my answer. Hey, why did you write it down? I feel tired. I'm going to sleep. What? Hey, I've been solving this problem for 2 hours. You've taken 2 hours trying to answer it, but I solved it in a minute. So what? Are you showing off? I smiled and left the office, after which I heard her saying, gosh, seriously, what's wrong with him? But I didn't feel upset. Right now, even 2 mana was already too precious for me. Mana 1419, 3419, plus 800. Mana quality 5s. The Principality of Uran wasn't subject to interference by any king or emperor since it was a country that succeeded in the dukeship of an already annihilated kingdom. Late in the evening at the Lucangel Castle, the Grand Duke's residence, the Grand Duke's brother, Interior Minister Gilland, called Charlotte to his office. Minister, what's going on? How's Maho? Gilland sounded serious. She just went to bed, Charlotte answered with a rather tired face. Gilland let out a sigh and gestured at the chair. Sit down, I have something to tell you too. Anxious, Charlotte did as instructed. What is it? She asked, keeping her composure as much as possible despite thinking he might be announcing his refusal to let the princess stay here. Don't be too surprised. However, what Gilland wanted to discuss was something she had never even dared imagine. The Archduke wants Maho to succeed him. Huh, Charlotte stared at him blankly, unable to comprehend what he just said. His words were so absurd she thought she had fallen asleep due to her fatigue and was now dreaming. What does that? He seems to have made up his mind even before Maho sent her letter. I mean, he can't really trust his grandson after all. No, I don't understand. Does that mean the princess will be the next Archduchess? That's right. Gilland laughed bitterly. Is that possible? Charlotte asked, still surprised. Of course it is. Maho is a direct descendant of the Grand Duke. 3 years ago, she was also second in line to his throne, but the princess won't be able to bear the weight of the crown. Gilland shook his head at Charlotte's words. You're too naive. I'm sorry. That aside, this information's still highly classified. Only the Archduke and the people in this room know of it. Oh, okay. Of course it is. Charlotte nodded, feeling a headache coming up. After a while, however, her forehead began to scrunch as a thought rose within her. What is it? Gilland asked. At that moment, a spark flashed in her mind. Oh. Gilland trembled at the sudden sound. No way. She remembered Deculin. Deculin knew that Maho could only survive if she went to Uran. He also referred to this collaboration as a deal. At that time, she believed and accepted it with his grudge against the Ryok kingdom in mind, but in fact, the expression deal itself was absurd. In the first place, their transaction was established on the premise of mutual benefit, but Maho, a princess abandoned by the kingdom, couldn't give him anything. What's wrong? Gilland asked, growing even more curious about her inner change. Charlotte, who had become more serious, asked, Does anyone else know of this, Minister? Of course not. The Grand Duke only told me about it today. Charlotte felt goosebumps all over her body. Deculin's words to her before replayed in her ears. I'm an extremely political person. Moreover, when it comes to matters involving intelligence or discernment, you know I'm far better than you, if so. Did he make such a deal by taking all these circumstances into account, guessing the relationship between the Archduke and Maho, calculating the dynamics and conflicts between the kingdom and the principality, and finally predicting the conclusion that the princess could succeed the throne, if he really did? Monster, how far had he thought through? How sophisticated and precise were his thoughts and resourcefulness? What me? Charlotte came back to her senses. Gilland was staring at her with narrowed eyes. No, you finally voiced out your thoughts. Right, I'm sorry. I didn't even make any diplomatic effort to save Maho, yet I'm already telling you another serious issue. You're not wrong to think of me as a monster. No, it's not that. Enough, no. You may go, no, listen to me. Above the principality of Uran's evening skies, the large moon and the swarm of stars veiled the lands with a thin mist. Below it, Maho lay on her bed in a fetal position, thinking about what happened to her today and all the years she spent living. I survived, brother, sister. Longer than you did. Maho had been obsessed with preserving her life since childhood, since she felt her death approaching instinctively. The Ryok kingdom's royal family was a thin ice sheet dangling in a mountain where the wind always blew. The king's sons and daughters were ambitious, and the king was rather proud of their disastrous nature. The consequences of that were catastrophic. Maho chose to escape for the sake of her survival. Leaving the kingdom, she stayed in the empire to raise money and desperately earn her knight's loyalty, ultimately changing the time of her death. She wanted life, so she survived. And you say acting. Dekulin told her to stop acting. Maho pouted and got up from the bed. Of course, it was true that she behaved in a way that would make them like her. All human beings would instinctively save a child who fell into a well. That was why she thought pretending to be one wasn't so wrong. However, the gratitude that Maho felt in the process was sincere. She was genuinely thankful for what Charlotte, Roan, Gilland, and Dekulin did for her. How did he know? At the same time, she was curious. No one in the Empire knew her as much as he did. They never dug deeper than seeing her as a pitiful and worthless royal held hostage by the system. In that short time, Professor Dekulin saw through her. He understood the principles of her inner behavior and called it acting, which was an accurate way to describe her. Was it necessary to do that to become the head professor of the Imperial University Tower? He's amazing. She had been using that same mask for decades, but he was the first to discover it in an instant no less. He made her feel naked. Hugh Maho sighed and sat down behind her desk, glancing at the paper in the corner of it. A letter of gratitude. Thinking it wouldn't cause any trouble if she were to send it to the professor, she picked up a pen and continued it. Early morning Haidkane. Ganesha ate at a restaurant with 3 children. Chomp chomp. After 18 hours of training, Leah, who always acted mature for her age, lost all etiquettes as she dug right into her food. Ganesha found them cute, eating their meal with their hands like hungry wild beasts. Hugh. Are you done? Yes, gosh, now I feel alive. Leah sighed as she put her hand on her belly like an adult. Leo and Carlos leaned against the back of their chair. Ganesha smiled. You had a pretty tough training session. The good news is I think you can take the adventurer exam this year already, considering your current level. Really? Leo's eyes widened. This year? Leah asked, looking just as surprised. Yes, there's no age limit for adventurers. The sooner you pass the exam, the better. It probably won't be difficult for you by the time it comes around if you keep growing like this. The Adventurers Guild prioritized abilities. It didn't matter if the person was 8, 18, or 80 years old. If they're willing to take the test and had the talent and skills required to pass, they'd be given the adventurer qualification. The most important part came after obtaining it. Adventurers could choose a specialty and focus on improving themselves and making a name for themselves in that field. Likewise, they could take on quests related to it to make money as well. No matter what they chose, they would need to carve out their own path. An adventurer with no track record and achievements wouldn't be able to pass the extended examination, which was conducted a total of 3 times in a 3-year cycle. Since you're already finished, shall we go now? Yeah. The 4 of them stood up. As Carlos and Leo left the restaurant, they quarreled over who ate faster or more, and Leah covered their mouths. Soon enough, they reached the Haidkane station. Wow, they're all wizards. Leo was amazed. They were surrounded by the debutantes of the Imperial University Tower, all of whom were wearing a robe. They were on their way back from their retreat. Ganesha soon found a man mixed with the crowd. He was tall and looked so handsome he could be mistaken for a jewel. His body was clad in a suit that exuded elegance, allowing not even the tiniest hint of imperfection. Head Professor Dekulin. Guys, come here. Ganesha hid the children behind her back just in case. However, Leah kept tilting her head and looking and staring at Dekulin with widened eyes. Leah, what, Ganesha? Nothing. Ganesha giggled. As expected, both children and adults were deceived by his appearance. After all, his unique aristocratic atmosphere combined with his cold appearance stood out even on the continent. She had met many handsome men globally since she had traveled the world as an adventurer, but Dekulin and his personality were unique. At that moment, Dekulin, standing still, turned his gaze straight towards her direction. Ganesha's gaze met with his, forcing her to smile bitterly at him. He lowered his gaze a little further, and she cleverly moved her body to cover Leah in return. However, the little kid poked out half of her face and looked at him with her right eye anyway. Boosh! Ganesha felt her back being pushed, causing her to turn around, startled. Oh, sorry. A female wizard had lowered her head with a half-drunken face. It's okay. Ganesha looked in front of her again, but Dekulin had already disappeared. By any chance, are you Adventurer Ganesha? The wizard she had just bumped into asked. Ganesha looked her up and down, discerning some of her talents from that alone. She was emitting a kind-hearted aura. Yes, I am. Right, I am your fan. I also read the book you've written. Yes, so can I get an autograph? Of course. What's your name? Ephraim Luna. I'm a debutante from the Magic Toe. Ephraim Luna. Leah suddenly joined in on the conversation, looking at the student with eyes wide open. The debutante, looking for her pen, tilted her head. Yes, you know me? I don't, but I'm Leah. The kid held out her hand, and Ephraim accepted the handshake, confused. Oh yeah, nice to meet you. I'm a disciple of Master Ganesha. Ganesha was amazed by how she carried herself in the conversation. she wasn't the type to talk first like this. Was it because there were no wizards in the archipelago? Really, I'm jealous you're amazing for your age. I'm not as young as I look. Oh, and these two are Leo and Carlos. Nice to meet you. Huh, oh yeah, yes, nice to meet you. But I'm Carlos, huh, oh yes, of course. Leo and Carlos talked to Ephraim, amazed by the fact that she was a wizard, until the train departed, causing her attempt to get Ganesha's autograph to fail. As soon as I returned to the mansion, I immediately went back to my routine. I raised my beginner psychokinesis proficiency level to 99 and trained my body, both of which were parts of my old routine. However, my next activity wasn't. I sat in a chair and opened the Wizard Academic. Staring at the page with several magic problems, I racked my brains. Which question should I choose? Which problem would provide me the most mana? As I was browsing through the pages, a column called Millennium caught my eye. Millennium. There were 7 problems in this world called the Millennium. They were math challenges designed based on the modern world, and it was impossible to understand them even with 4,000 mana. Below the Millennium was a class-level problem called Symposium. Challenge the Symposium and gain honor as a wizard. In addition to the prize money, you may be able to get some enlightenment. Hurry up. Many wizards on the Isle of Wizards' Wealth are already solving this problem. The Symposium had 11 questions, but since a few of them were solved every year, the gaps they left were filled with new ones. They were fairly well known, hence one could expect to gain a lot of mana by solving them. It was worth trying. I looked at number 66. Some ancient inscriptions have runes inscribed with the following formulas. In the past, it is said that runes also served as circuits. Recreate this ancient technique. Ancient inscription. I initially just stared at it, but after a moment my heart raced. A sudden thought came to my mind, making me feel excited. I knew this rune. I was this world's game designer, which meant I was the one who refined it. I knew the meaning and structure of each of its characters. It happened in the far distant past, but my understanding vividly brought back even the smallest memory fragments in my head. I glared at the ancient inscription. I felt a sharp pain claw at my nape as the rune clung to my retina like it was pounding down on me with an iron club. The rune of the inscription harmonized with the memory in my head and achieved a certain formula. I grabbed a pen and took out a paper using psychokinesis. My hand moved on its own, the pen moving with it. I had no thoughts of my own. All of my consciousness focused on the problem at hand as if its attribute had swallowed up my mind. I was quite literally in a trance. I didn't even know I had written down all the magic formulas it needed. Runes were engraved and mana imbued in it. To top it all off, my mana consumption wasn't as severe as I thought. To be fair, I had already deciphered this rune beforehand. I didn't know how much time had passed while I was engrossed in it. When I came back to my senses, my desk was already full of papers, but it wasn't messy. Rather, dozens of documents were neatly stacked in one corner of it. I was almost out of mana. I rubbed my temples as I sighed, finally realizing 2 hours had passed. It felt like I had only worked on it for 3 minutes. I think I can do it in 2 weeks. For a moment, I felt like Einstein. Saturday noon, I went to the Imperial University Tower, finding the atmosphere heavy and serious. Even the professors I met on the way seemed pressured. Alan, come here. I called him using the crystal ball and he arrived in less than 10 seconds. Yes, I'm here. What's going on these days? Things are kind of disordered. Oh, that's probably because of the Imperial family's most recent announcement. Announcement, yes. They notified the entire nation that they're looking for knights, wizards, and scholars to help Her Majesty with her education. I understood almost immediately. Educating the emperor was an imperial tradition, an unwritten rule handed down from ancient times. Those who ascended to the throne had to learn about the world from outside personnel for 1 year, starting from their succession. Every professor coveted that opportunity. Professor is the most likely candidate. Me, wouldn't you be? Alan asked, startled. I don't care. I have no intention nor desire to do it. Class preparation comes first, Alan. Oh, yes, as expected from you. Let's find the records of the magical disasters that have occurred in recent years. It would be nice to have it on video. Today was Saturday, and I had some time until next Wednesday, so I plan to take turns preparing lectures and solving symposiums. By magical disaster, you mean? Anything is fine. Magical disasters were similar to the modern world's natural calamities, such as tsunamis and typhoons. They were caused simply by nature's magic power. Okay, Alan left and came back with a basket containing several crystal balls after 10 minutes. Here, when I enchanted the crystals, a magical storm immediately raged. Wuong. It was, of course, just an illusion. Oh, Alan curled up and shivered, but I watched the phenomenon with my eyes wide open. Electricity flashed amid the storm as flames spread along with its powerful winds. Through it all, the intricately shaped streams of water continued their torrent over the lands. All of them were pure elements, a bonanza of it. This is beautiful. Magic fireworks inspired my next class. Just as how they embroidered the sky, magical disasters could eventually be expressed in a formula. That was what I had in mind. From next Wednesday, my students would gain the same mindset. Wednesday, during a bright May, Sylvia walked around the campus. Its summer trees and flowers had bloomed vigorously, creating a scenery across the university so vivid it looked like it was painted with a paintbrush. Her legs, as she headed for the tower, moved involuntarily. It had been quite a long time since she last attended a class. As soon as the midterm exam was over, the death of the emperor and the succession ceremony overlapped, providing the empire with no room for lectures for about 4 weeks. Entering the building, she took the elevator to the 3rd floor and opened Class A's door. "Sylvia, we meet again. You look as beautiful as always." The nobles were friendly and acquainted, while the commoners didn't even dare to make eye contact. Sylvia sat down behind her desk. Efren came in at the very next moment. "If we here." "Oh yeah?" Sylvia glared at her as her eyes narrowed. She felt unpleasant to see her after listening to her arrogant speech and behavior at the retreat. An idiot like her, applying under Professor de Kuling. It wasn't even funny. She wouldn't understand even a bit of what he said, and she'd go back to her hometown crying after suffering on his hands. She should learn from Merlin or Sire instead. Time passed, and her thoughts were soon interrupted. Professor de Kuling came at 3 p.m. as always. Alan was also with him. "Nice to meet you." His first greeting didn't change. Sylvia organized her notebook and pen neatly. "Before we begin, we'll first announce the results of your tests and assignments." Alan, yes, Assistant Professor Alan placed their report cards on their desks while the wizards waited nervously. Even Sylvia was a bit anxious, but she soon felt relieved. Her scores were perfect. Today's class will be held in groups. The same goes for the project I'll be explaining later. De Kuling's words surprised everyone. The wizards had retreats and drinking parties, so they got along well. However, they had a strong sense of individuality, which was why group projects were extremely rare. The reason for it is simple. The task I'll be giving is impossible to do alone. At that moment, the atmosphere turned ominous. Even Sylvia felt chills running down her spine. For today's class, we'll be discussing pure elements and magical disasters. Flick, de Kuling snapped his fingers. The classroom darkened, and the image of a storm filled the place. Whoosh! A whirlwind appeared, raging like blades dancing, causing the startled wizards to tremble. Magical disasters can happen anywhere in the world. Magical storms, firestorms, earthquakes, frostquakes, but think, are those disasters just pure elements? De Kuling asked. The wizards that had paid attention in his previous lectures understood what he was trying to say. If that's the case, then this magical storm can also be shaped by a formula. Flick, he snapped his fingers again, and it immediately subsided. Watch, de Kuling radiated mana, which drew a complicated formula in the air. Dozens of circles and hundreds of lines hovered in the space. Seemingly forming a tornado, his creation stretched out its head like a dragon, expressing the phenomenon as a scheme of pure elements. Magical storms can be crafted like this. It was the supremely sophisticated and majestic magical disaster that de Kuling himself completed in nearly 5 days. Looking at its perfection, the wizards opened their mouths blankly. They are obviously pure elemental combinations. It is the product of mana naturally clustering, connecting, and linking together. I want you all to get the gist of it. He said it like it was nothing. It doesn't have to be huge like this formula. I don't even expect it to be. It is enough that you realize it is possible. Hence, keep in mind that even the smallest magical disaster can be turned into a formula. De Kuling's words were persuasive. It seemed incredibly difficult, and just looking at it gives me a headache. The magnificence of the technique was full of a certain charm that attracted wizards. I'll give you ample time to accomplish this project. Upon understanding their formula, you'd see the world more clearly. The magic you'll learn and have learned is made of nature's pure elements, after all. After his explanation, de Kuling prepared to draw lots. There were a total of 5 people in a group, making it possible to form 30 groups. Come to the front and draw. The group's members will be recorded afterward. 150 people stood up one after another and did as instructed. After about 5 minutes, the debutantes finished grouping themselves into 5. The room's atmosphere didn't deteriorate despite everyone's expectations. On the contrary, they looked so well organized they left no room for divisions, riots, arguments, and fallouts, except for one group. A part of the classroom was engulfed by silence. 5 people gathered, but none of them spoke. 2 of their members, however, had their eyes locked on each other. Sylvia and Efren, the 2 had joined the same team. Despite being in the same group by chance, the 2 never stopped glaring at each other. Nevertheless, they sat together. Sylvia muttered, "Arrogant Efren." What? It was an interesting sight, but I turned my gaze and focused on the class again. There were still 2 hours left. We will now distribute the crystal balls. Alan, yes. Alan placed a silk bag of crystal balls on the table. I made them hover using psychokinesis and levitated them to each group. The difficulty of magical disasters was different for each crystal. Some were difficult and some were relatively easy. I distributed them based on the total scores of each group's midterm exams. Naturally, Sylvia and Ephraim's group got the most difficult one. After giving them out, the wizards began chatting about the crystals. Focus. That one word organized the mess. All the 150 debutantes regained their concentration. I will now talk about the act of observing the world. I looked into their eyes as I spoke, an unconscious authority enveloping my voice. You probably see the world as nothing but a phenomenon. Just as a scientist looked at the world from a scientific perspective, it was only natural for a wizard to look at it from a magical point of view. Reaching that stage required a process of maturity and proficiency, however. Engineering undergraduates, for example, couldn't see the world scientifically. They lacked the ability to do so, but above all else, they weren't used to it. One had to be at least a PhD to understand a bit of it. The same applied to wizards. Just by looking at the debutantes, I could already guess they didn't magically analyze the world's phenomena. The world I see is different from the world you see. That wasn't a lie. I wasn't bragging or being pretentious. The world looked different to me. The power to see abstractions, phenomena, ideas, concepts, etc. vision. That attribute progressed just as my magical knowledge grew. From now on, I will pass on to you the world I see. Observations made with vision were easy to mistake as impossible to explain, but that couldn't be farther from the truth. They were the debutantes of the Empire's most prestigious Imperial University tower. They were elite wizards with outstanding talent. Therefore, teaching them was easy. Don't miss a single word I say, not a single line of the formula I draw. If I expressed the process of seeing the world through vision, they would use it as a textbook and study independently. Just allowing them to look at what I could see would be enough for them to grasp and understand it. I had already proven this by testing it on Alan. Let's begin. First, I reproduced the magical disaster contained in a small crystal ball, dirt fog. Let me show you how it looks from my perspective. Lines and circles soon replaced the fog as I implemented the process slowly and clearly. The wizards looked at them and wrote them down. Sea of Fire. This magical disaster burns ships and sailors at sea, which is a bit unusual. It is almost impossible to escape from since it turns the sea itself into flames. I showed various magical phenomena as I saw them. I tried to convey to them the world observed through vision. After demonstrating more than enough disasters, I looked at my watch. It was 55,950. Do not forget the world I showed you today. I fixed my cuffs and straightened my suit. From a magical perspective, watch and think of all the phenomena that ordinary people just pass by. The wizards looked at me blankly, their notes full of magic formulas. However, greed is prohibited. Start learning at a scale that fits your level. It was exactly 6 o'clock. That mindset is where it all begins. At that moment, I ended my class. I left the classroom, leaving them behind. Good work. The wizards didn't stand up. Ephraim stared blankly at her notebook, every page of which she had filled with all kinds of geometric patterns. It had been effectively turned into a record of the magical disaster replacement process that Deculin showed. Oh, so because of this, the fog becomes like dirt. Gosh, I feel like my head is going to explode. It was hard, insanely hard, but it was doable. At first, she didn't really have an answer, but she was slowly getting the hang of it. Ephraim followed the same process that Deculin had shown, creating a minuscule dusty mist that floated above her palm. This is it. This is the dirt fog. Now it feels like we just had a real class. Eurozin, a member of the same team, said, to which Ephraim nodded. I know, my head hurts. The professor is really awesome. How did he do all that? I know, Deculin described the process of formulating magical disasters in great detail. Ephraim admired the smooth flow of his explanations, but at the same time, she had some doubts if it was actually his skill. What he showed today was amazing. However, she couldn't help but be suspicious about the possibility that he had found a new slave to replace her father. Of course, she had no intention of exposing or raising suspicions. Whether in the distant or near future, she decided to confirm her doubts herself one day. Arrogant Ephraim. Sylvia glared at her and rambled. She shrugged. Whatever. Anyway, I think we'll have to get together for a day to do the group project. When is a good time? No one replied. Ephraim nodded. Let's go to Sylvia's house then. Who gave you permission to do that? Isn't your house the biggest? It's the only place the 5 of us can go. Okay, but you can't come. Can't you just grow up? Euclide's estate was in the midst of fortifying its defenses against the opening of Merrick. How's the progress? Uriel asked, riding a red horse, which Deculin recommended, on a mountainous area not far from the northwest mining area. The walls, watchtowers, and the fort are all nearing completion. The underground road is still under construction, but it is expected to be completed this summer. Good, Uriel replied sternly, then scoured the surrounding area. The contents of Deculin's letter suddenly came to her mind. Once the Merrick was opened, it would infest the surrounding lands with magical beasts. To deploy troops efficiently, they needed to build walls, watchtowers, and fortifications in the northwest corner of their territory. Deculin was the one who picked the location. According to him, it was also better to build the road leading to it underground rather than above ground. If Uriel were to add a toll to it, she'd be able to make a profit quickly, considering it was made underground, thus making it more peculiar and more valuable. Certainly, a camp built here will be able to oversee everything. Yes, it can even be called a sanctuary. Your eyes for geography are really amazing, Uriel. The person in charge answered Uriel's self-talk. Uriel glanced at him and took the letter out. She read the second page of the 4-page letter. Don't even think about bribing the imperial family or bureaucrats. The emperor ignored her servants' words and opened the Marek. Therefore, you shouldn't be swayed by any words from her servants, and you should only act according to your convictions. Also, don't even consider getting her favor. She abhors lies and flattery. However, she likes alcohol, so if you're going to send something, the finest wine is enough. Are you a fortune teller as well? How did he know their vassals were considering a bribe? At that moment, a cold crystal landed on her nose, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. It was snow. She stretched her hands out, and snowflakes landed on her gloved palms. Surprised, Uriel hurriedly looked at the 3rd page. Unusual climates will sometimes occur. There's no need to panic, but it could be a sign of a demon, so be sure to guard yourself, especially if it's snowing in midsummer. What's going on? Uriel frowned. She thought he was pretending to be a genius, but was he actually one? No, it couldn't be. How could Deculing be a genius? Now that I thought about it, it started back then. Uriel remembered how Deculing changed at the beginning of this year. For an entire week, he stayed at home, canceling all his schedules, even though he had never before abandoned his appointments. At first, she thought Julie dumped him, but did something else happen? Well, do I really need to know? Whatever the case, Deculing was showing his old self again. From the time he was called a prodigy. It wasn't a bad change, so she didn't want to jinx it. Uriel stored the letter safely and yelled, "Attention!" Everyone in the camp looked at her upon hearing her gentle cry. Abnormal weather may be a sign of a demon's appearance, so strengthen yourselves, tighten our defenses, and refrain from acting alone. Yes, the shouts of soldiers answering her orders echoed through the mountains. Good, I'll be going now. Uriel, satisfied with her serious appearance, grabbed her steed's reins, shaking her head like a monarch. The red horse easily walked through the snowy mountain roads. The next day, 8 a.m., after finishing my morning routine, I sat down on a chair in the study and took out a couple of documents. Euclide's Haylech auction, Lucho's scissors, dark floor carpet, ancient saddle. This was the first auction I held after acquiring the appraisal point. The items for sale were Lucho's scissors, dark floor carpet, and 3 others that had reached their maximum potential. Their performances were exceptional even at a glance, so I expected a net profit of around 60 million to 100 million elnas. Knock, knock. It's time, my butler spoke beyond the door. I got up, opened the door, and went down the stairs with him. Are there 23 in total? I asked the butler. Today I had many external projects that I had to close myself, all of which revolved around investments. Yes, that's right. Good, come with me, as you wish. I got into the prepared car, which then went straight to the city center of the continent. My first destination was the hardware store Rockken's Wharf. Oh, you came. I've been waiting for you. The owner was inventing things while running the hardware store, and his skill caught the attention of my man of great wealth. I wrote him a deed of investment worth a total of 3 million elnas. In return, I obtained a 30% stake in his business. I'll be expecting something good. Next was Hotel Romance, an old hotel that looked like it would collapse at any moment, but its new owner was looking for investors. I also wrote her a deed of investment worth a total of 4 million elnas. In return, a 40% stake. Sniff, sniff. If you cry, I'll take it back. The owner withheld her tears of joy. Just work on the remodeling. If you say the name Euclid, you'll be able to get the materials you need easily. With the man of great wealth's help, I carefully pinpointed 23 businesses all over the system, including shops, trading companies, blacksmiths, and mercenary guilds to invest in. I spent a total of 80 million elnas on them, which then increased to 120 million. Good job, Roy. Let's head home. Got it. As the sun began to set, we made our way back to the mansion. As I watched the dawn slowly crumble, I let out a short breath. It was a satisfying day. The cash I invested today would soon grow into enormous human and physical assets. What in the world? At that moment, Roy's eyes widened. A large number of people were standing around the mansion's gate, bearing an insignia engraved with the imperial crest. Master. Roy's voice was unusually urgent. I nodded and got out of the car. The people of the imperial family turned to me. Among them, I noticed a named knight, the emperor's escort, Charon. The blonde knight came up to me. Deculing von Grahen Euclid. We come bearing a letter from the imperial family. Follow the courtesy and receive it. Nailing, I accepted it. Contents were as followed. The imperial family informs Deculing, the head professor of the Imperial University Tower and the head of the Euclid family, that he has been included in the selection list for the emperor's magic educator. The honor of having a conversation and sharing magical insights with Her Majesty would serve infinite honor both to you as a wizard and to your family. However, to qualify, you must first solve a problem written by Court Wizard George. Are you going to take the challenge? The Imperial family won't judge you if you decide to give up due to the insufficiency of your skills. I got up. It was annoying, but I couldn't refuse something like this. There were huge rewards for quests related to the Imperial family. How can I not take the challenge? Good. Charon handed a B4-sized magic paper full of formulas. I stared at it, focusing on each of its details. I almost depleted my mana, but as time passed, I managed to derive the correct answer. The logic of the problem was somewhat familiar. Runes. I drew the formula on the answer sheet. Congratulations. I am George, the court wizard, if you have solved this problem. A voice came out as I applied mana to it. The Imperial family, who were about to leave, looked back in surprise. Have you already solved it? Charon asked with a slumped posture. Yes, how? Prince George definitely said. The voice of the answer sheet continued. You probably took a day or two, or even 3, to answer it. As you already know, since you've already solved it, this problem utilizes runes. It was a hard problem. I was just lucky since I've been researching runes these days. Not to brag, but I don't find it that hard. However, I did try a little to make sure you won't be able to solve it too easily. While the voice continued, Charon approached me once more, his brows and wrinkles swelling in disconcert. Eucline von Deculin no, Deculin von Grahen Eucline. Charon took out a card with the imperial seal from his inner pocket and handed it to me. This is an invitation from the Imperial family. You have been selected for the exam. I bowed down with dignity. The Imperial Palace, built on the loftiest site in the Empire, was like a small world in itself. Its space of introspection was just that magical. There were always 4 seasons around it. To its northeast was winter, northwest was summer, the southeast was spring, and the southwest was autumn. Therefore, the Emperor always led her life through the 4 seasons. The people of the Empire called this strange phenomenon God's blessing. Since that's the case, do we really even need to take a separate screening test? Let's just go with Deculin. In the Imperial Palace's private study, which was filled with all kinds of old books, Sophian received a report from Charon. I think it would be better to watch a little more, though. Sophian raised her eyebrows. What are we watching? It wasn't even a day. He solved it in 5 seconds. It was 5 minutes. 5 seconds, 5 minutes. Is it that big of a difference? That's 60 times. At his timid reply, Sophian chuckled. Charon bowed his head in embarrassment. You seem to like that Luna more than Deculin, huh? It is not a matter of personal likes or dislikes. However, I think an impeccable wizard is more suitable for the Imperial Palace. Professor Deculin has a lot of rumors revolving around him. Luna also solved the problem swiftly. Did she solve it in 3 minutes, 3 hours? Humph. The difference between 5 minutes and 3 hours is greater than the difference between 10 seconds and 5 minutes. Also, don't discuss rumors with me. I believe only what I have seen with my own eyes. Sophian took George's test paper, zing. She looked at it with laser-like eyes. Tick-tock, tick. When the clock's second hand moved exactly 300 times, Sophian shrugged. 5 minutes have passed, and I still haven't solved it. I'll have to ask him how he did it in 5 minutes when he comes. Got it. Sophian ascertained with those words that Deculin would be the Emperor's magic educator. That aside, is the night screening test still going on? It hasn't even started since it's a pretty practical test. It seems it'll take a little bit longer. Didn't the guy who prepared the test get injured? Isaac von Derek Lugedin, the deputy commander of the Imperial Knights. He was wounded while exploring Merrick. No, maybe it was a self-made play. He was against the opening of Merrick after all. We are looking for another suitable person. The right person. Oh, suddenly Sophian smiled mischievously. I have a good idea. Her words made an ominous feeling rise inside Charon. He looked at the Emperor without saying a word. This will be fun, trust me. Listen carefully, the screening test will. Charon sighed at the Emperor's suggestion as she released a burst of maniacal laughter. I'll draw a card now. In the break room of Freyham, a game was in full swing. I pulled out the binding sword. They were playing a psychological card game in which 5 knights, 2 specters, 1 wizard, and 1 duke were selected out of 9 players. The knights would need to search for the specters, and the specters needed to kill everyone. It was the popular specters and knights. Whose heart should I put the binding sword? Cindy, a subordinate, swung the round table. Julie remained calm. In fact, from the moment Cindy pulled out the binding sword, her heart was already pounding. Ma'am, what? You're a specter, aren't you? Cindy leaned towards Julie, outright expressing her suspicion. Julie placed both of her hands neatly on her lap, then shook her head. No, I think you are. Look at you. You really don't know how to lie, ma'am. What do you mean? Since we said on the previous game that the change in your facial expression is too obvious, you are forcing yourself not to make any facial expressions. Julie inflated her cheeks, pretending to be upset. Now you're making a forced expression. I'm not. I'll use the binding sword on you then. You'll regret it. I am a knight. Now I'm having doubts with you talking like this. Cindy pretended to be worried. Julie wondered if that was a real concern, but it was also a joke. Yes, I will accept it. When mana was injected into the card, it glowed. A small blue knife came up and swung at the card in front of Julie. Whoosh. Her ghost escaped. Look at this. She can't lie at all. This game's hard. Cindy smiled and asked Julie as she sighed. Still, it's fun, isn't it? Julie wasn't the kind of person who unintentionally interfered with her subordinates' games, but this time the members forced her to play it together. Knowing the deeper meaning behind her words, Julie just smiled softly. Yes, that's right, sometimes you have to take a break like this. You're working too much these days. If you get a specter, why don't we just do it again? You have a good card strategy, but your psychological warfare needs work. I'll be different from now on. Julie fiddled with the cards. She didn't really enjoy the game itself, but her desire to win had been triggered. She was expecting one more match, however. Well, it's already 8 p.m. It's time for the jousting match. Oh, really? Then we'll get going, ma'am. Practice a little more. Her subordinates sprinted from their seats and left. The break room where there were 14 people quickly became empty. Julie, now left alone, looked at the table in the distance and threw away the stack of cards in her hand. SHHH. As the cards were falling, she heard rumbling sounds closing in on her. The knights were coming back. Her excitement rising, she reorganized the deck. Were they deliberately pretending to run away to mock me? That's mean, but this time it will be different. Julie's subordinate stood behind her, and soon afterward the people of the imperial family entered. Julie von der Freyden. Julie also jumped up and saluted. We come bearing a letter from the imperial family. Follow the courtesy and receive it. Yes, at Imperial Knight Lucan's words, she knelt on one knee. He then gave her the letter. The contents were as followed. Julie von der Freyden. You are hereby given a chance to be selected as the Emperor's knighthood educator. As your first test, you must proceed to the destination, Lone Fast. That was the hottest topic in the industry these days. The letter announced that she was nominated to be the Emperor's knighthood educator. There were several magical spaces on the continent, mystical and bizarre. Each of them had a different characteristic. In some places, it was winter or summer all year round. In others, it was always night. There were even locations where no grass could grow. The periphery of the continent called Annihilation, or Land of Demonic Beasts, could also be considered a magical space if one looked at it broadly. Julie was walking through such a locus. Although it was summer, the whole area was covered in perennial snow. Her arduous march lasted half a day, at which point a flash of light led her to her destination, a large cottage. Julie stood in front of the door and knocked. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? There was no reaction. Knock, knock. Come in. As she knocked one more time, someone inside answered. Julie opened the door and the warmth inside pushed away the jellied blizzard's chill. She found familiar faces in the living room. Sirio, Raphael, and Gwen. All of them were her seniors in college. It's been a while, Julie. The deputy commander of the Knights of Iliade, Sirio, smiled broadly at her. His vibe and facial features were still cool. Yes, long time no see. I knew you'd be nominated too. Sit. There were 5 chairs in the living room. Julie took a seat in one of the 2 chairs that were still vacant, thinking the last one probably belonged to the selection officer. I wonder what the test will be like since we're all here. It's kind of like the group mission back in college, right, Gwen? Sirio asked. I don't know. I won't go easy on you. You too, Julie, so be prepared. Gwen glanced at the knights with a sharp gaze. I know. Julie nodded firmly. Raphael remained silent, so Sirio decided to continue. The other one is probably the selection officer's seat. I heard Deputy Commander Isaac got injured. Do you think Sir Jeffred will come? Jeffred. Julie became nervous when she heard the name of the Imperial Guardian Knight. Humph, no way. Gwen disagreed. Jeffred is now retired. The Guardian Knight stays in the south in the first place, not the Imperial Palace. That's true. As Sirio shrugged, they heard a clear sound coming from outside. Knock, knock. All of their gazes waltzed to the door as it opened, the person not even waiting for an answer. Woo-wash. The blizzard raging on became momentarily visible. Wearing a coat and a fedora, his face couldn't be seen in detail. All they knew was that he was tall and that his physique was rigorous. Julie felt used to such a view, and she soon discovered why when he took off his hat. Julie's eyes widened. The other knights just blinked. It wasn't certain if he noticed their perplexity or not, but he casually just hung his hat and coat in the air. Kriak, kriak. The wooden planks creaked with every step he took. To their surprise, he remained clear of snow marks. Nice to meet you. He sat down on the elevated seat of the selection officer. I am the deputy selection officer, de Killing. It was quiet. His presence rendered them speechless due to how absurd it was. The knights looked at de Killing blankly. De Killing, Raphael's heavy tone, who had been silent all this time, broke the silence. De Killing nodded. You're the selection officer. Yes. Raphael, Sirio, Gwen, and de Killing were schoolmates who joined the Knights department and the Magic department in the same year. What do you know about swords? No, do you even know what knights do? How dare the almost 2 million tall Raphael jumped up and stared at Deculin, his manly facial features becoming distorted in different ways. Of course, I am a professor, not a knight. Hence, I will judge according to the manual. Manual, what do you know about swordsmanship? None, however, skill with the sword isn't the only virtue required of Her Majesty's knighthood educator. Additionally, I have already been selected as the magic educator by the Emperor, so my qualifications are sufficient. Sirio's eyes widened. You were selected. What about Luina? Did you really just do this to her again? Luina. Deculin thought about the name he often heard these days. His inevitable rival, Luina von Schlott McQueen. At this point, she should just reveal herself already, but since they met at the Isle of Wizards' Wealth, there had been no news about her. Wow, that's amazing anyway. If Deculin is the selection officer, are the four of us the only candidates? Sirio was very chatty, but Raphael and Gwen seemed dissatisfied, while Julie was more uncomfortable than dissatisfied. How can this be fair, though? Won't you favor just one person? Sirio grinned, making a good point. Deculin shook his head. I'll hold the selection, but Her Majesty will make the final decision. I still don't think it's fair. Well, okay. I have nothing to say since Her Majesty will decide anyway. Okay, when does the exam start? Gwen asked. Deculin looked back at her, who in turn was startled when their eyes met. The first test is to reach this destination. The real start starts tomorrow, so take a rest today. Independent quest complete. Magic educator selection. Mana plus 100. Store currency plus 2. Imperial medal. It was already 1130 p.m., but I was still reading information about the knights in the selection officer's room. Sirio Knight of Fresh Wind, 33 years old. Raphael Knight of Might, age 34. Gwen Knight of the Holy Spirit, 31 years old. Julie Knight of Refinement, 28 years old. Each person had 100 pages dedicated to them. The Imperial family gave me unexpected and high-quality information. 3 days ago, they entrusted me with the title of Deputy Knighthood Educator Selection Officer. Perhaps it was at the Emperor's whim, but as soon as I saw the list of selected knights, I accepted it without any hesitation. It was because of Julie, I muttered. If I were the original Deculin, Julie wouldn't have even been selected in the first place. Deculin's work behind the scenes would have caused Julie to be excluded from the test itself, but I didn't have the time and connections to do that. Clank, clank, the sounds of swords clashing and magic being cast echoed outside. I went to the window and looked down. Some knights were sparring among themselves. Gwen and Sirio. Clank, I checked their swordsmanship style using vision. Gwen used the top Rodal Traza. Sirio used the top Swift Sirio swordsmanship. Both of them were top-notch and powerful, but Sirio, who invented his own swordsmanship, was slightly better if I had to compare them. Show me what you've got, Raphael. Right. The battle between Julie and Raphael began. Boom, bong, their swords collided sharply, igniting embers. Raphael's heavy sword looked like it could cause explosions, but Julie took it head-on without difficulty. As I watched the battle, I took a deep breath. Julie, the Emperor's knighthood educator. A guardian knight and a knighthood educator were completely different positions. There was no relation to each other except that they were both knights. I wanted Julie to be excluded from that glory. I didn't want her to be selected. That was the reason why I accepted their ridiculous offer to select knights in the first place. There was still that monster in the basement of the Imperial Palace, the abyss of Freydin, and the secret that would be the beginning of its downfall. Deculin's death variable and the mirror she shouldn't see. Until I or someone else could break that damn mirror, I hoped she wouldn't reach the Imperial Palace. That was why. I have to eliminate you. The next day, Julie woke up early in the morning. She started with stretching, conducting yoga to tidy up her body and clear her mind. After warming up with flexible movements, she came out right after. The other knights were already sitting in the living room as if they were ready. Julie, did you sleep well? Gwen asked. Julie nodded. Yes. Oh, but you have really grown. I don't think I can let my guard down around you anymore. I didn't. Julie was humble, but Sirio and Gwen praised her. They said something about her sword harboring ice, like a magic sword that used elements or something. As Julie held back her laughter like a hamster at the praise of the professionals, Deculin appeared. He was staying on the right side of the cottage in a separate selection room. Is the exam starting now, sir? Sirio asked with a bright smile. Deculin nodded and sat down on the chair. The first test is to evaluate your observation and persistence. As he said that, he energized a crystal ball. A total of 4 items rose into the air. In this space loan fast, there are many rare magical products such as ice flowers, latrines, monocores, and crystal plants. Each of you will have to bring your designated item back to me. Deculin gave them references of what they had to look for. Sirio was given latrin, Gwen received monocore, the crystal plant went to Raphael, and Julie was assigned to find the ice flower. But it has to be a whole item. It shouldn't be damaged in any way. Moreover, I will not move even a single step from this place. Julie carved the shape of the ice flower into her memory, a transparent flower that grew only on cliffs at snowy altitudes. It didn't seem that difficult to find since 10 of it bloomed and withered every day. If you have any objections, say it now. It is possible to modify the rules to some extent. Everyone, including Julie, shook their heads at Deculine's words. Good. Since everyone agreed, you have 24 hours. Begin. It was exactly 7 o'clock. All the knights stood up. Then everyone, let's work hard, good-natured competition, Sirio said encouragingly. They parted as soon as they left the cottage. Julie headed to the highlands where the ice flowers grew. Lone Fast was a magical space with a considerably large area, but finding a sloping mountain range wasn't that hard. She started her climb. Pant. It wasn't easy. The snow was deep because it snowed nonstop last night, causing her legs to be engulfed by it every time she took a step forward. She could barely move by bouncing her knees. Nevertheless, she reached the cliff of the mountain. On that precarious slope, where she would fall if she stumbled a little, she found an ice flower. It was bright and transparent. She looked at the watch and saw that only 3 hours had passed. Julie put the ice flower in her hand, then went back the way she came. She opened the door as soon as she arrived at their lodgings. Deculine was waiting in the living room. Julie approached him and held out the ice flower. Here it is. He silently took the flower that Julie handed over and quietly examined its every nook and cranny. Julie waited quietly. This flower's quality is bad, Deculine said. I said it should be whole and not damaged in any way. Deculine returned the ice flower to Julie. The leaf of the flower had a tiny bit of damage. Oh, I see. All right. It was too high a standard, but Julie went out without saying a word anyway. Her face turned pale from the cold as she crossed the mountain range once more. In search of the item, she rummaged through the most inhospitable highlands of the summit. Soon another one stood out. Julie ran and looked at the flower. It had no damaged parts in any way. Good. Julie nodded with satisfaction and returned to the cottage. Deculine was still waiting in the same spot. Here it is. This time she was confident, but its quality's still bad. Surprised, Julie approached and noticed a scratch on its bottom. It certainly wasn't there the first time she saw it. Did she damage it while she was giving it the finishing touches? Are there others with bad qualities too? Sirio asked, eating as if he had already completed the exam. Julie was also hungry. The only weakness of a knight with superior physical ability was their enormous basal metabolic rate. Meals are given after completing the goal or after giving up. Deculine declared, "Oh really? Sorry, Julie, I was going to give you a bite." Sirio shrugged. "It's fine, I'll just look for another one." Julie went outside, ignoring her hungry stomach. She started her third climb. Her hunger limited her use of magic, and she endured the cold by relying on her armor. Pant, pant. For almost 6 hours, she roamed all over the entire vicinity, during which the blizzard started again, worsening her situation. Snow covered her body, and her hair was already frozen. She found another one after a while, ending her suffering. She was already exhausted, and she wasn't happy about it. After returning to the cottage and checking its condition outside the door, she gave it to Deculine right away. Deculine examined the flower again. Her body was trembling with the cold and the tension choked her neck. Tick, tock, tick. 3 seconds passed, but she felt like his silence lasted for 30 minutes. Its quality is bad, Deculine concluded. No way, no way. Julie looked as she was about to cry. Check for yourself. Deculine held out the flower. Julie took and looked at it, finding yet another small scar. Oh, what happened? Julie thought while grabbing her hair. It obviously had no damage before she went into the cottage. What the hell was it that kept damaging it? Tap. The wood in the fireplace crackled as the flames burned it. At that moment, Julie's eyes widened. A realization flashed in her mind. Are you giving up? Just as she did, Deculine raised a question. I'll go look for another one. Julie went out immediately. She ran through the blizzard like crazy, her entire body feeling frozen. She thought her life itself was falling apart. She couldn't find her objective easily, but she didn't give up. In the harsh cold, she found the most brilliantly blooming ice flower. That was the 4th one of the day. Julie went back to the cottage. She didn't run for fear of damaging the flower and held it with both hands to prevent the wind from blowing it apart. The door to the cottage was open. Gwen, Raphael, and Sirio had already passed the test. Julie shouted in front of the door. Here it is, I brought it. She didn't enter the building. She just showed the ice flower as she stood in the middle of the frigid cold. Bring it to me, Deculine said, but Julie shook her head. Please come out. Ice flowers were sensitive to temperature. It would inevitably be damaged if she entered the cottage and went to Deculine, who was sitting in front of the fireplace. The ice flower is here. Julie believed that this was the answer. She blamed herself for being so stupid. She held out the ice flower in the blizzard. The flower maintained its shape, but it was so cold that even her breath froze, yet despite her suffering. I don't want to. His answer was much colder than the blizzard itself. What? Julie asked blankly. In the villa's living room overflowing with warmth, he was staring at her with a gaze far more jellied than the snow. I think I definitely told you all. Julie realized it too late. I will not move a single step from this place. Deculin was thinking of eliminating her from the start. I also gave you a chance to object. It's your fault for not paying close attention. Deculin said, his voice still as cold as a corpse. Julie quietly lowered her head. The senior knights were looking at them. All kinds of emotions came and went in her mind. However, it was still too early to give up. You're right, it is my fault, she murmured. After laying the ice flower on a suitable road surface, she concentrated mana in her hand. Boom, she sustained an injury, causing her to feel a dull pain. The immediate release of mana still seemed too much for her, but she didn't care. Julie clenched her teeth and raised it, condensing it like a sphere in her palm, then threw it. Whoosh. Her magic power was carried by the wind and embraced the cottage. The warmth of the fireplace faded in an instant, and the whole place froze. Now it should work. Julie gave Deculin a dignified look. He looked a little startled, but then shook his head. You made a mistake. Look at the flower. Julie did as instructed, turning her attention towards the road surface. Oh, there were scars on its petals. The cracks on it were clear even at a glance. They're also affected by mana. Julie forced a laugh while holding the broken flower in her hand. She closed her eyes and lowered her head. Above the fireplace, the frozen clock didn't move, but its hands were already close to 7 o'clock. Deculin declared, You're eliminated, Julie. Julie stayed at the cottage for a while since her body temperature was so low that she had trouble leaving right away. After finishing a meal, she slept soundly, and the knights gathered in the living room. That's not fair, Sirio complained. I was more concerned about Julie's mana than anything else. Today was the first time I had seen it. Through vision, I noticed its flaw, an unknown constraint. Status, magic damage. Julie's mana was crippled. Magic damage meant one's mana supply had defects, which wasn't that common. It would be similar to a curse or a near-mutilated injury. In the game, did Julie rise to the top of the knighthood with this kind of abnormality, or did she reach the top by overcoming it? I wasn't sure. Only the difficulty of Julie's trial was too great. Ice flowers and fireplaces, I didn't even realize it at first. Sirio kept groaning. Gwen and Raphael were also looking at me, all of them expressing their anger. The knights seemed unsatisfied with the unfair process. A sudden thought passed through my mind. They had a connection with both Deculin and Julie. If so, did they know the reason for this magic damage? One day, Julie was injured. I uttered those words in a subtle tone like self-talk. It was a trick trying to test the waters. However, the atmosphere inside had changed. Injured, that was because of you. When we were on an escort mission in the past, oh maybe. Sirio's eyes widened as he looked at me. Raphael patted his chin and became lost in thoughts. Are there still effects from that time? Gwen frowned. When she wielded her sword, she seemed to be fine. What do you think, Raphael? She seemed to consciously limit the use of her magic. She made full use of her sword, but she never instantly released a lot of mana. Raphael said, then after a brief pause, continued proudly. There would have been no other way to fight against my heavy sword. Sirio nodded as if he understood. Well, if she's still suffering from it, then it is a problem. She might get disapproval by being at Her Majesty's side, especially from the eunuchs, who are famous for their polarity. They spoke of a past I wasn't aware of. These were all information about before the game's beginnings. Are you sure, though? How did you know that? Oh, well, of course you know. You love her so much, after all. Sirio smiled slyly. Gwen sharply glared at me. Enough. Even if that's the case, this isn't how you should treat people. This kind of behavior isn't cool at all. Even if she is injured, she can teach Her Majesty enough. You're overprotecting her. Gwen, I called her name. What? Do you want to get eliminated too? Gwen shut her mouth, and I focused on my job as the selection officer. Everyone, go back to your rooms. The second trial will begin after the first to be eliminated leaves. 3 p.m. Outside the dark world, Julie remained standing. She looked up at the sky, the winter in her eyes seemingly tearing up her soul. Cheer up, ma'am. You've been under a lot of stress these days, so please show it to your heart's content and come back. The cheers of her subordinates came to mind. She was determined to pass for them, but her attempts resulted in failure. However, she couldn't blame anyone. She couldn't even feel resentment. Julie humbly accepted her defeat. As she was about to go home, she heard someone approach her. Deculin. He was looking at her from a distance. Julie. Yes. He closed the distance between them slowly, the snow getting crushed under his feet. 3 steps away from her, he stopped. He thought for a moment as if choosing his words. I apologize for what happened today. Don't. Julie shook her head. As you said, it was my fault. I understand. It was a test in itself. Deculin didn't say anything. He couldn't understand her saying that it was her fault. Julie spoke with sincerity. Ice flowers in the fireplace. It was really clever. I should have checked it when I got the assignment. Deculin let out a small sigh. Clever, my ass. She's such a fool and honest person. Before I let you go, there's one thing I want to ask you. Is it as a selection officer? He shook his head. No, all right, fine. It would be as Kim Woojin, not Deculin. No, as Kim Woojin, who harbored Deculin's failings. Deculin remembered the first time he met Julie. That day she furiously talked about a promise, but he didn't even ask what it was. There was a promise I broke the other day. She looked at him without saying a word. He continued speaking indifferently. Tell me that promise again. Her eyebrows twitched and he just gave her a faint smile. I just want to hear from you again. Hearing him say that made her think he was cunning. At some point, he had become such a mysterious person. It has already been half a year. At that time, I received a letter from a member of the Luna family, the mother of the wizard who took his own life under your command. What was the content of the letter? I've already shown it to you. It spoke of the evil deeds you've committed in the past. I asked you for an explanation, and you remained silent. At that time, Julie showed the letter to Deculin, but he glared at her with a crushed gaze and burned the letter. You said it was something I didn't need to know. I see. Deculin acted as if it had never happened before. Again, this was an incomprehensible behavior. Why are you asking me about it now? He looked at Julie. A bitter smile appeared on his lips, because it was my fault. What? Surprised, her eyes widened. Deculin repeated his words. At that time, it was my Deculin's fault. However, the research is still ongoing. He designed it, but I'm the one starting its construction. I'm now filling in the blanks myself. Naturally, since this is a study we started together, I'll name him as my co-author. Deculin looked at the horizon. The sun was slowly rising. The nature of magical spaces was so strange. If I profit from it, I will share it with his family and help them regain their honor. On the day it's published, I'll also apologize to him. His face was drenched in daylight. Like ice in the spring sun, he was cold but warm. She responded quietly. Why didn't you say that then? Then Deculin turned his eyes to Julie. She didn't avoid his direct gaze. I don't know. Maybe because it wouldn't change anything even if I had said that. What? At that time, you were only looking for reasons to hate me. Just as Deculin loved Julie, it might have been fate that Julie hated Deculin. That was what he thought. I understand. No matter how you feel about me, we can't control our feelings. No, however, Julie had a different opinion. She shook her head firmly. I used to like you. Deculin's expressionless eyes widened. At his surprising change, Julie blushed. No, that's what I mean. The relationship between Julie and Deculin went at least 16 years back in time. Deculin wasn't yet the head of Euclid then, and Julie was just a child dreaming of becoming a knight. Despite the many disappointments and humiliation she had experienced, the reason why she decided to trust the person named Deculin was, in fact, all in Julie's heart. Back then. Let's just bury it. Deculin shook his head and cut off Julie's words. Because I'm not who I was back then. Julie, who had moved her lips, soon nodded shyly. Knowing Deculin's will, she took back the words from her mouth. Looking at her like that, he said, Julie, yes, from now on I will try not to love you. Julie's eyes and mouth opened wide. Deculin smiled brightly at her pure reaction, breaking his coldness. He, who had always been a solemn nobleman, turned into a boy in an instant. Still wearing his smile, he continued, It seems like you're feeling uncomfortable, so I'll try to get further away from here. Then, someday, we'll be able to go our separate ways. He finally told Julie the feelings he had for her. I will do it for you. When he finished speaking, he turned around. You worked hard today. Please be careful on your way home. Julie watched his back retreat further and further away. The sun then rose in the middle of the sky, illuminating the world warmly. Soon a small, sunlight-like smile spread across her lips. You're serious. Today, she realized it again. He was trying to change. She became aware of his efforts to do so. Maybe she already knew, but just refused to admit it. As a knight, I will reflect on myself. Feeling a part of her heart warming up, Julie turned around, walking in the opposite direction as him. I will try not to love you, his words echoed in her ears. He claimed he would change for her, saying he would stop loving her for her sake. It was definitely meant for me. She abruptly stopped and looked back, but he was already nowhere to be seen. Nodding, she went back to following her own path. The snow seemed to engulf her legs, but the sunlight soon melted all of them that clung to her body like sludge. Julie walked away from Deculin. At the same time, she acknowledged her feelings towards him. I successfully completed the selection process. After 3 days of exams, 3 more knights were eliminated, leaving Raphael to be selected. Using vision, I observed the best knights in the continent, remembering how they moved through understanding. It was an experience that was hard to attain, even with $1 million. As soon as I returned to my office in the university tower, I compiled a summary of their actions. Combining them, they would come in handy when paired with my Iron Man. While putting this record in my office's desk drawer, I noticed a notebook. I took it out. It was the untitled, seemingly empty notebook I brought from Deculin's room at Hadekane. The detailed information it contained remained hidden, but it was clear that it was a magical artifact. The use of these magical artifacts was usually straightforward. I just had to infuse it with mana. The moment I put my hand on it, however, knock knock. I put the notebook back into the drawer and opened the door with my psychokinesis. Congratulations. Alan, wearing a cone hat, was holding a cake in his hands. He smiled brightly. Professor, congratulations on being selected as the magic educator. It seemed the imperial family had already made an announcement. I nodded. Do you have the list? Here. Alan held a document out as if he had been waiting for this moment. As soon as I looked at it, I frowned. List of magic educators of the Imperial Palace, de Kulin von Grahen Uklein, Luina von Schlott McQueen. There were 2 magic educators, but that wasn't the worst part, considering I was bound to meet Luina someday anyway. No, the worst part was the next page that made me feel like I had been stabbed in the back. List of knighthood educators of the Imperial Palace, Sirio von Renias Sigrun, Raphael Kent, Julie von Dea Freyden, Gwen Whipsey. What? The Emperor selected all 4 of them as knighthood educators. She wrote the reason on the back, too. I want to learn Sirio's wind-like swift sword style, Raphael's heavy and explosive swordsmanship, Gwen's advanced rapier techniques, and Julie's unity of element and sword. Moreover, at that moment. Imperial Palace Quest, Devil's Mirror. Store currency plus 10. A huge quest that gave 10 worth of store currency appeared. Not reading the mood, Alan burst into a fanfare, which was the first time he had won. Leave. Oh, okay, I beckoned and Alan, reading the mood, went straight out. I stared at the list and thought about it. However, nothing would change if all I did was ponder all over it behind my desk. All of this was the Emperor's will. Damn. I sat on a chair and brushed my hair. Knock, knock. I was about to leave, so I approached the door and opened it this time. Sylvia looked up at me with a huge scroll in her arms. Professor, I have a question. Question? Yes. In the last class you said that this project would be difficult and you told us to come to you with any questions. That's true, but are you alone? Yes, come with your teammates. I closed the door. Knock, knock. Sylvia knocked again. Since I didn't open the door, I only heard her voice. My teammates are not helpful. Group projects are not supposed to be done alone. Only then did I hear her footsteps moving away, but after a moment I heard a knock again. I opened the door and this time I found the other 4 with her. It was as if they were together all this time. Did Sylvia leave the 4 of them so that only she would ask me questions? We're all here now. Okay, come in. I guided the freshman to the table in the office. As soon as Efferin sat down, she displayed an ominous smile. We decided to do the group project like this. So, Sylvia put down the scroll. De Kulin nodded and unfolded it. He told them to come at any time, but he didn't think they would really come at this time, hee. Efferin giggled inside. The magical disasters formula written in the scroll wasn't complete. She wrote the wrong part on purpose without Sylvia's knowledge. It was a very clever trap that she pondered for 2 days and 2 nights. Hence, it would be hard even for him to figure it out just by looking at it. Why? This was because it was a trap with catalyst written on it. What part did we do wrong? Efferin asked de Kulin cautiously, pretending to be frightened. She tensed up and licked her lips. He silently looked into the scroll.